in Tehran pay full price on these release attacks. Israel Channel 12 said that there was an Iranian missile strike in the home of former Israeli minister in Tel Aviv. I'm sorry if I sound congested. I have a cold right now. Next, Netanyahu also released a message just in the last minutes. Said Iran's terrorist tyrants. Notice he didn't say genocidal tyrants.
He's off his freaking rockers. That guy is off his freaking rockers.
It hurts my mouth to say his name. Launched
say what Brother Buffett says. Say to Yahoo.
Yeah, right. Launched missile attacks this morning on Soroka Hospital in Beersheba and civilian areas in central Israel. He warned that Israel will exact the full price from the government in Tehran in response. And then this other guy whose name I hate to say, also just as equal, Israel Katz, the Israel defense minister, said the prime minister and I have instructed the IDF to increase the intensity of attacks against strategic targets in Iran and against government targets in Tehran. So expect some more targeted, sneaky, slimy assassination attempts. And Israel Katz also said, Khamenei will be held accountable for his crimes. So, let's pray for Khamenei to be safe.
Thank you for that update.
These were all sent out in the past 6 minutes.
6 minutes, exactly. So this is very coordinated. Now, I want you to do me a favor. So the Biological Research Center, in the first announcement you read, just mute your mic quickly. I want you to find out from me the distance between that and the hospital, or was that in the grounds of the hospital? I want you to find out some information on that research center, because this is not the first research center that has been hit. And I do believe maybe, just maybe, the research center was a target. Maybe. I'll have to see. But I want you to find out the distance, and I'm going to look at this. And I'll tell you why, guys, because what they do is they actually take Palestinian, when they beat them or kill them or whatever, they take their organs, they take their skin cells, they take anything they can to do their research without permission, without authorization or anything like that. And it could be that is the thing. But let's go to Casey. Are you there? Okay, Casey's gone to sleep. She was actually falling asleep on the last base, to be honest with you, so she's knocked out. Yeah, no, she messaged, right? Go to speak with Didi. Didi, go ahead.
Oh, no, she fell asleep. I wanted her to send you something. It's amazing that you just asked that. So I follow somebody called AMK Mapping on Telegram, and this is what he wrote, and it's really accurate. He really gave even coordinates. According to a very rough and initial triangulation, I did the 2 points of contact, POVs. The location of the Iranian ballistic missile impact on Soroka Hospital in Beersheba appears to be in the courtyard between the northern surgery wards and the internal medicine wards and the Sabin Pediatric Outpatient Center. It does not look like any building was directly hit. However, the damage to the surrounding buildings was big due to the impact of the actual missile. It does not look like anything, they were not targeting the hospital. It was the courtyard. And I believe that's also the same courtyard that has a strategic military base and some equipment underneath it. And it would be around that area. I also wanted to relate.
Sorry, just 1 second. Just 1 second, Auntie Anna. So when you say it had military equipment underneath that courtyard, where is that information from, Didi?
Middle Eastern Observer. I've actually sent it to Suleiman on Telegram. They did an infographic.
So they're saying that, right? Middle East Observer is saying that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Go continue, Didi, and then I'll come to you, Auntie Anna.
Sure. So as a result of the Israeli stock exchange being annihilated, 3%, I believe, either 3% or 4% has left the Israeli stock exchange, incurring insane losses in the $450 billion range.
Brilliant news. Brilliant news. That stock exchange needs to go down. That's the home of evil. This official Israeli Foreign Ministry account, the government account, posted nothing about the stock exchange, by the way, zero nada. Okay, Antianese, jump in quickly, then we go to Abu Sita. Go ahead, Antianese.
I think I have the most hypocritical news of the entire year. Israel Katz accused Iran's leadership of hiding while targeting civilians, calling it a war crime. He said Tel Aviv has ordered expanded strike on strategic and government sites to pressure the Islamic Republic. So he said, let me say that again for ultimate hypocrisy. Israel Katz accused Iran's leadership of hiding while targeting civilians, calling it a war crime. Can you even believe the audacity?
I read that out earlier on his statement. I literally just read that out. But what was the last bit you put in? What was the pressure bit? Say that bit again.
He said Tel Aviv has ordered expanded strikes on Iranian strategic and government sites to pressure the Islamic Republic.
There's no okay. Just really quickly,
there is the confirmation from the Israeli Ministry of Environmental Protection that there was no leak of hazardous materials at Soroka Hospital.
Okay, let's not move on there really quickly. So when they say that they have just mute your mic. When they say they have ordered expanding airstrikes now, Israel says this on Iran's military and government targets, whatever it is. There is no such thing as ordering expanded where Israel is concerned. They were going all out. They hit a radio station. They hit a TV station during a live broadcast, right? There's no such thing as it was limited before and therefore we're expanding it now. This is just verbal.
Exactly.
Sorry,
they don't even.
Antianese, I don't want this to. Sorry. I don't want this to be a dialogue because I'm just breaking it down for the listeners, and then I want to go to another hand. If there's anything breaking, then jump in. Breaking relevant to what's happening this morning. So, when they say expanded, right? They're not expanding anything. It's like implying that we're only doing limited things before, but now because of this hospital bombing, we have no choice but to expand the airstrike. That's just Hasbara, okay? They were going all out. They were killing women and children every day. They were hitting civilian areas in Tehran. You saw it. Residential buildings went down with people in it. Entire families. Yesterday, there were 2 families, a pregnant woman who was due to give birth in 2 weeks' time, and they killed both families. That is what Israel has been doing. There's nothing being expanded. It's been going right on. So with that, let me go to Abu Sita.
Have they forgotten and the dog shelter? And a dog shelter.
What's that, Josie?
Can you guys hear me well? Sorry, I'm by the ocean right now. Yeah, they also, not only 2 families, but also a dog shelter. Just for the record.
They did, exactly. So there's nothing expanded now. Thanks for that, Josie. Abu Sita, jump in.
Yeah, so I just wanted to lay out the sequence of events that led up to what happened here. And I want to start off by highlighting just how important the nuclear reactors that Israel hit tonight, the Iraq facility, and how that's different from Natanz or anything else they've hit. That's actually a nuclear reactor with active plutonium there. It's a big red line. There's under international norms, you never hit a reactor like that. And it begs the question, everyone here is bringing up false flags with the hospital. It begs the question, why? I think that this is the really important question about what's happening here tonight is, why would the Israelis hit the Iraq nuclear reactor knowing that they don't have the munitions, one, to actually sustain any damage to it, knowing that it'll be a superficial damage around the area of the nuclear reactor, and knowing that it would cause such a massive response that we're seeing on our screens here. I've never seen images like this before in my entire life of Tel Aviv. This is insane. And the timing of it is also really weird. And I think by hitting Iraq, the nuclear reactor, they knew that Iran would have to respond massively. They knew missiles would get through their defenses, and they knew Tel Aviv would get hit, that people would get hurt, and that stock exchange and military facilities would get damaged. And maybe that was the point, pretty much creating an unacceptable status quo. Because now, tomorrow at 11:30 a.m., when Trump has that meeting in the Situation Room that he announced, the U.S. is might step in. I'm just speculating here. Might step in to impose a ceasefire, and the situation on the ground is completely different now. After tonight, it's completely different. It's not okay for everyone to just for Iran to go back to its corner and Israel to go back to its corner. Now Israel can turn to Washington and say, "Hey, you want a ceasefire? Fine, but look at what just happened. Iran just proved they can hit our cities whenever they want. They took out major infrastructure. Our people aren't safe. You expect us to just live here in this new reality? You know how the Israelis are."
Busita, you're absolutely bang on. I'm sorry, I'm going to take the mic just for a second. I need to read something out, but thanks. I'll give it right back to you. But one of the things that you just said, which I forgot to mention, and you were bang on the money, was that this whole hospital thing is also a massive distraction from the fact that the stock exchange was hit. That is massive. That is the heart of the financial industry, not just for Israel, but probably for all of the Western world. They do not want that coming out. I mean, I've never seen them freaking tweet so rapidly about anything. They're tweet back to back to back to back to back about this hospital. So let me read out to you what's actually gone on at the hospital, right? It was not a hospital. The main target of the strike was the IDF C41 Command and Intelligence Base and the Military Intelligence Camp, which is located in the Gav Yam High-Tech Park adjacent to the hospital, next to the hospital. These centers host thousands of military personnel, digital command systems, cyber operations, and the IDF C4ISR systems. Some Hebrew media outlets are saying that one of the locations here was, by the missile wave, was a hospital, but the same outlets inadvertently admitted that this so-called hospital was actually a military site housing soldiers. Israel, whether in its attacks on Hezbollah or in Lebanon or against Iran, has never hesitated to shed civilian blood and strike hospitals and Red Crescent sites. So it's quite revealing that they now attempt to disguise military bases as hospitals. So you can see the video in the nest, I think it is, of the soldiers coming out. Let me go to, sorry, Abu Sita, take the mic back. You can continue what you were going to say.
Yeah, you brought up something interesting. It's the Israelis. This is a classic Israeli move. It's almost like too on the nose, where they'll make such a big deal about this hospital getting damage from a shockwave that wasn't even directly hit on it, and act like like they haven't been doing that in the Gaza Strip. I just want to finish off really quickly. So basically, I think what the Israelis did today is make a simple ceasefire it's not enough. A ceasefire isn't enough. And they're going to tell the Americans, basically, if you want lasting peace, hey, look, they just hit Tel Aviv. It's the biggest barrage since the start of this war. Clearly, things are escalating past certain thresholds, and we need to eliminate the threat that just demonstrated it can reach our heartland. And so they basically sacrificed civilians in Tel Aviv and all around Israel just to get leverage on the United States. And if that doesn't work, if containment works, if they're able to stop this, the words just don't even begin to describe what this cabinet in Israel, how evil they are. But if they can't stop them, and somehow they drag the United States in, we saw some reports from southern Lebanon, they might start a new front. Yeah, that's where I'm at with my thinking, if anyone has anything else to add.
Khaleesi, I only have a few minutes. Can I come in here for a sec? I'm going to drop down as a listener. One, I wanted to ask, this hospital, so-called hospital, they're claiming to have been hit. Is it the one that they said, I don't know, they announced they were moving into before bombing the Hakimi hospital, remember? Is it the same hospital that they said they're moving their headquarters there, the military headquarters underneath that hospital? Is that the same hospital they're claiming hospital has been shelled? While they were already the ones who were hitting the children hospital that treats mostly kids with cancer. Second thing I wanted to ask, Speak, did we find out the movement on the other side you were worried about early this morning?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, brilliant. Okay, continue.
Did you find out, because you were worried about that there was more activities on the Jordanian side? Did you find out what was going on that side?
On what
that's
side?
it. Thank you, guys.
Sorry, Hannah, we were just doing a switch over. What do you say? Find out what?
Speak was worried about the Jordanian side. There was a lot of movement this early morning.
Okay, Hannah, listen. That's not the time for this, but I don't know, but we will find out about this. But right now, I just want to focus on really breaking news right now, because there's a lot going on right now. So, Abu Sita, did you finish your points?
Yes, I finished.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Crypto Magnet, go ahead, jump in. Thanks for waiting.
Oh, thank you. And I think you're on to something with this hospital thing. And my read on it is pretty much the same as you guys. They are so obsessed with this hospital thing. And my initial impression would be they want to drown it out. Because let's say you have a newspaper. If you don't want certain information out, you can take other stories and pump those up and put those on the headlines. And then the thing you don't want to get out, of course, gets buried down to pages where people won't see it. So that's my read on that. And another thing is, when people are inside of a building that just got bombed, they can whip out their phone and take videos, but I would think that if the videos are looking too perfect and too staged like that, like I would think that the first videos that come out of scenes like that are jerky videos. They're terrible quality. They're dark. People are scared, and it just doesn't. Like, I think you're onto something, Khaleesi. I think that the hospital thing is important, and it is weird that they would tweet about only that. Okay, right? They don't say anything. So maybe they are so worried about the spy thing next door, next to it. That's my take on it. It's like they're so worried about this hospital thing, and I think you're onto something. And I want to find out what it is. The good news was the thing in Uruk, they hit near it, but it was my take that if that thing got hit, it would be like a dirty radioactive bomb or something like that, like it would spread radiation in that part of the world. That was so scary. That's good news that they didn't directly hit it. It only hit near it. And I just wanted to hear you guys' thoughts about that. Last night, that worried me so much that thing got hit, and I'm so glad that they didn't hit it directly. And again, thank you, Khaleesi, and good morning.
Good morning, Crypto, and thank you so much. Look, there is a multitude of reasons, right? Crypto, you're right, that this thing, they're making a big deal, framing it to be a hospital. It could be to distract from the stock exchange. It could be to distract from the fact that it was a freaking military command center right near it. Like, it shows that Iran has the intelligence, and they do not want the world to know Iran has that intelligence. The third thing I will say is the video that they have put out, right? I'll tell you what it looks like. If I took like Truth and Didi and Brother Mofe and you know, Casey, and said, guys, I want you to stand outside this building that looks like it's destroyed, put some medical gear on, right? And stand there as though you've just come out of it. These guys are such bad actors. If you look carefully, one of them is actually putting one of his gloves on. I'm sorry, but you just come out of a freaking bombed hospital. Why do you need to put a freaking glove on? Like, you're not doing surgery anymore, dude. The other one is stood there, right, with his mobile taking pictures, like, right, he's facing the camera up and taking pictures right outside what Israel claims to be the hospital. And they're walking around. And do you know what? Guys, just be really analytical when anything comes out from Israel, because none of them have got a speck of dust on them. Not one speck of dust.
Jealousy. Just for the record, people are being taken into custody for pulling their phones out next to an area that was just bombed. And this guy is literally on a picture that was posted by pro-Israeli folks Has he taken some kind of selfie or some kind of picture? That just doesn't add up.
None of it adds up. I expect a space by IDF today. You mark my bottom dollar. This propaganda is not going to stay just on tweets. They're going to do a frigging full-on crying victimhood. We are targeted by the most Islamist terrorist regime in the world. The world is quiet. You know, international law needs to step up. All that BS is going to come out of their frigging ugly little dirty mouths. Truth, jump in.
Sure, thanks. Look, this is how the Israelis are. This is how they operate. They cry foul, play the victim card when they get wiped. And of course, they claim, superiority and that they're blameless, shameless, when they commit massacres and genocide. So I see it's a dichotomy. So this way they can never lose the narrative. If they're losing, they're the victim. Please stop. If they're winning, well, it's because they're superior. They reign supreme. So there's that first. And when it comes to Iran, are you aware they sued Iran for what took place on 10/7, blaming them for arming Hamas and the other resistance groups? And there's a lawsuit active, a class action lawsuit. They also sued Iran for 9/11, which I can't understand.
Just 1 second, Truth, right? Guess what is trending right now, guys? Trending right now is Iran strikes back, Israeli hospital hit. Literally, I'm not joking. Israeli hospital hit. And when you look at the picture that they have passed around to the media of this hospital, it looks destroyed. When you look at the video they have put out, tell me if that video, and I'm going to send these. I'm going to actually get Suleiman to. I don't know if we should tweet them out or not because I don't give them propaganda, but we'll share them. We'll share them so you can see them. That video of the inside of the hospital does not look like the video of the outside of the hospital, right? So that's the thing. Do you know what? I want everyone to see this. Okay, let's have a look at this video together. I don't know if you've seen it. Have you seen it, Truth?
I'll just pull it up right now.
I'm putting it in the nest. I'm going to put it in the nest, right? So
okay,
I put them in the nest, right? So, guys, the nest is above where you can see myself, Suleiman, and Brother Mofet. The first thing on the left-hand side, let's go through this together, is the picture that they have put out. Now, you look at that picture, right? It's damaged the infrastructure, the windows, everything. Like that side of the hospital is destroyed, okay? But then I'm asking, if a missile hit that hospital, let's just say that was true, that picture was true, okay? If a missile hit that hospital, targeted that hospital, why is the roof intact? Why is the roof intact? Is it not the case that those windows shattered because of impact of something close by? Because the building is still intact. Sorry, guys, just mute your mic 1 second, right? Because I really want to walk the listeners through this. And I'm going to give the mic right back to you, Truth. So the building, the brickwork, the infrastructure, top sides is all intact. It's just glass. Now I want you to go to the second tweet in the nest, right? Which the official Israel page claims is from inside the hospital. What happens here is everybody's running in one direction. They're all clean. They're all dressed and everything. They huddle in a corner, and then they walk calmly to the other direction. Literally. The chairs are still standing. The tables are still there. There's a bit of glass on the floor. The chairs are still there. Not one chair has frigging fallen over. There's nothing. On the other side where the paintings and the railings are, there's nothing there. No damage to that side at all. Zero. So, Truth, I want you to now just jump in because I want to share that.
Yeah, it's definitely a valid analysis that part of this could be staged for sure. This looks like the after effects of a strike from the building next door, more likely than a direct missile strike. And the fact that there's no debris, broken glass, doesn't look like anyone's particularly injured. Just looks like a bunch of commotion. What people would feel if there was a strike, say, next door. Some damage is done. But they're going to play this up.
So, Truth, just 1 second on that, and I will give the mic right back to you guys. I put another tweet in the nest by the same official Israel page, just to corroborate what Truth is saying. You should see it come up in a second. Come on, freaking hell, man. Is it coming in the nest yet? Let me just put it in the nest again. I hate putting their crap in our nest, but still, it's just to bust their propaganda, right? Because it's quite funny, this video. Okay, there you go.
It is there. It's there.
There you go. So when you look at this video, guys, look at this freaking video. Look what those guys are doing. One of them's actually looking up. The other one's taking a picture. One of them is putting his gloves on. Look at him, he's putting his gloves on. They've got pristine white uniforms, pristine white uniforms. Literally, nothing, not a blemish on those uniforms. And they're all stood there like tourists. They did not just get bombed. These people from the hospital did not just get bombed. Can you see that? That's what's going down here.
Yep.
This is what I was talking about, guys. Go ahead, Truth.
So again, these people are the masters of deception. You can see these are actors being told what to do. And this is exactly what's done with false flags. It's like what they did with the so-called Bucha massacre, which the Azov Nazi Battalion did itself after the Russians already left 2 days earlier, and they delivered 147 tons of humanitarian aid to Kyiv. So if they were going to do a massacre, why would they be delivering aid to you and leaving? It was the mayor of Bucha that confirmed it was the Azov Nazi Battalion that killed several hundred people, by the way, which they then used as a pretext to carry on the war with Russia. So this is the false flag, or this is the staged event. I mean, more evidence, I'm sure, will surface to prove what this really is, that they'll use to lure America and others, to really to justify it to the world. Because I guess what they've been lacking as well are the polls. Popularity among Americans. America is still vehemently against Israel. They still remember the genocide in Palestine and Lebanon, and also the fact that Israel struck first. So they weren't able to get over that hump. So they needed something devastating like this. They think it's going to work. I think that they might shift
Truth. If I can just ask you quickly, sorry. Do we have the pictures from that Hakimi hospital? Remember the kids' hospital before they moved into the bunker of this hospital, somewhere near this hospital. If it's the same hospital, they're saying that it's been bombed. I didn't even understand why they were announcing that they're moving their headquarters there.
Can you just sit tight? I just want to stay on topic here. So look, they have their staged event. They're gonna play just like with the staged event they did in Syria as well, with those big gas attacks that the White Helmets did. And that's what got Trump to strike Syria, if you recall, right? Because Ivanka Trump all of a sudden cares about dead Arab kids, unless they're Palestinian, in which case they're just cannon fodder. Who cares, right? Or if they're Iranian kids, who cares, right? More than 60 Iranian women and children have been killed, probably more now. Who cares, though, right? That's not enough for anyone to care, when Iran shows it's dead. But what we have here, what's still lacking here is they haven't showed any dead women and children or casualties. They're still being really mum about that because they don't want to acknowledge that Iran has hit them so hard to the point where they've incurred so many casualties that it's been that type of strike where, the type where they might have to acknowledge that Iran's got superiority over them, aerial superiority, because they were able to strike, so successfully. And by the way, there's 7 other places in Tel Aviv that were struck at the same time. They only allowed video footage for this one, and they allowed for the picture of the stock market. The other 5 areas, and we know there were 7 because ambulances, paramedics, first responders went to 7 different sites, and multiple missiles. They're saying 5 missiles.
Because hitting a hospital is a war crime. That's probably why. Kelsey, I need to send you something. I cannot post it publicly.
Still, apparently some other infrastructure got struck. If it's civilian infrastructure, they could call that a war crime too, right? Especially if civilians were killed. Plus, let's not forget that Israel has an alarm system. There's bunkers. They get told in advance to go in the bunkers. And as we can see from those very clean uniforms, they're not dirtied up from any debris. I don't see any broken glass on these people. And they seem so comfortable taking pictures and videos right away. It doesn't look like
it doesn't look like it got impacted directly by a missile.
I don't see any hands trembling. I don't see any fear. What if there's going to be another missile salvo coming? Well, we knew that they struck their target. So, now that I'm looking at it closer, I'm leaning more towards. Well, I could already tell from the influencers they were going to play this up to win the hearts and minds, to try to win the hearts and minds of those who are naive. They're megatards, the ones that support Trump, to be like, oh my God, look at what those Iranian bastards did to the poor Jews, to the poor Israelis. We have to worship the Jews now. Yes, Trump, feel free to, because they need to increase those poll percentages. So this way, Trump can feel good about his attack, that the American people are behind it. So let's not forget, it's also an attempt, an opportunity to win hearts and minds And they're going to need to act on this right away before the truth actually comes up, similar to like when the 40 beheaded babies came out, or the babies hanging off a wire, babies in the oven, babies ripped out of wombs, fake rapes, all that garbage came out. Then it took at least a few days to be able to break all that down and debunk it. By then, they've already started the genocide. They just perpetually lie. They go to the UN and call it Hamas, or their ICC, ICJ are all liars. Everyone's a liar. You're an anti-Semite. How dare you call out our lies? So that's what's going to happen here as well. How dare you? But the problem is they bombed 36 hospitals and they let baby corpses rot. So these people wouldn't get sympathy even if it was a strike, honestly, because, well, he started a war and bad things happen during war. It's exactly what they say too. It's exactly what their influencers will come up and say on stage when, well, something, it's time of war, Israel's been really careful though, because, the number of civilians that have died compared to soldiers is only at a ratio of 2 to 1. So how can you call this a genocide? They haven't shown any intent. And based on the, civilian to soldier ratios, they're actually below like what's happened in World War I and World War II, where more civilians were killed. So how can you call this? This is the type of coping excuses these people use. They rationalize their attacks. When they strike, and kill 400 people in a refugee camp, well, there's a terrorist attack there. There were kids that died. Well, that kid could grow up and turn into a terrorist. So based on, Jewish religious authority, we're allowed to strike that kid because he could potentially become a Hamas member since we killed both of his parents. These are the rationalizations they use. I just want everybody to remember what ideology these people adhere to when the likes of Matters Friedrich Chabad Lubavitch states that he doesn't believe in Western morality. He believes in the Jewish way. Kill all their men, women, and children, and their cattle, destroy all their places of worship. And that's what they did to Gaza.
They did. Thanks for that, Truth. No, it's fine. Listen, you're doing good, but I just want to just bring it back to today a little bit. Hannah, listen, I'm just gonna Brother Murphy is NSA, anti-NSA down there because he'll have some news as well. Can we bring him up, please? And Hannah, I just really want to focus on today. Not about Jordan, not about other hospitals and things like that, just what's happening right now, because this is a false flag. This is serious. They're going to use this, what happened, what they're claiming has happened, to exact something more. I don't know what it is. And Abu Sita said it earlier when he said Trump's about to make a speech and this could be the justification he wants. Abu Sita, jump in and then we go to the rest of the hands.
Yeah, and literally based off what you're just saying, if you guys all go to Google right now and type in Brent oil price, this is a major indicator for how the world's reacting to what's going on. I've been watching this. It's already jumped 0.65% today. Literally every time I refresh the page, the price of oil goes up a little bit. And I think it's just an indicator. So the more the price of oil goes up.
What's it at right now?
It's at 72.81. It was when we went at like midnight. It was. So
look, it doesn't matter. It's only $72. It's not even 80. So it's not a real war. According to Simon, it's still not a real war until it's past 80.
No, yeah. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying here. No,
well, Simon knows everything. I mean, Simon's never wrong, right?
All right, let's not have a pop at him while the poor guy's not here, right? Like, I mean, you have enough of a pop at him when he's here, Truth. Let's not do it when he's not here.
Please, I say it to his face every time. You're there.
Look, Simon's theories are on point, and I think they can be interpreted in different ways. I think maybe he just underestimated how powerful that the military-industrial complex is, but I think everything he's said is pretty much on point, and it's all backed up. So I like what he has to say.
Thanks, Abu Sita. Let's go to Zach. Zach, jump in.
Hi. I don't want to speak too much because you guys are the experts, but I just want to come up here because I've been listening to you guys' space for a few days now, and I want to practice my pronunciations. Okay. Iran, Khaleesi, Suleiman, Alhamdulillah, Allahu Akbar, and fucking free Palestine. Yeah, I don't have much to say. You guys are the fucking experts. I love looking at the footage and making my own analysis. So I'll leave it back to you guys. Thank you so much.
Listen, that was, well, the first part of it was well said, but it's like 8:20 in the morning. The F-bombs were a bit too much for me to stomach, but I love the way you pronounce the names. Iran, DG, not Iran. It's Suleiman, not Soleimani. It's Khaleesi, as you said, Zach, not
Khaleesi.
Yeah, you said it spot on, but it's
Khaleesi.
not.
Khaleesi, please.
It's not like Khaleesi or anything else nonsense that people call me. But yeah, our brother Mofit, we just lost him. We'll get him brought right back up in a second.
Sorry, bro. I'm gonna drop. I swear. All right. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Zach. Appreciate you. Wiji, do you want to go ahead? Thanks for joining. And Didi, jump in if there's any other, like, from an Israeli perspective, any propaganda about this hospital, you know, the tourist site that's now become a tourist site. And we need to debunk this, guys. Everybody needs to debunk this. You know, you're smart. You've been sitting on these spaces. You've been analyzing things. You've been looking things up. You ain't going to buy their BS propaganda anymore. You're not going to buy their BS Hezbollah anymore. You know how this operates. You know, you're in the right space for a reason. There's a reason you're not sat on Dio spaces along the corridor listening to low IQ conversations. So you're going to debunk this. We're all going to debunk this. Just waiting for Suleiman. He's going to put some tweets out now. And then we're going to go in there. Wiji?
Thank you, Khaleesi, for giving me the mic. I didn't even realize I was on the mic. But anyways, you guys are doing a brilliant job. And I see how you're shooting down their narrative, the fake narrative they're trying to create. And I saw the video. Spot on, Khaleesi. Well done. We have to shoot it before it goes viral and before they are successful in making a narrative for themselves. Another thing I wanted to just add, because I'm from Pakistan and you all know that Asim Munir met Trump and Trump in the end said, I love Pakistan. So there you are with Pakistan and where it stands as far as Iran is concerned. For now, this is all. If you guys have any questions regarding Pakistan, I am here. Otherwise, I'll go down. Thank you, Khaleesi.
Thanks, Vijay. I'd prefer not to keep this space on Pakistan at all, Vijay. Maybe another time when it's a little bit more focused on those dynamics of which countries will stand, depending on where this goes, then we will definitely talk a bit more about the regional powers that stand for or against. And Pakistan will no doubt be discussed, and then you're welcome to come up and talk about it then. So that's fine. Okay, we lost Didi, guys. And we lost Brother Mofit. Let's get Brother Mofit. Let me see. Do you know what? Give me 1 second. I'm just going to get Brother Mofit a mic. Where has he gone? There he is. Okay, Brother Mofit, if you're listening, I've sent you a mic. So if you just want to jump out and then jump back in, and then Suleiman will get you added as co-host soon as, guys, soon as. Didi's back up. Didi, oh, there we go. Guys, listen, tweet in the nest. Update. Iranian missile hits Gush Dan, Petah Tikva, Ramat Gan, Holland, and Tel Aviv, Israel. There, you can see videos there, guys. Share them, retweet them. It's in the nest. The nest is above where you can see myself and Suleiman. This is showing the Iranian missiles, the real strike of them, not the frigging Hezbollah propaganda. And we will smash them on all that Hezbollah they've done. I think Brother Mofit may have... I don't know. Let me have a look. Give me 1 second, guys. I haven't even looked at my DMs. So I'm seeing, okay, guys, this is a bit troubling. I'm seeing some people posting, pro-Palestinian people, influencers, streamers, that a hospital was hit. I want you to go, if you see any of these posts, and put underneath there that it was not a hospital. So that's important. I'm getting something here, which is a video hacking into Israel's emergency alert system and broadcasting the Khaybar anthem. I'm not going to try to watch the video because when I try to watch it, I crash. So I'm getting it. Suleiman will probably check it out and put it out. That'd be good. Okay. I need to get some people up here on the mic pronto. Let's see. Oh, Richard's here. Let's bring Richard up. I can give mics out. I just can't see mic requests. And I genuinely can't see people that I follow either. Nat. Thanks for joining. Go ahead. Nat? Rawhide 303, you requested the mic. Do you want to speak? No? Okay, we'll recycle you down. Thanks for joining us briefly on the panel. Richard, go ahead. Have you just followed what we've been talking about?
Yeah, Khaleesi, it's funny. I was actually just telling somebody they said, you going to grab a mic? And I was like, I'm actually just enjoying listening. And I actually enjoyed the other guy's attempt at pronouncing everybody's names. So I'm not going to try to do anything like that and potentially risk messing anybody's up. But like everybody has said, there's going to be propaganda after propaganda. And Israel certainly has lost the moral high ground, not just with the United States and the American people, but really with the globe at large. And I'm not really sure that there's anything that they could do false flag wise that would be significant enough or believable enough to even reclaim sympathy, because the problem that they have is there's so many crimes that Israel and Jews in America have committed against the American people that have gone intentionally unaddressed and covered up, and they basically get away with murder in our country. So I mean, maybe you have a different opinion on this, but I don't see there's any way that they reclaim the moral high ground. And the longer this drags out, I mean, that's where you have to consider Trump's ego playing into the equation, because he knows that his legacy is on the line. And I can't see him riding off into the sunset being remembered as, Israel's bitch. I don't know. Am I way off base there? I feel like there's nothing that they can do to reclaim the opinions of America or support of the American people. Maybe you guys have a different opinion on that. I just don't see it.
Yeah, see, Richard, I've heard this thing, right, about Trump's legacy for a while now. And I'm going to be really honest, right? I don't think Trump gives a damn about his legacy. I think as long as he's made millions and millions and millions out of these 4 years, he's going to be happy as Larry. He's never cared about people's perception of him. He uses his voter base as it suits him. He'll throw them under the bus when it suits him, So I hear a lot of MAGA people saying, oh, no, but, because, and I know you're not MAGA, by the way, but I do hear them saying, like, I'm talking the cult MAGA, by the way. Oh, no, he cares. He's worried about his voter base. He's worried about this. He doesn't want them to lose trust in him. I don't think he gives a damn who loses trust in him. I think he'll do anybody over. If he can retire from these 4 years with the option of being a multi-billionaire with a big frigging jet and Trump towers in all these major cities and, a bank balance loaded, or he can be dutiful and loyal to the people who got him elected, he'll choose the bank balance and the jet and the towers. He doesn't care about his voter base. So I don't think his legacy is even in question. I don't think he's delaying the decision because of a legacy or a kind of moral quandary uncertainty. There's no morality there as far as Trump's concerned. I don't think so. But yeah, good points, Richard. Stay with us. Truth, jump in.
What do you think it is that's holding him up, Khaleesi? I am curious
Richard,
on that.
You just triggered something in me right now. Just a quick thought, and I'll pass it back. Look, right now, all the messages going out, all the posts going out are being tracked by Palantir. They want to gauge to see what public sentiment is. There's over 250 million users here. They want to see if they're able to generate some sympathy for Israel, and they want to know what percentages. So all the messages you guys write right now, whether it's comments, posts, retweets, all that stuff has value. Because you want to dominate the fact
that is diamond, that thought. Just give me 1 second, guys. There's a tweet in the nest. I want to read it out to you really quickly. False flag. Iran did not strike Soroka Hospital. Iran did not strike Soroka Hospital. So it says, and there's 5 points. Iran did not strike Soroka Hospital. The building had minor impact by the shockwave from a missile targeting an Israeli command and intelligence base. Target was the Israeli Army's Central Command and Intelligence Base, ID4CFI. I can't even speak. IDF. IDF-C4I, and a military intelligence camp located in Gamiam Technological Park adjacent to the hospital, which is what we were saying. We all were sat on this space saying it doesn't look like the hospital was struck, right? It was something adjacent to it that had minor shattering and shattered some glass. Thousands of Israeli soldiers are based in that location, house critical systems such as digital commands, infrastructure, and cyber operations, and C4ISR is based there. And then underneath it, there's another tweet which says, previous footage of injured Israeli soldiers taken to Soroka Hospital daily shows that it was not the hospital that was hit. Right underneath there. Guys, do me a favor, tweet both of those out, share them, post them everywhere. I want everybody on this space to take that tweet. Actually, I don't know if I was going to say that. Forget it. I was going to say take that tweet and put it under Israel's official page, but then Suleiman's account will definitely be blown. So instead, I want everyone to actually just retweet it and then get the news out there that way. Truth, back to you. You're making golden point there.
Sure, I actually liked it and quote shared it as well. It's really well done the way it's broken down. And yeah, to identify a false flag immediately before it takes shape, it's so key. It's just paramount to possibly even preventing further escalation, because they're going to track all the data, all the posts, comments, tweets, retweets, etc., to try to, again, as I was mentioning, see how much sympathy has been gauged for Israel. Because if it's insufficient, they're going to think of something else, right? If people keep calling it out, like I just saw the GNN guy, he put a comment below the stock exchange tower that got struck. He's like, Iran is striking their holy sites because they love money so much and they worship money. So they're making jokes about what happened. And there's others too. So a lot of people aren't buying it. Jake Shields is buying it. The main influencers aren't buying it. They just have no empathy at all for Israel. And they haven't shown any casualties. Where are your casualties? Where are your dead? You got to show some dead. You make it up. You can't claim 40 beheaded babies again and claim casualties without showing proof, given that you got called out for your lies last time. So if you have no evidence, you have no proof, you're not going to get any sympathy, empathy from anyone, and it's going to get called a false flag. And if you're going to cry and whine about it, show me your proof. If you don't have any proof, then you're lying. It's that simple. And the Jews lie. They gaslight, they deny, and they're just going to label you an anti-Semite anyway. So you might as well take it to them aggressively and call out their lies. So that post is a good place to start. But that's what I'll be doing. But yeah, those are some of my thoughts. They're going to be tracking with Palantir all the posts, not just here, also on Facebook, on Instagram, TikTok, etc. Everybody's going to be talking about it. Oive, they're going to be kvetching. A hospital that struck, that's never happened before, right next door in Gaza, 36 times over, because they struck the same Al-Shifa 3 times alone, plus the other hospitals, plus the Christian hospital, plus the churches, mosques. Over 500 mosques were destroyed. So, I mean, the time for any sympathy towards Israel and the Jews is passed a long time ago. Their Holocaust card is expired. It's gone. So I just, I would suggest to everyone to, call out this false flag as vehemently as you can. So this way we can beat them out on the numbers, because we're the majority, they're the minority. That's it. Thanks.
Truth, what if they scrape social media trying to find, like, okay, is it cool for us to have a response now? And Carp's like sitting at the mainframe looking at it, and it's like, wait, what I'm seeing is more people actually want to kick the shit out of me than actually support Israel right now. What are we doing wrong here? Like, that sounds silly, but it's like a psychological.
But Richard, do you know what Carp's happy about? People aren't talking about Palantir until I just brought it up. He loves the fact that no one's talking about him being a genocidal maniac who thinks
he is a lunatic and a very dangerous person.
He's a psychopath. He says that it's okay to use Palantir to kill your enemies, right? I'm paraphrasing, but yeah, he's down to weaponize his AI, as he has with Lavender, Where's Daddy, and of course the gospel, to be able to maximize the number of civilian deaths per strike, which is what Israel was using it for. So this is the type of psychopath who's happy right now because Palantir is not center of attention and the stock price is wherever it's at. I don't follow it, but yeah. So Carp is happy. So is Sam Altman, because no one's talking about the fact that he's also a rapist and a murderer himself. And
he actually said that he wants to bring it home, right? He actually is on video where he's saying that he wants to bring what they did with. I mean, he doesn't say it, was Daddy, but he's saying he wants to bring it home and target everyone that's an enemy inside the U.S. Their family
these are labs.
and
Gaza, Palestine, Lebanon, all these battlefronts that they've had, even Iraq, Afghanistan, they were developing the algorithm. They were building some data centers all the way 20+ years ago. Now they need more of them to be able to go from regional to global and then use it at home as well as part of the surveillance state. Operation Stargate.
Do you think that's what's staying his hand, Truth? Because this goes back to the question I have for Khaleesi. Like, if it's not the ego thing that's making Trump stay his attack against Iran.
Trump is beholden
directly.
to Karp and Altman and Ellison. And
that's what I'm asking. Is it Palantir and their response that they're getting?
What if you look at it a bit differently? Yes, maybe Trump likes legacy, but what if the legacy that he likes is not the legacy?
Hey guys, do you mind if I just jump in really quickly with breaking news?
Sure.
Ahmed al-Mufti, that's the captain of the Palestinian national soccer team, has now been martyred. Anybody that doesn't know, the Palestinian national soccer team is participating in the 2026 World Cup qualifiers. So this was tough.
Was that in Gaza or in the West Bank, Didi?
In Gaza.
I'm sorry. That's awful.
Sorry, guys. Go ahead.
So we've got a tweet in the nest which is mocking the fact that there's a blueprint of a command center under a hospital. That's in the nest.
Richard, if you think about this, what if you think about his legacy as something else? Remember when he was bragging, when they were all bragging about how he gave the Edison Jerusalem? Like, if you look at his legacy, and I think Khaleesi mentioned this, right? About how obscenely rich he's getting right now. Like, if he thinks of his legacy as building his Trump empire in Gaza and giving the Holy Land to his Jew buddies, then that could also be his legacy, right? So it's just a perspective of what you think his legacy might be, and it might not be the same as what people think it is.
So
that's certainly fair.
Yeah, Richard, it's a really good question. Let me just tell you what I think it is. I think he's just buying time. I think he has been told to make this whole drama. Oh, should I go for it? Should I not? Oh, I don't know what to do. All the time they're providing fuel for the Israeli jets. He's giving out all the verbal rhetoric. He's doing all the verbal terrorism while he can. So I think this is just a decoy kind of a tactic. I don't think he's not going in. I think he's gone in. Myron, thanks for joining us.
Just another tweet in the nest. Myron, thanks for joining us. There's a video of an Israeli crying, asking for the war to stop. So I wrote Israel, well, it should be Israeli crying, asking for war to stop. This is a war they started. So that tweet's in the nest. Just catching up on all the tweets. But yeah, Myron, how you doing?
Soleimani, that's actually just withdrawal symptoms because he's out of baby's blood, because there's less Matsisa Babas happening because the birth rates are so low.
Hey, what's up, guys? I just came in. I see this information that just broke about this hospital being hit, and apparently I heard some of you guys say that it's a false flag and it wasn't the. I'm hearing multiple things. One, I'm hearing the hospital had a military base underneath. Two, I'm hearing that the hospital wasn't the intended target. Three, I'm hearing it was some kind of false flag where an Israeli missile malfunction. I don't know. There's a bunch of different things going on with this hospital, but I think the bottom line is, let's assume the worst. Let's assume Iran did hit this place and it was a hospital. Honestly, dude, at this point, it's like Israel can't really cry victim anymore. Because what I've noticed because I've been I follow all the Israeli government accounts. I follow Netanyahu. I follow everybody on here to kind of, get the Israeli perspective. I don't want my timeline to be an echo chamber. And one thing that I find so fucking fascinating with Israeli media and Israeli government officials is they're always quick to talk about when they are attacked, but they will never, ever tell you why they were attacked. They only tell you when they're struck, never why. And, you know, I had to make a post and remind them, like, what, did we forget when they destroyed the Al-Shifa hospital and killed literally so many children, like hundreds of people gone when they bombed the Al-Shifa hospital, the biggest hospital, because they claimed it was a Hamas base? So I think at this point, man, the international community, despite the fact that Israel is, you know, doing everything they can to, you know, repair their image, they're suppressing journalists from collecting footage, all this stuff, the world does not stand with Israel at all. I just looked at Bibi Netanyahu. He posted an hour ago saying, you know, Iran attacked the hospital, blah, blah, blah. And Jackson Hinkle wrote under there, hey, you guys have bombed 36 hospitals in Gaza, you know, 3 in Iran just this week, a bunch in Lebanon, blah, blah, blah. And he like ratioed him pretty quickly. So, you know, the sentiment with Israel, I think, is pretty unanimous now that no one really, the only way you're going to support Israel at this point is you're either a retarded evangelical Christian from America, you're a Jew, or you're a Zionist. It's one of those 3 things are you typically going to be. But everyone else that has common sense and has eyes, it's almost impossible to feel sorry for Israel. And again, I want to be clear, man. I don't want no Israelis to die. I really don't. As much as they wish death upon Palestinians and Arabs, and some of you guys might not agree with me in here. Some of you guys might say, I don't give a fuck. The Israelis deserve to feel the same pain. I'm not of that opinion. But then again, I understand that some of you guys have family members that have been killed by the Israeli government. I understand that some of you guys know people that were killed. And this conflict is much closer to home for you. So I'm not going to condemn you for feeling the way that you feel. But I do think that Israel is getting a taste of its own medicine, and they're getting 1% of the terror and the horror that they've put the Arab world through, especially Gaza. Like, you know, they've only had a few days of this stuff. The people in Gaza have been dealing with this for damn near 2 years. And they're still dealing with it at a fraction. They don't have to deal with starvation. They don't have to deal with the blockade. They don't have to deal with lack of medical attention. They don't have to deal with malnourishment. They don't have to worry about any of that stuff. They're just, you know, go in their bunkers and they're safe. Now, that's not for me to sit there and undermine the fact that they're probably being terrorized as well, because there's a lot of innocent Israelis. But regardless, you know, this is the Israeli government. They have put their people in harm's way this way by launching a preemptive attack during the middle of negotiations, you know, which makes it an even bigger slap in the face, because it's not like, you know, Iran hit them and now they're hitting back and, you know, defending themselves. Even the international community, even politicians in America are saying this preemptive attack was not needed. And the fact that it happened during the middle of negotiations makes it even worse. So no one feels sorry for Israel at this point, man. They really don't.
Myron, there's one more thing, by the way, that's actually there is nuclear material leaking from one of the plants that they struck, which is actually defined as a crime against humanity, and there's no media talking about it. There's like, it's barely a footnote.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually fascinating. I tweeted about this earlier too. You know, and this is why I'm really happy that we have this space here, because, you know, as you guys know, I'm an American. I live in Miami, Florida. I've been consuming an enormous amount of media, everything from Al Jazeera to CNN to Fox News to this space to Zionist spaces run by Mario. And it's not even close. The narrative right now, and I want to kind of paint a picture, and all my counterpart Americans here can probably agree to this. The narrative right now in the United States is this: Iran's military capabilities have been destroyed. Israel has air superiority over Iran. They can attack any time. They've assassinated a bunch of commanders, a bunch of nuclear scientists. And the only thing that's left, because the regime is so weak, is the Fordo nuclear facility. Also, they've been saying that Iran is begging to do negotiations at the White House. That's what Trump alleged earlier today, which I don't buy it. But that is the current narrative all across Western media. Iran's weak. Hell, I just saw an article 30 minutes ago from, I think, somewhere out in Australia. Apparently, the supreme leader has relinquished all authority to a group of different people because he thinks he might get taken out. So
it's the army and the IRGC that have been delegated.
What was that?
That was
delegated his power of attorney to the army.
No, that has been debunked, and that is, but IRGC has reported that is not true. That was a false report.
Okay, well, that goes to show that goes to show even more credence to my claims. I'm not saying any of this stuff is true, by the way, chat, or guys. I'm just simply saying this. This is what we're getting in Western media. So I'm really appreciative because I don't think Suleiman and Khaleesi are getting enough credit for this. I'm extremely appreciative and happy, and really everybody here owes you guys a thank you for running this space for damn near 7 days straight, because the amount of media coverage on this from a pro-Israeli and pro-Western standpoint without another perspective, it's not even close. I would argue it's maybe 80-20 right now. And I think this is the only space that's giving alternative information and showing the other side. The videos that you guys are showing in here, the news that you guys are breaking in here, nowhere else on Twitter has it. So, you know, some people might say, oh, it's just a pro-Palestine circle jerk, blah, blah, blah. Well, I would argue right now we got a fucking Israeli circle jerk going on in the West. And this is a refreshing space to kind of at least give us another perspective, because the way Western media is spinning it, they're spinning it as if Iran is not causing any damage to Israel at all, and only Israel's causing damage to Iran. But we've been able to pull videos here and show that. I mean, hell, Soleimani posted a video just like maybe 10, 20 minutes ago showing several strikes hitting Tel Aviv. The American media, that's not going to be anywhere in the American media later today. So it's really cool to be able to get another perspective here, because my position now, after being in the space for so long, is both parties are fucking each other up. Iran is getting struck in strategic locations all across Iran. However, Iran is absolutely fucking up Israel as well. But they've been keeping that out of the media for a very long time. And I'll end with this. Last night, or actually early this morning, I was in a space with Mario, and I actually said in there, you know, you guys do realize that like Israel is getting hit and Tel Aviv and Haifa are getting hit. I had a bunch of retarded Zionists, you know, Voice from the East, Yehuda, you know, Matt Tarbio, he's not a retard, he's nice, but, you know, a bunch of these people saying, because I said, yo, Israel's getting hit, and the reason why we don't know is because they currently have a restriction on journalists documenting attacks. And it's for PR reasons. And I also mentioned how a lot of Israelis are trying to get out, but they've had a hard time getting out. All of them, that's not true. We're fine in Tel Aviv, especially this Voice from the East bitch. We're fine in Tel Aviv. Nothing's happening. This is propaganda. It's not true. And, you know, we have freedom of press over here, blah, blah. And I was like, excuse me? You guys kicked Al Jazeera out of your fucking country. You guys are not allowing international journalists into Gaza. Like, this is widely known. You absolutely don't have freedom of the press in fucking Israel. And then someone else comes back and says, Yehuda and Matt Tarbio, oh, well, you got to understand, yes, you know, they are suppressing the footage coming out, but it's because of operational security reasons. Okay, fine. Let's assume that it's because of operational security reasons and nothing else. Let's go with that fucking narrative. I'm still correct. The fucking government is withholding evidence of Israel getting fucking destroyed. That's my bottom line. And none of them can fucking argue with me on that. And this is what I've noticed with arguing with these Zionist fuckers. They're extremely pedantic. And what I mean by them being pedantic is I will say something that's objectively true, such as the government is suppressing video and stuff coming out that shows Israel's being attacked. They will sit there and say, well, that's because of operational security. Well, hey, retard, debate 101, you didn't refute what I said. I'm still correct. You might have another reason or might have another explanation for why it's happening. It does not refute my stance, though. And that's what I've been dealing with, debating these fucking retards in Mario Spaces. It's actually crazy. But anyway, rant over. I'll turn to somebody else.
Thanks, Myron.
And Suleiman, thank you for arming me with the information to cook these faggots, by the way. But go ahead, I'll turn it over.
Well, that's fine. Thanks, Myron. So, guys, I just want to recap for everybody who's just joined us. The Israeli Stock Exchange was hit this morning. Okay, it was hit this morning. Now, the Israel official government Israel page, which belongs to the Israeli Foreign Ministry, has not posted anything about any of the other attacks that Iran has done. Not the jets that were drowned, not the Mossad HQ or anywhere near it, or the 822-100 unit being hit. None of that, okay? Not the stock exchange from today. They want a distraction from the stock exchange today. Within the space of an hour, they did 3 tweets about the hospital. This is the official Israel account, have not posted about any of the other hits. And we talked through it this morning with the guys on here, and we went through the footage and we had a look at the BS that they were posting. So I'm just going to put it in the nest again, and we're going to talk through it again very, very quickly. So when you look at this, if you look at this tweet, The one that I've just put in the nest, it shows a video. And what you see on that video is guys running in one direction and then turning around and slowly strolling back in the direction they came from. One side of the hospital, the actual side with the paintings and stuff, is completely intact. Everything is intact. The only thing you see is on the floor, you see shattered glass. The chairs are still upright. The tables are still intact. The ceiling's still intact. The light is still intact. There's electricity. This building was not bombed. This building has an impact which made the glass smash, right? And I'll show you a picture of it in a second. Give me 1 second. I'll bring a picture of it up because we went through this for the guys that have been here this morning and we were breaking it down together. So now I'm going to put a picture of the hospital from the outside and the impact of it. This is going to be in the nest in a second, guys. And when you look at this, have a look. The roof is intact. The building is intact. Everything is there. Just the glass is smashed and the air conditioning units are a little bit damaged, but most of them are still there. A couple of them are hanging off, but they're still there. If that had been hit by a ballistic missile, which is what Israel is claiming, that roof would have been destroyed. That would have been hit. That would have been destroyed. Okay, so that's the other thing. Now, the official Israel page posted that video of the guys running inside and then running outside. They also posted another video within 20 minutes of that. So this is how you know they're trying to push propaganda. I'm going to put it in the nest. Apparently, Israel's trying to say, the country, that these are the guys that have come out of the hospital. This video that I've just put in the nest, right? And kudos to all the guys that were here this morning breaking this down. Look at that. They're pristine white uniforms, not a blemish on it, not one bit of smoke, not one bit of charcoal, not one bit of soot, not one bit of damage. One guy's putting on his medical gloves. Why are you putting on your medical gloves, dude? You've just come out of a building that had a ballistic missile. Another guy's taking pictures like he's a tourist. They're all looking up. They have not just walked out of a hospital. That is not what this is happening here. If you have been hit by a ballistic missile, you don't go outside that building and start taking pictures. You do not do that. You run for your life. And they wouldn't have survived, by the way, if they were genuinely in a hospital while it was hit. So this is the Hasbara that's going on. Then I'm just going to put this because I haven't seen this yet, but I'm just going to do it. This is an Israeli officer carries a young child to hospital after the hospital, a young child to safety after the missile strike this morning. So look at this. This child has been carried to safety. And Suleiman and I, like Myron, we don't want anybody to die on either side, right? We don't advocate for killing. But I'm just looking at this child, okay? Backpack intact, head, where is this child from? There's nothing disrupted on this child. And where are you carrying it from? It's just a picture of a guy carrying a child. How do we know where it's from? What's going on here? It's just Hasbara, okay? And then they're maximizing the propaganda by using as many children as possible. Look at that. Our brave security forces and medical teams are working tirelessly to rescue people and save lives. They want to save lives of innocent people, but then you saw that video of the doctor stood out there taking pictures as though it was holiday, right? So look at this one as well. These children, they're in their pajamas. They weren't in the hospital. There's no medical equipment on them. There's nothing on them at all. They don't look like they've got anything on them. One of them's got its shoes on as well on the top right-hand side. I don't know many kids who are in hospital who just have their shoes on while they're asleep at that time of the morning. So this is propaganda going on right here, guys, and we're trying to break it down. Suleiman, I pass it back to you.
Yeah,
Suleiman, I pass it back to you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm just doing a tweet right now, but yeah, guys, that is a.
Can I jump in real quick? Oh, no, go ahead, Sully. My bad.
No, go ahead, Maron.
Yeah. So this is what I think, guys. As Khaleesi was speaking, I was kind of brainstorming, and obviously the people that are in this space, we have a unique privilege where we have people that are tapped in, have sources. We're able to do things. You got a fucking crazy researcher like Truth Teller. You got someone like Suleiman that has someone helping him out with stuff. You got Khaleesi who's doing active vetting of stuff that's coming out and information. There's a bunch of people on this panel that are delivering quite a bit of info. Here's the problem though. This info isn't getting out into the broader Twitter space, and most importantly, it's not getting out to the mainstream media. So what I'm thinking is, I think Truth might be the best for this job, but anyone else can volunteer. I think we need the top 10 things that you probably don't know about after 7 days of war with Iran and Israel. And I'll give you guys an example of what I mean by this. For example, True Teller's been adamant about F-35 jets being struck down. Last time I checked with you, Truth, you said something around 4 of these jets have been shot down or 5, and apparently there's 2 pilots that are being held by the Iranian government, right? Then we also know that the oil refinery in Haifa was blown up, right? We also know that, the Strait of Hormuz, pretty good. There's a very serious potential that that can be shut down. And I don't think the mainstream media reports on that enough. I think that's one of the biggest reasons why Trump is being hesitant to attack Iran. There's 2 main things I've pretty much calculated here from Trump. Number one, he understands that if he hits this nuclear facility and he fails, he's just basically allowed Iran to attack military bases in the Gulf. That's number one. Number two, gas prices are going to go up astronomically because I don't think Iran is going to take this sitting down because they're literally in a do or die fight. So they need to make it extremely painful for the United States to intervene. We're talking about destroying oil refineries. We're talking about attacking U.S. bases. And that economic pressure is what's holding Trump back. And then the third thing that's keeping Trump back, and this is more of a domestic issue for my international people that are listening in, half of Trump's MAGA base is anti-war. You got big conservatives on the right like me, Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens. Hell, even Tucker Carlson is coming out and saying we don't want to go to war. You got guys like Scott Horton and whatever. There is a very strong anti-war sentiment from even conservatives. Normally, anti-war rhetoric was always reserved to libertarians and Democrats. But this is the first time I've ever seen a significant amount of conservative commentators, liberal commentators, and libertarian commentators kind of uniting under one banner and saying, we don't want war. Trump is keenly aware of this. Why is he aware of this? He's aware of it because during the 2024 campaign, one of his main things that he ran on, besides being more aggressive on immigration, was foreign policy and ending wars. So right now, as much as Trump is trying to look like a tough guy and exercise brinkmanship on interviews, I guarantee you guys, I promise you guys actually, that he is pacing back and forth with the staff in the White House right now as we fucking speak, trying to figure out how am I going to get into this conflict, take out this fucking nuclear facility without Iran retaliating in a way that is going to cause economic pandemonium for everyone else. Because if we do intervene and they shut down the Strait of Hormuz, or they even attack oil fields, let's assume they don't even destroy military bases and kill personnel. Let's just assume they go with the economic pain. That in itself is enough to significantly damage Trump's reputation, not just with his base, but also, most importantly, the international community. And let's make this even deeper in the fucking rabbit hole. As you guys know, Trump pushed out tariffs that were wildly unpopular with the international community. It's created quite a bit of awkwardness. It's hurt our strategic partners. And I think Trump used the Iran conflict to leave the G7 early, right? Because I guarantee you it's probably awkward sitting there with Trudeau or any of these other Canada representatives when he had been saying for his whole campaign, we're going to turn it into 51st state. So I think with all those different things going on, there's been an enormous amount of misinformation, right? Now, I'll land my plane here. If we can make a list of maybe the top 5 or top 10 things that you haven't heard about in the media, I think that tweet would go fucking crazy. Because right now, the overwhelmingly dominant narrative, at least in the West, is that Israel's winning this war 100%. Iran is being crippled. Iran is begging to come to the table, and Iran has done no damage to Israel. I mean, the only person I've seen report this, like, for example, that F-35 fighter jet report. Dude, this is the only space that's talking about it. I haven't heard that story anywhere fucking else. So if we can make like a list of the top 5 to 10 things, I think it'll go crazy. I'll make sure to share it on my stream to my broad audience. I'll obviously tweet it out as well. But I do think that we need to come up with a list of the top 5 to 10 things that the general public doesn't know.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, Myron. And guys, I've just put a tweet in the nest. And what it again shows is another aspect that's extremely important and adds credence to our point about the fact that this is a false flag. Obviously, I put it as part of the thread. But you can see the Sirocco Medical Center, and then you can see the military bases or the military buildings close to it. So you've got the IDF C-41 HQ, and you've got the IDF Intelligence Campus, if you can look at the image in the nest. So what I've said is the Iranian attack target was IDFC 41 HQ. Both of the below military buildings located near should be Soroka Medical Center, Israeli Army Communication Intelligence Center Command, and Israel's intelligence campus. The medical center was not a target, minor damage to the hospital. So what's happened is they've targeted the intelligence command, they've targeted the IDFC 41 HQ, and they didn't even hit the Soroka Medical Center. That just had shockwaves and minor shockwaves. So the videos you're seeing about the building is from minor shockwaves. The building wouldn't look like that if there was a direct attack. So what that clearly shows is they're using, again, the civilian buildings as human shields, and the civilian building, which is a hospital, was not targeted. It was incidentally impacted by a shockwave that actually hit the military building. So there is a map of it, and it demonstrates the points in the thread above. But I wanted to highlight that one because I think it's extremely important to visualize it yourself.
Hey, Truth, do you think we can get on that project, bro? And what I'm thinking, dude, I'm going to do a subathon stream tomorrow. Obviously, as you guys know, I always try to warn you guys if I'm on stream. I'm not on stream now. But Truth, can we get like a list? Because I know you're, very sharp with this stuff. If we can get a list of the top 5 or top 10 things that everyone else is missing out on, I'll broadcast it tomorrow, right? I'll make a really big deal of it. And we just kind of go through it on air together. So if you can get me like a quick list, bro, and I'll just hop into space and we can kind of go through it. I think that'll be fucking huge, dude. Huge.
Sure, I'll have something ready for tomorrow.
Awesome. Yeah, just let me know, bro. Because I was actually watching, and let me say, kind of go a little bit deeper why I think we need this list. So I've been kind of following the people that are strongly opposed to this conflict, right, in America. You got guys like Scott Horton, you got guys like Dave Smith, etc. Just today, actually, Scott Horton was on a debate panel with dumbass Emily Austin, who's a dumb whore, but that's a whole other conversation. NBA slut. But even the people like Dave Smith, Scott Horton, and a bunch of other guys that get on these big panel interviews that are anti-war, Candace Owens, etc., none of them have reported this F-35 jet thing, because I've been listening to all of them. I've only heard that story in this Twitter space. So I think if we can work this right, we can make that shit blow up, because that's a significant fucking fine, Trutel. I don't think you understand how big of a gem that is that you're sitting on.
Yeah, that's fine. I can compile a sizable list of, what's taking place and what's not being discussed. Because again, Israel's focus right now is to control the narrative by putting out a whole lot of lies, and this false flag is obviously going to be, expounded upon for a while. So this way they can win some hearts and minds, because they do not have a lot of support, within the mega base or just with the American public in general, especially the younger demographic. None of them want any type of war. They don't want to pursue any type of war between Iran and Israel. They certainly don't want to serve. And that's a problem for them, the fact that they've lost so much support. So they're trying to win hearts and minds and sympathy with these false flag events. So, I see through the ploy, but
what I'll do
a lot
also,
of people don't.
after we do, I'll be live tomorrow talking about this at like 5, Truth. So, obviously I'll be coming in and out of the space as well. And what I'll also do, bro, is after we do our broadcast, we cover the top 10 things, I'll also send that list to people like Nick Fuentes, etc. Because I haven't even heard Nick talk about this fighter jet situation. So it's definitely a big deal. Did Iran ever show the pilots? I know they were saying that they were going to show the pilots, but they
haven't done it yet.
Why? What's taking them so long, man?
Well, right now they're dealing with escalation and a potential regional. I think they're more worried about what Trump may do, whether America officially enters, and how they're going to respond to that, than having to expose evidence on the fighter jets. And perhaps the response might be that Israel's going to claim hostages. You know what might be going through their heads? Well, now there's hostages. America, please help us get our hostages.
Oh.
Myron, does that sound familiar?
Wow. Okay. Yeah, you're right, bro. You're fucking right, man. Yeah, dude, that would actually play into their fucking hands. Because hostages is literally their main go-to when it comes to aggression. So that's a good point, bro.
You remember when America built that fake ramp and then they actually did an operation, which is an invasion really, to go and kill, I don't remember, it was over 100 Palestinians to bring back 4 hostages. Do you remember that?
Yes, that was last year.
Limited, but now they have to save these poor fighter pilots who are glorified and put on a pedestal in Israel. You know, they're victims. Israel needs your help. Come on, America. We need to help our greatest ally.
One of them is a woman. So that's going to make it even bigger because one of them is a female.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Hamas has held female hostages before, but that aside, yeah, that'll be a bigger deal. How dare they not release a female hostage who was actually a trained fighter pilot, a killer that was trying to kill Iranian lives, women and children, that struck 2 hospitals, that's struck a school and, you know, a radio network agency as well. I mean, they've struck civilian infrastructure themselves, but they just don't care. The mainstream media hasn't reported at all that Israel also struck a children's hospital in Tehran. Where's the sympathy there? They don't cry about it. Listen, Iran's made from thick skin. The Jews are very thin-skinned, and very sensitive. And of course, they're going to play the victim card every opportunity they get, every single time. They're still talking about the Holocaust from over 80 years ago.
Nah, very true, man. Very true. But I do think that this could be huge, bro. This could be definitely huge because no one's reporting that story, dude.
So I think there's pros and cons to unveiling the hostage and the evidence that they have it. On the one hand, they're going to score points because it'll be a real moral loss for Israel because, you know, 2 of their glorified fighter pilots who are mighty and invincible got caught, plus they shut down all the jets. That's obviously a pro. On the other hand, wow, they're going to play the victim card. We have to save our hostages. America, please help us. So I think they're probably still doing the analysis and deciding to kick the can down the road for now. They may do it at a future day because they're not as concerned with propaganda war. They'd rather let their actions and the, you know, decimation of Israel do the talking, and the fact that Israel's issued a media blackout, but they haven't, because there's not much to really show in Iran. And Iran's not even known for publicizing things in general. They don't have a mainstream media the way America does. They've got press TV. They got some news agencies. Israel's got over 200 news agencies. Did you know that? 200. That's
just some more breaking news, and then I'll give just some more breaking news, and then I'll give it right back to you guys. Captain Ahmed Al Mufti, captain of the Palestinian national team, and Jabab Jabalia Volley Club has been martyred in the occupation airstrike in Gaza. We also have statements coming out from Ben Gvir. I'm going to post them out. We also have a statement from, we mentioned about the hospital, and we'll continue to highlight it. Also, Tel Aviv stock market drops 3%, total loss estimated at $475 billion. So the Tel Aviv stock market, because remember the stock market was hit. Tel Aviv destroyed. Ironically, you can see like an Israeli flag and an LGBTQ flag there. That's all of these are on my page. I just didn't get a chance to announce them because I didn't want to, like, I think there was a good discussion happening about the breakdown of the false flag on the hospital. So I was posting it out while we were speaking about the false flag, and I didn't want to interrupt because I just thought that was just too important. But you can go down my timeline. You can see Israel in tatters, Israel completely destroyed, the military building completely taken out. So that's the latest news at the moment. Oh, we had the statement by the Israeli guy, but let me just get it 2 seconds. Here you go. You can see the funny one is, I think I find it funny. There's an Israeli crying, asking for the war to stop. It's a war that they started. And then Israeli Defense Minister Katz said, the cowardly Iranian dictator sits deep in the fortified bunker and launches a targeted fire at hospitals and residential buildings. These are war crimes of the greatest kind, and Khamenei will be held accountable. The Prime Minister and I have instructed the IDF to intensify strikes against strategic targets in Iran and against the government sites in Tehran in order to eliminate threats to the state of Israel and destabilize the Ayatollah regime. So now bombing hospitals is a war crime, the Israelis are saying. So that's the latest news. Truth and Myron, jump back in.
Yeah, no, we were just discussing some of the things that we could put up on this list, because it's unprecedented.
Well, the big one, I think the big argument is that they're using their buildings as human shields. Like the fact that they have key military buildings next to hospitals, next to civilian buildings, like Mossad HQ, the 2 we've just mentioned now, you see the image. I think that would be a big one in your thread. I think that just really harms the Israeli arguments and points.
And I will say this.
And the Samsung option.
I think the best thing is not only do we put the list of the top 5 or top 10 things that they've been lying about, right? What you just said about proximity to civilians with military infrastructure, what True said about the fighter jets, what we discussed 2 days ago with the Haifa refineries being burned down, because these are all topics that I actively debated idiots on in these Mario spaces. So that's kind of how I came with the idea, because I go into their spaces, listen to what they got to say, and then I say what I say, and then they're like, oh, well, that's not true, blah, blah. So I think if we go ahead and make that thread, and right under the thread, we put, all the evidence to back up our claims. Like, hey, here's a photo of the fighter jet shot down. This is, legit. Hey, here's a picture of the Mossad building and where it's located. You can see here it's in the, downtown Tel Aviv. I think if we not only list it, but also put underneath the comments each piece of evidence for each point, it'll be bulletproof.
Do we do some more breaking news? Is that okay? Or?
It's definitely a large project, and I feel bad, Truth. I don't want you to feel like, damn, this guy's trying to fucking,
I've already got most of the posts.
But
I just have to compile the posts. I've got most of the work already done. It's just organizing.
Perfect. So yeah, that'll be huge, super huge.
Got some breaking news. If you guys are ready for it,
go for it.
Okay, I got a little bit of stuff. I put everything in the pill. First thing, since they made that, since since Israel Katz threatened Kamimi, there's been a lot of backlash in the Shia community all over the place. Number one, Hezbollah released a Fortress of Resistance, their second video. I put that in the bill. You guys can watch it. Statement of support. Number two, the Guardian just posted about Soroka Hospital is known as a military hospital for treating Israeli soldiers, especially those injured in Gaza, with a new interior picture of the hospital. That's I posted in the pill. From the statement of the office of Ayatollah Ali al-Sistani, Supreme Religious Authority of Iraq, in the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, the condemnation of aggression against Iran's leadership. They were all speaking out against the statements put out by Israel in regards to the intelligence and army headquarters bombing next to the hospital. There's an official statement. It's a pretty lengthy 3-part statement. I put it in the pill for everybody to read. Also, there was another releasement from the IRGC from the second televised message that was reposted: "Do not weaken or grieve. You shall have the upper hand. You are faithful." They put out a slogan. I put that big picture that they were publishing. There is a really great shot, a great video that I haven't seen yet that I posted from the Iranian missiles attack this morning in Tel Aviv, which everybody's talking about. This is only the second video that I'm aware of that you could see the shock wave, huge visual shock wave shooting straight up. There was a huge target hit there. That is honestly the largest shock wave I've seen since that one that went off in Lebanon when they hit a Hezbollah depot, which people said, oh, is that a tactical nuke? That video's there. Right as you guys were talking, North Korea fired multiple launch rockets from Pyongyang. South Korea says, right as not too long after the attack happened.
Just some more breaking news.
And,
Let me just get some more breaking.
Netanyahu got
some more breaking news. Ben Gvir wants to arrest anyone who watches Al Jazeera. Ben Gvir said, "We will not allow Al Jazeera channel to be broadcast."
Just going to say that.
As it...
Go ahead. Actually, and they forbid Al Jazeera now to cover any missile strike.
Okay. Let me just... Ben Gvir wants to arrest anyone who watches Al Jazeera. Ben Gvir, we will not allow Al Jazeera channel to broadcast from Israel as it poses a threat to our security. I call for reporting to the police anyone who watches Al Jazeera channel. So it's not Al Jazeera being broadcast. If you're watching Al Jazeera, he'll be sent to prison. This is literally the Zio mindset. It is mental. And I did a tweet where I basically asked the question, which is that Israel now accepts that bombing hospitals is a war crime, because this is a country that has literally taken every single hospital in Gaza and made it non-operational. There's literally only one hospital left, and that has minimal capacity. It's operating on its bare minimums, and so I just find it hilarious that now it's a war crime. It's like when it happens to them, it's like again Jewish supremacy. When it happens to them, it's it's worth more than when it happens to other people. Auntie Anna said, did you finish off with the updates?
Additionally, there's one more. There was another statement from the Kremlin stating that the potential U.S. intervention in the Iran-Israel conflict is another horrific round of escalation. But in general, I didn't post the multiple threads where people are talking about millions will surround Iran if there's threats of assassination, as Mossad issued that statement that it's now time. That got a lot of people pissed off. But please check out everything I said. It's all in the pill in greater detail than what I went into.
Hey,
Thanks for your time.
Real quick.
Thanks.
No worries, brother. Yeah, Sully, I have myself muted. Dude, that is fucking comical that Ben Gavir is saying, if I catch you watching Al Jazeera, you're going to jail. Bro, dude, do you have the video or something? Sully, I'll post that shit right now. That's fucking hilarious.
I haven't got the video, no. That's just the information in the Telegram groups.
Like, oh, okay. So we don't have like a tweet or anything like that.
No, there's a tweet. Yeah. Let me put the tweet. Let me put it back in the nest.
In the thing, because that's gonna totally refute all these stupid Zionists that tell me, oh, it's we're free market for the press, which is
they'll say, oh, no one listens to Ben Gavir, but obviously we know Al Jazeera is not allowed.
Yeah. I mean, hell, even the reporters, whenever they talk, they got a fucking film from Jordan, and they always start off their breaking news. It's like they kind of want to dig at Netanyahu. They say, as you guys know, we're here in Jordan because, Israel won't let us fucking be in Israel. So it's hilarious how they always take that subliminal shot before they go into the reporting. So it's widely known they hate Al Jazeera. And even Jonathan Greenblatt's bitch ass, he literally calls it like Hamas TV / terrorism TV. Like all the fucking Zionists always say, oh yeah, that's a fucking terrorist organization, blah, blah, blah. So not surprised. Oh, and then one more thing, Sully, because you had mentioned a thing about the hospital, right? And that there's only one hospital left. So a doctor, and I remember streaming this, there was a doctor that went to go testify at the UN, right? And he's an American guy from California, Indian doctor. He's a volunteer. And I actually watched all of his testimony. I'll try to see if I can find a video for you guys. But his testimony, guys, was literally fucking heartbreaking. He talked in detail of all the problems and the nightmares that he witnessed while he's giving care. He said the majority of his dead patients were kids. He was like, when you, let me find the link so you guys can kind of see it. But that adds credence to what you were saying before, man. Not only do
Myron, my very good friends are actually in Gaza. Like they've been rotating. So my first friend went and he's back, and my second friend now, and I've been.
He's a doctor.
Sorry,
he's a doctor. Your friend?
Yeah, he's a doctor in Gaza.
Oh shit.
Yeah, and I've been putting out videos about what he's been saying about what's happening in Gaza. And literally, I'm not exaggerating when I say this. First of all, it's like sad to hear. Like it makes you want to, like, I don't like cry, right? But it makes you really emotional when you hear this story that's coming out. But basically, they're like, we're just in shock. It's given my first friend, he's almost got like PTSD after coming back. And what he's saying is, obviously, there's no Hamas. The second thing is, it's mainly children coming to the hospital. And the third thing is, they're literally two things. Sorry. First is shots are just directly to the head. So like basically sniper shots to the head. And the other one is that he says that when people come in, they're so bad that you feel bad. Like the situation is so bad that it's actually better for them to not be alive anymore. Like that's how bad it is.
Wow. And that acts, see, here's how I know that this is all fact. Without you even telling me that, right? Because I didn't know what you were going to say. The testimony that came from that doctor was literally what you just said. He saw hundreds of kids with bullet fragments in their head. So it lines up perfectly. Not to say I'm endorsing that, but it goes to show the fucking horrors that are going on in Gaza right now. Because, Israel loves to say, oh, it's all propaganda. It's Al Jazeera cronies. No, dude, these are fucking medical doctors that are going over there, for free and or very little pay, and they're volunteering. And they really have no incentive to fucking lie at this point, because it's not like they're sitting here saying, oh, yeah, I want to go ahead and help Gaza and Hamas, so let me go ahead and report this shit. It's like, no, dude, it's legit. These dudes are there as a neutral middle ground to render aid. and they can't even do their jobs.
But my friend as well, Myron, the one who's in now, he's like so extremely non-biased that at the beginning, he's not one of these like pro-Palestine. He was just like very neutral about it. Actually, at the beginning, when I was posting things about Palestine, me and him had a big fight because he wasn't like that much into it as whatever. So
wow.
And we blocked each other because like that's how much of beef we had just for a short period of time, right? Emotions are drama, right? That so to the point where now this guy's in Gaza and now he's shook. And now he's doing interviews with mainstream media, doing interviews with us, trying to expose what's happening in Gaza.
Complete 180. He went from apolitical, losing a friend, goes over there, witnesses the horrors, apologizes to you for being right, and now he's doing interviews. Can't make this shit up, bro.
Exactly. That's exactly what happened. So he's like, and he's a hero, obviously, being there because his life's at risk, like to the point where I was like, we weren't even sure he should be releasing that information because I was worried that because he knows me, they might just like target him even more. So, but yeah, he was like, I don't care. So he's been doing like lots of interviews with the BBC, Sky News, and ourselves as well. We put videos out. He actually sent me one yesterday. I've just not had a chance to look at it because we've been so busy on this space. Like he's been doing like video vlogs about what's happening. So where the aid people, when the aid got, when they killed all the people in the aid, like he was there, like in the sense of
the kitchen people, the kitchen.
Yeah. No, when they brought everybody in to get aid, and then they killed them, and then Israel was pretending it was Hamas who killed. It was just about 3 weeks ago.
Okay, I'm thinking of the one where they killed. I think it was last year where they airstriked and killed like a Canadian and an Australian. They were there to provide meals.
Kitchen. No, this is just the one in 3 weeks ago where the US said, we're bringing aid into Gaza. They made everyone line up, and then they basically shot and killed so many people. Initially, the Israelis knew that they killed so many people, but they tried to pretend like it was Hamas. But then these guys corroborated. I included my friend that actually no, what had happened was they told people to come and get the aid, and then they shot them.
Dude, it's wild, bro. There's so many instances of this that I can't even keep my fucking numbers down at this point. There's another one too. I'm sure all of you guys remember, like a month ago, paramedics and aid workers were driving and they just got shot at by IDF. They killed 19 fucking paramedics, dude. And then they put them in shallow graves. And then they went and said, oh, we thought they were Hamas and their lights weren't turned on. But guess what? New York Times showed a video, and in the video, you can clearly fucking see lights on the cars, paramedic emblems, they're wearing fucking vests, and the IDF still shot them. And then they said, oh, well, okay, we're going to go ahead and investigate this. And then once they found out, because the international community went crazy, they kind of just like said, oh, yeah, we relieved all the soldiers that were like involved, whatever, which, what the fuck is that supposed to mean? That's, for all we know, you're saying that to the press, but those dudes are still out in Gaza getting paid, right? It's like bullshit.
Yeah, it's mental. And that tweet about Ben Gvir, I'll put it in the nest, and then I'm going to put the thread in the nest as well about the hospital, because I think the hospital one's big, because they're going to use that almost like...
I'm going to retweet you right now, bro. The Ben Gvir, that's huge.
Yeah, that tweet's in the nest. But the other one I think is bigger than that is the, the proof about the hospital, because they're going to claim, they're going to use that to destroy Gaza. If you remember, this is like the 40 beheaded babies part 2. So I think this is extremely important, guys. Actually, the tweet is in. I put that tweet in the nest now. I want everyone to retweet the thread. I want everyone to reshare it, because this, remember the 40 beheaded babies. I would say that it was our space and our tweet that stopped the genocide in Gaza, in terms of the genocide still happening. But at the beginning, they were saying, let's glass Gaza, let's make it into a parking lot. Laura Luma, various others were saying, it's not just every single Israeli was saying it. And it's only when we debunked the lies about the 40 beheaded babies, we did a thread, I think the thread got 5-10 million views or whatever, that they
and our episode too, Sully, that got millions. I think that got a bunch too.
100%. Our episode was extremely important, but that one we did in real time as soon as it happened in October, and that exposed all the lies. And we actually debunked it. We were the ones who exposed the lies. It wasn't like
that's to this day. I still, all the normies that ask me about the conflict, to this fucking day, bro, I have like that video saved in my archives, and I just send it to anyone that wants to know about the conflict and all the lies of October 7th.
100%. Even myself, anyone who asked me, I'm like, yeah, we went on Fresh and Fit. We did like 6 hours. You need to check it out. 100%. So much. We put a lot of work into that as well, the PowerPoint and all that. But it was 100. Yeah, it was. And so the tweet in the nest is extremely important, because they're going to use that to genocide Iran now. So I think everyone, like, I'm like proper hyping this one up. I will keep mentioning throughout the day. I want everyone to retweet that, reshare it, expose the lies, because in there, we're demonstrating that it is a false flag. It isn't really a legitimate hit on the hospital. And, you know, they control the media. I'm just looking at BBC because obviously the UK, my friends like always send me stuff from BBC. And BBC, so with the US, with the, whenever it's Gaza, they're like, oh, Hamas said this, Palestinian sources said this, or this happened. No verification whatsoever because actually there's no evidence the hospital got hit. That little image you can see as Khaleesi walked through it with you guys, the chairs are upright, everything's upright. It shows there was definitely not a direct hit. It was mainly shock waves, and obviously the shock waves did hit the glass because it's been used as a shield. But the statement in BBC says Israeli hospital damaged and injuries reported in a wave of Iranian missile strikes. So quite manipulative in the way they've said it, using only Israelis as a source. This is why we are the media. We are the people who are demonstrating the truth because they control the mainstream media. And so it's imperative and important. Everyone retweets the tweet in the nest, which is part of a thread, and it demonstrates that a hospital was not killed, a hit. Extremely important, guys.
So, Suleiman, just quickly, Professor Morandi has put out a warning, and he says Iran believes there is a strong possibility that the Zionist regime and its deep state allies in the US will soon carry out a deadly false flag operation. And that was 5 minutes ago he's put it out. And remember, he knows, right? Because he's got a family that are in the Iranian government, and this is what he's put out.
Oh, we know for a fact they're going to do a false flag. There's no doubt about it. Like we mentioned it. I think I did a poll and I think 90% of people said we're expecting a false flag. Like every poll we do, 90% are. Everyone's woken up, false flag's not going to work. But yeah, they will definitely do a false flag because a lot of Americans kind of in the middle. Sorry, not Americans. The vast majority of Americans are against the war in Iran. But MAGA itself, that's in the middle. That's split it right down the middle. You have people like Myron, Cernovich, who is basically a 2015 MAGA guy, Jack Posobiec, the OGs of MAGA who are against the war. And then you've got obviously the people who jump ship. Oh, well, Laura Loomer's been OG, but she's for it, obviously, but she's got loyalty to Israel over anything else. And then a lot of the people who jump ship from the Ron DeSantis crew, like Babylon B and all these, who are supporting the war. So because it's split down the middle, there is a huge push. They're going to have to do something to get the base on side. So false flag is not that it might happen. It's guaranteed that it's definitely going to happen. There's definitely going to be a false flag.
Yeah, during the times.
Yeah. No. I'm here. I just retweeted what you put out there, bro.
Brilliant. So, I just retweeted your quote tweet.
And just so we know, Sully, you're confident with that, right? You got like a credible source that gave you that one, right?
What? Which bit?
About the false flag?
Yeah, 100%. No.
Okay.
In terms of false flag, that's from Professor Morandi. So there's two different false flags. So the Professor Morandi, what he's saying is there's going to be a false flag in the United States of America. Their intelligence sources said that the Israelis are planning it right now. So that's one point which is separate. That's Professor Morandi, you know, the guy who's regularly on Piers Morgan. And then the separate point to this is the false flag about the Soroka hospital. Yeah, we're very confident.
That's one I reposted. That's one I reposted.
Yeah. We're very confident now. I've just broke it down in terms of if you look at obviously nothing's 100%.
Because the West hates Morandi, not to interrupt you, but like everyone thinks he's like a Tehran propaganda guy, whatever. You know, so you know how the West is. They're gay. But keep going.
I mean, of course, look, like let's be clear on this. Professor Morandi obviously has links to the Iranian government. There's no doubt about that. Like we're honest about that. We're not in some kind of stupid mode. 100% he is part of the Iranian government. 100% he relays their positions and thoughts and ideas. There is no doubt about that whatsoever. And so, but his point about there being a false flag according to his intelligence is his position. Now, what we're doing is analyzing his position. And we're saying based on our experience, based on what we know, there is a likelihood that's right because we know that they want to bring the MAGA base together to want to support the war. So that's that. So it's not that that's guaranteed. That's just our analysis based on the likelihood of probabilities, if that makes sense.
Fair enough.
But in terms
that's solid, man.
But in terms of the hospital's a separate point. Obviously, we're not physically there, so we can only make our assessment based on the footage, based on the geolocation, based on the maps, and based on that, what we've basically come to the conclusion. The assessment is that Iran did not directly strike the Soroka hospital because it's just logical. You strike a hospital, it's going to be completely demolished. That's not happened. The building has minor impact. Remember, Khaleesi went through the images with you. Even the chairs are upright and intact. Then you've got the military command center and the intelligence center just in there in the map that we said. The thousands of Israeli soldiers are based close to those locations, and then it houses critical command systems. So that is 100%. And then we showed images and the location. So that is 100%. Obviously, we're not right inside the hospital because Israelis won't let her in. But again, you can see the assessment and how we came to that conclusion.
So just quickly, Suleiman, IRGC have given a statement saying the Zionist enemies missile and defense systems have become useless. The Zionist entity's dead body is no longer able to withstand the coming economic blows.
Yeah, I've seen that. We are going to put that out. It's crazy. It's crazy what's happening now.
And they've also put out a statement, I think your team's putting it out now, which says, and this is coming from Iran, the facility targeted by the attack near Soroka Hospital contains thousands of soldiers and digital command systems and cyberware for operations.
Yeah, that's in our thread. We put that in our thread.
And then Ben Gavir is at the scene of the Soroka Hospital, and he is saying, let me just tell you what he's saying. He looks proper deranged. He's saying the Ayatollah regime must be destroyed. We have a strong people and a wonderful army. They are doing an excellent job. We have a brave prime minister and the strength to the defense minister. Israel is in good hands. And so he's doing his little propaganda there.
Yeah, this is important, guys. The tweet is still in the nest. I do want everyone to retweet it, share it. If you retweeted it, I want you to quote tweet it. If you quote tweeted it, I want you to retweet it. If you've done any of those, I want you to put a comment on it. It is extremely important that we raise awareness about the fact of the hospital. It's just so many important points to it, and we know they're going to use that as a false flag. You've already seen the drama. It's been posted by the Israeli official channels from various other official channels. They've got the media on it. I can't stress enough the importance of this because they're going to use this to essentially go after Iran in the sense of bringing the US and various other people into it. So it's extremely important.
Guys, can I ask everybody who's on the space right now to go to the thread above where you can see myself and Suleiman on the screen. If you scroll above us, you'll see a tweet there that's pinned. If you click on that, it'll open up the thread that Suleiman's talking about. I'd like everybody to go there and do three things for me. I'd like you to like it. I'd like you to put a comment underneath it. That's really, really important. And then I'd like you to actually four things. Retweet it. And then I'd like you to quote tweet it with the same comment you put, or you can choose a different comment. Four things for me, please. And I will be reading some of these out. So like it, put a comment underneath it, retweet it, and then quote tweet it with a comment. They will use this without a shadow of a doubt, Suleiman's right, to actually propagate some sort of attack on Iran, illegitimate attack on Iran, because this is propaganda. There was no hospital bomb this morning. So like it, quote tweet it, retweet it, put a comment underneath it, please.
Yeah, extremely, extremely important. We're going to add some more onto the thread because I think the point what Khaleesi made about the chairs is extremely important because that logically demonstrates that the impact on the hospital was minimal. I've pulled another tweet out, but I just don't want to put it in the nest because I want everyone to focus on this tweet. But the tweet is obviously Israel is in chaos. I'm just going to post out the IRGC stuff as well. But yeah, things are crazy in Tel Aviv. Myron,
just really quickly, when you address these things like the chair and everything else, right? It's really important to tie it in with what Israel's saying, because they're saying that it was a ballistic missile. So then you look at the chairs and you think, freaking a ballistic missile couldn't even knock down a few chairs. What kind of nonsense is that?
Yeah, I agree. For sure. It's just going to be added to the current thread. We're going to just put like another tweet on the thread. Myron, just a quick question to you. Professor Morandi, separate to this, is reporting that they're expecting a false flag in America. Likely, this is planned by the by the Zionists in order to manufacture consent. from their intelligence report. The Mossad is planning this. Would a false flag, because obviously you've got half of MAGA who are basically against the war, like Jack Posobiec, like Cernovich, who are very much Zionist. So they're Zionists, but they're like, still, we don't want the war, right? And then you have other people like you who are MAGA, but are against a war, but also are against Zionism. But both of you are against this war. Would a false flag bring both of your contingent? Well, I think the anti-Zionists probably not, but anyway, both of your contingent, and not you specifically, but the people who hold the same view, back into being pro-war with Iran?
Hey, if Myron doesn't come back, I'd like to answer that, because that's actually why I requested to speak.
Yeah, Myron's not speaking, so yeah, go ahead. Maybe Myron's mic's thingy. Go ahead, Jeremy. Nice to see you as well.
Hey, it's good to see you too. I was originally responding right before the stream crashed. Dee was talking about the hospital thing and the whole situation possibly being like she was essentially saying, is this the false flag? The answer is no, it's not the false flag, in my opinion. What they'd have to do to condition the citizens of this country to enable the government to go to war would be incredibly spectacular. You're talking about something that would take the people's breath away. I was actually on your stream a few days ago, and what I had pointed out was that look for the grid to go down, meaning the web. The internet, I believe, because war with Iran would be so huge, and it is not just like a short bombing operation. I mean, the amount of hardware and everything that they're moving into position right now indicates that there's a long game being played. And I think that they would have to do something to control the message as well. So, and I'm sorry, I'm like, it's like 4 o'clock in the morning here and I've been working all night. So I'm sorry if I sound a little foggy. But what I was going to say is that they would have to do something to control the messaging, most importantly, to block out spaces like yours, to block out the community speaking. So every single platform would go dark. TikTok, Twitter, Facebook, all the biggies would go down, and they would only be, what would come up would be a limited pipeline of information to the people. And then at that time, the corporate unified narrative rises, because there's a lot of awake people, and a lot of the people that you were talking about that kind of are on the fence still have a very healthy skepticism. And a lot of people would be looking at questioning everything immediately. But again, it would have to be incredibly spectacular. Like, in my opinion, it would have to be larger than 9/11, so that people are so scared they would want that reaction, that the Hegelian dialectic that you guys have been hearing about for years, quite frankly, by the Truth Movement. Really, Alex Jones was the one that shot that into the zeitgeist. They're going to give the people the problem. We react with fear and wanting the solution. The government presents the solution, and there will be a clamp. If it goes that hot, there will be a clamp down on information passing. And so that's kind of, I mean, I could go further, but you get what I'm saying.
For sure, we do get what you're saying. I appreciate your comments. I completely agree with you, actually. I think you're on point there. That something minor won't do the impact. You saw, for example, when the Israeli, them 2 people connected to the Israeli embassy were killed, and these minor things are obviously not impacting people. People are not biting. So I agree with you. It has to be something bigger, or if not at the level of 9/11, to get people to agree to it. That's a golden point. I completely agree with your assessment.
Totally. And by the way, in looking at the hospital video, I looked at it really quick because, like I said, I'm working. Those big plates of glass that are on the floor, it's my opinion that glass would be tempered, and any kind of shock wave would have actually shattered them, not brought them down into pieces. I mean, they almost look like they're like laying there waiting to be put back up. And glass, glass is tempered for safety reasons. So it wouldn't have you don't have big chunks, you have it shattering very small, so it does minimal injury, if you will. So it's really unusual to see big plates of glass blown out and laying there without.
By the way.
Go ahead, Myron.
No, I was just going to say I'm back. I know you had asked a question, something about Jack Posobiec or whatever, before my thing cut out.
Yeah, it's the same question that Jeremy answered, but I want to hear your thoughts on it. You basically got two parts of the MAGA movement who are, sorry, I'm actually tweeting out at the same time, but it's fine. Two parts of the MAGA movement, sorry, three parts, I'd say. So you got the part who are just pro-war, and the Zionists, and then you've got people who are Zionists, but anti-war, such as Jack Posobiec and Cernovich, and then you've got people who are anti-Zionist and anti-war, such as yourself and various others. So my question is this, that of those three different elements of the MAGA movement, if there was a major false flag, and I think we've accepted what Jeremy's saying, that it has to be something extremely major, a major false flag, maybe even to the level of 9/11, which of the two groups, your group, I'm not talking about you individually, but the people who have the same views, and Cernovich's group, which of them would maybe go back into being supporting the war with Iran?
Gotcha. Just so I make sure I answered this correctly, because I actually wrote it down. So you said there's three factions in MAGA. Number one, the people that are just for war no matter what. Number two, the people that are anti-Zionist. And then number three, the people that are anti-war and anti-Zionist, right? And you're asking me how all three groups would respond?
No. So the three groups are Zionists, pro-war. Yep. So we know they're pro-war anyway, so let's put them aside. And then you have the group who are Zionists. So they're pro-Israel, anti-Palestine, but actually they're against the war, like Cernovich and Jack Posobiec.
Gotcha. Okay.
And then you've got your group who is both. You're anti-Zionist and anti-war. So out of those two groups, if they did a major false flag, who would be like, actually, you know what? Now it's too bad. We need to jump into war.
I would argue, well, we don't, the Zionists want to go in right now, but I would argue the people that are pro-Zionist but anti-war, if a false flag would happen, they would all shift overnight. Now, for me, I'm a bit more critical given the 9/11 shit and other stuff. So people like me and Nick Fuentes and others are probably going to reserve our judgment and wait a little bit before we come out with a conclusion. But that's how I see, if a false flag did happen, how people would react. Because the only thing that's keeping these, like the anti-war Zionists, like Cernovich you mentioned, the only thing that's keeping them from getting into the war the only thing that's kind of funding their opinion is the anti-war side, but they're still pro-Zionist. So I think they would all shift overnight if there was a false flag.
Yeah, and so that's why there would be a false flag, because those are the people who are considered classic MAGA, like Posobiec.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, now I see why you asked that question. Okay, brilliant. Yep.
Yeah, because people like Posobiec and Cernovich are classic MAGA. Like, they're considered the foundational guys of MAGA. A lot of people jumped ship later, after people like Vance was anti-Trump, for example. People like Cruz was anti-Trump. Rubio was anti-Trump and never Trumpers. And then you have many people who were supporting Rubio and jumped ship recently, such as Babylon B and various other Jewish Zionists like Musk and Bill Ackman and all those guys. But the classical MAGA guys like Cernovich and Posobiec are actually against the war. So you need to shift them. That's what I'm saying, Myron, sorry.
Yeah, no, for sure. But here's the thing, because I've noticed this in American media. If you look, Stephen Crowder, Charlie Kirk, a bunch of these guys that were like anti-war, that were like pro-Israel, right now they're saying, oh, we don't want to go to war. We don't want to go to war. But that's kind of the reason why they're saying that, is because that's the more popular stance now. Like Charlie Kirk, Crowder, all these guys, they know that only boomers and stupid neocons support Israel, and they kind of have to adapt with the times. So what I think conservative media is doing right now is they're just kind of taking a more neutral approach and saying, look, just let them fight. We don't need to get involved. But what they don't realize is we're already fucking involved. So I think that's kind of just a new spin between like the MAGA supporters that are pro-Israel but anti-war. They just need an excuse, and I think the false flag would do it. And keep in mind, in the MAGA base, most MAGA people are actually pro-Israel. So that would immediately flip overnight, and there wouldn't be many people that are pro-Zionist and pro-war from that anti-war sentiment, if that makes sense.
It does make sense, and I agree with you. I think that's what's going to happen. Do you know the sorry, the tweet? Let me just quickly go into the tweet in the nest. We got a statement from the IRGC. They're confirming exactly what we said about the Soroka Hospital. The IRGC say hospital was not targeted. They say, quote, the 14th wave of True Promise 3 that launched today with a synchronized attack using suicide drones and strategic missiles. In this operation, the regime's army's command and intelligence center located near one of the hospitals was targeted with high precision and absolute accuracy. Listen, I don't want to say I'm Nostradamus. I don't want to say we're just too far ahead of the curve and we figure things out immediately. I'm not saying we're the best, but we are. We literally said that, right? We literally said and demonstrated in the map that this was the intelligence centers and the command centers that were next to the hospital and how they were hit, and this was merely a shockwave. Like, that's literally what the IRGC are saying. Martin, if you've not got anything else, I'll ask anti-NSA to jump in.
Yeah, no. I 100% agree. Like, they're trying to milk this as far as they can. That's why, just like Lisi said earlier, up until now, the official Israel account didn't post shit about what's going on in Israel. So I think now that the truth's getting out there and Israel's losing support, they need something to kind of bring back that sympathy. So even though that hospital wasn't directly hit, they're going to try to frame it that way.
By the way, to piggyback on Myron for a second, the interesting thing about the video too of the hospital situation, all the video released today in the last few hours, that's the highest res, most modern looking video we've seen, in my opinion, since this thing has started. I mean, everything is framed. It looks like it was shot on later version iPhones. I mean, it's really, it's trippy. Yeah.
Yeah. That's actually a good catch, bro. Because normally when you're seeing these incidents happen, it's like a shitty iPhone camera. But the fact that the production is so high, like they probably had reporters sitting there waiting, bro.
Yeah, it's the resolution. I mean, while I'm looking at the pan and the walk through the hospital, I'm like, shit, that's the best quality video we've seen in the last week.
Anti-NSA, were you done? Josie, jump in.
Hey. Just some up. These are going to be my last updates for about 6 hours. I'm going to go to sleep here. First of all, earlier today there was a drone. There was actually 2 drones that were shut down. 2 different kinds of drones. I have some footage of that drone that was shot down. Footage from the Israeli Hiran TP drone getting shot down. Iranian air forces. It happened in Khorasan province in western Iran. That is in the pill. Next, there was a statement that was released just recently. The spokesperson for Operation True Promise 3, Brigadier General Tajik, after that hit of their headquarters, he released a video that talks about the intelligent capabilities and the accuracy of the missiles possessed by the armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran have now become clear before the eyes of the entire world. I put that entire video in the pill. I think that with the first test, huge announcement, like announcing a newborn child, they announced and they showed that they had that short-range intercontinental ballistic missile that can carry those 8 warheads that did get shot down initially. But that last barrage here in the most recent range used multiples, which successfully landed and caused the most damage that we're aware of. That speech is taking pride in those launches. The Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson Ismail Baghdadi just made a statement, also released, because you have to understand it's daytime in Iran right now, and he said that the IAEA Director General Rafael Grossi betrayed the nuclear non-proliferation regime and made the agency a partner to unjust war of aggression by Israel. So they're finally calling out the IAEA for their role in the assassinations of their nuclear scientists. They also put resistance media.
1 second, 1 second, 1 second. That's an important one because I just want the audience to highlight it. So you're saying that the IAEA, because of their role and responsibility of dealing with the nuclear scientists, they're the ones who gave the Israeli government the information about the nuclear scientists and their locations, and then that's how they were killed?
Right, right. And they said that they were betrayed. And as everybody knows, the IAEA should be a neutral body for all nuclear powers, except for, of course, Israel, because they don't have nuclear bombs. But if you can't trust the IAEA to do their job neutrally, then that is betrayal. And that is the first time that I've seen them call that out officially. So that's a pretty big statement. And we have a large statement from the Supreme Commander in Chief. I'm not going to read it, but I posted it in the pill.
Sorry, I got a breaking news. Is that okay?
Sure,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Okay. Sorry, I hate interrupting like that. Just real quick. 4 arrested in Kerman for disturbing public opinion over Israel post. That was 4 minutes ago. That's Iran International.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So 4 people arrested, yeah.
So it's funny, we have we have rare to see a treated from Hebrew. You can see it translated. I don't know if this person is a person of importance, but the translation says, people here have never stopped justifying the shelling of hospitals in the Gaza Strip. But the second they fire on a hospital here, suddenly everyone comes out against the violation of the laws of war. We are like a player who never stops playing dirty, but the second someone touches him, he throws himself to the ground and screams foul. I think that's pretty adequate. There was a very large statement from the IRGA, and I don't pay for my X account, so it's really hard for me to segment it. But basically, they said this is the statement number 12. If you've noticed, there's been a statement after every major wave of attacks, and this statement says the 14th wave. Well, I guess there's almost every wave, so this is a 12th statement, but after the 14th wave of Operation True Promise 3 is commenced with a coordinated attack using suicide drones and strategic missiles. In this operation, Regime Army Command and Intelligence Center was destroyed, and actually I butchered it, and let me see if I got it in my
Thanks for that.
it was near a hospital, was struck with high precision. So it's basically going into details of their activities today. Because
I just want to give some breaking news really quickly. Thank you for that update, Antiana. So Ben Gvir, right, the National Security Minister, I mean, this guy is deranged. He's just made a statement saying there will be other difficult days ahead, but always remember Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I mean, what the heck does that mean?
No way he said that. That's so evil. God.
So another thing, guys, I've got the tweet in the nest. I put the thread back in because I've added 2 more tweets to it. And actually, Jeremy, added your point where you said as well. I think that was extremely important to highlight. The first one is about the chairs being intact, which is Khaleesi's point, and explaining that the furniture is upright and so on and so forth. And then the second one was about the glass not being shattered. So that thread, we're adding to it. So if and when anyone finds any information, including myself, we'll continue to add to that thread to expose the propaganda. Like I said, they are going to likely use this for a false flag. So we need to make sure that we do everything in our power to make sure that doesn't happen.
Before
Antiana said, do you want to just put your hand up and then we'll come to you. Speak with Didi, jump in.
Yep. So we just got another statement from Ben Gvir, and this is on camera, Sully. I sent it to you on Telegram. Also this morning, and this is what he says. Also this morning in Tel Aviv, an incident occurred in which equipment was confiscated and a photographer was pursued. We will not allow Al Jazeera to broadcast from Israel. I call upon everyone who watches Al Jazeera, all citizens, to report to the police. I also know that the Shabak is dealing with this matter, and there is a clear statement and clear policy. Al Jazeera poses a threat to state security. In addition, Israeli Broadcasting Authority, police are stopping foreign media from broadcasting from missile impact sites. I actually sent you another video where there was I believe it was a Turkish media outlet. He was filming, and the IDF came in and got him in the street. They're making sure to keep everything out.
The Turkish one, Suleiman posted, guys, if you want to see that one that Didi's referring to, it's on his timeline. And the Ben Gavir one, I think we put the statement out and his team was about to just put the video out. So thanks for that. Didi, crazy morning, man. It's not even freaking 10 o'clock in the morning here. Abusita, what are you making all of this? You sat very quietly listening.
Yeah, I think it's like I've been saying from before that that strike that Israel took on Iraq was the turning point for this whole thing. Clearly, this barrage against Tel Aviv is larger than anything we've seen since the beginning of the war, and it seemed like yesterday Trump was at a decision-making point. He's been flip-flopping back and forth between intervention, non-intervention. And I think the Israelis, as a last-ditch effort, went ahead and hit this. It's not even a nuclear reactor. It's a enrichment for plutonium. So Iraq is a nuclear reactor. It's not an enrichment facility like Natanz that they hit earlier. So I think this completely escalated things, and the Iranians had to respond forcefully. And I heard earlier that somebody brought up that, in the media, they're not showing Israel getting hit. They're not showing the damage that Iran's doing. And, I think the media outlets that are not showing Israel getting hit are pretty much the mouthpiece of the Zionist military industrial complex, because they can't show Israel getting hit. They need the American people to think that, this is going to be an easy war. They can just go in there.
Wait, Abusita, that's a really important point, because they don't want to show Israel getting hit. They've confiscated phones. They've made sure journalists are banned, international journalists. No footage is allowed to go out. And then all of a sudden, the official government Israel page wakes up and shows so much footage of Israel being hit this morning. And that's strange.
Well, that'll coincide with potentially President Trump's address, if he's again, this morning, East Coast going to be meeting up with. Very strange, and potentially a
sorry,
shift
Jeremy,
in tactics.
Abusita, I'm going to come right back to you. Sorry, Jeremy, you got muted. You were jumping in. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Oh no, I let the other guy was speaking, and I there was a pause, and I jumped in, so I kind of jumped the gun.
No, it's fine. You can chime in, and then Abusita can respond to you as well. Go ahead.
No, well, what I was saying was that the president this morning is going to be meeting with his National Security Council again, and if he is going to be, because it's my opinion that the United States is going to engage, and they've planned on doing this. Again, anybody that says this just happened or anything like that, it's total astroturfing. So because the president even led on early on when the initial attack happened, how he knew, and then you had Prime Minister Netanyahu talking about that he coordinated with the president. I mean, they were playing this tic-tac game. It was so lame. But the point is there's a long game, there's a plan. The president's trying to figure out how to communicate it to the rest of the citizens. And the hospital, the high-res video coming out today, perfectly. That's gonna make the morning news across the United States. So it's perfectly timed. You're gonna have that out. It's high res too. It's very, total clarity. So they're gonna walk through, show the hospital and everything. There's probably even a stooge reporter that's on the ground there that also will be talking via satellite to the U.S. and corporate networks here. And then you have Trump that will probably be speaking to the media sometime today, maybe before prime time. If you hear that the president is going to give an address in what's considered prime time in this country, not in the afternoon, say between 6 p.m. And 9 p.m. Eastern, then you know he's making the announcement. It will not come midday. He's got to make something like that from the Oval Office. But the problem that he has is the legislative branch of the government here. There are some loud voices that are being heard, and they're trying to put roadblocks on him being able to do any kind of military action. And that's what we were talking about earlier. They need the U.S. to be hit in some way. And it could be cyber, big cyber, or shut down the grid for a couple days, piss off everybody enough to where they can't get money, they can't pump gas, they can't go grocery shopping, not because the power's out, but because the internet's out. You will piss off the American people, especially the low-grade morons that'll say, yeah, we never want that to happen again. Make it, fix it. And I think that also is a possibility.
Just some more breaking news. We mentioned about Ben Gvir. That's on my timeline in terms of him mentioning Hiroshima and Nagasaki where nuclear bombs were used. We also have some more breaking news, which is, let me just quickly get that back up. Israel killed 16 Palestinians and injured many more who were waiting for food. So that's tweets in the nest. So Israel kills 16 Palestinians this morning, people who are waiting for food. Jump in, Josie. Oh, who was speaking actually? I can't remember. But Abu Sa'id first jump in and then we'll go Josie.
Yeah, I agree with the other speaker. I think today is going to be the most consequential day for a Western country since 9/11. And back to Khaleesi's point about why would they all of a sudden now start showing all these images of Tel Aviv? It's really sensational, right? We're seeing a flow of information all over our feeds. And I think this is just speculation, but I think it's a change of tactics. I think the other speaker was saying there's a faction in the White House trying to contain Trump's ability to intervene militarily. And I think they were winning out yesterday. They were convincing the president not to intervene, how disastrous it would be for the world. And I think they've switched tactics from showing strength, not showing any attacks, showing strength like, oh,
just some more breaking news. I'll give it right back to Abu Sa'id, but basically what we said has been proven right. The Israeli governments are coming out now. Israeli cabinet minister Regev said it's time to black out Tehran. It's time to black out Tehran. So like, remember we said that false flag that they wanted to say, which is turn Gaza into a parking lot? Well, they're making the exact same statements now. They've said it's time to black out Tehran. Back to you, Abu Sita.
And that perfectly coincides with this change in strategy. The Israelis are going from showing a front of strength to show that there are no consequences for their action on their country or economy or security. And they're going to a strategy of, look what happened in Tel Aviv. We need to end the enemy completely. We cannot live in this type of environment. And it brings us to the central paradox of the crisis. This is the crucifix of everything we've been talking about for the last week. The catastrophic damage in Tel Aviv is the focal point of the internal war in Washington. It's the disaster on the ground. It created basically a final showdown in the White House. Both factions, containment and war. The containment faction proves through this that war's failure, our allies suffering. The only rational choice is for the United States to intervene as a crisis manager to impose a ceasefire. And the war factions arguing that the devastation proves Iran is an existential threat that can't be contained. And the showdown appears to be it's an unbreakable stalemate.
I'm so sorry. Let me just interject 1 second. This should be, I don't know what to call this, but Israeli politicians are now saying that attacking a hospital is a red line. Attacking a hospital is a red line. Okay, carry on.
I mean, indeed, right? Indeed. Yeah.
Josie, seriously, you couldn't make this up. You just couldn't make this up. I think I think there's something wrong there. And at the risk of sounding like Ian Malcolm saying is, I don't know what, but the thing is, I think they just think people believe this. I don't know what to say. I'm a bit lost for words. and
Well,
TRT, which is
sorry to interrupt. I was just going to say that speaking as an American and really being tapped into the people and current events and so forth. Yes, people will say, "Oh, yeah, they shouldn't be bombing a hospital." However, one of the things they have not shown us yet out of Tel Aviv is people with injuries. So they can say it was a hospital, but quite frankly, the shock value of the video that we've seen so far isn't there. It's okay, fine. It's a hospital, whatever. It looks like there's some damage and everything, but you don't see they didn't wheel patients out into the streets because there's no power or safety issues like they do here. When we have an emergency here in a hospital, like speaking in California, when there's an emergency, a lot of times they'll wheel them out of the hospital. And that's one of the things we did not see in patients with injuries from the alleged attack, right?
But they showed pictures. So the official Israel page, Jeremy, I showed pictures of kids being taken out, allegedly, quote unquote, out of the hospital, which has had a ballistic missile attack. Now, if this hospital had a ballistic missile attack, those kids are perfect. There's not a scratch on them. One of them's even got his shoes on. I don't know this time of the morning when kids are going to be in a hospital bed with their shoes on. So I mean, little pretty little sandals and stuff. So they're showing that. And the thing is, it wasn't, even if it were true, it wasn't a children's hospital. So where are the adults? Where are the men and women? Why have you only got 4 pictures of children? What kind of propaganda are you trying to do here? Why are you using children to actually, raise people's emotions? Guys, there's a tweet in the nest. Israeli politicians are saying that attacking a hospital is a red line. Where are the injured or people killed? So when they attack hospitals in Gaza, it isn't a red line. Jewish supremacy. The tweet's in the nest, guys. Please quote it. Please retweet it. I pass it back to you. I think was it Jeremy or Basita? Whoever it was. Go ahead, and then we'll go to Josie.
Abu, you want to finish up?
Honestly, I lost my train of thought. You guys can go ahead. I'll jump back in if I remember.
I'm just going to debunk a few things. Myron, are you listening? I think you will appreciate this. I won't be yapping, I promise. I know you don't like women yapping. Myron. Whatever. So you need to understand that the hospital, okay, the one that got hit, it is a hospital that has over 60 meters underground as a bunker, designed to accommodate up to 1,400 patients, fortified against biological and chemical attacks. It can be used as a car park, and it can be activated as a shelter during attacks. It was built for it. And when it comes to transporting patients, understand that it's a bit more complicated than just you and I being able to get up, walk outside, and come back in, right? There's people in hospital beds. The patients were the first ones to be moved to this shelter before, I think when they decided to strike, the first thing they're going to do usually is to go to these bunkers in case of some kind of retaliation if there's a risk. There was nobody inside that hospital when it hit. And by the way, like I said earlier, my friend's brother is in custody right now because he didn't even take a picture. He pulled his phone out, but it kind of looked like he was taking a picture. They didn't even ask, and we haven't heard from him since. They are arresting people, shooting apparently rubber bullets or some kind of thing, or warning shots in the air at people that just get out of the bunkers. And now you're going to tell me that you're going to have a freaking picture in 15 megapixel of a guy taking picture of the incident? I'm sorry, they shoot rubber bullets at you when you just get out of the bunker with your phone in your hand. That's absolute bullshit. I'm telling you, here's what happened. The missile landed somewhere else, and that was just the shock that broke the windows. That's kind of the laws of physics. It does that. It breaks windows, right? When you got a big missile, it goes boom, the glass shatters, right? Yeah, it's just that attacking a hospital is a war crime. Now they want to cry victim. End of the story. And for the The story of the F-35 and the pilot, that was never confirmed from either or both sides, so I wouldn't put my money on it. If it was a situation, because Myron, if you recall, I'm the one who brought this up to your attention, that because Tel Aviv is mostly very Israeli leftist and Bibi's approval rating is at an all-time low right now, that it would be the perfect opportunity to gain sympathy from the Israeli left, that, oh my God, the hero super Wonder Woman pilot has to be rescued. We need to go get her, women's right, yada, 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 okay? If they wanted to do that, they would have done it by now. I don't think that story is very legitimate, but let's keep our eyes open, you know? That's all. Thank you. Have a blessed day.
Appreciate that. Jump in, Jeremy.
Well, to respond to what Josie was saying quickly with regard to the hospital, I totally agree that it does not seem that there was a direct hit on that building. It seems like what we saw, at least what we've been shown so far, has been like the windows were even blown in. So definitely whatever struck nearby and adjacent and rocked the building. And if people were evacuated in advance and they were in, let's say, some type of sheltering situation down below in what would be the garage or whatever, and they want to call it a shelter, they're kind of, the images I've seen of people in shelters, it's kind of like the underground garages are doing double duty. So they would actually, it would be to their advantage, especially to condition, again, the masses that are waking up here watching corporate news, that they show, oh my God, they had to evacuate this hospital. Thank God they evacuated the patients down into the garage to shelter. And here's people in what are normally parking spots, and the hospital beds are there. We didn't see any of that yet. But yeah, the psychological operation is definitely in effect. But I'm telling you right now, it is still the people of the United States. Of course, you have the MAGA sycophants. Of course, you have a very strong, loyal faction of Christian Zionists, but they are not the majority. In fact, the majority of MAGA is not for any type of new war type situation. So we're a long way from being convinced. I'm quite frankly, knowing what we know right now, if there was an election tomorrow for president of the United States, Trump would lose by a landslide. MAGA is already fractured. It was a very kind of loose, rickety coalition. They needed Kennedy and the whole thing. But, there's people breaking away. I would say watch Tulsi Gabbard. If you hear, and she's the director of the National Intelligence for the United States, and Tulsi Gabbard has been vocally anti-war since prior to 2020. She ran for president on an anti-war platform. She was the first non-interventionist, and she was pulled into Trump's cabinet, and I believe it was purely window dressing. And if she starts to show opposition in Trump fashion, he discards people, and she will be ejected and or resign. And if you see her resign, let's say between now and Friday, tomorrow, then you know something's up. You know that she voiced opposition, it wasn't working, and she walked. If Tulsi walks, there's a higher percentage of a chance of the United States engaging very quickly, very soon.
I mean, she's not going to walk though, is she? Because she actually came out and said that she's in line with Trump in terms of their position.
Did she do we have her audibly saying that?
No, because there wasn't an audible. It was
because where her conflict is, and it also is Trump's problem too, is just a few weeks ago when she was giving a briefing to the Senate, and she basically told them that the Iran nuclear enrichment situation was a non-starter, that they didn't believe that there was a weapon, if you will, being developed. And she said that on the record under oath. And then Trump was questioned about that yesterday or the day before when he was on Air Force One, and somebody asked him, said, "Hey, your director of national intelligence says that Iran is not developing a nuclear weapon." And that's when Trump said, "I don't care what she said." And when I heard that, I was like, holy God, are you kidding me? So they definitely have a conflict of interest, at least at the moment.
There's something I've kind of thought about. If the Samson option, let's just say hypothetically that it's 100% accurate, that the only safe alternative to ensure the safety of the United States, that would be to delete Israel. Just fun fact I wanted to point out. But that's the hypothetical in Minecraft.
Well, the one thing that's interesting is we keep talking about, Israel is like front and center in the conversation, and everybody's just Israel, Israel, Israel. And what I said the other day is that Iran, I'm a Gen Xer, and during the whole situation in the late 70s, I was just a tiny kid, and but I remember it all, not like an adult, but I remember it like a kid. And now realizing, looking back to that time period to present day, the American people have been conditioned for decades to think of the Iranians as the enemy, just like we were conditioned to think of the Russian communists as the enemy. And so a lot of people still have that programming embedded in them. And so with that said, the Iranians have known that our people have, and in leadership, have been projecting that message for decades. They've been preparing for this moment their entire lives. There's a bunch of Gen X and boomer aged men and women in Iran that have been preparing for this moment. They knew it was coming. They just didn't know exactly when. And the move on Israel to do this was planned, and it was coming. And we've been warned about it for a long time too. We get the hints. For some reason, now was the go time. And for sure, it's my opinion that the President of the United States and a good portion of his orbit were in on it. They knew. And so we're all kind of in a guessing game and a watching game. But the good news is everybody's antennas are up. Question everything right now.
Yeah, but here's the thing when it
Just
comes
some breaking news, Josie, 1 second. The breaking news is, and it hasn't come on the list for some reason, it's a bit slow, but 2 things. One is on my page, obviously you can check it out. The other one should be coming in the nest. So phone's a bit slow. Yes, here. So it is, first one, Iran directly bombed our hospital. Will be used to manufacture consent for war in Iran. It's the same propaganda that was used when they said Hamas beheaded 40 babies. That tweet is on my page. And then in the nest, you can see the settlement of Holon in Tel Aviv this morning, showing scenes of destruction. You can see it is completely destroyed. It looks like some aspects of Gaza. Obviously, it's not comparable to what they did to the people of Gaza. But yeah, that is shocking to say the least. That tweet is in the nest. Go ahead, Josie. Finish your wrap your point up because I want to go to Joseph and Witsit.
Okay, I'll be quick, I promise. The sentiment that I've observed among the majority of Gen Xers, so maybe it's just my surroundings, my social circle, but it's mostly as they were growing up, is you either join the military or went to jail. So the one that made it are pretty much freaking survivors, right? And at this point, they just kind of want to be left the F alone, and no more wars was a huge talking point, a huge electoral promise for Trump. And a lot of them are pissed for that very reason. So to say that they've been waiting for that moment to support the U.S. going to war against Iran their whole life, I'm really under the impression that it's not the sentiment that is shared among Gen Xers. Most of them are just like, no, like just end it. I don't care. Just end it. Don't get me involved. Okay, that's all.
No, well, maybe you misunderstood me, because what I meant was definitely the Iranians have been, the Persian people have been planning to be attacked for their entire lives.
The Persian people, got it. That's why I'm in the U.S.
Yeah, definitely not our people. Our mindset has been, let's stop conducting our foreign policy at the end of a barrel of a gun and try something different, try diplomacy and everything. I'll give it up right here. I just want to say one more thing, and then I'll give it up. The people also need to factor in the United States military. The military in this country is fatigued, and the suicide rate inside the United States military in every branch is high. I mean, crazy high. I mean, literally, there are guys, and I don't know about women. I don't know the demographic, but
It's
there
high
will
as
be
well.
people
Trust
in the
me, it's high as well.
yeah, there will be people in the military today that are going to kill themselves. Happens every single day. And I only wonder if that is going to increase if they hear that they're going to be deployed into another war. Anyways,
Yeah.
I'll leave it there.
No problem. And guys, we've got a tweet in the nest which says, if I can find it, yeah, Israel used the people in their hospitals as human shields. That quite clearly is accurate, because if you look at the location of their military bases and their command centers, they are located in the center of civilian populations and civilian areas. The entire argument they made against Gaza is the very thing that they have actually done themselves. So that's an extremely important point to note. Obviously, there's more news coming out. I'm just going to tweet this other piece of news. But while I do, let's go to Abu Sitta, and then I want to go to Joseph.
Yeah, I just had a quick passing comment. I think this is the make or break moment to see just how much power the AIPAC has over the White House. And I think if we see them getting involved here offensively, it just goes to show that, you know, against all American interests, even up to this point in 2025, we have this warmongering Zionist pull on every American foreign policy. And I think that's pretty much why we see this internal struggle with Trump. We see him on TV. It's literally one after the other, contradictory statement, deal, and then he says something really hostile towards Iran, and then he kind of floats the idea of an off-ramp, a diplomatic off-ramp, and then goes back to the military solution. And yeah, I think that if they choose the military solution, then it just goes to show how deep this really goes. Although I will finish off with this, AIPAC is they're really influential politically, but I think when things begin to impact the global systems, like literally the flow of trade and you know, the economies of groups of countries like the GCC, that's when I think we may see AIPAC's power end. That's just my thoughts. Thank you.
Appreciate that. I got another tweet in the nest that should be coming up, which is a compilation of Iran destroying Israel. Things aren't looking good for them in that regard. Joseph, jump in.
Hello, just want to say, honestly, all of the co-hosts and that, etc., have been doing impeccable in their, just like hosting the space, getting all the information in. And and this is like the only source of news I could legit rely on because of the amount of hypocrisy. But also, I'm going to say this Israel's getting this taste of their own medicine, and I think everyone will agree with that, because Iran are not the didn't antagonize this whole war. It was Israel, and just the amount of cheese I've been seeing about, well, why this, why that on Israel. Israel, it's been coming for a long time that Israel deserves this, because Israel because they've been destroying Gaza for numerous amount of years, and it's been 70+ years since the Zionist regime came into power, and also the numerous amount of massacres in the past, and now like Iran is stepping up, and they're like truly showing that they've got like accurate missiles, accurate information, and also they've destroyed Mossad, which I find which I find really good news to hear. But also the other thing is like I've been criticized that we're anti-Semitic. We're the true Semites here. We're the true Semites. We're not anti-Semitic in the slightest, because we know our history. We know what we come from and what we know, because we've been through this whole shit. We've been through this whole shit every single time, and we just get ridiculed left, right, front and center of it. And we've all been through, and I think Solomon and Khaleesi will understand what I'm saying, because every time we go against Israel, we get called everything under the sun. We get called everything under the bloody sun, and now it's really showing that the hypocrisy is now there to see, but also just showing like all of us are, and this is like a digital protest, like the person was saying previously last night. I think there will be numerous protests still happening. I bet there's going to be a protest in Glasgow that I will be attending as well. The protest against the war, because it's just showing like it's like the Iraq War all over again. All false information, all like rubbish and that. And then just hearing the news about the atomic agency saying that Iran doesn't have a capability to produce a nuclear weapon is basically history repeating itself.
I agree.
Yes, it is indeed. And you know what? You hit the nail on the head. It is the Iraq playbook, and we're seeing it play out. Thank you so much for your comments. Let's go to MHDX. MHDX, are you there? Okay, let's recycle MHDX then. Ritzik, go ahead. Are you there, MHDX?
Hello? Yeah.
Hi. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi everyone, how's it doing? So, I a Palestinian living in Palestine, where 4 people died. Instead, it is unfortunate. They're all Palestinians, and I want Iran to not target, Palestinian people, because,
I think we lost him. Can you please see?
Let's go to Witsa in the meantime. Go ahead, Witsa.
What's going on? About to jump on a flight. Not the most comfortable time to be flying, but yeah, I would say I did kind of mention yesterday. That's what I see happening, which is that Israel is not going to continue to portray themselves as like untouchable and minimize the damage. They're going to flip 180 because they need to play the sympathy card, because they need to convince Americans we have to come in and save them, right? So I expect this to just be the beginning of that trend. I think they're going to go all in on, we don't have enough missiles to defend ourselves. We're basically left to fight all of these terrorists in the Middle East by ourselves. Now they're attacking civilians, really painting the whole like we're the hero to stand up against kind of the barbaric, terrorism in the Middle East. So I fully expect that to happen. So I still don't think it's going to work, but I have optimistic take on all this, I guess. But I expect the hospital thing to be like nothing compared to what they're going to end up claiming. Right. So that'll just be the beginning, because if we've seen each little test they've done with a false flag, people, like the American people specifically, have just breezed right through it. We didn't believe it at all. So they're going to have to hit us with like consecutive false flags. So I would say, I mean, my take's still the same. If everyone on X, I think everyone knows that X is the news. The boomers are going to watch Fox till they die, bro. So we just got to let that go, right? Like there's exceptions to that, but they're not You know, like my parents, for example, like, bro, they're gonna wake up and watch Fox News. I don't know if you guys have kept an eye on Fox News, but they've got the narrative down pat, right? Like they're gonna convince a lot of the older Americans. But anyway, to make my point more concisely, just pouncing on the story. So like this hospital, how I heard say, well, look, why are the windows blown in? You know, blah, blah, blah. Making the point that Israel is not even allowing independent journalism. Why would you need to do that? Right. That's what a totalitarian regime would do. You know, that's what happens during war when you have to lie about what's going on to stop your own citizens from documenting what's happening. Right. So there's everyone using their platform to point that out and to immediately kind of expose the false flags. That's definitely going to become the make or break moment, in my opinion, is how well kind of citizen journalists, you know, people here on X, et cetera, expose the false flags and then just prepare for them to start unfolding. Because if you think about it, Israel cannot get America dragged in, or at least the sentiment that we need to go support them will not be supported by American people unless they go all in on the, oh, poor little Israel, we can't save ourselves. We need America to intervene. So I did see this coming, right? They're not going to pretend to be like untouchable this whole time. They're now going to flip it. So I fully expect it to get much worse than this, right? Like expect every propaganda narrative you can imagine that Israel cannot defend itself, and we have to come save them, and then tons of false flags, and yet a shamelessly double standards and hypocrisy of how this is so bad that they're attacking citizens and stuff. Everything that they've done to Gaza, they're going to now all of a sudden be able to understand how it's not okay, right? And how it's terrorism. And that's what I expect. So I'm sure a lot of people already kind of know all that, but I just would say that where we really need to all come together, regardless of political ideology, all that stuff, the American people, not even just the American people, although it does clearly they want America involved, right? I think we all agree that's the linchpin of this conflict. Is America going to get directly involved? Everyone has to come together and say, okay, we predicted this. We knew they were going to do this. These are false flags. Call them out. And yeah, hopefully that will work. As long as the false flags don't work, I think that we're good. There's a middle ground group of people that aren't really talking, that are kind of on the fence and don't want to go to the Middle East. And they're like, I don't know. In those polls, that's the group we need to be worried about. Because in my opinion, they will shoot the green light if they get, 60% of Americans, they'll shoot the green light. They can get over 50%. So anyway, that was a lot, but yeah, that's kind of my take.
Appreciate that. Go, Jihad. I got a few more questions for you and Jeremy, but 1 second. Let's go to Broken in the meantime. Go ahead and Broken.
Thank you very much. Hello. I hope everybody's doing well wherever in the world you are. To be honest, I've been listening for a while and I forgot most of the points I wanted to say, but I do remember one thing, and that's Suleiman, you made a point of making a thread for the false flag that they are trying to create. I was gonna say to everybody, I think everybody should bookmark Suleiman's thread post, and I think what we should do is including posting it on our own feeds, we should, every single propaganda piece that we see, we should put like quote post this in there or comment this in there, so everybody who might be getting sucked into that propaganda can see that that tweet by Suleiman and read into it and realize that yeah, it's a false flag and so on and so forth. And also with regards to what the brother Witsit was just saying, I kind of agree with him in a sense, but I don't think that they because we're in a generation now where the news comes from social media. The news comes from especially X, and especially from people like Suleiman and Khalisi, who are doing a wonderful job. The news is coming from there. Nobody's buying into Fox News. And okay, the boomers and the old people may be still hooked on Fox News and so on and so forth, and just be digesting that propaganda, but the younger generations are not buying it. So I don't think that they can do what they did in previous times, where they could blindside everybody with propaganda and everybody would be sucked in and they could just do whatever they want. I think now they have a choice of, it's like a snowball thing. Like the snowball's getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and they can't stop it. They can either try plow through it and see if they make it on the other side, or the snowball is just going to overtake them. So I don't think that the people are going to get sucked in by the propaganda, no matter how hard they try. And sorry, I might be rambling now. I forgot all the stuff I was going to say, but the two main points are, please push Suleiman's thread. And also, we're not going to get sucked in, because look, Twitter's only, especially when Elon Musk bought it, it's only like 3 years old, and look what it's doing for the world. It's opening people's eyes up left, right, and center. So let's not be disheartened. We can defeat this evil entity. We just have to keep pushing the truth out there. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Completely agree with you. Appreciate it. Witzer, in terms of what he said in terms of a false flag, and you talked about Fox News and boomers, and do you think this what happened today is enough to get people on side to essentially support the war in Iran? As we mentioned earlier before you came, that there's a large contingent of people, even in the MAGA movement, who are against war with Iran. Do you think this could change it, or are people this is unconvincing?
No, I don't think it's enough, right? Because it's way too soon after they just overtly did 10 times this, 1,000 times this to Gaza, right? Where, no, I don't think them showing some pictures, which they obviously, we know they have this propaganda Mossad/CIA story ready to run as soon as, it's morning time here, right? So the morning news will run that propaganda about the hospital. But no, I don't think it's enough. I think that they're going to have much more direct impact on America so whether that be the embassy, carrier ships, sleeper cells in America. I fully expect that. I will also give a take that's not the most popular. I think Tucker Carlson is a CIA asset, and that they very tactically position him. That Ted Cruz interview, a lot of us were like, yeah, go Tucker, whatever, watching Ted squirm, that's cool, whatever. But if you pay attention very closely, Tucker's like, people don't want to get involved unless we're attacked directly. Okay. So he laid the groundwork for the false flag. So he's a CIA operative. His dad was in the CIA. I don't trust Tucker Carlson at all. He laid the groundwork for what they're going to run the narrative of. Oh, well, now it's justified, saying no one wants to attack Iran unless we're attacked directly. He also said, oh, well, if that's true and Iran is trying to kill our president, then yeah, we should absolutely attack them. We can't kill our president, so why aren't we attacking them directly right now? So Tucker said both of those things repeatedly in that interview. And of course, that is going to be circulated all over the place. So it's as if Tucker's representing our side, which really he didn't. He just said a couple of the very obvious things from our side, right? Which is to call the dual loyalty, et cetera, and the theological undertones and misinterpretations of Genesis, et cetera. So I think we should really think about that, because if you just view the lens that Tucker's a CIA asset, it's like, okay, well, what is the CIA saying? Well, they're predictably programming with the Hegelian dialectic, right? Which is what they always do. On that reaction solution, the problem is that Iran attacks us directly. So Tucker made it very clear. I think everyone agrees that we should go attack Iran if they attack Americans directly, and if they're actually trying to assassinate Trump. Where Cruz says, well, I think everyone, even the your leftist loony in Congress, agrees they tried to assassinate Trump. So that's, in my opinion, going to be the false flag that they try to pull out as like the Trump card, right? So, like I said, I know a lot of people are kind of jumping on the bandwagon with Tucker. I'm glad he called him out or whatever, but I don't trust that, guys. If you look at it as more of a fighty chess kind of situation, CIA and Mossad, they work together. I think that Tucker's an asset, right? And yeah, because they know independent journalism is the only thing that most Americans trust now. Well, they have a player in that position now, and that's Tucker. So yeah, I think that kind of answers your question, which is no, the hospital's not enough at all, right? Like Tucker told you what. Even if Tucker's not an asset, he's playing the role of an asset, which is if we should go attack Iran. I think everyone agrees we should attack Iran if they attack America directly, or if they're trying to assassinate our president. So I expect false flags in those veins for them to say that Trump's, his life's under threat from Iran, and more directly, or that we were attacked directly, and then kind of hoorah patriotism, the same old card they always play. So yeah, that's what I think. The hospital is kind of like the turning of the turning event to start the false flags.
Yeah, that's Nick's position as well. He's been very consistent on that point about Tucker Carlson. So yeah, I get the point in terms of that for sure. But despite that being the case, I still think it's a good thing that what that interview did was it exposed how weak their argument is and how they've sold out. So for the average American normie who maybe isn't into social media as much, if they see that interview, it will definitely wake them up for sure. Speak with Didi, jump in, and then if there's any news, do jump in with any news as well.
No, I was just going to say just exactly what you just said. At the end of the day, I agree. Tucker Carlson's not to be trusted, but I still do cheer it on. Why? Because he's baby boomer, right? He's got that baby boomer audience that saw him go from Fox and thought that he was fighting the establishment. And he's a good looking younger guy. So these older women, these older guys, they're watching him and they're paying attention to what he says. And the fact that he wiped the floor with Ted Cruz, I think, it's important. I did also want to ask something, if that's okay, Sully.
Yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to ask, what's it? So would then a attack, because I'm really predicting the Nimset when it arrives into the shores, that's going to be the false flag. The ship is going to be decommissioned. It's very old. It hasn't taken out in very, very, very long. I'm really thinking that's where it's going to be. I think it's going to be on the shores so that this way they can create an illusion to take control of the Strait of Hormuz too. I think it'll solve two things in one, right? Would that be enough, you think, for Americans to go, okay, we should get into war?
Yeah, so that's actually at the top of my list as well. And unfortunately, I think it may be, right? So, like you said, because then we'll get to just throw in by force, take over the Strait of Hormuz, which is the real threat that our government's worried about, right? The economic impact of the Strait of Hormuz is just unimaginable. So yeah, they roll that super old carrier ship that should be decommissioned. It was scheduled, I think, for 11 months. Perfect to just be blown up. Also, it's much easier to run off a false flag on the other side of the world, right? You're not going to have American citizens and journalists on the ground picking it apart here. We saw whenever those people got murdered in DC, we were just all over it. So for many reasons, something like that, the embassies or that carrier ship, the carrier ship is much more shocking because what they have to do is get you in a state of trauma, right? So if we saw videos, if there's actual footage of that ship being blown up, yeah, I think if they have footage of it, it would work. Unfortunately, this is when we're really going to be called to action. This is when everyone has to hit the front line with any platform that they have, completely expose it, point out, look, our government's done this before. Look at the Gulf of Tonkin, and try and reason with people. So I do think something like that, if it is videoed, if they have video to go with it, it'll be so shocking that people will maybe support it. Yeah. So unfortunately, I hope that we're able, I'm just saying that will be the telling moment. Whatever the big false flag is, if we can expose it, that is actually the telling moment, right? Obviously, you guys are crushing with the true journalism from both sides and on the ground and stuff, like with this space, for example. The real moment of truth, right, is can the American people see through a false flag? Which, let's just be honest, the track record is not that great. We normally find out decades later. So, yeah, I totally agree with you. That's at the top of the list because then they get to control the strait and control, the exchange of oil there specifically.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Hassan, thanks for joining us. What's your thoughts about what's been going on?
Quite shocked, actually. Quite surprised, pleasantly surprised in many ways. Yeah, I think things are going to escalate quickly. I mean, I don't see how this ends in any other way other than a nuclear strike because Iran's got the upper hand now. It can inflict a mortal wound on the entity. But man, those ballistic missiles are something else. The thing that people don't, well, I didn't really understand at the start of this was, it's not just the explosion; it's that shockwave that you see emerging from it, which causes so much damage. It's just, yeah, it's unreal. No, but truly, I'm impressed, and I think I think everybody underestimated Iran, even myself. I really didn't expect this kind of capability. And the fact that it's restrained itself up until this point, in my view, demonstrates a kind of resilience and wisdom that I don't think anybody else in the world would have done that. They got hit. They got the embassy hit. They got the generals taken out before all this happened. They had the assassinations on their land in their presidential ceremony, and then all these things. Any other country would have looked at that and said, right, we're going to go all out against this demonic entity, the satanic people that are, there's no words for them. And they didn't. They kind of played this strategic patience game, which everybody, including myself, was actually criticizing them for. But maybe that was time for them to get to this day. Then they saw this day coming, and credit to them. There's no recovering from this for this day. And I said that before. If it goes for a ceasefire now, who is going to return to that, knowing those missiles can come any day? It just doesn't work. So the only way forwards is escalation. There's no return from here. How do you return? How do you go back from this? I just don't understand it. If they strike again, then Iran's going to hit them harder. I mean, that was 25 missiles. Imagine it did 100 on Tel Aviv. It's finished. That whole city is gone. That's the capital is gone. It's finished. It's over. I mean, so that if they escalate to that point, then they're over anyway. But then if they back down, then they're over. So there's no other. Their only option is to continue escalating, and that's the insane thing here. Even when you're on the losing end, rather than compromising and negotiating, they're going to continue. So the whole world can see who these people are. The whole world can see how this cult, this death cult, this really satanic religion. I'm not talking about Judaism. I'm talking about whatever it is these people believe in, but is something that cannot be tolerated in this world. It can't be accepted. And all these other offshoots, ISIS and the rest of them, they came from this entity. They didn't come from anywhere else. So there was, it was all because of them. So yeah, I don't know what else to say other than that. And the other thing I would like to say is any sectarians now, anyone who's left as a sectarian, they need to be marginalized and ignored by every Muslim on this earth. Anyone who's being sectarian, coming out with anything sectarian at this stage, never trust them ever again. Never even pay any attention to them. They're not worth listening to. They're not worth paying attention to. And I keep mentioning them because they know who they are. The Sami Hamdis, the Dilwars, the Muhammad Jalals. These guys, they need to be isolated. They need to be taught a lesson.
Yeah, I agree with what you said saying there. Let me just bring some more people up. Right. Resistance is persistence. Thanks for joining us. It's been a while. What's your thoughts about what's going on? Okay, we'll come to it in a second. Let's go to Carl. Jump in, Carl.
Thank you very much. I would like to say something short and ask a question and ask you a question about what do you think. Yeah, you need to understand that this specific group of people, they don't believe what you and I and others believe, that there is a truth out there in the world. They believe in a narrative. What the narrative that wins is a truth. That's the only thing they believe, okay? Truth is only about narrative for them. Okay, you can see it in the Talmud. If one rabbi say haram and the other rabbi say halal, both are the word of God. Yeah, so even about specific thing, one say halal and the other say haram, both are the word of God. So yeah, for them, everything is narrative. The narrative is the truth. So we need to understand that the warriors in the media, because this specific group took over America, over almost all information. Only on X, we have people like you that spread the truth. But they took over the mainstream media and so on. And they will fight their information wars, the narrative wars, in order to incite the Americans to do their wars. And I even noticed the pattern of like influencers, Jewish influencers like Laura Loomer and so on. So they have also the narrative warriors on social media, not only in the mainstream media. My question to you, Brother Suleiman, it doesn't make sense to me that a person like Laura Loomer got like 2 million followers, because it's like, it's clear, like crystal clear. You don't need to be wise for that. That is Israeli first, okay? But on the same time, as I said, they have no problem with two opposites together, okay? She can preach about America first, MAGA, make America great again, in the same time that it tell you, hey, go die for Israel in Israel wars. So I want to understand, is it natural that you have an activist like Lara Loomer and she gets 2 million followers, or there is some, let's say, intelligence organizations involvement in this? Thank you.
Oh yeah, definitely there's intelligence involved in this. Laura Loomer is someone who's been prompted up by the Zionists. She's visited Israel. She's supported by the Zionist lobby. 100% she's someone who has been prompted up. Many of these people who are extremely anti-Islam and full-on Zionist have been prompted up by the Zionist lobby. There's no doubt about that whatsoever. None of this is organic. A good example is Tommy Robinson. Tommy Robinson had less followers than me. When I had like, I don't know, like 400,000, he only had like 300,000. And it's only when Musk started promoting him and putting him out everywhere that he started getting a huge amount of followerships. Yeah, this is definitely manufactured. This is definitely controlled. And it's not organic whatsoever. So yeah, I completely agree with you in there. But that's what it is. We've got to fight against that. We've got to continue stating the truth, relaying the truth. I got a tweet in the nest as well. It shows when Israel bombed the Iranian hospital. Do check that out. So when Israel bombed the Iranian hospital, we got a tweet in the nest showing that as well. Go ahead, jump in, Abu Sitta.
Yeah, I just got some breaking news here that's completely escalating things. The Hebrew website claims Israel is preparing for a strong attack on Iran in the coming hours. Quotation marks. The Iranians will regret what they did this morning. That's the Middle East Observer. He's been pretty consistent throughout.
Yeah, you're doing great work for sure.
Hey, the one thing that I would point out real quick is with regard to conditioning the Americans to engage. You know, we know prior to the last week that all the opinion polls that have been coming out in the last few months have been showing that essentially you could say that the United States citizens have been waking up to Israel, particularly in the amount of funding that they get from the U.S. citizen taxpayers, and that people are really learning about that and they're in opposition to that. So with the polling changing and not being so sycophantic towards Israel as they were in the past, again, like Didi said a little bit ago, talking about the Nimitz, I honestly, I see what people are saying with regard to the Nimitz. I actually think that its service is going to be extension because they don't necessarily, once they take it out of commission, they don't really have anything behind it for a while. So they may have to keep it around for a little longer. However, if you did get a direct hit to an aircraft carrier it's not just hitting a carrier, but if you were able to sink it or they did something catastrophic, there's about 5,000 people that staff those. So something like that would definitely shock the American people. But as far as like getting up, putting on your boots and going to fight for Israel, maybe closer to 9/11 in the earlier 2000s, people would have looked at it through different optics. But right now, we kind of look at, hey, wait, we already fund these guys. We give them all sorts of military hardware and all of this. Now we actually have to go fight for them when they actually took the first shot. I mean, that's the thing. So again, the shock value is going to be needed to shock the American people into compliance, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure. Jump in with it.
You don't think that if they have a video of that carrier ship, right? And Iran may actually would attack them, right? If they actually go into the Strait of Hormuz with a carrier ship just boldly. But do you agree that if there was a video of that with a big American flag flying on that ship, that would maybe serve as the shock value needed?
I think, yeah, well, of course. But again, the United States citizens would be mad and frustrated simultaneously. Frustrated that we're getting mired down into another war, because the truth, most people are ignorant about Iran. I mean, unfortunately, a lot of people couldn't even find it on a map. But they have no idea that a fight with Iran is not a fight with, it's not Iraq, it's not Afghanistan. It's a completely different situation, coupled with the fact that geopolitically right now, I believe that Iran is on a to-do list for the West, if you will. And I think also there's plans to actually go head-to-head with Russia. And I think Trump is actually in on that. And, their whole plan could backfire. And because if you have the Russia factor, the China factor, and the North Korea factor, and if any of them are supplying or engage or anything like that, because Vladimir Putin knows that they want to unseat him and topple his government, because again, they want his stuff essentially. The West is going for broke right now. That's why Trump is talking about rare earths and things like that. And if you have those things, they're gonna maybe try to make a deal with you. They'd rather just steal it and totally control it. So I think that the idea that the nuclear weapon thing is an idea. It's a dumbed down way to kind of condition people. But what Sully posted a little while ago with the IAEA actually saying, hey, the IAEA statement actually backs up what Tulsi Gabbard said in front of the Senate under oath a few weeks ago. They definitely have some problems to get over these hurdles. So a spectacular event will be needed so that nobody will even want to discuss those things.
I will just say, if you look through declassified documents, the fact that we are at this place means the CIA has already war gamed false flags. Because if you just look at all the other proposals, some of which didn't go through. They were going to go attack Cuba, or fake an attack from Cuba and kill American citizens on planes. I mean, our government is pure evil up at the top. So I don't know. I'm just saying, I think you're correct, and I think that our intel agencies know that. And if you're right about how at the top it's like, okay, it's go time, we're going to go take these, it's time to take what we want. Well, they don't really view it through the lens of what's right or wrong, right? It's simply what can we do to manipulate the people. So I would definitely keep my eye on that, on the carrier ship. Anything that's over there, it's much easier for them to pull a false flag off. And 9/11 is not going to work the same, because all Americans are going to hawk it and try to see if the story checks out, and we're not going to believe it. So much easier to control the narrative if it's a video of something overseas, or even just a story of the embassy or whatever. So I don't know. I hope you're right. I hope you're right that the frustration of the American people, that they'll be able to think logically and not emotionally and be like, wait, Iran's way superior to Iraq and Afghanistan. You let us think we were going to go in there and it was going to be a cakewalk, and we ended up not even winning. We were there forever. It makes no sense for us to go over there. Why are we going over there on behalf of the same country that always has us go over there? They started it. I hope that we can, maintain a logical mindset as a people, but shocking images cause
Well,
trauma,
Well, we also have to just factor in too that maybe even um, a, a spectacular event isn't needed because maybe Iran reacts. Listen, the Iranian government, the leadership, the people there, they know they're getting backed into a corner. They're really they have no choice but to go for broke. I don't really necessarily know if diplomacy is even an option now. So, um, if you're fighting back and you go, well, hey, what do I have to lose? What if they do have the ability to give the United States a data 9/11? What if they do have the ability to go at our internet and or our grid system, and because it's the shot they need to take, so there are various different factors. I mean, for sure, if the United States is actively, openly gets involved, let's say Trump, hypothetically, Trump says, hey, we're going to join in, blah, blah, blah. And then like in the next 72 hours, the U.S. has participated in a bombing run. Well, now Iran has the right, if you will, to fight back. So now, what do they have planned for the United States that perhaps they've been sitting on for a while? You don't necessarily need to blow something up. If you can turn off the internet in this country, it's not just that people can't get on X. It's that we are on the grid. We are on the matrix. If you could shut the matrix down, you take everybody back, 100 years, if you will, for a little bit. So, and the grid is weak. It's not protected or anything like that. The internet can't be, the powers that be can't let the internet down for a long time, but enough time could wound us. And they could be a self-inflicted wound if we're talking about a false flag. A self-inflicted wound could really piss a lot of people off in this country, scare a lot of people, and also piss them off. If you turn off the web for about a week, look out.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with a lot of what you said there. Just some more breaking news coming out, but we'll come to that in a second. Jump in, Abu Wednesday, while I get the breaking news sorted.
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in a little bit specifically when it comes to this false flag speculation. I'm not as optimistic as believing that a ship far away being sunk is going to be enough or calculated to be enough to ignite whatever the powers that be want to ignite. I think it's going to be something that needs to hijack your amygdala. It's going to have to be something so violent, so bloody, so fiery that people just cut off their rational thinking entirely. And for that to happen, I am fairly certain that whatever is done is going to be on the US homeland, because that's been the entire narrative. We go over there so we don't have to fight them over here. That's my analysis. And part of this is also due to just think back to 9/11 and think to the U.S. position and reputation in the world back then. When 9/11 happened, the image of the U.S. was so positive that people outside of the U.S. were ready to go join. If the U.S. would have opened recruitment offices for like Germans and Norwegians or whatever, there would have been people who would have gone. At this point, after all of these wars, people are so suspicious already that whatever they do has to top 9/11, and the sinking of some carrier far away is not going to be enough for that, in my opinion.
Interesting. So, I mean, Professor Morandi posted this, and he said that he thinks that there will be a false flag. Do you think that false flag is going to be in the United States of America? Do you think it needs to be as big as 9/11 for them to basically do something?
So this was part of the area of my study and research back in the day. When you look at this type of targets, when everybody was swallowing the terrorist narrative, right? Part of the category of targets that you look at are targets that have high symbolic value. And that's probably why 9/11 was specifically to do with the World Trade Center, because remember where the US was back then. Everything was super prosperous. Everything had gone absolutely awesome. I think the US had just recently been in a surplus for the first time in God knows how long. And then the attack is against the World Trade Center, the very heart and symbol of American economic dominance. Whatever gets targeted, yes, to answer your question, Sully, sorry for going on a rant here, is going to be something extremely symbolic for the zeitgeist of today. What that could be, I'll have to sit down and try to think myself what that could be. But whenever we find out what it is, it's going to make sense, because it's going to be something that's weaved into just something we consider normal today.
Oops.
What do you think, Sully? Does that make sense at all, or are you coming at this?
No, I agree. I think it needs to be something on US soil. It's going to be something significant, impactful, probably needs to be on the same level as 9/11. Even if something was on the same level as 9/11, people still would have question marks over it because of the fact that even with 9/11 now, there's been so much come out in terms of the fact that it was by Israel, Saudi Arabia, and the US and Al Qaeda. Now, there's so many question marks over even these big events. It's not going to be easy to manufacture consent, but it's extremely possible, because you see it with, like, for example, remember that Egyptian guy who was throwing that Molotov cocktail? Even though we all knew he was mental, they did try and use that as a propaganda piece. It did impact some people. I mean, I wonder, do elaborate a bit more on that in terms of, in detail, the depth and breadth of what they need to do in terms of false flag. I don't know if you've been keeping up to date, but they basically are doing drama about the hospital. We kind of debunked a lot of it, but like, what's your thoughts on that? Just before you do go, though, the tweet in the nest, the home of the Israeli government minister Danny Never, after being hit by an Israeli drone strike. So here you can see his home has been completely left in carnage. So that happened there. That's above. Jump in, Abu Wednesday.
Yeah, for sure. So look, if we were to just pretend for a moment that we were the playmakers here, right? We're sat at the chessboard, so to speak. We're not the pawns, because that's what we are right now. We're the actual players. The things we would probably want to avoid doing is killing anybody who's really important. So I'm going to do this a little bit later for you, Sully, because I have an engagement that I have to go for. I'll rack my brain. I'll look at a few dates, because I suspect that whenever this happens, if there's like a Jewish holiday or something like that coming up, that will probably line up pretty well with when they do something, so that they can avoid having the chosen people be a mass portion of the casualties. I think it's going to have something to do with a lot of children, because obviously, I think it's going to have something to do with us plebs, not the upper classes so much. At the same time, it's going to be something with massive symbolic value to what it is to be an American. Because in our heads as the playmakers, we want to basically manipulate the people with our version of games and bread, as Roman emperors did. We have to kind of ask ourselves, well, what could that be? Like, what is the sense of you being an American that I can strike at, and it doesn't matter who you are, you will feel like I personally attacked you with this action? So I'll have a think about that, Sully, and I'll raise my hand up a bit later when I ask to come up again, but I really do have to run. Thanks again for the space. Guys, make sure you follow Sully. Make sure you have your notifications on in case the space gets bombed again, because this space has been taken down a number of times. Thanks, Sully.
Appreciate it. do listen to Abu Wednesday. Do put your notifications on. Make sure that if the space crashes, we'll be back immediately. So go to my page, press the follow, and hit the notifications. Do listen to what he's got to say there. I am going to bring some more people up, but in the meantime, let me ask Witzer, in terms of US involvement, we're going to get some information later on today. What's your thought on that? What do you think Trump's thinking? And then B, how bad if you do think that the US is going to get involved, then how bad do you think things are going to get?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of possibilities, right? As to what Trump's thinking, man, I don't know. I mean, a lot of us called out. He's clearly just the typical Zionist puppet. A lot of people were disillusioned with a lot of the stuff he claimed. Well, you could even tell the first term that he was in their pocket, right? I mean, from Tree of Life Award, he's brought about the Rothschild in '87. Like, it is a lot deeper than Adelson giving him some money, in my opinion. So, I think that I think he has to support Israel, period. Now, if I don't think that he can just boldly attack Iran right now, right? I don't see that happening. It's a good question, man. Right? I mean, they could roll out and say, okay, let's reveal the intel that we have here. Actually, Iran's lying. They had nuclear weapons, or they were within days. They already had a whole plan where they had wrenched enough uranium where they could say, here within 3 days, if we give the order, we could finalize the weapon. They can make up any story. Is that they had to go in and maybe we get directly involved. I personally think we won't get directly involved kinetically. We're already involved technically, right? Like we're fully supporting Israel in every way. And he's greenlighting the attacks. So we're working together with Israel. But for American personnel or equipment to directly attack, I still just think there has to be a false flag. So Trump may come out and to save face with his base, he may go the diplomatic route, right? And say, that he's trying to meet with Iran, or that they have something that scheduled to meet with Iran, or some type of ceasefire, so that if that falls through, they can really paint Iran as the bad guy. But for us, I think my position is pretty solid here. For us to get directly involved, there'll have to be a false flag, and maybe it's the ship, and that just starts, and then there's sleeper cells, and then something happens to the grid. I mean, maybe they hit us with lots of stuff because they run logistics and know that we're not where we were in the early 2000s. The American people are kind of fed up and see through stuff. So maybe it's a conglomerate of false flags, right? I think that's a possibility. So yeah, who knows, man? I guess that's the $1 million question, right? What is Trump gonna say, and how involved directly we're gonna get? I think Trump has to save face with his base. I do not see Trump coming out and just giving the middle finger to his whole base. He cares way too much about his legacy and stuff. So I see it being much more nuanced than that, where he just keeps on saying, we just can't let them get a nuclear weapon, kind of pretends he's putting Israel in check some, and acts like he's pursuing diplomacy. I can't really foresee something other than that, unless there's a false flag. So that's kind of my meditate. Obviously, could be wrong. Trump could just come out and be completely ridiculous and say, yeah, we're going to get directly involved. But I think he knows the only way that he can even spin that is to act like it's retaliatory, as if we got drug in not by Israel but by Iran, right? So, yeah, that's my take. I do think people are underestimating the impact something like a video or images of one of our carrier ships being blown up, what that would do. If we know that there's lots of American troops on there, and we see videos of it being blown up, right there, you're going to have a lot of the older generation ready to go to war. A lot of us, the younger generation, is going to say, nah, we're good. And then maybe they do some domestic attacks where they just blame it on Iran. I can't even imagine a scenario where Trump can come out the way it is right now, where Iran's shown themselves to be very reserved, are giving very diplomatic statements. Like the most recent statement is, we've stayed the same the whole time. We don't want a nuclear weapon. We don't even believe in them. We think they're immoral. We don't even want one. So if that's the only issue, what are you talking about? Right. They're not. Iran's way too smart. They know that the US is trying to pull them in to make them look like an aggressor. and Iran just not going for it, right? And they've kind of shown for decades that they're not going to fall for that. So I think they're going to take the ball out of their hands, and false flag is really the only. I just know how these people think, man. And that's what it is. It's false flag or bust for them, I think. So, yeah, I know that was a lot of kind of unended answers.
No, I appreciate that answer. Actually considerably. So I'm just have to reset the space because it's not even letting me bring anyone up. So let me try now and bring some people up. Yes, it's worked. Awesome. In the meantime, while I bring people up, D-Rock, jump in. And then we'll bring some more people up. Go ahead.
Hey, thanks for letting me up. I have more of like a question. Is there a way we can proactively counter the false flag rather than just waiting for it to happen? Can we make some AI videos or something to flood the social media to prepare, I guess, the image of what it is rather than the American public that's not involved being surprised about it?
I mean, in a way, yeah, I'd say so. We would need to do that, but I think the best way of dealing with the false flag is to basically expose the fakeness of it, expose the propaganda related to it, and let people know the truth. I think that's probably the best way to upend any form of false flag.
I just wanted to jump in on there. D-Rock, look, right? You're saying if we think there's a false flag coming, what can we do? We don't know what. This is the discussion that Suleiman's having today with people, right? Because of Professor Mirandi's tweet. So Abu Wednesday made some really good points that I hadn't thought of. Could be a Jewish holiday, he said. It'll definitely involve kids. I do believe that myself. But it could also involve like Marines, right? Didi and I were talking about this.
Sorry, I'm muted for a second. Sorry.
That's okay. Didi and I were talking about this the other day, that we think it could be a military base because there's a lot of this, if you strike a military base, the Americans are very patriotic. So it could be anything. So you can't call it out before it happens because you don't know the nature of it. What you can do is constantly remind people that Israelis are masters at false flags. Call out anything you see that. So for example, the thread that Suleiman did earlier about the false flag today, if you want to call it that, the hospital, quote unquote, not bombing, comment under that, retweet it, make sure you've quote tweeted it, post it and plaster it everywhere, because I'm certain, having not covered any of the bombing in Israel, the fact that the Israeli government has called this out and called it a war crime and said it's unacceptable is because they want to manufacture consent. And if they're trying to manufacture consent using this, then it's really important that we collectively use that and debunk it and say, no, it ain't happening. And we did that for 40 beheaded babies, right? So whilst you can't call out something that hasn't happened because you don't know, constantly be talking about false flags like we have been. And when you see one like today, use it and plaster it everywhere. Go ahead, D-Rock.
Well, I was thinking more of doing like a rug pull kind of a video, especially like now for the hospital, where you can put up like, oh, Israel's hospital got bombed, but then reveal at the end that it was a Gazan hospital and that was multiple hospitals that was bombed. So you kind of trick the viewer, not for us obviously because we already know, but it's for the other groups and the fence sitters that wouldn't have the same feed that we have. So that's what I was thinking, more of like a rug pull AI video. So it'd be of the hospital, it'd be of blowing up that British carrier, the bases like you were saying, and then reveal at the end. It would only be 8 seconds. I think video 3 is only 8 seconds anyway, and reveal at the end that it was Israel that did it.
Yeah, you could do that. That's a really good idea. And I think anything like that, get it, do it, make it fly. Show it's Israel that did it. Make it into some sort of a kind of, the ironic video of, this happened, but then Israel did it. Or people think that Iran did this, but actually Suleiman posted something earlier, just a little while ago, which is something from earlier this year, I think, where Israel bombed a hospital in Iran. So you could cover an event that occurred that Israel's complaining about, but then showed it happened somewhere else in reality. So there's lots of different things. If you know how to make AI videos, definitely go for it, D-Rock. Good idea. And we need everyone to be as creative as possible, right? Because like they're a massive machine that controls all the Western governments, they control the media, they control all the production houses, they control all the journalists, everything. And we are right up against them, guys. Like literally, do not underestimate what you're doing here. All the listeners who share and comment and retweet and, you know, who are here listening and learning from it. This is what you're doing. It's a really, really powerful thing. So yeah, thanks. Sulaiman, back to you.
Yeah, appreciate that. The is a tweet in the nest, or is coming up in the nest. It is once we get there. Let me read it out to you though. Israel bombed Iraq reactor in Iran and no nuclear activity. The IAEA said we have information that the reactor in Iraq is damaged but is not nuclear active and there is no concerns about radioactivity leakage. They said EIAE has information the Kundab heavy water research reactor under construction was hit. It was not operational and contained no nuclear material, so no radiological effects. At present, IAEA has no information indicating the Kundab heavy water plant was hit. So basically no nuclear activity. Then it goes back to the point that we're saying that when it comes to the Israeli bombing, it just seem like a lot of it when it comes to Iran is surface level, and what the Russians are saying is no nuclear facility of Iran has actually been hit because they are actually quite deep. Yes, that's that. Good to see you. How you doing? Jump in.
Sully, Khaleesi, what's up, guys? Man, I was so disappointed that the space crashed, man. I was going for 5 days, and then what happened?
Bro, like you know how it is with chicks. Like I run the space for almost 100 hours on my phone, no issue, no problem whatsoever. I give it to Khaleesi for 1 hour. Next thing you know, it crashes.
Oh no!
I mean, biology is real.
Women, no, but honestly, man, yeah, I was a bit sad. I'm like, oh shit. But honestly, you guys are awesome, man. The space is, yeah, it's really good. Like I just listened to it throughout the day as I work, so I appreciate all the work you guys are putting in into these spaces, and I'm always tuning in. So appreciate you guys, you and Khaleesi. So my question is very simple. Pakistan just announced that they're not going to get involved in Iran at all, and I don't know, like, man, I really want Iran to absolutely screw Israel up. But from what I'm hearing on the ground with what Israel is doing, they're really a force they can't be reckoned with. These guys are really next level. So my question is, if Iran gets cornered, like, you know, Iran doesn't want to give up. They built an amazing country. Like you go there, it's not a third world country what people think. Like you go in there, it's actually built out to be a really nice country. What do you guys anticipate? I want to hear Sully and Khaleesi's opinion is Israel actually winning this war? And I mean, if Israel does hypothetically, let's say, gain occupation over Iran, Pakistan said they're not going to get involved. But then my theory was like, wait, I mean, Pakistan's sovereignty is because Israel wants to become like the top dog of the Middle East. So just a bit confused there. I'd love both of you guys to give your opinions.
Yeah, I mean, I have a slightly different opinion. Obviously, Truth Teller, who's on our space a lot, he believes that Iran is completely destroying Israel and is completely one way. I think that both countries are harming each other significantly. You look at the destruction that's happening in Israel; it's significant. It can't be downplayed. On the other hand, Israel is bombing Iran quite a lot. But then the question becomes: is Israel taking out key Iranian infrastructure like the nuclear bombs or the nuclear reactors or nuclear facilities? I don't think so. I think a lot of that's deeper underground. So I think Putin is right about that. In terms of surface level infrastructure, of course, they're harming that for sure. So they're causing financial and long-term damage to each other for sure. But in terms and what Israel has managed to do is kill a number of leadership of Iran, even though Iran has got the ready place replacements for them, but still they killed them in the first place. So I think it's like if you were to see what's happening, I think obviously it does seem like it's like both sides are hitting each other quite hard.
Interesting. That's a good take. And what do you think about Pakistan not wanting to involve themselves?
I mean, listen, I've always called out Pakistan, isn't it, for their actions. In the past, I praised them obviously against the India situation because I thought they dealt with it like really well. And the decisions they made were on point. Everything they did was quite brilliant. When I saw the early reports coming out that they were supporting Iran, obviously we were positive about that, but that seems to be not the case. It seems to be like they're playing both sides. But Pakistan's always been a US vassal state. It's always been a US proxy. And it, to be honest, if you had to ask me what I think it will be that. So I think Pakistan can't be trusted if they do the bidding of the United States of America again. Then obviously, you know, it's not good and not acceptable. And if you had to ask me, I think that's what they do.
Appreciate that. Those are some well laid out thoughts. I appreciate that. Khaleesi, did you have I wanted to get your opinion as well on what you thought, or I think she's MIA.
No, I'm here. I'm here. I'm never MIA. Don't listen to Suleiman. So listen, I think that winning for Israel is taking out the Supreme Leader Khamenei and doing regime change. And they're very far away from that, to be honest. They're trying randomly bombing, trying to get, this is what I think, trying to get intel on where he is, and they haven't managed to do that. They did that with Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah, Yahya Sinwar, and Ismail Hania. You know, this is their modus operandi. They did it with President Raisi, but this is the last kind of chess piece that they want. And that's what winning looks like. So far, all they managed to do is destroy infrastructure and kill people. But the difference is the people of Iran have become more united as a result of this, irrespective of their sentiments towards the government. On the other side, Israel's diaspora have become, Israeli citizens are completely frustrated at what's happening. You know, they're used to living a pampered life. They're having to get on ferries and escape to Cyprus and sleep in shelters and sleep in railway stations. Stock market got bombed today. The economy's in tatters. They can't go to work. So for them, they're really, really struggling. And on that level, the military might, they're both kind of targeting each other. But on that level, I think Israel is losing and losing badly. Also, public opinion, you'll see, is with Iran. And you just have to see, like most nights where, like, actually every night we've outdone Mario's space, and ours are organic, right? They're not botted spaces. And organically we've outdone him. And there's a reason for that, because nobody wants to hear Zionist propaganda on this. People are awakened on this now. So that's what I think. And with regards to Pakistan, it's a really difficult one. I think I'm still holding out on Asim Munir. I think he's a good guy. I think at this stage, he has to kind of say that, and I'm giving him the benefit of doubt, because Pakistan is the only Muslim nuclear country. And he's going to have to say, I'm not getting involved, because he doesn't want to make himself target. And he would become the target instantly if he said, oh, yeah, you know what, I'm going to be all in supporting Iran. You know, Netanyahu's bloodthirsty, and Pakistan's in his sights already. I think he's playing a political game. He's trying to focus on his own country, Asim Munir is for now. Whether or not he should do more, well, I'd say that there are plenty of Muslim countries surrounding Israel that could do more first and foremost. Pakistan's a little bit further away, so I think the onus should be on the neighboring countries that are supporting Israel. At least Pakistan isn't supporting Israel. So kind of balanced, that's what I'd say. I don't really have a definitive answer on Pakistan, Ayo.
No, that's the answer was laid out very well. I think your analysis on leaders being the measurement of success for Israel is important to note, because Israel is all about destroying morale, right? Especially within, like, that's the whole game. The whole game is like to play subs, to play mind games. That's why they don't want footage to be released about what's going on in their town, because, like, if we did see footage, it would actually demoralize the Israelis and make them even more they would want to get out even more of the country. And Israel realizes how important the media is, and they have no problems arresting the citizens. Like, you know, Israel's got the Samson option. They'll literally kill everyone if they have to. Hannibal directive. They will kill their own if they have to. Israel is so ruthless. So I think the fact that we're seeing lack of footage also is important is an important factor, because the more footage we see, the more we realize Israel's getting screwed. But we don't really see that because Israel's censoring all of it actively. But yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Guys, I appreciate you, Khaleesi, Suleiman, for hosting the space. I'm going to drop down now. But yeah, appreciate you guys. I'm going to keep listening.
Appreciate you coming on. Just some more breaking news, guys. Do retweet, reshare it. It's the three para. Okay, 1 second. It's the three paramedics. Let's check that. Right, it's the three paramedics. Where's it gone? The tweet. Okay, yeah, here you go. The three paramedics who were killed in an Israeli strike on the Red Crescent ambulance in Tehran. So Israel crying about a hospital being hit, which obviously we know it wasn't. But hypothetically, let's say it was. Why is that an issue? Israel loves bombing hospitals. And why? Is a hospital that's full of Jewish people more valuable than a hospital full of Palestinian people? Is a hospital full of Jewish people more valuable than a hospital full of Lebanese or a hospital full of Iranians? Clearly not. All human and all man is equal. So that's the first point. But also, the Red Crescent isn't a Iranian organization. It is a neutral organization that's only there as a charity to help support victims or help support people in need. They've killed 3 paramedics who were working for the Red Crescent in Tehran. That tweet is in the nest. I want you to retweet it, reshare it, let everybody know about it. But that's an example. They are killing paramedics. They are killing ambulance workers. The evil nature continues. And I want you guys to highlight that, because the more you highlight that, the more people are going to laugh at this idea that Israel is a victim, because that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to play the victim. Oh my God, my boy Nathan's here. Nathan, where you been, bro? Not seen you in bedtime. How you doing?
I'm good, bro. I had to take a nap, bro, to be honest. To be honest, I think when you crashed, I joined back in, and then I was so tired, I thought, you know what, I'm just going to listen for a bit. And then I said I'll join in a minute, and then before I knew it, I was sleeping.
Appreciate you. You've been providing helping with a lot of the news, so I really do appreciate it. Do jump in. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, so I just want to add. I'm all right. So I think I was one of the first to call it that there was something fishy about this attack this morning, the way the footage was coming out. So I wanted to ask, like, has anything else come out now for you guys to definitely conclude that it was false flag? Because I see you a bit confident now.
We made a thread, but it wasn't just a thread. It was full of pure gold. We were giving golden nuggets to the people, throwing out gold like there's no tomorrow. But yeah, there was a number of aspects. And by the way, it was teamwork, to be honest. Like, you guys know, in the past, I've always pulled them threads out myself or with my team, whatever it may be. But this one, a golden teamwork by everyone, pulling out with all the information relating to the thread. Basically, we had the information that we said in terms of Iran did not strike the Soroka hospital. The building had minor impact by the shockwave from a missile targeting the Israeli Command and Intelligence Center. The actual target was the IDF C4I building, which is not too far away from there, and the Gavyam Technology Park. Now, I know some of the Zios are trying to put a Google map on there and saying it's a kilometer away. That's nothing. A kilometer is nothing. That would still hit the shockwave if there was a missile attack, first thing. And the second thing is this IDF C4I building is actually there. So they're going to try and community note it because they don't want that to get out there. But that's the reality of it. Thousands of Israeli soldiers are located in those buildings. It houses critical and digital infrastructure. We've showed evidence of how the building was used. We showed a map of how the building is close to the Soroka Medical Center, or the buildings are. Also, when you look at it, the furniture, we showed an image of the furniture. The furniture stayed upright. If there was an actual bombing of the hospital, the furniture would be overturned. It would be like, it wouldn't be like sitting there straight and pretty. The glass hadn't been shattered. That was something one of the listeners said. The glass was still there. So we mentioned all of that. That's in a thread. And yeah, it is like extremely, extremely weak Let's put it that way.
Well, I'm gonna take a bit of credit for this, because I triggered this, because I was adamant, like when we first got all this footage. But I think you were at the helm at the time, and I don't know what happened to Khaleesi. Our co-host abandoned us, or they dropped off. I don't know. But
Sounds like Khaleesi.
Say again.
I said that sounds like
This
Khaleesi.
is so bad. You guys are so bad.
Thought you left.
She
bullies.
was here. She was here. First of all, she was here, and I was in the DMs with Abu Sitta when this first came out, also saying the same. You men.
Up it, man. I was the one who put the seed in, planted the seed, and then I had to water
You're protection like Zios.
But anyways, yeah, so I just wanted to comment on that. And then there was one more thing I was going to ask about, or I was going to comment. Oh, who's winning? Just a quick comment. In my opinion, right, and this is just my opinion, this is not like, this is looking at it from an objective view, I would say Iran's winning. And the reason I would say Iran's winning is because of the objectives. The objectives of the Israelis is either, as they claim, to destroy the nuclear facility, the nuclear program completely, or regime change. And we know that they implemented a lot of effort pre their initial bombardment with all their agents and facilities on the ground, all their networks, all their cells. So they put in a lot of effort, and a lot of these cells have been dismantled already. And that's not good for them. When I see the IDF basically trying to encourage Iranians to basically turn on the government, like the IDF is literally sending messages to Iranians saying, look, we can help you and all this other bullshit, that means that they're having a hard time on the ground. Their assets, they either lost most of their assets, so that's not going to be of any value to them. So therefore, the damage that they were planning to inflict on Iran to try to bring it down as a nation, because I believe they just wanted to split it up. They want the power structure to be split because it's easier when you're fractured to control you. And they are not achieving that. And if you look on the other side, Iran is in the defensive position, the defensive posture, and they're still standing, and they're standing strong. And not only that, they're countering as well. So for me, yes, materially, Iran is taking a lot of damage. Israel is doing a lot of bombardment. They probably killed a lot of people. So it may look like Iran is losing, but you have to look at from the objective point of view of who's the aggressor, who's the defensive one, what is the objective of the aggressor, and what is the objective of the one that's in a defensive position. And for me, it's quite obvious. You have to add in this other factor, and I'll finish on this. I'm really sorry. Iran doesn't have 5 other countries helping to defend its airspace. It doesn't have all these other countries up in the sky with all these jets shooting down incoming missiles that are being launched from the Israelis. But the Israelis do. They literally have 4 or 5 countries helping to defend their country, helping to intercept missiles. If they didn't have that, you guys, this would have been over. Like anybody who knows the assessment damage, without the US, Britain, Jordan shooting on stuff, and the Saudis shooting on stuff, if all these people helping to defend, Israel would have not pushed forward with this war would be over by now, because Iran would have destroyed most of the infrastructure within Tel Aviv, would have been completely wiped out by now. So I'll just end on that. Obviously, I think it's an important point that people have to understand. Iran is fighting on its own against a country who has multiple countries helping to defend itself. So it's not even, for me, it's not even a contest. Iran's clearly in the winning position for me.
Appreciate that, Nathan. And some more not breaking news, some more information. Photos of a number of Iranian children who fell victim to Israeli aggression on the country. So you can see a lot of the kids who Israel's already killed in Iran. The numbers are adding and accumulating, unfortunately. Darag, jump in.
Oh, it's Dara. And I just thank you for into the world. Zio! Bloody Zios! I fucking love it. Now, the thing I wanted to say was, and he touched on it there, is that the infrastructure being destroyed by Iran on Israel is brutal. They've never experienced this in their life. They're going to be traumatized for years.
and they've been sharing the genocide in Gaza. And I'm sorry, but now they can fucking lie in it. And the thing is, with the population having 100% coverage of shelters, the civilian, if it wasn't that many people in bomb shelters, would be pretty significant. And that plays in the favor of Iran because they can go for the infrastructure with minimal casualties, where the Israelis, as we know, don't give a damn about casualties. And we just need to get the number out there. I mean, I don't want to see anybody die. You know, it's just, I'm anti-war. That's me. The IDF, they deserve to die because they're committing genocide. People dancing about Gaza, people dying, yeah, they can rot in hell. But the general public, no. Now, about getting this message out to people, as I say, you retweet the place, you get the spread about, but also you use local radio stations, or one in a country that's got a popular chat show. I mean, I phoned up LBC because the population are behind Gaza, always have been, given a history. But I listened to LBC because I lived in the UK for 30 years. I love the people. You know, I live mostly in Scotland, but in England as well. Fantastic folk. Unfortunately, as you know, the media controls everything. So you need people to have factual information, get on these talk shows and actually speak the truth, but have receipts when you do so. Because I've heard so many people given half information, but not really backing what they're saying, or if they get challenged, they haven't got the answers, which can go against the cause. But we need people who can be articulate, given factual information, as I say, have receipts, and educate the masses. That will have such an influence on the population in your respective countries is outstanding. And Khaleesi and Salaman, you guys should do it. You've got James O'Brien. You know, if you go in there with proper factual information, you'll get on. And even throughout the day, and it's just to get the message out there. Yes, we've got this platform, we can get people. If you can get onto a national radio station with factual information, you know, the outreach is in the millions. And that's what you need to do in each respective countries, I think.
Appreciate that. Dara. The tweet, I got a tweet in the nest.
You can call me D.
Nah, I appreciate that. What do you call it? The tweet is in the nest. It's anti-Semitic shop sign that attacked an innocent Israeli settler. But yeah, that's in the nest. Do retweet and reshare it. Joe, jump in.
Hey, Simon. I was just thinking, I made a post about it, but aren't people questioning the fact that there was multiple, I think 46 Mossad agents so far have been arrested. I don't know if it's higher, if you guys can fill me in. Building drone factories and bomb labs in a foreign country that they say is the axis of evil. It's, the master planner, the most aggressive. Yet, if you had 46 Mossad agents in Gaza, wouldn't you have gotten all the hostages out by now and had avoided demolishing 90% of the homes in Gaza? Doesn't this show that the objective was never the hostages? They have the capability. It's obvious. They have, probably over 100 men in a foreign country. You think they couldn't have 100 men in a place the size of, Denver, Colorado, and been able to rescue the hostages? I mean, they're doing sophisticated operations 1,500 kilometers away. They couldn't do it next door and get their hostages that they keep screaming about, that they want back, that we know that Hamas offered them back and Netanyahu said no. I mean, isn't this obvious? You know what I mean? Or am I just thinking about this wrong? No, it's easier to put 100 Mossad agents in Iran.
No, you're right, Joe. Their actions prove that what their intentions are is not really the case. Because even the fact that they have 100 plus agents in Iran, the fact that they're actually calling upon people to turn upon the government clearly shows this has nothing to do with a nuclear program, nothing to do with being threatened. It's clearly to do with infiltration and overthrowing a government and trying to have control over a nation's sovereignty. And then when it comes to Gaza, like you said, why are they not putting so much effort into rescuing the hostages? But like you said, they don't want them. We know they don't want them. As you stated, Hamas offered them what, 2 days after, the 9th or the 10th, all the hostages, and what did they say? No. Every time Hamas offers them all the hostages, what do they say? No. So totally agree with you on that one, Joa.
Yeah, and not just that. When you think about a country that locks their citizens in, makes it illegal for them to leave, tells the airlines that if any Israeli citizen boards a plane, arrest them. These are all things that happened. You would think it's the evil guys, right? But no, Americans think Israel's the good guys. And this is crazy to me. Iran's not blockading people in. They're not telling people not to leave. It's just like, it's fact after fact after fact that shows like these guys never wanted the hostages, or else they could have put the 100 Mossad agents in Gaza. They don't want to save their people because they're blockading them in, and they're blockading them in because if there's not civilian casualties, Americans won't have sympathy for what's happening, right? So they need civilian casualties, so they keep them blocked in. Like, it's fact after fact after fact, and I don't know how people aren't seeing it. I really don't.
Can I add something regarding that? Has anyone seen the footage of all the families' hostages, and there was a whole group of them having a discussion, and most of them weren't Netanyahu supporters, but a couple of them were violent Zionists, and they were actually, their words, look, they're pawns to be used so we can go into Gaza. I'm paraphrasing. I'll try to find it because I couldn't download the video, and I put it in the blue pill. But has anyone else seen that video where they're actually saying, yeah, we use our people as pawns for the greater good of Israel?
I haven't seen it. I don't know if someone else has, but I wouldn't doubt it though whatsoever.
I haven't seen that either, but if it's okay, I wanted to add something to that.
I'll put it up now. I've got a link to the tweet. Give us 2 seconds.
Yeah, Joe, it just triggered a memory of mine. We've been so busy with trying to get the news out there so quickly that some things, you can't corroborate, so you don't put it out there, and you don't announce it. But I remember a few days ago, there was a conversation, and supposedly there was a screaming match between whoever it was, Huckabee, who's the ambassador of the United States to Israel, and somebody in Israel. It might have been the Israeli foreign affairs. I'll pull it. But I wasn't able to completely corroborate it, but they were having an argument about that Huckabee wanted to pull the Americans out of Israel. Because as we know, the airports are.
It was Huckabee and Netanyahu.
Was it? Yeah. So somebody was arguing, and they didn't want the Americans to get pulled out of Israel, and they just didn't. So you saw it. All the other countries, China, Japan, everybody recalled their citizens, and they got them safe passage, except for America. It was only for diplomats open to America. And, now that's making sense. But today, I believe they did finally capitulate that they are allowing some Americans to leave.
I just put it on the blue pill. You can see there, and help if it can be verifiable. There's the link to the guy that tweeted it.
I think we've got some hands, guys. I'm sorry, I can't.
Chris,
Yeah,
sorry.
go ahead.
A quick question. So, the Americans didn't get involved then last night. That's a good thing. Did we have any other attacks after the hospital, or that barrage that supposedly hit the hospital? Did we have any other attacks going the other way or coming from Iran after that? Because I actually went to sleep after that.
No, not yet. However, I think they're saying that they will be happening in the short time soon. I think that's what Israeli media is putting out, that they expect to have a volley back in the short time. But I just want to make it clear, there were, I believe, 4 sites that were hit. Jaffa was one. And we have not seen anything come out of that. There's a complete media blackout to that. We've seen the 2 in Tel Aviv and I forget the other one, guys. Sorry, I haven't slept. So we've seen those two, and we've seen catastrophic damage. I think Jaffa is even worse, just given the fact that they immediately suppress those images.
Yeah,
Stevie, sorry to go back a
so what
second.
happened was they put a media blackout straight away as soon as it hit. I believe it was 2 areas of concern that they put an instant blackout on. Sorry, Joe.
Exactly. But did you realize, Nathan, they didn't put the blackout for the 2 buildings next to the hospital, right? They didn't do that. Sorry,
I know,
Joe.
that's why I said it's weird. That's why last night or this morning, sorry, I kept saying this is fucking weird because the pattern, the behavior didn't add up. It was really weird. I said, this is not fucking normal, this. And then the footage that was coming out was, some of it was too clean. But anyways, there are people with their hands on, so I don't really want to go on too much longer. You probably would be best to let these people get, their say in. But yeah, man, it definitely was odd straight away, the way that their behavior was, because it was different from all the previous days, all the previous launches and impacts. The behavior was totally different.
Yeah, can I just say, I agree, totally different. Still trying to figure out what is driving it, what the mentality is behind it, what the motivation is. But it's definitely not big enough to drive a wedge in US politics to shift the MAGA crowd, the anti-war crowd, especially the anti-Zionist anti-war crowd, any further towards consent for the war. So this is not the false flag that we're all worried about. I don't know what's motivating it. Maybe it was to draw attention away from the actual target and how much damage with that was done by the precision hit. Anyway, I'm sure we'll find out eventually. Maybe not. But yeah, just on the false flag, I just wanted to say I agree entirely with what Professor Morandi was saying and everyone here. It's coming. It's coming. There's no doubt about it. And it wasn't this one. It wasn't the hospital. But tell you what, it was great training. Really good to see, put the wheels into action and see how Sully and Khaleesi acted on it. It was just fantastic to see. And everyone else here that supported them. And that's exactly what we need to be prepared for. And the other thing that Khaleesi said, I 100% agree with. So for the last 2 days, I've been it doesn't take much time or effort. I've just been writing, and like my account, my channel is really small, but I've been piggybacking off, people, big names, whenever they start a new thread. And I've just been writing a simple sentence just to keep it in the forefront of people's minds. All it is a sentence in capitals saying a false flag incoming with 3 red lights, and I've just been strategically placing that around the place, everywhere, every time I can. And it's just about keeping it there in the ecosphere and letting people know that, listen, it's coming, right? Because you can't predict what it's going to be. So what else can you do, right? So keep it fresh in people's minds. But what I really wanted to talk about is I'm trying to figure out like what the go is with this Fordo site that if they do, if Trump does take action, that'll
Just
be
a
the
breaking
site.
news, and I'm going to give the tweet right back to you. I mean, the mic back to you. The first one is Israel just targeted a group of journalists and paramedics in Gaza. 1 killed and others injured. That's happened right now. So Israel has killed and targeted a number of journalists and paramedics in Gaza. We also have the statement of the Foreign Minister Abbas. Sorry, not the statement, but the Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has announced that he will meet with the European delegation in Geneva on Friday. This meeting is being held at the request of the European Troika. That tweet is also in the nest. Sorry, do continue, Lenny.
Yeah, thanks. And that's the other thing. We can't take the foot off the pedal of Gaza. This is
I mean, that might be another thing that this is all about, a distraction from this sort of final solution that they've got going on in Gaza now. But yeah, so with the Iran thing, I was just wondering, like, what are they, I mean, maybe it is just all about Gaza and the final push, but and drawing attention away from that, but it's a bloody expensive thing to do, you know, comes at a high cost. So that's probably not it. They could probably still get away with doing what they want to do in Gaza without this. So what are they actually trying to do here? Because the whole, you know, stopping Iran from achieving breakout and going beyond 90% enrichment and then weaponizing that's ridiculous, right? For 30 years, the guy, Netanyahu, has been telling us, oh, yeah, they're going to build the bomb. They're going to build the bomb. Watch out. No one's fallen for it. No one's taken action on it. In fact, Obama in 2015 made an agreement with the JCPOA. Everyone was cool with it. European states were cool with it. The IAEA said, yep, everything's conforming. Trump came along, Netanyahu whispered in his ear, and he blew that deal up, right? So then Iran said, well, okay, stuff you guys. We're going to enrich to 60% now, which is what they've done. Now, there's nothing illegal about what they've done. Under international law and under the NPT, there's nothing illegal what they've done. It's all within the IAEA rules and within the JCPOA agreement, which said that if America breaks the agreement, they are then allowed to certain things, including enrichment up to around 60%. They're allowed to do that under the JCPOA. So anyway, they've been doing that all these years since Trump ripped it up legally, no issues. So now suddenly this is now, okay, now we have to invade. I was trying to figure out, you know, what the hell is going on here? The intelligence community, CIA, FBI, NSA, all these other, like, this, you know, 18 different intelligence agencies all coming together to say in one concerted voice in front of Congress, not once but twice, they've just done it again last week, although not under a hearing, but they've released another report. Tulsi did it before that a month ago. So twice in a row, so obviously they're desperate. No, there is no threat of a nuclear weapon being produced. There is no threat of breakout. There's no threat of a nuclear program even existing with Iran, right? And so all of that's there, and now they're still going after him. So what actually is going on? It's not the nuclear. So the way I see it is it's about regime change, right? It's about removing Iran, turning Iran into. So they've just solved the Syria issue as far as from their perspective. They took out before they've taken out obviously Iraq.
Oh, so some more breaking news. Let me just quickly give you this, and I'll give the mic straight back to you. Close view of the moment an Iranian ballistic missile impacted the elite tower in Tel Aviv. So we're getting more visuals of the elite tower in Tel Aviv being hit by a Israeli missile. Iranian missile. Furthermore, we have Israeli army has been forced to ration interceptor missiles, prioritizing civilian area protection. Some Iranian missiles are underground, making them hard to destroy or detect. So Israel is running out of interceptor missiles. Like this is another demonstration of why things are extremely tough for them. We also have, this is important, this one. Actually, I remove the other ones. I think this is even more important. The other ones are news, but this is really important. So here is a list of the 35 hospitals in Gaza that were destroyed by Israel. The names of them are there. I want you to look at that tweet. I want you to retweet that tweet. I want you to share it and quote tweet it. So the name of the hospitals are Al-Shifa Medical Hospital, Nasser Medical Complex, Abu Yusuf Al-Najjar Hospital, Indonesian Hospital, Kamal Adwan Hospital, Al-Ahli Baptist Hospital, we all remember that one, Beit Hanun Hospital, Al-Auda Hospital, Al-Quds Hospital, Abasan Algerian Hospital, Al-Hayat Hospital, Al-Hilal Hospital, the Psychiatric Hospital, Al-Rantisi Hospital, Al-Nasser Children's Hospital, Al-Dura Hospital, the Turkish-Palestinian Friendship Hospital, the Eye Hospital, the Al-Karama Hospital, Patients Friend Association Hospital, the Public Service Hospital, Darus Salam Hospital, Yafa Hospital, St. John Eye Hospital, Al Sahaba Hospital, Specialized Eye Hospital, the Emirati Hospital, Haifa Charity Hospital, Al Wafa Hospital, Al Mahdi Maternity Hospital, Jordanian Field Hospital, Yemen Al Said Hospital, Islamic Specialized Hospital, Al Amal Hospital, and Hamad Hospital. I went through intentionally to read every single one out to basically emphasize the implications and the impact and the grotesque nature of the Israeli regime by bombing these hospitals. And the difference with these bombings of these hospitals was it wasn't like now where a military base was hit and then a shockwave hit the hospital and minor impact hit the glass. These were direct attacks on the hospital, not once, not twice, but many, many, many times, making these hospitals completely unoperational. And we now have only one real hospital operating in the entirety of Gaza. So I think this is extremely important. I want you to like it. I want you to retweet it. I want you to share it. I want you to let everybody know about it. I can see there's people in the comments. Some people are repeating the names of the hospitals. Yeah, and put some comments in there as well, guys. Do get that spread out, please. That would be appreciated. That tweet's in the nest. Learning, go do finish your point.
Yeah, thanks, Sully. Will do. So I was just wondering what is going on with this attack and why now? And I don't exactly know why, of course. No one really does the mind of Netanyahu. But obviously, I think it has something to do with Trump being in power and using what leverage he has with that guy, with Mariam Edelson and all of that surrounding Trump. But then I started thinking, okay, so nominally, what they're going to do is attack Fordo, right, which is about 80 meters under the ground and fortified, and they're going to use these GBU 57 penetrators, okay. But I've been doing some research on them, and like they've never used it before in the field. They've only done tests, and the Chinese have also been doing tests on them in preparation for one day perhaps having to face America. And these things go to about 61 meters, right? Fordo is 80 meters below. Then you have a blast radius of maybe 10 meters. And it's still not enough to penetrate Fordo, right? So then there's another theory, which is they're going to throw in several. So a B-2 bomber can carry 2 of these, right? So there's going to be like a flight of B-2 bombers, one after the other, covered by F-35s from Israel, flying flank to take out any sort of anti-air missile batteries, S-400s and S-300s. From the Iranians, and then the B-2s drop their two bombs each. They're high precision GPS, but they can't go down the same furrow hole exactly, the same rat hole that they create, because it's only about a meter diameter. They're 6 meters long and a meter diameter. So I'm thinking each one's going to have to still penetrate its own soil, right? Its own soil diameter of soil, 61 meters down. So how is it going? They don't actually blast the earth above them. They go all the way down. It's a delayed fuse. And at the bottom, they do a little 10-meter blast. So how are they going to actually? And then Grossi, the IAEA, the head of the IAEA, recently said to the Wall Street Journal that actually some parts of Fordo, now they've gotten up to half a mile deep. So that's ridiculous. So how are they actually going to do it without having airborne troops come in all over dropping them into place and having them go down Fordo, down the tunnels and shooting everyone and blowing the whole thing up from the inside out? I really don't know it. I don't understand it. But that's where I think really what's going on is they're going to do the attack on Fordo and then rely on Iran's retaliation, which, according to Iran, would involve attacking all of the bases that are sitting around Iran in a ring in the Arab states. the US bases, kill a whole bunch of American personnel because they haven't evacuated them, which makes me wonder why haven't they, so they're all still there, these people on the ground. And we've seen that the ballistic missiles and the hypersonic missiles, both of them penetrate the missile interceptors in Israel, and they're the same ones that are going to be around the bases. So we know that they'll do no good, and the Iranian missiles will hit home. So you're going to have a whole bunch of deaths all around the Arab nations where these American deaths, where these missiles. And then the next thing that Iran said they'll do is simultaneously take out the oil infrastructure, right? And I think that will be then the raison d'etre for America to then say, okay, well, they've killed a whole bunch of Americans, maybe several thousand Americans across all these bases. They're causing mayhem. We have to go in now. But I don't know if that's going to be enough. After 9/11, people are sick of wars. I don't know that that's going to work. So, and that's where I'm stuck.
Can I ask you a quick question? When you say after they attack Fordo, the Iranians are going to attack the U.S. bases, are you saying that in the context of the U.S. taking part in attacking Fordo, or just the Israelis? Because if it's just the Israelis attacking Fordo, I don't think that would trigger Iran to attack U.S. bases. I think they've made
no 100%. 100%. Let me clarify. I meant America, because the Israelis have already attacked Fordo. That's how they know. Their bombs did fuck all. Sorry, pardon my French. The bombs did nothing. They need the Americans because of the depth of Fordo. But as I said, even with the best tools the Americans have, the GBU-57, the biggest penetrating specially designed bunker buster bomb that they've got, that can only be released by a B-2 bomber, which the Israelis don't have, and they don't have the pilots, the competency to fly, right? They can't do the job. So the question that I've got in is, well, I don't want to relate the whole story, but you get my meaning. Well,
that's just one last question. I'm really sorry, but wouldn't
no, go ahead. Go ahead.
If the Americans did join in and attack Fordo, but then wouldn't an attack on any of the U.S. bases or U.S. assets be justified because the U.S. has taken offensive actions against Iran? So I don't think even them attacking the bases,
100%.
Yeah, I don't think them attacking the bases is going to change the U.S. involvement because they already would have been involved by taking part in the bombing.
Correct. I mean, it'd be entirely justified. That's not my point. My point is that because I'm trying to figure out what is going on here, right? I don't know why now, and I'll never know that, because it's been 30 years in the making. Why now? And I don't know what the whole point of attacking Fordo is with the B-2 bomber, because it's too deep.
Just some more breaking news, and I'll give the mic back to you. Israeli military officials have claimed that they have estimated to have struck 2/3 of Iran's missile launchers, but Iran still has more than 100 missile launchers remaining. So they still have more than 100 missile launchers remaining. Go ahead, Lenny.
Yeah, so it doesn't make sense to me that that's the reason why, because they can't really touch it. Fordo I'm talking about. So, I mean, short of dropping, and maybe this is what they will do, I don't know. Maybe they get desperate and they do a flyover and drop in the airborne because the Israelis don't have the paratroopers. So, and do it that way. But this comes back to the whole, everyone knows that the Israelis, they only enrich to 60% as a draw card for negotiations to get the sanctions lifted. Before they assassinated the lead negotiator, and I'm sorry I've forgotten his name, but who was killed in the first Israeli strike, assassinated in his apartment building, he was on the record in an interview with an American news station. It's online on YouTube, where he states that Iran is happy to go back to 3.76% enrichment from 60%, which is what's required for civilian nuclear reactor, nuclear power requirement, as long as they're prepared to lift the sanctions. We're ready, he said. So the 60%, everyone knows. The CIA knows it was only about negotiation to get the sanctions lifted, the horrible sanctions that are destroying the economy. However, Iran has been very resilient, but you know what I mean. So the whole point is, the whole question is, what's this facade all about then? Yeah, it is about destroying Iran, right? It's about
just some more breaking news, and I'll give it back to you. The Israeli Tax Authority have received 22,932 damage claims so far, 18,894 damaged buildings, 1,827 for damaged vehicles, and 2,215 for other types of property. So there has been significant damage of Israel. Sorry, Learning, do continue.
Yeah. Oh, looks like America's going to have to write them another check, eh? So listen. So I'll cut it short here, but just to close my point, it's not about the nuclear program. It's not about Fordo. That's just I don't know, like a pretense or a facade for something else. So yeah, they will, because that's the pointy end of the argument. So they're going to bomb Fordo. But I think what they're waiting for is Iran's retaliation, like I said, right? So and Iran's already made that clear. It's on the record. We'll attack all your bases. The missiles are ready to go. All your bases, right, are going to be under fire. Oil infrastructure, and oil is going to skyrocket. Okay, I mean, that's Iran's Samson moment, right? Israel has theirs. This is Iran's. And they'll have every right to do that. But I think that's the game. They do that. Iran retaliates. They think that they will then have casus belli to then go in and you know, I don't know, boots on the ground. No, I don't think so. But you know, the American F-35s come into play. The whole fleet from the Nimitz comes out. But I don't know. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't seem well thought out. I don't think the American public are going to go for that. You know, before 9/11 maybe, but now I think there's been a horrible miscalculation, and yeah, I just wanted to leave it there. That was my point. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate that, Learning. Didi, have you got any breaking news you want to jump in with, or anything else?
Yes, I don't know if you want to go over it, but I sent you the video. It sounds like Israel occupation aircraft launches heavy strikes on the city of Shiraz and Iran. It looks like the response is starting.
Israel is bombing Shiraz, basically. Mr. M, jump in.
Hi, good afternoon. This is the first time for me speaking on the space, so I'm a bit nervous. Thanks for having me on. I just want to chime in, take the conversation back to the false flag event. If there can't be a 9/11 occasion again, because half of the country, which is MAGA, will think it's the liberal elite, Democrats, Wall Street. We don't care about them. Let them get bombed. It won't bring the country together. If the aircraft carrier or the big ship that's coming into the area today or tomorrow gets bombed, then half of the country, which is the anti-war, anti-republican, anti-military, military-industrial complex, are going to say, we don't give a shit. This is a war machine. We don't want to get involved. So that's the Democrat or the liberal side of America. What will bring potentially America together is what they've been doing ever since November or before November last year, with the assassination attempts to Trump and the predictive programming of planting the seed of Trump getting assassinated.
Just some breaking news, and then I'll give it straight back to you. So the tweet is in the nest. I think it's pretty cool. They are saying that Yehudit Arno, senior sources in the Israeli establishment, say one of the missiles launched from Iran this morning was made up of several smaller missiles. Upon impact, it exploded at multiple points across the Gush Dan area. So that seems to be the Salij one, or the Khorashar, where there's multiple missiles within the missile and then they disperse and hit. So that seems to be what it is. That's pretty cool. The other one is, let me put the tweet in the nest. We've got so much news. Israeli aircraft launch heavy strikes on the city of Shiraz in Iran, which was announced by Didi. That tweet is in the nest. Also, Russian, let's get this one up. 1 second. Russian Foreign Ministry have made a statement and they've said Russia warns the US against interfering in military action against Iran as this is fraught with uncontrollable consequences. Russia being the peacemaker. Those tweets are in the nest. Retweet them, reshare them, let everybody know about them.
Yeah, just to add context to what that bomb, it's 8 in 1, he said, is what he said.
Yeah. Sorry, shall I continue?
Yeah, sure.
Hello? Yeah. So I'll keep it short. Basically, the only thing that will get America 100% into the war is Trump's assassination. And if I remember correctly, when Trump was signing his 100 executive signatures or orders when he came in, one of them, I think it was that if Iran is in charge, if Iran is culpable in the assassination of Trump, then America will go into war with Iran. I'm sure it was one of the executive orders he signed. That's point one. My second point, and I'll keep it short. I'm a Shia Muslim. So what's happening now, obviously, not to turn it into a sectarian thing, shout out to all my Sunni brothers and sisters. This is a very, very pivotal point in our kind of remit or circle. Sayyid Ali Sistani, which is the prominent Shia scholar in Iraq, in Najaf, came out yesterday or today and said, and he warned against assassinating Sayyid Ali Khamenei. People need to remember in 2014 how the popular mobilization units, Hashd al-Sha'bi, or the resistance arm in Iraq, was formed. By one sentence from Sayyid Ali Sistani, literally within 2-3 days, 5 days, 500,000 Shia Muslims lined up and volunteered to join in the fight against ISIS. So if Sayyid Ali Khamenei gets assassinated, you've already got 100, 200 million Shia Muslims who follow that side of Shia Islam, of Wilayat al-Faqih with Sayyid Ali Khamenei. If Sayyid Ali Sistani comes out and says, right, it's time for everyone else to get involved, you've got 400 to 500 million Shia ready for war, basically. So it's between two things. It's either assassinate Trump and get America involved, or assassinate Sayyid Ali Khamenei and just get Iran, gung-ho, 100 miles an hour all the way in. This whole talk about the nuclear conversation, that's gone and past. Like you're talking, that time came and went. Forget the nuclear, it's gone past that now. Now it's war, and it's on the ladder of escalation, and it's getting more and more serious. So the whole conversation about the nuclear weapons, that's gone and finished. Sorry to say, that ship has sailed, as the saying goes. So now it's war. It's just how do you drag in America and the West in, and potentially China and Russia and the Shia world, or the Shia crescent. And that's all I've got to say. Thank you very much.
Thanks for that. Give me 2 seconds. I was too busy tweeting. Okay. Didi, any breaking news?
No, brother, none yet.
Nothing at the moment? Okay, cool. Let's bring in Ra'i. Ra'i, jump in.
Yes, hi everyone. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to share. I don't share much on the spaces. And before I start, thank you for your efforts, Suleiman and the bunch of you. I believe truth is our ally, and with truth as your ally, you will win. You guys do a great job. So let me So I've been watching this whole dynamic between the West, Israel, and Iran for many years now, and from the start, it was very obvious after the revolution that the West will never approve of an independent, sovereign, self, like. They produce their strength from within the country with all these sanctions, and they keep on getting stronger. That's a big problem for the West, because West Asia is strategic and they want total hegemony. The other thing is for the Israelis couldn't tolerate that Iran is the only power, and without Iran, Hamas wouldn't be as strong. Hezbollah wouldn't be Hezbollah, and the Hashd al-Shabi, and even Yemen would be different. And the only common thread that gets these people that want to resist Israel able to get a chance at resisting Israel was Iran. So strategically, it's not about the nuclear reactor or the nuclear program, that because anybody that's reasonable can see that with a deal and the UN and IAEA, they can reach something reasonable, and that happened in 2015. So it's not the nuclear thing. It's in general the leadership of Iran that remains steadfast against Israel and steadfast in keeping its sovereignty is non-acceptable. It's not acceptable. So looking at the Israelis, the Israeli persona, that criminal, lunatic, unhinged, you look at their behavior since 1948, you're like, and you think like, how do they think that this is going to go well? So to make reason of what's going on today, we have to remember that Israel is a lunatic, absolutely. And Israel has always, anytime Israel was hit, Israel took that as a chance to expand Greater Israel. From 48, 56, 67, 73, 82, the whole time. And as soon as October 7th happened, they went to the shelf and they brought down the file that says ethnic cleansing in Gaza, destroying Hezbollah, and then Netanyahu said it very clearly, we're going into a new Middle East. Now, there will not be a new Middle East unless you change the regime in Iran or break Iran, let's say, okay? And that's what they're trying to do. And when Trump came, my opinion was, so the Israelis know very well that they cannot do this without the Americans. Forget about it. They cannot.
Just some more breaking news right then. I'll give the mic straight back to you. Let me just read this.
Yes, go ahead.
The tweets in the nest, this looks mad. It looks pretty awesome. Check it out. 8-in-1 missile used by Iran, where the main missile contained smaller missiles. It was likely the Sajil or the Khurramshar missile. One missile was made up of 8 smaller missiles. Upon impact, it split and exploded at multiple points across the Gush Dan area. So you can see it. It goes, it hits, it splits, it becomes 8 different missiles. This is one of the more newer techs used by Iran that have not been used previously. You can see the damage it did. The video is in the nest. It's pretty fire, to be honest. Check it out. It's in the nest. Retweet it, reshare it. Right, the dude, continue.
Yes, yes, thanks. So let's look. Okay, so Israel is the lunatic that wants to expand. Does not make sense, like Israel's behave. That's the lunatic criminal persona, and we understand that. Now, if you look at the United States, so during this election, it was already on the table for the Zionists, whether Israeli Zionists or American Zionists, that it's time to decapitate Iran. It's time to finish Iran, because the source of all their problems in West Asia is Iran. So if I was a Zionist and I had power in the United States, like they do, AIPAC and all that, and there is a presidential election, And I know that the most important priority for us as Zionists to finish Iran, who do I back? Do I get a Democrat in, or do I get a Republican in? And which Republican in? And when Trump was allowed to go back into the White House, and suddenly, because if we remember his first term, you can see how much hatred there was for Trump, and especially in liberal media, but amongst many intellectuals, amongst even Zionists, amongst so many people used to hate him and bash him all day, 24/7, right? And suddenly he's allowed to go back into the White House, one. Two, a lot of these voices just disappeared or calmed down. And the and what I saw in that, and as soon as he came in, I understood very well. So that if the Zionists want to take America to war with Iran, because otherwise they cannot destroy Iran, so this is a must. What kind of president do we need? We need a Trump. Idiot, doesn't understand diplomacy, a background completely away from politics, doesn't read a book, and we can see his tweets. Like who goes on social media and says, Khamenei, we're gonna get you, and then in brackets kill you. It's like he's an unhinged lunatic. But the United States Armed Forces needs a white man to rally the white people to get the army. Like a Democrat cannot go LGBTQ in the army and win over Iran. They needed the other opposite end of that spectrum. So that's for America. So definitely 100% America is coming into the fight. There is no way for Trump to refuse the pressure of the Zionists within the United States. He will bring the America into the fight. Now, false flag or something else, I'm not sure, but definitely America is going into that fight. Make no mistake, guys. This is a long-term, deep state, think tanks, Zionist project, and now they see a chance to do it. And the problem is that Trump doesn't listen to his intel people. Yesterday he said, Tulsi Gabbard, I don't care what she said. Like how crazy is that, right? So America is coming in. Now, quickly, I'll describe Iran. So Iran understood from 1979 that if Iran stays on its principled theology, understanding of Shiism and the revolution and standing for the oppressed and staying sovereign, that it is going head on eventually to a crash with the United States. So they understood. And then in 2003, when they saw what the US did to Iraq, it was confirmed 100%. So what have the Iranians been doing? Knowing that eventually it will be a clash between them and the US, they have been preparing and preparing hard and preparing well. And I think there's a lot more surprises to come. And just quickly regarding the Fordo. So let me make this clear. If hitting Fordo does not improve the chances of toppling of the government and changing the regime in Iran, they wouldn't care about it. Again, I tell you, it's not about the nuclear thing. But also we have to understand that...
Just some more breaking news. I'm just going to give the mic straight back to you. There will be quite a lot of breaking news while you speak, right?
Go ahead.
But this one is from the Supreme Leader. Ayatollah Khamenei comes out smashing. His Iran leader says Israel is weak and needs US help. He said, quote, the very fact that the Zionist regime's American friends have entered the scene and are saying such things is a sign of that regime's weakness and inability. Basically explaining and saying that because the Zionists and Israelis are so weak, that's why they need the United States of America's help. Go ahead, Raid.
Yeah.
To the next.
Yeah. So when it comes to Iran, Iran has prepared for this in a long time in preparation. One, two, for the defensive strategies of Iran, they're mainly targeted at the US. Israel can be a nuisance, and we can see if Israel had air power enough air power. They wouldn't resort to sabotage and terrorism just from the second day or actually the first day. So they don't have the air power. They can't do anything. So Iran is ready not for Israel. Israel is the cherry on top. Iran is ready for the war with the United States. And like someone was saying just before me, it's like it doesn't make sense. Somebody's not making good calculations. Like, well, it doesn't. Israel is lunatic. That's the problem. I mean, even it's that DNA psychological evolution persona of this skinny dude with his curls beside his ears, poking at a big guy, and the big guy is like, "Come on, man," and this unhinged lunacy. That's Israel. And the problem is that we've seen, and I have been saying forever that Zionists control America, but today it's foolproof. Everything is there. We know that they do control America. It's like a big, huge elephant, and this tiny Israel holding its ear and taking this elephant around to bash everybody. They did it Syria, Iraq, Libya, and everything. So I'll finish with one more thing. If we look at the persona, we describe the persona of Israel. If I want to describe the persona of Iran, it'll be, the nice guy. And nice guy, not because wants to be loved by anyone. Nice guy because that guy is God-fearing. Doesn't believe in doing bad because the ultimate authority at the end of the day is what pleases God. This is the persona of Iran. This is a guy who's God-fearing, who's a nice guy, but also doesn't give a shit when it comes to it. He will deliver even.
More breaking news. We also see Lockheed Martin stocks are sinking. The Lockheed Martin stocks are sinking. More evidence Iran did take down the F-35s, because what other reason is there's war. We're on the brink of war. Lockheed Martin stocks should be rising, but obviously those F-35s being taken out by Iran likely has got the stock being dumped. Go ahead, do continue, Raz.
Yes, I'll add one more idea, also from me analyzing and studying over the years regarding this matter. Many people get surprised that Eastern production of military assets, when it's faced with Western production of military assets, it's proven that the Eastern have serious power. I mean, we saw it a little bit in Russia, actually not a little bit, a lot in Russia with the Oreshnik missile and a lot of stuff, where the West is throwing all kinds of tech, military tech at Russia, and Russia has been able to show a lot of advancement in military tech. The same thing with India and Pakistan, that quick thing that happened that showed there's a major flaw in Western military tech and advance and production. And what we have to understand, and what took me time to understand, is the following: the military-industrial complex in the West is corporations that are for profit. So when, let's say, somebody brings a drawing to the CEO and says, like, we can produce this and they look at the numbers, they count the beans, and they're like, oh, this will sell that much, and all right, let's produce it and let's sell it. Because it's a corporation, it's for profit, and this is how it operates. In the East, whether the Russians or the Chinese main productions are not for profit. In Russia, it's 50-50 between the public and the private sector, but the decision-making, the ultimate one, is the public sector, so the government has to approve. And in China, is the same thing. They do not produce just because they can market it and sell it, and it makes profits and it brings the stock price up. No, they produce custom-made to be able to stand up and to beat the Western systems. So this understanding that layer makes us understand that like it's not surprising the tech that Iran has. It's not surprising at all, and there's a lot more to come. And it's not surprising. There will be a lot of surprises, especially for the people who live in the echo chamber of the West, and how strong and kitted out they are. When the war happens then it becomes between the United States and Iran, we're going to see the weakness of the American military industrial complex. But the problem is that people on top, the people in the decision making, do not give a crap how many American soldiers' lives are going to be lost. I'm very hopeful, and I, regardless of all the misery that will come on so many people, I just want to see that fight done. We've been in this path for 40 years. We've had enough. So, yeah, I'm very hopeful. Thank you for the opportunity.
I read. Thanks for that. That was it really helped confirm a lot of the things that I was thinking and answer some questions that I had. I've got two questions for you, if you don't mind. The first one is, what you mentioned two things: regime change, and also you mentioned Syria and Libya. My question for you is, which one of those are they after? Is it ultimately regime change, and if they have to get there via destroying the fabric of the nation and leaving it as a failed state, so be it? Or is the goal itself completely leveling it, sending it back to the Middle Ages? And the second question I have for you before I stop is, can Iran win if there's no boots on the ground from the Americans, just an aerial campaign?
Yeah. Okay, let me start with the first one. So, all of the above. So, the problem is that the intelligence reports that eventually reach the decision-making echelon up in the West and in the United States are always doctored and played with to show outcomes that are way less possible to achieve. Like, let's say this first hit that happened 6-7 days ago, it was all right. So the Zionist lobby within the Pentagon and within the intelligence community would pitch something like this: look, Mr. President, this is what we have. We're gonna hit all their aerial defenses, meaning with the drones mostly that flew out from within Iran, and we're gonna kill the top leadership within the army, and then there will be chaos, and then we have our people inside, and they will revolt, and we're going to topple the government. Now, the people who are selling those ideas understand that there is very slight possibility this shit can happen. And you can see it even within Israel today. Yesterday, somebody was arguing with this idiot Ben Gvir, and Ben Gvir was like, we didn't know. That's why we did it. We didn't know. So they're wishful thinking, their propaganda, their twisted ways. They try to sell these ideas to decision makers. But what I see is that, forget about regime change. This is not Syria. In Syria, it took 14 years of constant bombing, infiltration, sanctions, impoverishing everyone, until they were able to get to the critical mass where things turned, and suddenly Bashar had to say, all right, I'm out. This will never happen in Iran. The other thing in Iran, which is completely different, like in Syria, you just bring a Mossad agent, you say this is the president, everyone believes you, and that's it. You can change all kinds of foreign policy affairs, and we saw it. I mean, Syria was like the spine of the resistance movement within the Levant, not the whole Middle East. And suddenly now, you see statements that are crazy. And Iran is a bit different. Look, the Iranians, this is a culture that's 5,000-6,000 years in the making. Very nationalistic, very defiant, very proud. It's not a matter of bringing a new ruler and then you can change the whole vibe and the whole policy of the country. So they're going to try everything. Of course, they're going to try to kill Khamenei. They think, the Westerners, the way they think, not, of course, when I generalize, I'm talking about Washington, not the whole West. But in Washington, they're so shallow and dumb in their analysis. And sometimes they think, like, if we take the head of the corporate, like they think corporate a lot. They don't understand cultures. They think if they take out Khamenei, you know, everybody else is going to say, oh, no, the CEO is gone, maybe let's go take a break. Like it's not how it works. This is not corporations. This is a culture. You take this is a Karbala'i culture. This is a Shia culture. This is a culture that's influenced by the story of Imam Hussein and all that. And so it's a fighting culture. So you take out the head, and then I tell you, man, like maybe now they're being very methodical and strategic. Then it'll be, you know, to glory or martyrdom, everyone, the 90 million people. So I don't know what kind of scenario will happen. I think they're going to try to do regime change, but on the way to doing regime change, they're going to go towards destruction and total destruction of all kinds of military assets and everything that makes the country a country. All kinds of public offices, police stations, electricity, water. You know, this is how they do it. But again, I say the strategy of Iran, it was always defensive and it was always underground. And I think Fordo is below a mountain, and not just any mountain. So when they killed Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah, they were able to go down 17 stories. So 17 stories times 3, you can tell how many meters, but it was regular strata. It was soil and dirt and concrete. Fordo is under granite. It's a mountain of granite, if I'm not mistaken. It's no joke. I don't think they'll be able to reach it. And again, it's not their goal. They don't care. Their goal is to neuter Iran. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Cheers, Reed. Thank you for that. Solly, are you here?
He is, and so am I.
I was going to say, do you want to go to Montaz next, since he's in Gaza? And obviously,
yeah. We know Brother Motaz very well. Motassem, how are you? Brother Motassem, can you hear us?
Yeah, his connection might not be good.
Brother Motassem, can you hear us?
I'm hearing you.
You're hearing us? Okay, how are you?
I am fine, alhamdulillah. I am fine. Do you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you talk to us, Brother Motassem? How are things for you and your people in Gaza?
Yes. Strip is very difficult today. The Israeli occupation forces have escalated their attacks. They have carried out at least 7 massacres since the early morning. One of the massacres just half an hour ago, as the Israeli occupation forces bombed a residential compound in the city of Jabalia, north of the Gaza Strip. Killing between 70 and 100 people. This is according to initial reports. Another massacre was the Israeli occupation forces committed earlier today. It was against the starving people in the southern part of the Gaza Strip in the city of Khan Yunis, when the starving people who were gathering to wait for the aid. When the aid entered into Khan Yunis, they rushed to the trucks which carried the aid, and an Israeli tank bombed this truck, destroyed the truck, and killed 16 starving people at the same time. The Israeli massacres are still continuous against people, against starving people, and against everything in Gaza. I am to comment on the Israeli outcry over the hospital, Soroka Hospital, which was affected by an Iranian missile that hit an intelligence headquarters in Israel. The Israeli occupation forces have destroyed all Gaza hospitals during the past 2 years of the genocide. No single hospital in Gaza hasn't been destroyed by the Israeli occupation forces. So that's why they are crying for the collateral damage of a hospital, an Israeli hospital, while they just 2 days ago hit an Iranian hospital, and yesterday they bombed the Iranian the headquarters or a head office for the Iranian Red Crescent, and so they and beside the attacking hospitals in Gaza, they have been blocking the entry of fuel for into the Gaza Strip, putting all medical action and services in Gaza on the brink of collapse, as there is no electricity. There is no electricity since the start of the genocide and in Gaza, and most of generators and solar system were destroyed during the genocide, the 20 months of the genocide, and they depend on a few amount of fuel that allowed by the Israeli occupation to enter into Gaza. Now, by today, there has been no drop of fuel entered into Gaza for 102 days. And World Health Organization, where United Nations officials, UNRWA officials, Ministry of Health officials, international bodies and organizations have been calling for Israel to deliver just a very few amount of fuel in order to let the least medical services in Gaza going on. But the Israeli occupation insists on banning or the retention of banning the entry of fuel. So that's why the Israeli occupation forces and the Israeli occupation officials cry and condemn and do whatever they are doing now after the collateral damage in the hospital, in the Israeli hospital. I myself condemn any attack, any damage, any targeting of hospitals and civilian facilities. But today, the Israeli conscience and the Israeli officials have recognized that attacking hospitals is against the international law, is opposed by the international law, while when they have been attacking hospitals in Gaza and Iran and other and elsewhere, and the medical staff and paramedics and ambulances and killing civil defense officers, rescuers, first responders everywhere is not against the international law. But when an Israeli hospital was targeted or was affected by a nearby attack, they recognize that this is against international law. They are hypocrite, and unfortunately, the mainstream media all over the world is siding with the Israeli occupation and adopting its propaganda and spreading its propaganda, unfortunately, while ignoring what's going on in Gaza, mainly in Gaza, and even in the occupied West Bank, which is under full control of the Israeli occupation. The Israeli occupation forces continuously storm hospitals, kidnap Palestinian patients and wounded, and kidnap paramedics. What threat do patients in hospitals pose on them? What? I don't know why. What threat do they pose on them? but it is the Israeli mindset, which stems or which is based on violence and aggression and self selfishness and bad behavior. They don't look at people as at other people as humans. They look at people as subhumans, but they consider only themselves as a human, so that they don't care about what are they doing, what they are doing for other people if they aren't Jews or even Zionists. They even don't care about harming Jews. I think there are millions of Jewish people in Iran who are against the Israeli occupation. There are a lot of millions of Jews around the world who are against the Israeli occupation and the Zionist occupation. It is the Zionist mentality. Let me be more clear. It is the Zionist mentality, not the Jewish mentality. However, most Jews condemn this, but they have their voice is unheard. The other problem which we are facing is the American administrations and the American officials who on all ranks, congressmen and senior officials and president, vice president, all of them are kneeling on their knees in front of the Israeli prime minister and the fanatic Israeli ministers like Ben Gvir and Smotrich and others who I don't say that they were or they are being dragged by Netanyahu and the Israeli officials to the war. They are the Israeli officials or the Israeli occupation has just only ignited or started the war for the American, for the United States or the American administration in order to continue this war. It is an American-Israeli war, and all what we see that the United States is not taking part in the war until today is not real, because all the arms and weapons and the facilities used by the Israeli occupation to attack Iran or carry out attacks in Gaza are American arms and Western arms. So that and all the facilities are being used, the military facilities and which the Israeli occupation are using to facilitate the war or to carry out the war and their crimes in Gaza and Iran and elsewhere in Lebanon and Syria and elsewhere are American facilities, American made weapons, American made fighters, American made bombs, so that it is an American war. Israel just ignited or started. Israel is just started this war, and not more. That's it. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Mutasam. And we know you're on the ground in Gaza, so really do appreciate you giving us that update. I got put a tweet in the nest, and it's extremely important because basically, you know, the Israelis, they're doing drama about this hospital being bombed. We know that we know it wasn't bombed. It was completely incidental. And what it says is, if you remember, in November 2023, Israeli doctors signed a public letter calling for the bombing of every single hospital in Gaza. So that tweet's in the nest, and that's extremely important because it shows the psychology, the psyche of these Israeli doctors when it came to the Gazans and the doctors that are in Gaza, and how it was okay and acceptable to bomb them. Obviously, this is close to my heart, like I mentioned to you, I'm a good friend of mine. is working in a hospital in Gaza right now from the UK. And they signed this letter. And the tweet in the net shows this, again, this Zionist supremacy, this Jewish supremacy, where they believe that their lives are more valuable than the lives of innocent civilians in Gaza. Other breaking news, the IRGC said our air defense system shot down a Zionist drone in the city of Tabriz. Another breaking news, an uninformed source told Iranian media that in the event of a direct US attack on Iran, the axis of resistance will under no circumstances allow energy exports from the Persian Gulf region. So significant impacts on trade, on resources. They'd probably even close the Strait of Hormuz. Lot of ammunition that Iran have that isn't solely based on military warfare or kinetic warfare. Omar, jump in. What's your thoughts?
I came because I wanted to ask Mothusam about, the so-called aid system that Israel keeps talking about. Remember, Israel is not allowing any UN functions to operate and instead set up this weird system where they're massacring people. So I wanted to ask him about that. But in terms of the Strait of Hormuz, I remember reading yesterday, didn't Iran already set up like a toll system wherein the vessels leaving the strait has to obtain permission from them? And definitely, I do think in the event that there is a full-scale escalation with the US involvement, I do think Iran and the Axis will, just blockade the Strait of Hormuz, and that is going to be a disaster for the world because, a lot of oil and gas come out of that region. But I wanted to ask him a question. I think he's gone. That's why I came on the panel.
He's back. Mothusam, you back?
Yes.
Brother Omar's got a question for you.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Mothusam, I had a question. So we've been reading about, how Israel is telling the world that there is this new aid infrastructure that it's set up. And, we've also been watching how people get massacred every time they get to, those checkpoints or whatever you want to call them. Is that system working or is that just propaganda from Israel? Clearly people are starving, so I personally don't think it's working. But what are your thoughts on it, and what are your observations about the system that they've set up?
This system is just a kind of a propaganda propaganda just to whitewash the Israeli starvation, enforced starvation of the people in Gaza. The aid distribution points, which Israel claimed that it is establishing, it has established in the northern parts, in the southern parts of the Gaza Strip, are not more than death traps, because starving people go to these distribution points when they gather in thousands near to these or at the gates of these distribution points. When they enter, they go through very narrow tracks with barbed wires on both sides, and while the starving people are accumulating or in thousands in the queues in front of these points, the Israeli occupation bring only very little amount of aid in front of the eyes of these starving people, so that when they allow them, when they give them the notice that you can move forward and get the aid, they stampede. Because everyone wants to get some of this aid. The aid which is brought to the starving people is not enough for more than 500 people, while there are every time there are more than 50,000 gathering in front of the the distribution points. At the same time, when when the starving people go to the aid centers, they spend at least 3 hours from the start of gathering until getting the aid. All of this time, the 3 hours, is they are subject to continuous Israeli fire, sometimes with the light weapons and sometimes with tanks. And every time they go to get aid, there are 15, 20 people killed and more than 50 to 60 people wounded. Sometimes the people, more than 60 and 70 people are killed, and more than 200 are wounded. And this happened several times. But every time there are people who are killed and wounded. Today morning, after I returned from the mosque doing the Al Fajr prayer, I found a gathering in front of my house. I went to have just returned from the distribution aid center in the middle of the Gaza Strip near Wadi Gaza. I asked him, and the problem is that all time they distribute the aid during the night, where there is no electricity, no lights, nothing. He went there during the night. Reached the distribution center very difficult, with very difficult movement because of the dirt center. And
Okay, he did cut out, but we'll bring him back up if he requests. Just in the meantime, Iran's supreme leader is continuing to tweet Israel. I would like to tell our dear nation that if the enemy sense that you fear them, they won't let you go. Continue the very behavior that you have had up to this day. Continue this behavior with strength. And he did do another tweet after that, actually. Let me find it. Which was, and victory comes from Allah, the Almighty, the All-Wise, Quran 3:126, and the Almighty God will certainly definitely grant victory to the Iranian nation, to the truth, and to the side that is in the right, God willing. So that is that. Let's jump in, Dara, D.
Yeah, D. It's pronounced Dara, but D's grand. That chap there is an absolute hero. I mean, what he must be going through is just unbearable and unbelievable. And the bravery is just, it's people like him that is getting the message out as to what's happening there. And it's truly, truly horrific. And we can never, ever take our eyes what's happening in Gaza. There was a chap earlier talking about he had a small account and he just wanted to get the message out regarding false flags. I mean, that is phenomenal. A great thing to help, I would suggest, is to have a wee meme just with bullet points of known false flags that is proven and has led to drastic wars like Vietnam, etc. And that will reinforce.
Dara, I don't know if you're walking at the same time, but I can hear a lot of background, like wind or background noise. You able to sort that out? Okay, he's left. I think he's probably going to sort it out. In the meantime, let's go to Nicholas. Nicholas, you've jumped into space. What? Jump in with your thoughts. Nicholas, are you there? Okay, let's go to Amanda. Amanda, you there? Do people just request to like get the opportunity to get in the panel or something?
Unless they can. Amanda, can you hear Solomon?
Yeah, can you hear me, Nathan?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
It might be a connection issue because I'm seeing like 5 people just disconnect. Dee's just disconnected, Motaz, Darren, Amanda, Nicholas, they all just disconnected. So it might be a connection issue.
True, it's possible. There is an attack on the space. Guys, in the meantime, if you can do me a favor, retweet, reshare the space. Let everybody know we're live. Let everybody know we're going. That would be much appreciated. We'll be going now for, it's a Friday today. We've been going for more than 7 days, right? More than 7.5 days. Giving you 24/7 the news, 24/7. So do us a favor and do retweet, reshare the space, and let everybody know we are live. In the meantime, let's go to let's bring the next one here. Abu Sita, what's your thoughts about any of the latest updates we've been speaking about?
Is he speaking?
No, he's not.
Can you
speak to him? Maybe he can't hear me.
No, I don't even think I can't hear me either. I think it's a real connection issue going on.
No, I can hear you both.
Okay, brilliant. Let's go to Broken. Broken, jump in.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, I didn't want to say a lot. I just wanted to say, with regards to the list of, you said doctors in Israel signed a paper saying they should bomb all the hospitals in Gaza, and they're bombing the hospitals in Iran now, and they were bombing the hospitals in Syria, Lebanon, all these places. That just shows that these people have just a genocidal intent, not just for Palestinians and Gaza, but for the whole region. They have a genocidal intent. And I think we need to push that out there and make everybody realize that. And also your space is super glitchy. I'm seeing 5 or 6 people connecting and coming, it's crazy. You're getting attacked. So everybody, I would urge you to go to the purple pill. If you've reposted, undo the repost and repost it again, and stuff like that usually helps. So yeah, that's all I want to say. But great space as usual, guys.
Appreciate that, Broken. Yeah, guys, do what Broken just told you to do. Retweet, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live. That way people get an awareness of the space, and the space, as he said, is super glitchy. And so therefore we do need you to retweet, reshare the space so that it basically no longer is glitchy. That would be awesome. Awesome. Let's go to Brother Omar, jump in.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, I mean, Trump, he got into office promising no wars. He said he was going to, bring inflation down. He also said he was going to bring manufacturing back. He said America is going to be a great country again. But make no mistake, if America goes to war with Iran, if it actually gets involved with strikes or, with boots on the ground, Trump is going to do exactly the opposite. He will be, obviously sending the stock market in a shock. The fuel prices are going to go through the roof. And that will result in inflation, commodities, the whole supply chain across the globe. So, I hope people realize that and hold their politicians accountable. Because at the moment, I don't see enough pushback in the US. I mean, there is definitely a huge outcry in the UK, of course, Middle East and elsewhere. But I don't see, the same kind of pushback in the US. In fact, MAGA seems to be split. So it's sort of weird to me that, these politicians have promised the stars and the moon, and they're going to do just the opposite, and people are not waking up.
Yeah, I agree. People need to wake up for sure. There is a few people actually in MAGA who have been calling it out, even though the Zionists, even then they're not supporting the war. such as, like I mentioned, Jack Posobiec, Cernovich, and various others. So there is a split within MAGA in this regard, but yeah, we need more people to wake up to the truth. I mean, jump in.
Hey guys, can you hear me? I'm not okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, excellent. I just wanted to comment in. I'm not going to ask much, anyways, but it's all power dynamic, anyways, and just regular people don't have much of a choice, and well, it's limited choice in what we can do. But it's unfortunate. I hope people can come out and demonstrate like they have been in regards to the immigration issue, which is great, but this anti-war demonstrations should be, I think the last time it was something huge like that was the Iraq war, but the anti-protest has to come out. People have to come out and demonstrate and make their voices heard, and let the politicians and the leaders understand that there is no consent.
I think your mic's, unless it's me, and guys do tell me if it's me, but your mic's
No,
So
his voice was fading out.
okay, how about now?
Yeah, much better.
Yeah, so anti-war movement has to come out. People have to come out and just protest. I mean, in large amounts. I mean, Gaza is bad enough, but now there's going to be a regional war. So, I mean, they're going to do it either way, simply because it's just power dynamics of the empires. And the Middle East is, it's all about resource at the end of the day.
Just some news, I mean, and then I'll give
ahead.
the mic straight back to you. No, I'll give the mic straight back to you. Just a quick one. Tweet in the nest, Israel bombs Al-Quds hospital in Gaza in October 2023. So Israel's complaining about the hospital that had incidental hit, in the sense of it wasn't directly hit, but some shockwaves were felt in the hospital. But now here's an example very early on where they bombed Al-Quds hospital in Gaza in October 2023. So that tweet is in the nest. Check it out, retweet it. It's time to expose the crimes of the Zionists. Sorry, I mean, do continue.
No, I don't want the confidence of average civilians and citizens in the world to be deterred, but the patriotism and the confidence there is in Iran is well known, and it's demonstrated, it's demonstrative, right? And as far as the global dynamics, and it's all about resources at the end of the day. They're going to go for it, like they have been all over the Middle East and Africa. It's just the old empire. I don't know why people think things disappeared. These people in the background who controlled these worlds, these empires, this imperialist, have disappeared somehow. But it's all about resources at the end of the day, and hopefully people can stand strong and have that kind of confidence the Iranians have. They haven't forgotten, and real people in the world have a certain, we need more empathy, basically. And I love this space. This is the greatest space simply because the amount of information, pictures, videos, and coverage you won't find in one space anywhere. So I'm tuned in and I'm loving this. Okay.
Appreciate that, Amin. Appreciate that completely. Dara, you didn't finish your point. Your mic was horrible. Is it sorted now?
Yeah.
Even worse.
If it's not,
Dara, it's really bad. It's really bad. Bro, I'm going to mute you. It's like really bad. It's much worse than before. At least before they were just background noise. Now it's just like interference. Let's go to Mahdavi.
Yeah. So I was just looking around some of these sites, man. These guys are all upset that people from Iran's not uprising against them. So that they're shocked. So that was the whole strategy that for the Iranians to, by this time, be uprising against the government. Now that hasn't happened. It's throwing a whole wrench in their thing. They're all screaming about they should be, why didn't they do this? We taught them to this. It was just crazy what they're trying to do. I turned around and told them, they got really upset at me. I go, well, it seems like you guys should be doing this to the United States. Seems like you guys got taken over by a bunch of Zinos, and I guess there were a bunch of Zinos anyways, but they freaked out over there about me saying that. But that looks, and I think that's why Trump is not attacking either, because Trump was expecting that, because that would have gave him, said he's saving the Persian people. Now people see all through this. They see how people are in Iran, especially how they come together now. They thought they could get the Azeris, the Kurds, everybody's break away, but that's not even. Everybody's together now, and people know at this time, if you did something like that, there will be no coming back for that group. And if we keep up this pressure over here, there's supposed to be civil disturbance over there in Israel. They're almost on the brink of civil war. In 11 days from now, if they have to make some huge debt payments. The country is going to become insolvent, and I don't know how many more hits they could take. But I think Trump, the way he's talking, I think he's trying to make Israel look good so he could come to an agreement with Iran getting what it wants and be able to settle this. That's what I'm saying. I just want to get your thoughts on it. And what do you guys think?
I just missed the last bit. What did you say?
The last part is, how Trump was saying the Persians got to come and beg me to stop this and everything. But that's just the way is so the Israelis will have a way to come down without not looking indestructible. Like he gives them an alleyway down, because everybody knows they're getting their ass kicked. But he's trying to find a way where it gives them a little alleyway so they could put their heads between their knees and probably settle this in Iran's favor.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I think you're right. I think he is trying to show a strong face in terms of what's happening, and I think he knows the Israelis need him. My hope is that he's just using it as a negotiation tactic, and he's hoping that it will cause the Iranians. It will cause the Iranians to come to the negotiation table, and then they'll get a deal. That's what the hope is, but we'll see for sure. Let's go to Atta.
All right, thank you, Suleiman. Can you hear me?
Yeah, very well. Yeah.
So first, to start with, I am totally addicted to this space. I have never had. I was telling the other day as well that it's been almost 20 hours I've been stuck to this, because I've never joined this space for such a long time. So you're doing a great job. And I think one other thing I wanted to mention here is that, regarding sharing and liking this space, even if you have shared it or if you have liked it, you can just go unshare it and then reshare it again straight away. So that will bring the space up as well. Suleiman, I wanted to get your thoughts around, so the chief of army staff of Pakistan yesterday had lunch with Donald Trump, and Iran was on the agenda. Now, although it was a closed door meeting, there is lots of speculations around lots of other things. So that what would have been discussed there. So I'm not sure if you have any inside information about that meeting, or what's your take on that?
Yeah, I don't have inside information, but full transparency, because I think it's always important to be transparent. Obviously, my family is PTI, and basically I interviewed Imran Khan before he got. I think I was me and Mari were the last interview of Imran Khan before he got incarcerated. That being said, my issue with Pakistan has been the fact that it's always been a US vassal state. And so it's always done the bidding of the United States of America, which is highly, highly problematic. And so I supported them in the Indian-Pakistan situation because they were clearly in the right. And they, banged India considerably. Furthermore, when the early reports about this Iran situation were coming out and it seemed like Pakistan was supporting, I was very supportive of them. And I thought, wow, this is really good. Joking around the space saying Pakistan Zindabad. But his meeting with Trump, which likely was pre-arranged, but then they did discuss Iran, and I do believe they talked for a while, seems to suggest that Pakistan will do the bidding of the United States of America as per they've always done. Remember, Pakistan have a decent lobby in the United States of America as well. And so, all things considered, I think Pakistan's role going forward is something that needs to be critically analyzed. And I am concerned that they are going to be supporting America in this, which is harmful to them because a destable Iran is not very good from a geopolitical perspective to Pakistan. Furthermore, Netanyahu in an old press conference did say that after Iran, Pakistan's the next problem, and I do believe that they would cause problems in Pakistan. Pakistan's a very easy country to cause a civil war in. There's a lot of civil unrest between the various areas in Pakistan. You've got multi-ethnicities in Pakistan, whether it's the Baloch, whether it's the Pathans, whether it's the Punjabis, and so on and so forth. And then you've got within that political disagreement between, Noon League and the current leadership and PTI, and a lot of fragmentation when it comes to that. So if from an Israeli perspective, they would never have to invade Pakistan. In my view, they just need to do the Syrian model, which is to cause a civil war and then civil unrest, destruction in Pakistan. So yeah, I mean, that's my view on Pakistan. I've never seen, I've always been disappointed in the actions of Pakistan, to be honest, up until the India situation where they smashed them up. Appreciate your question, though, Atta. Let's go to Abu Wednesday.
Hey, Suleiman. I'm back after having sat down and thought about what the potential false flag could look like, but I don't know if you think it's the right time to bring that up now, or if you
No,
want
it
to
is
save
the
it.
wrong. Right, it is the right time. It is something we're all concerned. It's not only are we concerned about it, we're weary about it. We're thinking about it. We're aware of it. Our eyes are on it because we know that this is going to be the easiest way to manufacture consent amongst the American public. So go ahead.
Okay, cool. So just to tell anybody who's never heard me on this panel before, my background has absolutely nothing to do with false flags. It had more to do with threat modeling, potential actual terror
But just
attacks.
on that, and by the way, I want you to explain this. Just for the audience, because it's 1 p.m. in the UK, it's 8 a.m. Eastern. The reason we're having this discussion is because 4 or 5 hours ago, while Americans were asleep, while Brits were just waking up, there was a situation where Iran bombed Israel. They had destroyed the financial sector. They destroyed a number of buildings. But one of the military bases that they hit caused shockwaves, and the shockwave broke some glass in a hospital. The Israelis propagandized that and made it look like Iran bombed a hospital. We debunked that and demonstrated that Iran had not bombed a hospital. And therefore, from that, we've having a conversation about a possible red flag, because Professor Morandi, who is linked to the Iranian government, is saying that there is intelligence from Iran coming out that there is going to be a false flag in the United States of America to manufacture consent, which is likely going to be the case because that's the way they can get the American public to agree. Because if you look at it, the people on the left are very vehemently against this war. The people on the right are split into three parties. You've got the Zionist pro-war people like Benny Johnson, Charlie Kirk, Joey Marino, what's his name again, and Trump. And then you have the MAGA Zionist but anti-war, so people like Cernovich and Jack Posobiec, and then the anti-Zionist anti-war like Myron and various others. So why I'm mentioning that is because they need to manufacture consent for the latter two groups. So Abu Wednesday, do go ahead and explain your analysis. First your credentials and then your analysis.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much for that setup, by the way, Soli. I think that's the perfect way to frame this. So my background, I won't go into it too much because I'm obviously anonymous for good reason. But normal terror attacks, those threat modeling, various scenarios for those I've been involved in. So I worked with one of my ex-colleagues or an old associate today between when I was here last time to now. And we were working through this, and here's where we landed. So there are a few
pieces that are important to know. Certain elites, certain elite groups, we want to minimize damage to them, and we want to maximize the impact and the damage and the emotional charge of whatever we do. So here's where I landed. Number one, I don't know if you guys knew this, between the 1st and the 3rd of July is the Jewish holiday Shavuot. On the 4th of July is a Friday, meaning if you are a Jewish family, you can take that entire week off by just taking the Friday off, giving you a perfect opportunity to be out of town just organically, right? Nobody needs to tell you anything. If you're well off, you're probably going to spend your weekend somewhere else. Now, I believe it's going to be a major city, such as, for instance, New York, and it's going to be on the 4th of July, because if I'm going to strike at what is American in order to provoke as many Americans as I can, that's the date I'm going to go with. It's one of the last remaining, I believe, symbols of what it is to be an American, as being a 4th of July. What will happen is probably in New York during the fireworks at the waterfront, which is attended between, I think it's like 2 to 3 million people that watch the fireworks. It might be a combination of explosives and chemicals, and I'll explain why I'm adding in those two types of methods. The reason, number one, is explosive just to create carnage, blood, body parts, and God knows what for visual gore. The chemicals is mainly for the narrative, and I'm going to go into the narrative. The narrative that's going to be used is that the mullahs have planned their revenge since the Iraq war, and that they falsely held the USA, and I say falsely in quotation marks, that they falsely held the US responsible for the chemical attacks that Iran committed against the Persians. And then we will see every single news station and every single think tanker go out on the news, be given and be out there to spin this narrative and to sell that to the people to try to get them going. So that's where I've landed so far. And I was trying to think of alternatives to this. And whatever we went with, none of it made sense. And I want to just give a couple of hypothetical other ones. But before I do that, I have them written down. Sully, what do you think so far?
Yeah, that makes sense. I think that makes a lot of sense in terms of analysis. But I just want the public to know that the reason we're giving this analysis is not that we want it to happen. We definitely don't. But we're just saying that from the Israeli Zionist mindset, what would they be thinking? How will they create the mass emotion that they need to force the United States of America into war? And so he's looking at the various factors to be able to do that. The only issue is that I think the only thing is that I don't. The only thing that makes me think that maybe not, I don't know, is that if the false flag is a general false flag to intensify support, then that's fine. But if it is a situation where it's to cause people to agree to go to war, then I think the chances are lower. Because and why I'm saying that is because, do you foresee the United States of America waiting 2 weeks before they join? I mean, there's already reports saying out that the Israel's losing out on defense missiles. They're running out of interceptor missiles. You're looking at the cost that's happening. I think there'd be no. I mean, Israel's going to be completely decapitated in that time. So that, in terms of time frame, is one of the question marks I have about Wednesday.
Yeah, I mean, look, even if we are the chess players here, right? And I agree with you. I don't know how long the entity has with the beast that they've provoked and made to come out. This could have been the calculation before, where the chess players thought they had this time to do this. But what I want to stress isn't necessarily that because I used to think, well, what can I do to get people to go to the recruitment offices? That might not be it. It might just be to get enough support to drop a nuke. Might be enough just to get people to come out and scream, we need to hit them harder than they hit us, and the manufacturer consent for something like that as well. So we need to have that in our calculation.
So sorry, I missed that. So what was the reason? What were you saying in terms of would they wait 2 weeks?
I think, yeah, sorry. So what I think is, I think they, the players in this could have made a miscalculation where they did not expect that Israel would be would get hit this hard, and they might have massively underestimated Iranians' capabilities to actually take out key infrastructure. Because keep in mind that part of the thing that the U.S. has denied for a very long time is the level of sophistication of the Iranians' missiles. Right? They've some analysts say that they've been super accurate, like with pinpoint accuracy, but the majority of them, the think tankers who have been building towards war with Iran, have always downplayed Iran's capability. So if you build your analysis on their worldview, you would have thought that Israel would have survived for ages with the Arrow and the THAAD and the David Sling and the Iron Dome. So there could be a miscalculation there, but that this was the initial time plan, and then we'll see what ends up happening, given that Israel does not look like it will be alive that long if things continue the way they are. On the other hand, there is also the possibility that Trump could go in and try to broker some kind of false negotiations again to buy the entity time.
Okay. Let's see. I can see where you're coming from. Appreciate it. If anyone's got any comments, questions to Abu Wenze, then do jump in as well. Let's go to Internet Dollar. Internet Dollar, you got your hand up? I know you're in the big leagues, and it's tough. The pressure gets to you, but I believe that you can do it, bro. Oh, Mo Fitz here. Mo Fit, how you doing, bro?
What's going on today, man? The King of X.
Soldier, bro, you're back in the space immediately. Appreciate it.
I had to stop by real quick because I always enjoy when you expose these fake stream media idiots like the genocidal entity.
Hey, Abu Wednesday, I was thinking about what you're saying, and you make some good points, but I don't think they'd be buying time for the entity. Time is not on their side. I don't think, from what I'm seeing.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. To buy the entity time, because time is not on their side, Trump would go ahead and say something in the style of, hey, Iranians, we can discuss enrichment. Zero is not our policy anymore. Come back to the negotiating table. Just during the time you do that, you're going to have to stop attacking Israel. And by the way, Israel is also going to stop attacking you. So I hope I clarified that.
Okay. I see. Buy them time to regroup. Yeah, okay.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Look, I don't think Iran's going to fall for that again. I mean, look at what Trump did the first time round. No, I honestly don't.
Sorry, that was a accidental mute. That could have been from me. Sorry, I'm not sure it was me or Khaleesi.
No, it was Khaleesi.
It's probably her, bro. Like your chicks, it's hard to control yourself. Go ahead, continue.
Learning, you might be double muted, just so you know.
Yeah, you're going to have to hit the mute and unmute again. Guys, if you're tuned in right now, hit the repost too, because things look like they're about to kick off again here.
Okay, in the meantime, while he's getting that sorted, for sure, everybody do the things that you need to do. Make sure you're followed, to especially Sully and to Khaleesi. Make sure you have your notifications set on. For that matter, do feel free to follow everybody on the panel as well. But in case the space does go down that way, you will get notified as soon as Sully and his team get things back up. So far, we've been super resilient, and the team has been able to get the space up within just a few seconds of it being botted or taken down for other reasons. While learning is learning, I saw maybe you're back on. Are you?
Yeah, I'm back on. Just before we get back to that, I just wanted to, after discussing with Reed, he was really good, really knowledgeable. I started looking at possible locations for well, they're going to need the B-2 bombers, right? America only has 19 of them, and 4 or 5 of them are constantly under maintenance. So that doesn't leave them many to play with. And they've got to think about, because they are the U.S. strategic bomber fleet, you know. They've got to think about Russia and China and all of that. So they don't have many to play with for the Middle East theater. So I was looking at where they've flown to, and I haven't seen any recent flights. I've been looking everywhere online, all the resources that I've got. So I started looking further back, and geez, this is how far the empire thinks ahead of these things, you know. In April, they moved six units of these primetime bombers, these stealth bombers, the best that they've got. You only move those for serious things, you know. They moved them to a little Indian Ocean base, British base called Diego Garcia. 6 of them, which is way overkill for Yemen, right? You only need like 2 of them for Yemen, maybe 1. They really are sparing with these. These are so precious, right? They don't use them unless they absolutely have to. So they moved 6 of them to Diego Garcia, and they used 1 for Yemen, which questions the other 5, which have been sitting idle in the tarmac, and they didn't use their GBU-57 bunker penetrator. They used a smaller one for the Yemen bunkers. But there you go. That's how far ahead of the time they think these guys are. Geez, they're on another level. Really need, I mean, yeah, I don't know what to say. So anyway, April, they moved them. And they'd be the ones that they'd use for Fodor. So I just wanted to say that.
I mean, do we have any solid intel on how deep down Fordo is?
Yeah, look, I did a whole spiel on that. I'm not going to go through the whole thing again and bore everyone, but look, suffice to say, it's further than what the GBU on paper can do, because the Chinese, as I've said before, and I'm not going to go reiterate the whole thing, but basically the Chinese have done tests in preparation for a war over Taiwan with America on the GBU-57 capabilities, and it can penetrate about 61 meters. And the Chinese have looked at different things to try to stop it midway through the ground. But that's 61 meters of dirt, like soil, not hard rock, bedrock, or concrete, poured concrete, right? So plus the Chinese have figured out a way. They put the concrete that they're putting down in the ground, they put it on the slope, kind of like tank armor that they figured out in World War II, to slope the tank armor, where if you shoot a shell now into a tank and the tank armor is at 45 degrees, that's like having an extra, 200 mils of thickness of steel, right? Equivalent of, just by sloping your armor, because the thing ricochets off, right? The tank round ricochets off. Well, they've done this. They've used the same sort of idea with by sloping the concrete, which they put in the ground above the bunker, and they found that this GBU bounces off that, starts going off in a different direction, which changes the penetration depth, of course, because if you're on an angle, you need to go longer, right? So 61 meters is straight down vertical, but if the Iranians have been working with the Chinese, and the Russians for a long time, because Fodor is very recent. So yeah, I don't think they can do it, which is why, back to what I was saying. It's not
real quickly, sorry. Fodor is estimated to be between 80 to 110 meters below ground. So they say that at some points it will reach to 80, and then it may divert to maybe the side, left or right, and then go down some more. So at its deepest depth, it's estimated to be 110 meters.
Yeah. So it's not going to do the job, So anyway, it's not about the nuclear issue, as Reid was saying. It's about regime change and destroying the country, and the nuclear issue is a pretext for it. That's all it is. Yeah, I don't know. I just anyway. That's where it'll come from. Diego Garcia. That's where they are now. So
I got a question for you. So obviously, the empire, however we want to define that, as far as I'm concerned, that's the United States, is Israel, and it's all the Western pardon my French, prostitutes, all the Western prostitutes. They have to, if they have to be able to point at something and say we achieved something or we won. One of those conditions is, getting Fordo somehow decommissioned or knocking that out. The other one, if that fails, let's say that Fordo is so deep they can't get there and they'll never be able to touch it. Their next step, in my calculation, then would be regime change. If they can't get the nuclear program, then they'll go after the Ayatollah.
Well,
But
just
I can't.
on that Abu, just sorry, just add context to specifically what you're saying. So what one of the Israeli ministers or officials has been quoted as saying that if we can't get it from the top, then we can go. We have basically they're inferring that they have operatives that they can send inside.
Okay, gotcha. But let's just say that both the GBUs as well as the operators, let's say they both fail, right? What the Western alliance then can point towards is, well, we're going to go after the Ayatollah and try it that way, because if we can get regime change, then we can say we've won, right? But what I'm trying to figure out, and I can't myself, and I'm hoping to get inspired by somebody here, is if we can't achieve those two conditions, what's our next thing we could point to achieve to claim a win?
I think that's what everyone was talking about, and being aware of a false flag, right? And then that's where I was saying, like, is, maybe it's a lot more straightforward than that, and that is they might just settle for Iran's retaliation post-Fordo attack, where Iran has said, I'm going to take out all of your bases in the Arab states, Qatar being the biggest one, gone, wiped off the map. All the most advanced missiles are going to go there. And then the oil infrastructure, which is the second target around the Gulf states. That's the other target, and maybe Trump would settle for that. Maybe they don't need. He's not going to get reelected, so maybe this is the go for broke moment where they'll settle for that rather than a sophisticated false flag. Yeah.
Sully, are you here?
Yeah.
Do you know who was next? I think it's Internet Dollar or.
I went to Internet Dollar, but he wasn't speaking. I think he's not.
No, sorry, Sully. I was just taking care of my daughter till the nanny got here.
Oh, of course, yeah. Go ahead, jump in, bro.
Okay, first, my background. I'm a Hindu, born in America. And I gotta say, Sully, I used to follow you. I've been following you for a while. Some of your tweets offended me, but nothing like a common enemy to bring people together. First off, everybody retweet and post this space. It's really a true asset, because you don't get half this news from what Iran is hitting on the regular TV. Like, you just don't. And so the first thing I do when I wake up is I see, what happened overnight, because I live in Miami, and I'm like, oh, I'm waiting to see that on CNN. You don't get it. So when you say, like, we are the news now, I think that's why I'm cautiously optimistic that this time, I lived through the whole Iraq regime change, what a colossal failure that was. Now, very quickly, they're talking about Iran regime change, but I'm going to stay optimistic and say America stays out of it, and we don't bomb Fordo, and Trump doesn't get involved, because I'm a MAGA guy, and it's going to tear his base apart if he does go against Iran. His legacy will go down the toilet, and I think he knows that. So, for all this negative talk out there, let's try to think positive and just hope that America stays out of it.
But internet. Let me ask you this: you say that it would tear his base apart, but you can already see that happening, the split. But what does he need his base for?
Yeah, I mean, I get that argument too. Like he's already in the midterms, right? So midterms are coming up. I'm not going to vote GOP if he goes into Iran. Like, what's the difference? What does it matter? I'm just going to sit out. We have people like Poso and Tucker who are pretty influential on the right. Even Charlie Kirk is putting out polls that are not in his favor. And these guys are like hardcore evangelical Christians, right? Like they're like hardcore and they're like, they don't want regime change. So this is kind of a split I haven't seen before. And you're right, he doesn't need his base, but does he care about his legacy, right? Does he care? Does he want to set his son, or does he want to set Ivanka up for a potential run? And for that to happen, he's got to have a successful presidency. So that's the reasons I could think of why he would not go into Iran. Plus, let's not discount Russia into this fact. Like he needs to still he came in, he was saying, I'm going to make peace in Ukraine and Russia. I think this is all posturing to get some sort of deal. And I'm going to say that. I hope you guys don't kick me off the panel. But I am optimistic that this deal is going to involve Russia bringing everyone to the table, and Gaza solution being solved, and the Palestine being its own state at the end result. I'm hoping that's what happens.
I'm hoping too, and yeah, you don't have to worry. Like we would never kick you off the stage. We're not Mario Space or any of the Xyle spaces that go on. So yeah, it was just #1 free speech platform right here, guys.
What you said? No, wait a second. You said he was Hindu. Nah, I'm joking. I love my Hindu. As long as you're not Hindutva, obviously, and you believe all man is equal. I don't really care about what religion someone is. I just need to give some quick breaking news, and then I'll give the mic right back to you, Internet Dollar. Just give me 2 seconds. Just here. They sent me the tweet. It's here it goes. Actually, there's 2. So the first one is Iran's Guardian Council. If Trump considers attacking Ayatollah Khomeini, a storm will erupt that will destroy the perpetrators and supporters of the crime. And then we have at least 8 US C-17 Globemaster 3 transport planes flew from Europe to the Middle East overnight. Reports suggest that US is rushing THAAD and Arrow 3 interceptor missiles to Israel to help. Reports are that US is rushing THAAD and Arrow 3 interceptor missiles to Israel to help it withstand Iranian strikes. Because remember, we heard reports that they are running out of those interceptors quickly. So yeah, they need that support immediately. Internet, do jump in and finish your point.
But at the same time that that we're rushing missiles to Israel, I'm seeing reports that China is restocking ammunition to Iran. So I mean, China can fund forever. America can fund forever. I don't think, what are they going to do? Is China going to just
One sec. Officially, China nor Russia have sent any weapons, weaponry to Iran. They say that Iran has not requested any assistance, so that they haven't sent. This is officially. I know there's a lot of reports stating, oh, this plane landed, this landed here and there. That's not confirmed. Officially, they say that Iran has not asked for help, and I think that's a good sign. I think that's a really good sign that they're not asking for help. That means that they feel very strong in their position. So I just want to throw that out there, that there is reports stating that all these people, all these countries are arming them or providing military support, but officially that's not the case. And also, I just want to put one last thing out there. Iran and Russia do have a defensive pact, but it does not involve offensive operations or helping each other with armaments and so on. It's only in a defensive manner.
Yeah, Iran actually produces their own ballistic missiles and their own drones, and they actually even export them to countries like Russia, like North Korea. So they don't really need handouts like Israel gets handouts from our tax dollars.
Just some breaking news. The breaking news is the tweet in the nest. It is that Israeli academic Ori Gilderberg said it's important to mention that there are really are various sensitive installations and headquarters very near to the hospital because Israel places its military HQs in the midst of civilian neighborhoods and towns. So it is but it is what do you call it? Yeah. So that's what it is. They're admitting that they've got civilian populations in important neighborhoods. Like basically, they've got. Sorry, I'm flopping on this hard, bro. It's the pressure, internet. It's the pressure of you being on the space.
Do we know what Pakistan and Trump had that meeting about? Did anything come out from that?
Don't be attacking Pakistan now. Like, listen, we're gonna have to
No,
go to
no,
war then.
but he had the general in the White House apparently. Did there any come out from that?
Don't be attacking Modi now. No, I'm joking. No, we discussed it. We discussed it about 20 minutes before you came. I don't know if you were listening, but I explained like Pakistan's always been like a vassal state of the United States of America, and essentially, I do think that other than in the India situation, which I think as I did support Pakistan, I've always called out Pakistan and the fact that they're a vassal state of the United States of America, and I've supported them in a lot of negative acts. And I do have concerns that even in this situation, they may support may support America as well.
Well, they take all that. They take the IMF money, so their hands are tied.
Exactly. But coming back to the tweet in the nest, Israel has placed its military headquarters in the midst of civilian neighborhoods and towns. Ori Gildberg, an Israeli, has said that. But yeah, that's that. And I forgot what the point I was going to make. But
you were gonna say like how like Israel purposely puts military.
Yeah, exactly. They do. Yeah, they do. Simon, how you doing? Good to you there? Simon?
Hey, Sully. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Not seen you in a while. How's things? Have you heard the latest updates?
Yeah, been following along, but just had a few commitments I needed to see to, but I'll be back. Yeah, so
jump in with what you want, and I've sent you a message as well. So once you get a chance, to check that as well. But go ahead, Simon.
Okay, I'll check it out. So I'm still holding strong, Solomon, to my original thesis that what we are witnessing right now is everything. People keep asking.
You know what, Simon? I'm hoping you're right. Because America doesn't join, so Israel will dominate. Iran will dominate Israel. But the second reason is because I platform you, I'm literally being tied into your position. And everyone's like, yeah, you and Simon are saying, I'm like, bro, that wasn't even my position. I literally disagree with Simon. So I'm literally hoping you're right. So I don't get flipping forever tied in to your network of ideas based on the finances. But go ahead, Simon.
All right. So they think you're platforming. They think you're platforming my propaganda. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I've had accusations of being an agent for every side so far. So, but yeah, no. I think what we have seen, in fact, it's strengthening. Look, I didn't know that this is exactly how it would have happened. But what I think we are witnessing is the execution of the already negotiated outcome from all the power dynamics of the region. And to me, I am way more bullish on the outcome than I was before, because I always thought this was going to end in a two-state solution. I'm actually thinking the end result of this is going to be a one-state solution. And the plan is to actually economically vassalize all of the key areas of the region. I'm still waiting to see if we get a lot of, I think all of the illegal settlements, and I don't mean the civilians in them, but I think all the illegal settlements need to be completely leveled and turned into Gaza. And I'm hoping that happens. Because essentially what we're seeing is the weakening of the command and control structure in Israel. And then on the flip side, the narrative that needs to be said back to Israel before we actually get a change in the cabinet and the overthrow of Netanyahu eventually. I think Khamenei's definitely surviving this. That wasn't a part of the plan to have any regime change. I'm not expecting a regime change. I'm not expecting an intervention from Russia, China, America. The markets are not treating this as world war. It doesn't look like Iraq. This is the execution of how you move the region to the next stage of negotiations. I'm also very bullish around seeing all of this narrative around nukes. This is exactly what you would need to eventually denuclearize Israel. And so if you have all of these narratives around Samson order pointing at America and Europe, you also have, Smotrich coming out and saying, we're going to do Hiroshima and Nagasaki. You also have the IEA narrative. You also have the narrative of, the CIA stated position is that Iran doesn't have all of that conversation around nukes. Is the end result of this is that, all right, Iran doesn't have nukes, which is the story, told, and Israel does have nukes, and they were psychopathic, and they were pointed at America, and they were pointed at Europe. To me, this is the powers of the military-industrial complex dumping Israel, providing the complete narrative that's needed for denuclearization, and taking down the strategic targets that are needed to eventually rebuild under the leadership of the GCC and Egypt plan as a one-state solution. I think this is an amazing thing to actually watch. And as I said, I think everything is real. People keep asking me, are you saying it's all fake and stuff like that? It's not fake. Everything is real, but the outcome is known. And that's why the market is really not telling us we're headed to World War III or a US involvement. If we do get some US involvement, I'll say it like I said before. If we do get strikes, it's because it's part of the plan of how we make this transition. So if we do get US involvement, it was because all of the regional players, whether it be the key players in BRICS, whether it be Iran, whether it be Israel, whether it be the GCC, whether it be the military companies and the banks and asset managers that fund all this stuff, it is a preordained outcome that drives us to, I think, a very interesting and exciting vision for what the Middle East looks like.
Can I challenge that?
Absolutely.
Just a tweet in the nest. First of all, it is demonstrating the war crimes of Israel compared to what happened to the hospital today. Check that out, retweet it. And then I thought it was important. We're looking back now. We're finding content from the past just to demonstrate. Here is another example. Retweet this, reshare this. Israel bombing another hospital, this time the Indonesian hospital in Gaza, and it was close to a school, November 2023. The world was silent. Nobody spoke out. It wasn't a war crime then, and now they're claiming they're war crimes. That tweet is in the nest. Who wanted to jump in there? Was that learning?
Yeah, it was. So, yeah, people need to be reminded.
What did you say? You wanted to push back, or what did you say? I missed what you said, sorry.
Yeah, no, just about the hospital before I carry on. Good point. People need to be reminded. People have short memories, huh?
For sure. But I made the point. If you want to push back on Simon, go ahead. Simon.
Yeah. So, Simon, the first point I'd make is all of this that you're saying is predicated on the US not getting involved. And number two, that Iran doesn't retaliate as a result of that US involvement, right?
Well, let me correct it. If I don't believe US will, well, firstly, US is involved, but I don't think there's a formal US-Iran direct war scenario as part of the plan. And if there is, it's already known what the outcome should be, so it doesn't escalate towards a very aggressive war a real war between US and Iran. That's my position.
Okay, so you're saying at the end of the day, implicit in all of that is that conversations have already been had in the background between Trump and Khamenei to the tune of, we do this, then you do that.
Not quite Trump and Khamenei. It's all of the people that are the important people in the region. It's Khamenei, it's the military-industrial complex, it's the banks and asset managers. Trump is middle management. Netanyahu is middle management. I believe Israel is a state for military profits and controlled by military companies. And the GCC, which have been negotiating Iran, and also their alignment with BRICS, so China and Russia. I believe that over multi-years, this is the final execution of the already agreed outcome.
Yeah, I think that's a bit too sort of too neat for me. I think things have a life of their own, and they cascade. And I you know, at the end of the day, whilst you might say that Trump is just sort of the middleman, he would still be the front man for the conversation to be had between the two countries, right? So, and Khamenei would be the other one. So,
not really. You might as well put Larry Fink there and their various representatives and Steve Witkoff, but everything comes back to Trump. Trump's job is to put a MAGA narrative on front of what the real powers in America are negotiating.
Simon, really quick, there's actually a question for you from one of our listeners here, and I felt the question was pretty good because it does sort of challenge you, but I want you to hear your response to it. The questioner, his name is
just before you go there,
Sure.
bro. Before you go there, just a tweet. We're gonna put it out in a second. My boy Xavier put it out. You can't believe this. Netanyahu said there are personal costs in a war. My son even had to cancel his wedding. Bruv, like that's crazy. I want to welcome Jackson onto the stage. Jackson, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate you coming on. Appreciate you being a monumental voice in pushing back on the propaganda against the hospital and the claims that were claimed, because I agree, and I think we both came to the same conclusion. I think you tweeted it at almost exact same time as we were mentioning it on the space I was, that this was the second version of the new version of 40 beheaded babies. Jump in, give us your thoughts on that.
The IRC is finished. Khomeini would be defeated. They would all be taken out. We would defeat all of them. Vivid Prares and I would defeat Khomeini in IRGC.
Is this Inevitable West or Vivid, or is it Jackson?
Oh, it's crazy. The hospital thing, clearly a false flag, trying to start some shit. And that tweet I just saw, the statement from Netanyahu. Bro, you got 24 of your own citizens that are dead, at least 24 after this morning, probably more. Probably some IDF guys taken out. And then you've got how many property damage claims to the Israeli tax authority? I think it's 19,000 now. And he's talking about his son's wedding. I mean, this guy does not give a single fuck about the future of his country. All he cares about is himself and his power and avoiding prison.
It's mental. Give people a bit more of information on the false flag, because you were like monumental in tweeting and exposing it, which was really important.
Well, the IDF has, they all the Zionists for 600 days, they've been saying, we don't do what Hamas does. Hamas has their military bases, in underneath the hospitals and stuff, but they have IDF's C41 headquarters or something, and there's some other IDF intelligence campus that's on the other side. I don't know the name of it, but they have two of these IDF intelligence headquarters bases on either side of the hospital. Presumably, if you have them on either side of the hospital, you probably have them underneath the hospital too, tunnels that go between. I mean, any major city has like underground cities, they have tunnels and stuff. And who uses that? It's obviously government, military, intelligence. Every country has it. The US has it, Israel has it, Russia has it, China has it, everyone has it. So the hospital, as we all know, was not actually bombed, despite what Laura Loomer and the BBC are saying. And I think we all know it's not bombed because Laura Loomer is saying it was bombed. That's probably the clearest indication of all. And anyways, now they're threatening to kill Khamenei. They're probably threatening to, well, they did. Gavir threatened to nuke Iran. He said, we have difficult days ahead, but never forget Hiroshima or Nagasaki. I mean, these people are absolutely insane. They clearly bombed the IDF bases. Here's the biggest thing of all. No one has even brought this up. I didn't even tweet about this, but like, if there was a missile on the hospital, there would be a fucking crater. There would be a legitimate crater that we would all see, and everyone from Israel would be posting, and they'd say, oh my God, it hit the whatever wing of the hospital. But no, we don't have that. And in fact, we don't have any pictures of where that crater happened because it happened on an IDF intelligence base. That's why we don't have pictures of it. So these people, they're such liars. Everyone knows what's going on.
Yeah, 100%, Jackson. And we actually put pictures out showing that the furniture was still upright. Like the furniture hadn't been moved, the glass hadn't been shattered. So yeah, it's just quite clear that this wasn't a hit on the hospital. And in reality, it was an IDF base, and they were using the hospital as a human shield, and using their people as human shields as well. So I vehemently agree with you. Professor Morandi, obviously we know he's linked to the Iranian government. He put out a tweet saying that according to intelligence within Iran, they believe that the Israeli Mossad are planning a false flag in the United States of America to manufacture consent. Because, you know, with the US, the left wing is completely against it. On the right, you basically have even obviously the anti-Zionists on the right are against it, but even Zionists, some Zionists are against the war. For example, people like Cernovich and Jack Posobiec, people who've been part of Trump's supporting Trump for a decade, but they were against this war. And then on the other hand, you obviously have the Zionists who are for it, but people like Jack Posobiec and these MAGA people who are still Zionists but against the war, they want to bring them on side. What's your thoughts on this possible false flag?
Well, I think it's there's only going to be a false flag, I think, if the U.S. Doesn't go to war. And based on the news we saw last night, Trump is already committed, and it sounds like there's just some logistical issues they're working out. And probably waiting until the markets close on Friday until after they do this. Of course, they want to play the markets because there's going to be huge economic ramifications. That you know, this won't even matter. They're just going to make some money off of it. There's going to be an economic collapse and crisis globally if they do this. But, you know, if somehow logic, common sense prevail, and which there are, I guess, some signs of it. Obviously, Tucker and Tulsi, God bless their souls, are working overtime right now to try and stop this, as are many others. But I think those are obviously the two most. If they stop this, if Tucker Carlson and Tulsi Gabbard stop this, there needs to be monuments of them, because they already stopped the first Trump war on Iran. If you guys remember, during Trump's first term, Tucker Carlson was quoted, and Tulsi Gabbard was also a very strong voice, quoted as stopping this. Tucker went out on Fox News every night and said, no war with Iran. But really, there are concerns. You know, Trump has reportedly expressed some concerns. The National Security Council is not, well, they're very divided. They are very divided on this matter. They're worried about whether the bunker busters can even destroy Fordow nuclear facility, which I think they can. I think if you drop a Moab on that, I mean, I'm no expert on that bomb, but I think it probably could. No one really knows, though. That's the thing. You're dropping a bomb into a mountain, and there's no way of telling whether or not that's going to blow up something so deep into the ground inside of a mountain, because you don't know the internal structure of a mountain. You don't know what's inside. So it's a risky game, of course. And so if they don't do it, a false flag, maybe in the United States, but guess what else? We got the U.S. has 3 aircraft carriers now in the Middle East. The U.K. has 1 aircraft carrier. USS Gerald Ford Strike Group, it's there. It's the newest one. But also they have the USS Nimitz, which has already been discussed here, but for anyone who hasn't heard, USS Nimitz, 50-year-old aircraft carrier. It was just loitering in the South China Sea doing absolutely nothing because it's 50 years old, and it was said to be decommissioned in 11 months, meaning they were going to tear apart the entire aircraft carrier for spare parts, sell it off for metal, recycle it all. And now it is being sent to the Middle East as those sailors are enjoying some lobster dinners because they know what's about to happen. And if I could ever imagine a potential target for a false flag, I think it would be that ship, because if the U.S. ever found out, which obviously everyone would know that it was a false flag, but if the U.S. ever had to publicly admit that it was a false flag and that ship was targeted, people would just say, well, it's 50 years old. It was said to be decommissioned. Who cares? That's how they feel about it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. In terms of Tulsi Gabbard, there was a report came out yesterday where Tulsi Gabbard came out and said that her position was the same as Trump's on this, and there wasn't any gap between their positions. Do you think she was just and remember, this was after Trump came out and said he didn't care what Tulsi's position was. So when she said that, it seemed to suggest that she'd actually maybe changed her position, or was this her just acting as a diplomat to the public, and really behind closed doors the situation's a bit different? What's your thoughts?
Well, I'll be transparent. I didn't see that. But the truth is, we don't know what Trump's position is. I mean, he hasn't officially said anything. And he did say that no one knows what I'm going to do yesterday. So I don't even think really anyone can claim to know what Trump is going to do. I mean, we all have our thoughts, of course, but I think it's probably not a matter of her not knowing. She obviously knows what Trump is probably deep down thinking, because she's been in all these conversations. I believe there was some meeting at Fort Bragg that she was blocked from attending. That was probably the planning of this all, because they knew what they were going to do, and she was blocked from attending that. So I think we'll really see what Tulsi's opinion is on this, if she resigns or not, if they move forward with war. Because if she doesn't resign, then she has this on her conscience and legacy for the rest of her life. And it's something she's vehemently opposed for her entire life up until now, and campaigned against aggressively. And the one thing I'll also say is there's some talks about, as funny as it sounds, loaning certain strategic aircraft to Israel, or loaning certain bunker buster bombs to Israel to let them use it, giving them the supplies, but not having the U.S. go in with themselves. But the Israelis can't fly these planes by themselves, as I understand. It would take them time to get trained on it. I don't think they're fully trained on how to fly these planes. So I don't see how that would work. I think if the U.S. does anything here, they are going to be involved, and everyone involved who refuses to resign will have this on their record and conscience.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And Laura Loomer has been attacking you and your relationship with Tulsi. I mean, are you in communication with her? Is there like have you got any insight into that, insight into what's happening? And even if you don't, like from what you know of her in the past, is this just diametrically, let's say she was to agree to this, she was part of it, she didn't resign, would this be diametrically opposite of the person you know?
Yeah, I haven't talked to Tulsi in years. The last time I spoke with her was offline, and it was, I think I wished her a happy birthday in 2019 or 2020 or something, probably 2019. And so I can't speak to her personally, but everything that I knew about her, and well, I would be very surprised if she went along with this, because again, Tulsi has made it part of her entire career to stand strong on what she believes in. And I disagree with her about this Hindutva Indian BPJ or whatever it is. I disagree with her about that. I disagree with her about, she's not sympathetic towards Hamas in any way, shape, or form. But she's been very vocal about opposing regime change in Syria, which now is over, and she was proven correct. And she was so vocal about it that she went and met with Assad. And when she did that, when she said, Assad didn't commit these chemical weapons attacks, what happened? She was I believe, vice chair of the DNC, and she was probably going to become, the next face of the Democratic Party. And she sacrificed everything to speak out against a little-known issue that most Americans didn't care about, which was that of Syria. Same thing with Iran. When Trump was first planning to go to war with Iran, when Trump first pulled out of the Iran deal, Tulsi did a bunch of, she was in a bad place in the Democratic Party. Maybe she saw a future in the Republican Party, which she now has embarked upon quite successfully. But back then, she even, put that in jeopardy by saying this is a terrible decision to abandon the JCPOA. Iran is not in violation of the JCPOA. She cited the U.S. intelligence community reports that all 16 different agencies came together and said that there's no nuclear weapon procurement in Iran. And she also combated the lie that Iran, a Shia theocracy, as they call it, was working with al-Qaeda, which is just laughable on its face. But Mike Pompeo was saying that back then at the time. So this would be a very big departure from her history of standing on business.
For sure. And we've got some breaking news. Donald Trump has just tweeted. He said the Wall Street Journal has no idea what my thoughts are concerning Iran. So he's keeping this under wraps. We do know that he's going to be in the Situation Room again in about 2.5 hours. It was 11:30, right? So 4:30 America. Yeah. So he's going to be in about 2.5 hours. He'll be in the Situation Room. Maybe or maybe not. We might hear something. Or maybe this is just like a regular thing. We'll see. We'll see. Jackson, just from your own perspective, you think that definitely US is going to join, or are you a bit still unsure? Like I feel I'm more inclined towards thinking they may not, but I'm still 50-50 on it. But what's your thoughts?
You're inclined to think that they're not going to do it?
Yeah, I feel like he's using this as a negotiation, and that's why he keeps delaying it and maybe trying to get some kind of deal with Iran. But let's see. I mean, this is just complete speculation from my side. What's your thoughts?
Well, I hope that's his thought here, but you have to come back to the point that the negotiation that he set forward with is no uranium enrichment, and Iran's not going to tolerate that. Russia has offered to store the stockpiled enriched uranium and to help the monitoring process of Iran's uranium enrichment. And there is also the concession by Iran to cancel the 10-year time limit on the deal. So all of these are major concessions that Iran made, and still Trump has been saying no, I won't accept anything but zero uranium enrichment. Well, what is Iran supposed to do? They have civilian use for this stuff. They have agricultural needs. They have energy needs. They have, these cancer hospitals. So I don't know why they would accept that, especially after the U.S. has been responsible for this devastation and attack on their country. So what? Are they supposed to negotiate now? Ayatollah came out yesterday and said, we will not negotiate under threat. So unless Trump is willing to now go back to that negotiation and say, okay, well, you can have the uranium enrichment, and he's probably going to have to make some concessions toward Iran now, because Iran is in a position where if they agree to the previous deal that Trump was offering, then they would look extremely weak and they would lose legitimacy in the eyes of their citizens. So if Trump can't offer them something that's a bone for them, then they're not going to partake, and there will be no negotiations. And right now they're saying they're not going to negotiate. So either Trump pussies out and does nothing. Pussies out, I'm saying in the sense of Israel. Obviously, I would prefer that he pussy out and do nothing. But either he does that or he goes full in because he realizes they're not going to agree to his terms.
And guys, some more breaking news, and then Jackson got another question for you, but more breaking news. Trump has done another tweet, this time against Fox News. He said, the crooked Fox News polls got the election wrong. I won by much more than they said I would, and they have been biased against me for years. They are always wrong and negative. It's why MAGA hates Fox News, even though their anchors are great. This has gone on for years, but they never change the incompetent polling company that does their work. Now, a new Fox News poll came out this morning, giving me a little more than 50% of the border, and yet the border is miraculously perfect. Nobody was able to come in last month. 60,000 people came in with Sleepy Joe in the same month last year. I hate fake pollsters, one of the worst, but Fox will never change they discredit polls. Okay, that's just about the polling. I thought it was about Gaza. I mean, sorry, about Iran. You mentioned about how this is going to be so bad for the United States of America, for the world. I mean, Iran, if America does join in, they've got a lot of cards up their sleeve. They've got the economical factors that they can have impact on. They could close the Strait of Hormuz. I guess my question is, A, how likely is it that that happens? And B, what will, in your view, the Americans try to do to stop that from happening?
Well, you've got the Americans can't stop anything because they can only limit the damage. You see that the Americans and the British, they had military assets, a lot of military assets in Qatar. They removed those military assets, as we saw, from the U.S. base there. Qatar's, some of their military assets have been removed as well from the base. So that's obviously one thing they have to worry about is what assets do we really need here and which ones are we potentially leaving out to be targeted. So that's one thing. The second thing, and as for that, I mean, I don't really know what you're going to do because Iran right now is targeting these huge military bases and they're targeting these, IDF headquarters, and they want total destruction. If you just send a few drones over, I mean, to these bases and stuff, significant damage can be done. You don't need these massive missile launchers for the capability of committing serious damage against, aircraft and bombers and these sorts of things. Runways on these bases. And it's not just Iran. I mean, if the U.S. gets involved, you're going to have involvement by Yemen as well. And so the second question then becomes the economic interests, which is Strait of Hormuz and Red Sea. And Yemen and Iran will have no difficulty whatsoever in targeting any assets that are trying to be moved through the Strait of Hormuz or the Red Sea. They could even use these naval drones, as they call them, the UAVs of the sea. You take one little unmanned boat and send it into a kamikaze mission into the side of some oil tanker, and that's that. So there's all these questions about like, oh, how many launchers has Israel destroyed in Iran? How many missiles does Iran have left? Well, they don't need all this crazy technology to commit serious economic damage to the global economy. They can shut it down with a few small unmanned, these unmanned naval vessels, and that'll be that pretty much, I think. So I don't really see what the U.S. can do to avoid the inevitable economic crisis.
Appreciate that, Jackson. It is highly concerning in terms of the direction this is going, and Iran holds a lot of the cards, so I guess we don't know what's going to happen. If anyone has got any questions for Jackson, then put your hands up. I will go to you guys. You may want to have direct questions to Jackson. If your hands up because you want to say something, then obviously just put your hands down and we'll get to you guys in a second. Abu Wednesday, you got a question for Jackson? Okay, Learning, I think.
Yeah, sorry. No, actually, I didn't. I'll hold back and let other hands speak because I don't want to derail this. Jackson's input is so valuable when we have it.
Awesome. Learning, jump in.
Thank you. You spoke about the retaliation taking the form of action against the U.S. bases and any travel through the Strait of Hormuz. What about the Arab oil infrastructure? Is that something that you see being added to the list as first option for retaliation as well?
Of course, I think it'll be everything all at once. And, the incredible thing when I went to Yemen and I was, there's the city of Sana'a, which is like the capital of Ansar Allah and their government. But then, depending on traffic, 6-7 hours away to the north is Sada, which is where the revolution of Ansar Allah began. And when you're in like the heart of it, which is where the revolution began on the side of the mountainside in Sada, you can literally see Saudi Arabia. Well, like I was looking at Saudi Arabian territory, hills and land from there. And they have tons and tons and tons. Yemen has tons and tons and tons of military assets and missile production facilities, all in their mountainsides, hidden deep in the mountains. And what we all need to remember is that when I was hearing, because I was there with members of the Ansar Allah's Supreme Political Council who fought back in in the 2010s when the revolution began, in the early 2000s during the first fight as well. And what we have to understand is, I mean, they've had like 20 years of nonstop war with Saudi Arabia, with the UAE, with the United States, and with Israel. And over the course of those 20 years, they went from a ragtag group, a ragtag militia of like 60 guys who were saving up bullet by bullet, gun by gun to defeat their government, which they did, to now having hypersonic missiles that can travel all the way to Haifa. So you're talking about a force now in Yemen who dealt a much more than a bloody nose to Saudi Arabia in their war with them, the U.S.-Saudi war against Yemen. They were dealt a very bloody nose by Yemen back then. And the missiles that they had were like duct tape pieces of metal that were flying through the sky at these Saudi oil fields. Well, now they've got crazy technology. And they did this all on their own. Everything they produce is there. They've got carbon copy replicas of everything that Russia, China produces. They produce it all themselves in Yemen in these mountains. And those are going to be flying towards those Saudi oil fields. So I think people are seriously underestimating Yemen's potential to target all these Gulf oil fields and oil and gas assets and how much damage that's going to do as well.
Appreciate that. Simon, jump in.
Yeah, I was just gonna provide a bit more, and then maybe Jackson can comment. But just with regards to the Strait of Hormuz, no doubt it would be absolute economic devastation if that were to happen. That would stop, firstly, like not just Iran exports, but obviously the whole region's exports that go towards Japan, South Korea, China. But it would have a lot of economic devastation on the Asia Pacific and China. And then that would have an indirect impact upon America as well. And of course, it would hit markets. So it's globally devastating. It's not targeted just at US if they were to do that. But the feasibility of them doing it is they rely upon, Iran needs that for 80% of their imports. And so they'd have to actually do some kind of naval blockade. And there is already US and US Navy there. So if that were to happen, that would be a very escalatory, it would be the type of escalation that indicates there will be a direct war between Iran and US, which is why I don't think it's going to happen, because the markets are not factoring that in. Those that control the markets know whether these things are going to happen right now. In the Iraq war, everything was priced into the markets before the actions were actually taken. So at the moment, it's not indicating that it's going to be a credible threat. But if they were to do it, it would end in a direct conflict between Western and Iran. That would be the inevitable result of such an action. And then you would expect markets to completely tumble as a result. But the feasibility of actually executing it without a world war, a real world war type of scenario, which is why it will always be the last resort. And the market doesn't believe it's something that's going to happen. Everything's indicating within the market that the US won't get involved. And if they do get involved, it will be on a very limited basis, not more than their current involvement.
Suleiman, may I jump in for a second?
Yeah, go ahead, jump in.
Hey, is Jackson still here? Yes, he is. Okay, cool. Jackson, question for you, and just kind of a little bit for everybody, if you will, but mainly for you because you were talking about Tulsi. One of the things that's super interesting is that before Israel launched this operation, there was a huge gathering at Camp David. And for those of you that are not U.S. citizens and or you're not familiar with Camp David, it is an exclusive resort, if you will, that was constructed for the President of the United States a long time ago. It's super secure. It's very close to the White House. But they made a decision, Trump's orbit made a decision to go to Camp David just a couple of weeks ago over a weekend. And they had a group of their inner circle, if you will, that met there. Now, the director of the National Intelligence, because he had all of his national security people, he had military people, but his DNI, and this is the person, Tulsi is supposed to be over all of the intel groups, whether it's NSA, CIA, etc. And she was omitted from the meeting, which is really trippy. And I think it's telling. I've even seen some rumors that have been posted on this platform the last few days that Trump is thinking about not only discarding her, but also discarding the position of DNI, which I believe he probably could do because that position was something that was essentially created post 9/11. And even at the time, it was very controversial because a lot of people, as we went through this massive reorganization and the Department of Homeland Security was birthed and all of that the super government came to life. Many people were questioning the actual validity of the DNI, if you will. So Trump does have a track record of when he's done with someone, he does discard them. And there's no doubt, I'll see if I can, I thought I had it a little bit ago, but Trump, there's Tulsi Gabbard's posting on Twitter in 2020 when she was really against going into Iran at the time and spoke out very vocally against Trump, naming him, the whole thing. So it's very hard for me to watch her say just from 2020 to present day to say, hey, she's not in the way. And I think that given that she was omitted from because the Camp David meeting, for sure what's happening now, it's already been in the works. We're getting from government that, Trump may have to respond and help Israel, when in actuality, he was working with. And I think this is the long game. You go back to 2016, when President Trump, was announced moving the embassy. It's always been not just garner favor, but to pull in closer. The very first press conference between Netanyahu and President Trump back in 2016, when Jared was present, and Netanyahu looking at Jared, and before even saying anything, recognized Jared and talked about that he's known him since a little baby. And when you watch that body language, that eye contact, there's just so much more to this than people actually realize. So, I'm being very wordy and just saying that I think we're watching the manifestation of a long game, which is where I disagree with Simon. And I think that the markets perhaps maybe aren't, they may be late to the game. This is not going away. And I don't think this is about the demise of Israel, in my opinion. I'll leave it there. Go for it, Jackson.
Yes, I misspoke earlier. I said Fort Bragg. I haven't slept at all, really. I'm in Camp David, but I think well, the thing that I think Trump is probably thinking about right now is just that what you said, that the markets literally could not handle this. It guaranteed 1,000 million % this would be a major economic collapse if they did this. And Well, you have to think about that. So if you're going to have a major economic collapse, then you have to have a guarantee that Iran is not going to be successful. They're not going to make it out of this somehow. And I was talking with my friends, some Iranians yesterday, and I'm like, these bunker buster bombs, how likely is it that they'll be able to blow up that Fordow and all the other sites and whatnot? And they are more informed on it than I am in these Fordow and these weapons. And the bomb that they want to send is called like a massive ordnance penetrator or something like that. And has never been used in combat before, as I understand. And Fordow, the centrifuges there at the nuclear facility are 90 meters underground. And the MOP bomb that they are thinking about using, in the best case scenario, is supposed to hit 60 meters into the ground. And that's in the case where you don't have a mountain with this highly condensed granite, which they have at the Fordow nuclear facility. And it would be, so you have all this, you don't really know what's going to happen, if it's going to even hit 60 meters into the ground. And then on top of that, so you're thinking, okay, best case scenario, 60 meters, but probably realistically not. So then you're saying, well, then we're going to have to hit the same location 1, 2, 3, 4 times. Okay, if you do that, then you can probably target down in there, but you have to get the same pinpoint location. And on top of all of that, you still have Iran, who obviously has saved all this information, all the science, all the everything that you need to be able to produce this stuff. And they'll still have uranium because they have a full nuclear capability, full nuclear cycle capability in Iran. So they'll still have uranium. They'll still have the science. Probably down there in that Fordow, they'll probably still have usable technology where all those centrifuges are. So the question then becomes, how quickly can we topple the Iranian government? And can we do that before the Iranian government and military apparatus put together some sort of a crude nuclear bomb? So I think this is a terrible idea. And I think the markets would not recover. They would not be able to topple the government fast enough. And you'd have the Iranians who, in all likelihood, probably would not have their nuclear program seriously diminished. And even if it was, then you have the possibility of a crude nuclear bomb on top of that, and it would accelerate the nuclear process.
Yeah, and not only that, if you undermine their government with an attack like that, say that they sold it to the American people that, oh well, we're just going to go in and take out all of their capabilities for uranium enrichment and so forth, and they went and did that. But in the aftermath of that, it begins to dismantle and topple their government because they wouldn't just stop there. They'd really want to just make sure that there's no comeback, but kind of leave them in a Libya 2.0 situation, just chaos, and maybe just pull back and let it all just kind of, let essentially like, yeah, we're going to come in, break all your shit. You guys figure it out and clean it up. Maybe, but probably not. Iran is just so much more special, and there's so much more going on than meets the eye. And I think than the average American is aware of a very modern, educated, in many ways, westernized society. I have another question for you, personal question related to you. One, are you I kind of know the answer to this, but are you a United States citizen? Because you're controversial. And if you are a United States citizen, then where do you put yourself in? What kind of box? How would you describe yourself as far as like your outlook, your politics, and ultimately, if you are a United States citizen, in a perfect world, what would be a perfect United States of America for a Jackson Hinkle?
I'll just answer that quickly because I don't think anyone is too interested by it. But
everybody talks about you, bro, on this platform, and there's like, you know, it's a 50-50 split. So I think a lot of people are actually curious about what makes you tick.
Also, Jackson, you can explain, like, you know, the work you do with the ACP as well. Give you a chance to plug it.
Yeah, I'm on the executive board. Well, I'm an American citizen, yes, and that's my only citizenship. I'm not one of these Israeli dual citizens, but I am on the executive board of the American Communist Party, which you can find linked in my bio. Everyone should follow it if you're an American. And we're, you know, a lot of people think communists are like woke and all this stuff, and these are not real communists. I mean, look at China. It's like the least woke country on the face of the earth. They censor all the American movies that have LGBT stuff in them. And they don't have 700 military bases across the earth like the United States does. Soviet Union, same thing. They're not woke. So I'm a communist. I'm a fierce anti-imperialist. And, you know, that's the main question today. The main contradiction in today's politics is war and foreign policy. Because if we're waging all these wars all across the world, we have all these military bases, $1 trillion on our military budget. How are we supposed to fix our own country? We can't. So, you know, I'm a communist. I don't think that America should turn into China. I think we have to respect the tradition of our country and the Constitution and freedom of speech and all this stuff, freedom of religion. I'm a Christian and Orthodox Christian, and I think, yeah, that's pretty much it.
Guys, just some breaking news, major breaking news. Apparently, Iran has launched a new wave of missiles towards Israel. Iran has launched a new wave of missiles towards Israel. That's happening right now, so we'll have to see what happens there, but that's what I'm hearing right now. So we'll continue to provide you with the updates as and when they come in. Has anybody got any other questions for Jackson?
I've just got one more, if I can, if that's all right, Jackson. So notwithstanding Jeremy's explanation of what's going on by his notion of the long game, that something bigger is going on in the background. What is Trump's motivation? Because you seem to think this will go ahead, this will happen, the American attack. Sully is 50-50 on it. Simon doesn't think it'll happen. I'm inclined to believe it will happen, but the thing that sort of I'm stuck on is because is that Trump is not a long game kind of guy. He's not like a strategic guy. He's not like thinking big picture. He's a transactional kind of guy from what I've gleaned over the time that he's been in power, that I've seen him in action. And he's sort of very motivated by personal gain, seems to be the go with him. So if you think this is going to go ahead, what is in it for Trump? I don't understand that part of the puzzle. Thanks.
Well, you know, that's speculation. We don't know what's in it for him. Well, obviously, if there's blackmail on him, which is a sincere possibility, then you know, blackmail not being released is a very good thing. I really don't know what this would be. Sorry, I'm just looking at the news. Satellite image shows damage to Iran's Iraq heavy water reactor. Interesting. I don't know what. There's no real upside here. The only upside is it's serving Israel's interests. It's serving the establishment's interests. I mean, even look at the funniest thing is look at Lockheed Martin's stock today. Suleiman posted it. I was like, wow, that's very interesting because we're on the precipice of major war. You'd expect these stocks to be going up. And, you know, potentially on the rumors of the F-35s getting knocked out of the sky, Lockheed Martin is not doing so hot. So how can, you know, you can imagine that if Iran continues to be, if they request help from Russia and Russia gives them more stuff, if China keeps sending them stuff, if they have their own capabilities and they continue to embarrass the U.S. military machine and technology, which never really was intended to be like great or anything. The U.S. defense contractors, they make weapons to sell weapons. It's not they don't make weapons to have like the best weapons in the world or anything. This is just about selling the product and making money. It's why we didn't have hypersonic missiles until, I guess they're still not combat tested, but we are now testing them and they're having some issues with hypersonic missiles still. Yemen has hypersonics, Iran does, North Korea does, Russia, China, everyone has hypersonics already. Some of the tests have been successful. Okay, I'll give them that as of 2025. But so I don't know what could be in this for Trump. I think it's a terrible idea, and that's why I oppose it. So I probably never oppose anything as much as this in my life. It's just a terrible, terrible idea for the global economy, for all the Gulf states, for Iran, for Iranian civilians, for world peace, for the potential of World War III and nuclear war, for the United States, for the economy, for American citizens that may have to go fight. And also, I'll even say this. I think war with Iran is a bad idea for Israel. Can Israel survive this? They've introduced so much chaos into the equation. Gaza, Lebanon. Okay, they did quite well in Lebanon for their standards. Did they eradicate Hezbollah? No, they haven't fully done that. Syria, they got rid of Assad, but now they've got a big question mark on Jolani. I mean, this guy is, somewhat, I would say, like 5% unpredictable, 95% we know what he's going to do. He's a NATO Turkish puppet, and he wants the sanctions to be lifted. But who knows that guy's going to stay in power? Civil war in Syria. Then what happens? You got factions that are maybe going to be coming into threatening Israel. And then Iran, of course, the past 2 days, there haven't been as many missiles from Iran. And people are saying, oh, we got all their launchers. They're running out of launchers. They're running out of missiles. That was all fake and bogus by what we saw today.
Just some breaking news as well. Missiles are coming into Israel right now. Missile alerts in Haifa. Apparently, at least 10 missiles have been launched. We've got new alerts in the Afula, Nahriya, and Hadira region as well. Major alerts in Haifa. So Israel is being bombed by Iran right now. Guys, if there's any breaking news, jump in as per usual. Any breaking news, just jump in as per usual, guys. But yeah, that is a breaking news.
Could I give an alternative answer to Jackson's question as well?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, sure. So, because the market is saying is like a basis.
Okay, some more breaking news. Simon, sorry, because there's gonna be so much breaking news. So, I'm cool with you continuing on and giving your thing, but we're gonna give the breaking news at the same time. That's cool. We're hearing apparently there's according to Israeli media, 2 explosions in Kiryat Shimona. So there's been 2 explosions in Kiryat Shimona. That's happening right now as well. Nathan, Aditi, jump in if there is any news.
One of them appears to be the new missile that we saw yesterday with the red tail. Looks like it was launched. There was pictures over Iraq.
Yeah, which was the Sajil hypersonic missile, right? There was even yesterday, even today, that missile that basically split into 8 different smaller missiles and hit. That was likely the the Karam Shor or the Sajil as well. So it does seem like yesterday with the test and now today, the new missiles are being used by Israel. By Iran against Israel.
Yeah, I was just going to say, this is one of the things that I think gives Iran so much leverage in the current situation, is the answer to the capitalist question. If you look over the last few weeks, all stocks that have exposure to the Middle East have gone up. Defense companies like Lockheed Martin, you'd be expecting that to rise right now. Oil is only rising marginally. You'd expect it to be about $100 to $120 per barrel if this was going to lead to an actual war. The markets do not underestimate these things. The markets know about these things because those that control these things are able to They reposition themselves accordingly, knowing what's going to happen in advance. And so that's what makes me think. And so the question of what motivates Trump is motivated by money. His job.
I'm so sorry, Simon. So they've now upped it to 15, possibly 15. Israeli media said 15. Inside sources from Iran said 15 were launched. So between 10 and 15, and they're looking like they're not all being intercepted.
Yeah, Trump is motivated by money. He does what will make him the most amount of money. And so if you look at what all led up to this, he's got through his family, he's got a venture capital fund invested in the region. He's looking to build Trump Towers in UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia. He's been borrowing money from ICBC, the largest bank in China, in order to build those Trump Towers across the Middle East and the region.
Simon, quick question on that. One of the arguments someone made, I can't remember who it was, if it was Jackson or Learning, they said that in the Iraq war, that the market actually wasn't showing these things, and so therefore the market didn't predict the war in Iraq. So what's your thoughts on that?
The market did predict it, yeah. I mean,
no, they're claiming it didn't. I don't remember what the market said in 2003, but they're saying it didn't.
It did, yeah.
You're saying they're wrong that it did?
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's looking at one particular indicator, but overall, if you look at the indicators between stocks, oil, defense, Middle Eastern, like if you look across, you'll find that the markets did react. But also it went through Congress.
Just a bit. Simon, I would like to push back on one key factor you keep
do you mind if I finish the point and then do the pushback?
And let me get in just really quickly. Yes, you keep pushing the market, but what about currency devaluation of the dollar? You keep overlooking the fact that the currency devaluation of the dollar is one of the key aspects of this. And the reason why people are holding off right now is that inflation, domestic inflation, has gone up. Okay,
just some more breaking news. Explosions can be heard in southern Lebanon. Explosions can be heard in southern Lebanon because remember, there's a media blackout in Israel. So they're not going to allow a lot of the videos to come out, a lot of the information to come out, but there is explosions being heard in Israel.
So I pose this question to you, Simon. How does currency, US dollar currency devaluation affect the markets?
Yeah, absolutely. So currency, the dollar is being devalued relative to other currencies as part of Liberation Day since the 2nd of April. When Trump announced his tariff policy. The tariff policy has led to an outflow of...
We're getting more images, more footage of Iranian missiles heading towards Haifa. We're getting more video images of missiles heading towards Haifa. That's happening right now.
Yeah, so the tariff policy has led to a weakening. DXY is the indicator to follow if you like following the dollar. It's a basket of currencies relative to the other major currencies. DXY has gone below 100 and it went down to a bottom of approximately 96, 97 from memory. And that has been a trend as a result of the tariff policy because the tariffs is creating capital outflows and people are selling the dollar in order to sell US assets, i.e. treasuries, and then they're buying their local currency. So Japan has been selling down their debt as well, which has created a strengthening in foreign currencies relative. Inflation has been calming down. The Federal Reserve yesterday kept rates neutral. The major problem with America right now is the 10 and 30-year bond. The rate is out of control. It's going between 4.5% and 5%. The current US debt is an average of 3.3%. So they're doing auctions every single month. And they're having to significantly increase the amount of interest that needs to be paid on those auctions, which is causing capital outflow from America. I don't see the dollar devaluation and a return to inflation. I think it's more tariff related. And to answer on the Trump question, Trump's motivated by money, and he's invested with the GCC. He's invested in peace in the region, and the GCC has held strong that we can never have peace in the region until we come to the table with Iran and there is a solution for the Palestinian cause. And so the GCC have been negotiating that position, and US and Iran have been entering into their nuclear talks. And I believe the end is the main conversation is around what needs to happen for sanctions to be removed, for Khamenei to remain in charge, and the regime not to be treated in a hostile manner. And I think that's where we're going to get a pragmatic solution at the end of this, not based upon bullying, not based upon US going to war with Iran, but based upon the opportunity in the region and the opportunity.
We're getting more reports that missiles are breaking through. I'm also seeing a report that there has been at least one collision recorded in Haifa. We're also getting exclusive footage from southern Lebanon and the West Bank and occupied Tabriz showing rocket barrages heading towards Israeli territory. What else? Yeah, so there's that. If there's any news, guys, just jump in with it. Breaking news.
Well, Simon, don't you think with a lot of the capital outflow and as you purport with the tariffs, don't you think that that would inevitably strengthen the position of the people who are oil nations such as Iran at this point? Let's say if you cripple the United States currency as it is and you hold up their trade negotiation ability.
You got to attack the bigger premise of the argument. Trump's not invested in peace. He never has been. He's now overseeing 3 wars. Wars are very lucrative. They always has been. They haven't strayed from that formula. Trump's no exception to previous presidents. You can talk about capital outflows, inflows, market reactions to attacks here and there. That's all market manipulation. When prices drop for stocks, you have to look at who the major shareholders are. And they're BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard, the hedge funds, etc. They all work in collusion with each other. They collude together to cause market drops. They collude together to cause markets to go back up. So they can make a fast dollar and steal more shares from the poor and middle class, whoever's got 401ks, whoever's invested in their Roth IRAs, etc. That's what's happening with the markets. So they respond when big money wants them to respond as pure market manipulation. Nobody's ever been under the illusion there's going to be a shortage or shortage of oil, for instance, when all of a sudden oil prices spike.
Just some more breaking news. There are missiles that are appearing over the skies of Nablus. There are missiles that are appearing over the skies of Nablus. Do continue, Truth.
Sure. You have to look at the market makers and their ability to be able to impact markets anytime they want. The biggest market move, Simon, had absolutely nothing to do with war. When the Great Depression happened, that was in 1929. Tell me which war was happening then. Nothing. What wars were happening in 2008? A bit of a lull, kind of in between 2011 and what was going to happen in Libya. Of course, all the wars, there was the ongoing wars in Afghanistan, Iraq. So the biggest dents in the markets had nothing to do with war. Even now, it's not an indicator of war to come.
Some more breaking news. We've got rescue teams are responding to a number of injuries among the settlers while they were heading to shelters. So settlers were going towards shelters, and now there are reported injuries being recorded or reported of the settlers as they were fleeing towards the shelters. That is the latest news. Go ahead, continue.
So I would say that's as a result of the late messaging and the indicators to the Israeli settlers, the illegal settlers, to go to the shelters because Iran has hacked the alarm system. So Simon, when you're looking at the market makers, once again, you have to look at their ability to move markets whenever they want, irrespective of war. And based on that, what you've used is confirmation bias. When there have been, for instance, false indicators, say when 9/11 happened and you had the airline stocks drop, because that was pre-planned. Okay, there were no indicators of immediate war then, but of course that's what would happen. That was just their opportunism to be able to take advantage of the markets, because some people panic, but in reality, those small people that panic don't have the ability to move the market because there's high concentration in the hands of the market.
Some more breaking news. There's power outages also affecting 2 settlement complexes in the Golan Heights. Power outages that are affecting the 2 settlements in the Golan Heights. Also, the strict military censorship on rocket launchers towards the north moments ago, and prohibition of sharing rocket impact site locations. And that's why we've not posted any impact site locations, even though there does seem to be rockets that breach. We've also got reports that at least one rocket has hit. But because of the strict military censorship, we're not getting the images or videos out. But that is the latest news. We'll continue to give it as and when we receive it. But things are or could be much, much worse. Remember, there's major censorship. Yesterday was a prime example where, due to the strict censorship, we knew there were hits. We reported it. There was no videos that came out. And then later, that Indian vessel demonstrated that there were hits based on the recording they had from their own independent vessel. So there's definitely hits happening. We've already confirmed this happened in at least Haifa. But unfortunately, we don't have the video footage because of the blackout that is occurring. The military censorship, where at least I believe 4 people have been imprisoned for, although that's just from one report. I don't know if that's accurate, but there is claims that there was at least 4 people who were incarcerated for relaying the information. We know that the Palestinians who were recording on the rooftop were basically the police broke into their house. So there is a mass amount of censorship that's happening. What's here? Well, we've got some more news. Iran Public Relations of Supreme National Security Council: in the event that any third party intervenes in the Israeli aggression against Iran, it will respond to immediately without any hesitation. Okay, that's breaking news, but not about the bombing. Claims of Israeli bombardment hitting Bushehr nuclear plant are false, and Israel's allegations constitute psychological warfare. So Israel's obviously claimed that they've hit the Bushehr nuclear plant. The Iranians are saying
right,
that's
Solomon?
Sorry?
We talked about this, right, Solomon? Psychological warfare, media warfare, lies, deception, be able to capture headlines, and that's what Israel just did. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, that's it. So they're basically debunking, the Iranians are debunking the fact that there was any hits against Iran. Let's see if there's any more news. Okay, that's the latest news. Now, guys, you can finish off the point you were making while I check for more news.
Sure, I won't be too long. Sounds like there's going to be lots of incoming news. So, Simon, in summary, you're using a confirmation bias for what market makers had already decided well in advance. That's not an indicator of war, because the biggest market dense responses happen when there isn't times of wars. I gave you 2 examples. There's many more. There have been 19 recessions that took place. Look at when they take place. Sometimes they coincide, sometimes they don't. That doesn't indicate a clear correlation or absolutely no causation. It's whenever they feel like making a fast buck, they'll cause market crashes just by deciding to sell for no particular reason. Just like in February of 1929, when Max Warburg told his colleagues at the Federal Reserve, let's start dumping our shares. And by October 1929, he caused a 75% market crash. That wasn't as a result of war. There were no attacks. You understand? And these are Jews that did this. That might hurt your feelings, but that's a fact. It's the Jews that caused the market crashes. It's the Jews that caused the expansionary cycles. And it's the Jews that caused the wars.
I've got some more breaking news. The Iranian missile. We've got an image of an Iranian missile that fell in the north of Israel. So we have got some images coming in of the Iranian missile that fell in northern Israel. Let's keep it to the news, and then we'll come back to this debate.
Yeah, let's do that. We can pause and just stay, because it sounds like the news is coming hot and heavy, and we want to have a fluid conversation.
Reuters report from Israeli Western and regional officers: the Israeli military campaign aims to undermine the regime in Iran. The Israeli media is saying the northern sky is filled with helicopters. What would be the reason why they'd fill it with helicopters while there's a bombardment going on? Any idea?
I missed that. What about the helicopters?
The north. It says the Israeli media is claiming the northern sky is filled with helicopters. This is according to Israeli media.
There must be something going on. It's a lot of money. If you remember in 10/7, what was the first aerial vehicle that supposedly went up in the air? Because they can get up in less than 5 minutes, far faster than an aircraft, right? So those are the Apache helicopters. So they must be tending to something very serious. There could be a lot of more casualties than usual, because although there were only 15 missiles launched, these were heavier bombs. I don't know if they're using something new. Could just be a Sigil 2 or 3, or probably just a 2. They don't need 3 because of the range. And they may have struck something sensitive. But again, it's really hard to ascertain, because there's a media blackout and they don't want us to know what's going on. But if they've got already helicopters in the air, it's serious, because they need to get in there faster than an ambulance would. And it's possible some streets might be damaged, so ambulances can't even get there, and there's probably mayhem right now.
We also got reports further Israeli airstrikes reported in Kermanshah as well. There's further Israeli airstrikes reported in Kermanshah. Let's see what else we've got.
There may be a VIP that's been injured as well, and that's why they send the cavalry for that.
Yeah, that makes sense. Didi or Nathan, do jump in if you guys have got any other breaking news. We're not seeing any footage though because of the media blackout. That's the issue we've got.
That means it's really bad, and they can't fake a false flag this time. So Iran strikes are so precise this time around that Israel has to cover it up. But we'll see.
Okay.
Hopefully, Suleiman. Hopefully, there's some Indians. Hopefully, he doesn't want to. I'd love to. Hopefully, there's some Indians in the ocean, Suleiman, doing us a favor and capturing some nice footage while they're holding.
Yeah, we need
whatever it is they're doing on that. It sounded like it was.
We
all
need
guys
Vivid
on that boat.
Prowess's cousin. We need Vivid Prowess's cousin in the vessel taking images because we're not getting any kind of videos on impacts right now. But we'll obviously provide you with the information as we get it. The information does seem to have slowed down a bit.
I mean, they're not letting the immigrants in the bunker, so they might as well just take videos.
Yeah, they went down that Ukrainian chicken as well, remember.
Well, public, it seems like there's going to be more space in these bunkers as Israelis are desperate to leave. They're paying up to 10 grand for a ticket to escape to Cyprus or even up to Morocco, it seems. It's between 5 and 10 grand. Very similar price to what Palestinians had to pay to flee to Egypt. And then they're also fleeing to Jordan to get to Germany. Germany's helping to, well, I'm going to say human trafficking them over. So, karmic retribution.
A couple of the Israelis or people that have like contacts there said there were no more boats in Israel, like totally all gone. So they must have all booked packages.
Never underestimate the Israelis' desire to want to war profiteer or take advantage of a crisis opportunity. And of course, they're going to seize on it and try and make as many profits as they can and even rip each other off. The Jews have zero shame, public,
Does anyone think Iran is preparing the ground for Hezbollah or something in the north?
It's interesting. I was in a Lebanese space yesterday, and man, they're very sensitive, touchy bunch. I'm like, and I was like, just throwing it out there. What are you guys waiting on? Let's go. You're still gonna worry about this divided government? It's quite clear the government's compromised. They're still licking their wounds, and these are guys with insider information. Like, we took 5,000 losses. I'm like, yeah, that's terrible. It sucks, but it was a while ago, right? And you realize that Israel is planning something for you. If you're not ready to strike soon, they're gonna strike you. So. Okay, maybe you want to have the fight that way. You're gonna wait on your government to come around while it's compromised. So either you do your own regime change, or Israel's gonna do it for you and install whoever they want. So for now, they're just sitting back. They're not active yet.
From my perspective, if this were genuinely like a World War III type of scenario, and then I think Hezbollah would definitely have been mobilized by now, and they'd be leveling Israel.
Why? Does Iran need the help?
No, I don't think Iran needs the help, but I think if we were in an existential situation, then I think they'd be using Hezbollah as well.
Guys, how are we doing today? I just wanted to come in and ask a question. Is there any international pressure on Israel to stop bombing Iran?
Sorry, just 1 second. 1 second. I'm so sorry.
There's a UNSC on Friday.
Suleiman, check Telegram real quick. There's videos. It looks like there's fires broken out in northern occupied Palestine.
Truth, what did you say?
There's a UN Security Council meeting on Friday where they might discuss ceasefire, but there's no pressure. When has anyone ever put pressure on Israel to act? I mean, China, Russia, North Korea, they all say it's illegal what they've done. Even Turkey made a statement along those lines. So did Pakistan. Who's putting pressure on them? Only, I want to say America, but we know who runs America.
Right, we're getting some images now. A heavy Iranian missile struck an area in Israel, according to a number of Israeli settler platforms. I think we are getting some images of fires Didi just mentioned. Let me just check those out.
Is this in the settlements?
Fires break out in areas of Israel after Iranian retaliatory missile strikes.
Didi, is this in the settlements?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's the one I've been waiting for. These settlements are completely illegitimate. They should be leveled just like Gaza. Civilians can get out of the way. I'm not calling for any of that. But there's no way that those illegal settlements shouldn't be a target. Didi, what are the settlements like right now? Is there been significant damage you're aware of, or is it just limited?
It's actually terrible. A lot of them have been forced out of their homes, completely forced out of their homes. Suleiman put out a tweet earlier today. Let me pull it up. I think there's 5,200 displaced. So, maybe they should have stayed in Europe.
Yeah, for those.
There's just some more breaking news. A tweet in the nest. Didi sent me a fire breaks out in areas of northern occupied Palestine after Iranian retaliatory missile strikes. So fires have broken out in Israel. After I always change to Israel because I think most people get confused and don't know what it means. But fires break out in areas of Israel after Iranian retaliatory military strikes. But you can see there's burning. There's a vehicle on fire there, and you can see smoke rising from another location as well.
Is Nablus part of the occupied West Bank?
Yes.
Okay, because that last hit was around the Nablus area. So, yeah, 5,200 displaced, perhaps more.
And for those just wondering, for the listeners, these are completely illegitimate, illegal settlements that were obtained through state-sponsored.
Solomon, sorry to interrupt. Did you see that number? 271 injured as a result of this morning's salvo?
Yeah.
They'll never claim fatalities, though. They're just injured. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
Yeah, so these settlements, they're all state-sponsored, armed by Israeli terrorists, IDF, and at the government level in order to arm settlers, take Palestinians out of their home, burn their houses down, and quite frankly, terrorize them. It's complete terrorism. It's completely illegitimate, and the land must be returned. So that's why I think it's a celebration to see that. And they've given warnings. Iran gave warnings. It said all along that civilians should leave their settlements. They are going to be a target.
Secretary of State Clinton brokered agreements to expand building of those settlements during her tenure as Secretary of State. And one of the brokering deals had to do with some of the illegal settlements, even extending into East Jerusalem. As we know, during the first Trump term, Trump allowed moved the embassy into Jerusalem. So with these targets coming into the illegal settlement area, you just made yourself a direct target, and these people are now human shields.
Some more breaking news. 7 to 8 Iranian missiles have penetrated the airspace of Israel, according to monitoring teams cooperating with capabilities in Israel, Lebanon, and Jordan. So 7 to 8. And actually, news is coming in thick and fast. 7 to 8 have penetrated into Israel. We're getting footage of missile debris in northern Israel as well.
Yeah, just on the settlements as well. One of the investors in the illegal settlements is Mariam Edelstein, which is the third largest backer of Trump's campaign as well.
Let me explain a little bit about how the settlements work. Like in my case, what they did is back in the day, if like my father resisted or was part of demonstrations or whatever, they'll capture him, give him the option to leave the country and not come back or go to jail for 20 years. So then what they'll do to his kids is not ever allow them to have citizenship. So homes, lands, all that stuff, assets can never be transferred in my name because I can never get citizenship. And the illegal settlements encroaching on our village, they'll just keep expanding and expanding until one day they do come into the villages and they terrorize people because they have access to guns and the Palestinians don't. So, and they have protection from the army. That the settlements are all built on mountaintops, so they could easily come down and throw rocks at the village all
Just some
day.
more breaking news. Sorry, Republic, I don't want to hear this. Footage shows missile debris in northern Israel. That tweets in the nest. Footage showing missile debris in the northern Israel. Go ahead, Republic, do finish.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Also, just grab it on Telegram. This is the video Simon's been waiting for.
Yep. So they'll keep the expansion going, constantly, expanding the settlements and then encroaching on the villages, sometimes even like taking over the village and making everybody move to a whole different area. And my village's case is probably like a good old 2 to 5 years away from being taken away completely. And that's probably why Simon emphasizes like these illegal settlements they need to be dismantled, because somebody like me, I'm a prime example. Like, I haven't factored in that I'm never going to be able to go home and enjoy
Some more breaking news. Rocket fragments are flying over settlers in northern occupied Palestine following the Iranian bombardments. Rocket fragments are flying over the settlers. Sorry, Public, go continue.
Yeah, well, the point I was getting is like somebody like me, like now I'm here in America. I have to think that like I'm never going to be able to go back and get citizenship because I've been waiting for citizenship for well over 30 years, well, at least 25 years. Every couple of years I go back and reapply and it's the same thing. They're never going to respond to it. And then of course there is a lot of corruption within the PA too. So in coercion with Israel, they collaborate and it's just a big mess, but that's basically how it works.
Let me ask this question. You know more than I do. Is Galilee, is that area part of northern Israel or the northern occupied area?
Galilee?
Correct.
Let me check. I'm pretty sure it's all of it is occupied Palestine. Let me just tell you that. And it's
well, yeah, I understand that, but the reason why I asked specifically about Galilee is there are targeted attacks in that area, and that area holds significance for a lot of reasons. And then the second part of what I wanted to ask you, because you're in the United States, and you've been here probably a good chunk of your life, what is advantageous for you to have citizenship in Palestine as well?
Well, I mean, it is my ancestral land. That's probably the number one thing. I have family there. And those should be the two most important things, right? Now, I do love America. Don't get me wrong, and I am very heavily invested here. I could, with being that
we've got more breaking news. Fire engulfs a vehicle in Israel following Iranian bombardment. You can see the fire up in flames following the Iranian bombing. Sorry, Public, I keep interrupting you, but go ahead.
Yeah, no, you're good, silly. Basically, yeah, that's it. Culture, language, and then the region. Obviously the Israelis want it because it's a very, very geographically very well positioned piece of land. And it's actually a very beautiful place too. You got the Dead Sea, Mediterranean Sea, Red Sea, all within like an hour and a half away from where I live. And you can't really put a price on that. It's very significant to all the Abrahamic faiths. Yeah, there's really not a price you could put on that.
Okay, that's good because I was just very curious about the cultural aspects of it. Now, I'm quite familiar with the ease of access. Well, once upon a time, there was ease of access to the geographic locations that you're talking about. And I was wondering, since you're established in the United States, is there a desire for you to go back to Palestine and take your family back to Palestine? I was just curious about that.
Of course. I mean, look, like I said, it's a lovely place. And not that I like saying this, but if I have to stay in America the rest of my life, like this is a great country and I do what I can to make this place good too. via, you know, raising awareness on this app with all my stuff.
Some more breaking news. We have new footage from Israel following the Israeli bombardment. You can see the missile in the air there, the tweets in the nest. Sorry, public, continue.
Yeah, ideally, like all, and I'm gonna just be honest, all Arabs always say it because why wouldn't they? Or all Palestinians always say it like, hey, we're just this temporarily, we're gonna be in America, we're gonna make money and go back. Why wouldn't you want to go back to your friends and family and your ancestral land? You know what I mean? That would be ideal if I can go back, but again, like I'm American, my native tongue now is probably I speak better English than I do Arabic, and I actually like I do like Americans and the American spirit. So like if I did have to end up here, it's not that bad because other people in the world could have it worse.
Thank you. Thank you.
Speak with Didi is also Palestinian. I don't know if she'd like to weigh in on this.
Yes. So I'm 100% Palestinian, but I've been here literally my entire life because my family's land was taken in Jerusalem. We
Just some more
had
breaking news.
Yep.
Sorry, I'll give it straight back to you, Didi. The tweet, oh flip, I lost it, but it's in the nest. You got heavy smoke and marches flying in the skies of Yavnel settlement in Israel following the Iranian attack. So there is a smoke from the skies of the Yavnel settlement in Israel following the attack by Iran. Continue, Didi.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, my family's from Jerusalem. They were kicked out during the Nakba. Nakba is 1948. It's known as the Great Catastrophe, if you don't know what that means. And I have been blessed enough to go back and visit every single summer of my entire young life, and up until I was about 22 years old. Last time I was there was about 2 years ago, and I love it here in this country. I've got businesses, my kids are born here, my husband's here, my family's here, I'm established here. But when I tell you that it is a very different feeling being in Palestine, it is a different way of life. It's trees and groves and nature, and Palestinians are just very, very in tune to their land. And that's any land that you're on, by the way. Even here, I'm big in gardening. You're just it's embedded in your bones. And the beauty of Palestine is just beyond.
Something
Well,
like very
contrary to go ahead. If there's breaking news, go ahead, Sully.
I gotta leave the house soon. But I'll add that it's very, very hospitable. So what I learned when I was younger, and I didn't notice it, but our hospitality is unmatched. So when I came to America and I thought it was non-existent, when I got older, I made it a mission to like kind of teach Americans what I learned, you know, what the previous generations of Palestine.
Some more breaking news. A building collapsed and a fire broke out in another in the Kiryat settlement complex north of occupied Haifa as a result of Iranian shelling. That tweet's in the nest. Guys, if you could do me a favor, the tweets on the page, if you can go through the page and like and retweet the tweets and raise awareness for them, that'd be brilliant. So if you can just go through the page and like and retweet the post, that'd be much appreciated. I think there's something weird going on with the account today, so if you can do that for me, it'd be much appreciated. Sorry, public and Didi.
No, you're good because news is breaking fast, guys. If you guys could retweet the space and turn your notifications on for Suleiman, bottom right-hand purple, right-hand corner of your phone, click on it, and then click that retweet. Try to get everybody in here as news is like starting to come in, right? And back real quick about the hospitality thing, I'll give a good example. My village is called Bitin, which translates to, you know, home of the figs or whatever. And when you come in there, like my uncle owns a good strip of the land on the main road. On his trees, he puts bags on it, and people think that it's like a farming method, and they always ask him, do the bags make you yield more fruit? And he always laughs and says, no, like the bags are for the people walking by, because if they want to pick off my trees, they can. Everybody's welcome to take anything that my trees bear fruit. So that's the level of hospitality. Everybody looks out for each other. This is why you see in Gaza, there's a starving campaign, but people are unified because people actually do care about each other's, you know, well-being. And when they say it takes a village to raise a child in Palestine, the villages and your community does raise you.
Oh, here's
Yeah,
the thing in the United States, if I may, there's also hospitality. Hospitality is part of your culture and where you bring it. I'm from the southern part of the United States originally, okay? And there's this thing called Southern hospitality. It's there, and people do look out for each other. The Black American common expression, "It takes a village to raise a child," comes from the common cultural identity of being part of the United States, where you do have to look out and care for your own, and that expands to the greater community. Village colloquially being where you live and who you are where you live. Also, another thing, contrary to what a lot of people mistake, I have been to the Holy Lands 5 times in the past 25 years, and I've seen a lot of the not so good changes. The reason why I ask about specific geography areas is because the change of hands. When I went to the Holy Lands, those specific areas were within the Palestinian villages, and the Palestinians controlled and had autonomous control within and without those areas. That's why I asked specifically about Galilee, and if anybody who had been there more recently than 2012 still knew if there was still autonomy over there. Second of all, my relatives came from what is now Dearborn, Michigan. Okay, my folks had lived in Dearborn, Michigan from the 1950s up until the 1980s. Okay, Dearborn, Michigan has changed significantly since the 1980s when I was a kid, because you had a lot of people who came into Dearborn, Michigan. And so when you have the different population shift and a lot of changes, things change culturally. And one of the things that I had to learn the last time my relatives had lived in Dearborn, Michigan for a significant period of time, they moved to other parts of Michigan, was learning about the folks who came in, how we had things in common and what were the commonalities, not because, okay, you came from the Near East, you came from Palestine, but what do we have in common as Americans? Because what do we have in common culturally? And we do have more in common than differences. And I just wanted to put that out there as we're seeing.
Just some more news. What was it again? The tweets in the nest. Let me get it up. After heavy barrage this morning, channels affiliated with the Iranian regime released a video this morning of the launch of a Khorramshahr-4 missile. Is capable of carrying a warhead weighing 1,500 kg. The missile has a range of 2,000 kilometers, and preparation time for launch is about 12 minutes. Truth, did you see the missile that hit earlier today? It was like one missile, and then it fragmented into 8 missiles. Was that, what in your view, was that the Sajil or the Khorramshahr?
I mean, they have more than one missile that can carry multiple warheads. And even the Israeli military is not sure. They're studying it, and they're actually concerned about it because that can do, a lot more damage than just the previous missiles they've been using. So that's a major concern for them. Also, I'll do a little more research to figure it out. I don't want to speak out of turn. But yeah, that's a game changer that they're now using missiles with multiple warheads because, well, they can those types of missiles can likely be outfitted, modified to also carry potentially a nuclear bomb, a smaller one, of course, unless they use the bigger version of the missile, whether it's the Khorramshahr or the Sajil or the Khaybar. They have options. And again, this is just maybe 15 to 20% of their missile salvo. There's still a lot more we haven't seen.
We're just getting more videos of fires breaking out in Israel. But again, there's a mass blackout, significant censorship. So we're not getting the entirety of everything that's happening. But there is more videos coming out of that. So fires are raging in Israel as a result of Iranian shelling. This is despite major censorship. That tweet in the nest.
Salman, just to make the observation, so despite the Israeli attempt to grab headlines and arouse sympathy, Iran didn't stray from its path. It's been saying they're going to keep attacking. They don't care about the tears, the the victim mindset that the Israelis are playing now, because they're obviously getting decimated with very little response. They're begging the U.S. to get involved as soon as possible. But Iran has maintained its posture, its composure, despite the distractions. Just want to point that out, and that's the only pathway towards victory, is to ignore the distractions and the noise, stay focused on the mission, which is to incapacitate Israel, take out all of its, strategic military sites, maybe its nuclear sites too. Someone posted a picture of Dimona being the next strategic target. It's incredible to me that people will say, why are they telling people where they're going to strike? Well, because they can, and then they'll strike it anyway. Who's going to stop them? Iran also claimed it's got the air superiority or control of the Israeli skies. Well, that's what we're seeing. And nobody thought this was possible, and this is in less than a week. This war effort that's happening so far. And I know it's still a work in progress. It's early. Anything can change, especially if America gets involved. But again, the more I study what America is looking to do, if they do end up trying to strike that Fordow site, it's not going to amount to much. It's just the crater that will be created will be nowhere near enough and sufficient to be able to do any damage to the nuclear facility. It's buried too far deep within the earth, and it's protected by
More
rocks.
news. A fire has erupted at the Golani intersection in the Lower Galilee in Israel as a result of Iranian bombardment. That tweets in the nest. A fire has erupted at the Golani intersection in the Lower Galilee in Israel as a result of Iranian bombardment. Do continue, Truth.
Sorry, there's another video that I just sent you. It appears that 3 settlements. 3 settlements are currently on fire.
To add to Truth's point real quick, when you tell somebody what you're gonna do and you do it, that shows a sign of dominance too. Like in sports, like when you tell somebody, hey, I'm gonna do this to you, and you do it and you can't stop it.
Like, do you know who Larry Bird was? The basketball player from the Celtics?
Yeah, he was
So that's how he would strike fear in his opponents. He's a legend, right? They call him Larry Legend. He would tell his opponents, I'm going to take 2 steps here, do a spin move, and then, bank it, or I'm going to swish it, and then
More
do
breaking news. 6 Israeli aircrafts are attempting to extinguish fires in the Yavne'il settlement in Israel following Iranian missiles. So 6 Israeli aircrafts are attempting to extinguish fires in the Yavne'il settlement in Israel following Iranian missiles.
Yeah, I like that Larry Bird.
That's legendary stuff. Michael Jordan used to do that too, but less so. Larry was known for it. He would trash talk so much, but then back it up. And they would say, well, it's not trash talk if you can back it up. You're actually giving your opponent a chance, and then it's still achieving your targets. And that's what Iran's been doing. And I don't think they're done yet, nor are they interested in peace, nor are they letting themselves get distracted. And they know who their friends are in their time of need as well. The countries that have stepped up. Seems like there's Russian consultants and Chinese consultants there. Something's been delivered. We don't know what, by the Chinese twice. Transporters were off. They sent 2 cargo planes with stuff. Maybe there's more to come. Of course, they've got the train station in place too. That train, that's
I'm sorry, Truth. Breaking. Trump's going to hold a briefing. This isn't good because this is prime time. Trump's going to hold a briefing in the Situation Room at 6:30 p.m. and the White House will hold a briefing tonight at 8 p.m. The British and American foreign ministers will meet at the White House.
Yeah, they can.
And that's prime time.
Yeah,
that's not good. It's ready for markets to close.
No, but nobody cares. Iran doesn't really care
Markets
anymore.
aren't open today. It's Juneteenth.
Okay,
and ironically, that's when Iran struck the stock market building in Israel. One of their places of worship, because that's where they get to screw people over with the markets, just like they did on 10/7 when they shorted the Tel Aviv stock market. So, yes, I guess Iran's using Jewish law against the Jews, strike their, I don't want to say strike their kids at all, but the men and women in the IDF are all fair game, and their place of worship, I guess, would be the stock market. And God only knows what's happening in those temples.
Well,
I'm seeing reported.
Keeping your enemy off guard during the holidays is the best time to strike.
Okay. According to the New
It's
York
never
Times,
a bad time to strike Israel. Suleiman, since you asked the question, it looks like it was a Iranian Khorramshahr 4 missile that could carry, the multiple warheads, because you obviously have to have the capacity to be able to carry that many warheads. So that's likely what was used, based on what I'm seeing. It's still early. There's fog of war.
Some more breaking news. Fires break out at least 3 Israeli settlements in Israel after Iranian missile strikes.
So it's pretty cool. It can carry a variety of different warheads, has of different calibers, and also combine them simultaneously. So they can mix it up. Keep them guessing, right, Solomon? So long as you're predictable, it's hard for Palantir and American intelligence to figure out what it is you're up to or what you're going to do next.
I'm seeing reported on Israeli news that the government is handing out 500 shekels for any citizen that's lost their home. It's like $143.
Don't spend
It's
it all
actually
in one place, right?
$560, and it's one. Yeah, it actually equates to $165.40 is the exact amount, which is ridiculous.
Oh my gosh.
The Jews are going to start robbing each other to steal those checks.
Is my sound coming through okay? Because I knew it was really bad earlier.
I can hear you.
Brilliant. Truth, you were a genius finding out regarding the insurance claims because they were hiding that from the media. And with the blackout now, with
Just some more breaking news. The direct damage that occurred at the Weizmann Institute requires $600 million for repair. So that's the latest news.
It's
The
always
Weizmann
6,
Institute.
right, Solomon? 666 million, was it?
Favorite number, 600 million. But the what was I going to say was, remember, they was denying that there's the case. Actually, they tried to community notice and say it's not the case, but quite clearly it is the case.
Look at the compensation claims. That gives away the evidence.
Yeah,
for sure. Yeah.
With the blackout that we have, we can't see any visuals of any hits. Is there a way, because you're very good at doing your research, is seismological centers that would usually pick up earthquakes, but they will pick up the hits? Will it be civilian institutions within Israel that would report these, or have maybe some of them may have an online 24-hour like webcam type of thing going on, or neighboring countries that can pick it up, and then you can use that information to say, well, look, Iran have launched the missile. It takes X amount of time to reach Israel, and these are the reports of seismic activity, which obviously is hits. So Israel is denying anything's getting through, but here's the proof that it is. Is there a way you could do that? And I've got other questions for Simon, which, by the way, I love listening to you. Your man of wealth of knowledge is brilliant. And the third one with the expats from Palestine, the exiles. But I'd like to just go to one person at a time. So, Truth, if you could answer.
Well, I already provided the numbers from the other day about all the compensation claims that have been requested. They're going to be getting, if they stick around, assuming, a lot of the rats are fleeing, of course, right? But if they stick around, they will get free housing, the free healthcare as well, free education if anyone's still going to school right now. Or maybe they're teaching classes in the bunkers, who knows? It doesn't seem like it. Seems like they're just messing around on their smartphones if the Wi-Fi's still on and off, who knows?
But what I'm thinking is the seismic recordings from civilian institutions will pick up when the Iranian missiles hit. So they might block out any audio or any visuals.
I don't know if it's high. Well, that'd have to be a significant bomb to cause the reverberation to be able to pick up that seismic activity.
But there have been people in the space in Lebanon.
Some more breaking news. Right, so there's two. One is Didi mentioned, which is Trump will hold a briefing in the Situation Room at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, and the White House will hold a briefing tonight at 8 p.m. and the British-American Foreign Minister will meet at the White House. So that's significantly concerning. And the other one is the Iran mission to the United Nations. We are committed to he said the following: we are committed to the international humanitarian law and do not target civilians or civilian infrastructure. That is according to the debunked claims about the attack on the hospital. Guys, do continue. Yeah, whoever's speaking, go ahead.
Regarding the Palestinians, my heart bleeds for you having to leave your homeland. In Irish history, if you look up the penal laws, what they did for the natives to stop them from inheriting land and getting it back is horrific. I only partially caught what you were saying about your family owning land and you gaining citizenship. is could you go into more detail regarding what the Israeli government does from stopping you from inheriting your land? And with the time with you having so many requests, you obviously will have a log of the amount of times that you've requested citizenship and they've knocked you back. But yet you got proof that the land belongs to your family, and it's a great message to get out there. And then you can have the similarities with colonialism, with the penal laws that are used in Ireland to stop the Irish, indigenous Irish people and the Catholics from gaining the land back or inheriting it. And that's open to any of the exiles from Palestine.
Thanks for that. Some more breaking news. Let me just quickly give it. Actually, it goes to your point, Truth, what you were saying earlier. If I can get it up. The tourism ministry of the occupation announces the registration of 22,000 tourists who wish to leave Israel. So 22,000 tourists who wish to leave Israel. Simon
It doesn't look like winning to me, Suleiman. What's going on here? I guess this is just orchestrated as part of the crescendo. If Simon can hear me. Let's decimate Israel's tourism industry.
Yeah, for sure. There's I don't know if Simon's gone, because I would have let the conversation continue now, because the news does seem to have died down a bit.
Yes, Simon's away, unfortunately.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, just really quick on that note, because I'm gonna have to just drop down and reconnect when I leave the house. But on that note, yeah, you cannot inherit land, right? So some of the challenges are gonna be like you're gonna have to transfer it into your family's name, and then, you know, as the years pass on, those family members get old or whatever. It's quite valuable land too, but it is what it is, you know. And then as far as you need citizenship to transfer the land in your name. So that's exactly the difficult part, how they do it. My little brother actually
can sell land in synagogues to people that never been there.
Correct. Yeah, that's weird, right?
Which is brutal. I mean, you should definitely do a wee blog or a video and look up the penal laws. Sorry.
Some more breaking news. IRGC have said Israel must immediately evacuate the Dimona nuclear facility. Israel must immediately evacuate the Dimona nuclear facility. So they're giving them fair warning.
No way.
Continue.
Is this right now?
No, it was earlier today. They released a statement, but you know, there's never a bad time to disclose it.
I mean, public, I'd like to have a chat to you some other time. I mean, send me a DM. As I say, look up the penal laws in Ireland, and there's similarities what's happening to you and your people is very. And if you do a blog, and we can then get that message out there. Go, look, this is the legal. This is what the Israeli regime is doing to the native population. Exactly what the Brits did to the Irish. You know, and when people see that, you know, they're like, what the hell? You know, this isn't the 16th century anymore. And that message needs to get out, because I can guarantee you a hell of a lot of people don't know that. And that's something that's vital to get out, you know, for the cause, to get people for the right return. It's so vital that we get this message out there. And unfortunately, you've got a life experience of it, you know, and I would do everything I could to help you to get it out there and get it to as many people as possible. And everyone in this space and that listens, it's up to you to get this message out to everyone that you know, every single platform, every single Zionist bullshit account. Oh, sorry for the language.
Some more breaking news. The tweets in the nest was about Truth's favorite guy. Actually, some platforms worship, some people with big platforms on here do worship him. Egypt has resumed gas imports for Israel after a 6-day import halt. So Egypt has resumed gas imports from Israel after a 6-day let's bring some more people in. Block there. Let's did you were gonna say something?
Are we really surprised there that Egypt continues to trade with?
I'm not surprised, but we have a lot of like Egypt supporters on this space who are both pro-Palestine and whatever.
You can't be both.
So.
You can't be both. You can't be both. It's like,
I mean, bro, like I would say like there's big accounts who are like massively linked to CC. So
it's like a Christian Zionist, Solomon. It's the same thing. These guys are what it
exactly. I agree with you. I agree with you. I've actually got a big thread I wrote against it. Then I just decided not to release it. But you never know. The guy, if they know me enough, I might just do it. Aditi, jump in, and then we go to Joe.
Yeah, the death toll in Gaza per the hospitals is now up to 84, and that's just since dawn today. Just since dawn today, they've sent another tent massacre where people have been on fire. I've seen images of young adults and children on fire again today.
This is just typical Jewish behavior. They take their frustrations out on the innocent women and children when they get blasted because they can't respond to Iran in kind. So they take it out on low-hanging fruit, unfortunately. No offense intended there, but
yeah, I was about
they
to
take
say,
it out on the disarmed population.
That's why I never celebrate when I see these rockets or whatever coming down on Tel Aviv or Mossad headquarters, because I know that when they get mad, they take it out on civilian population, women and children, and that's sad.
That's exactly right, brother. And something that has really not gotten the news very much. I think Soliman did actually report on it yesterday, and we've been trying to make sure we mention it.
The IRGC. I'll just read it out quick. This is the 15th wave operation from True Promise 3. New round of combined attacks using missiles and drones has commenced against military targets and industrial centers affiliated with the military industry in the cities of Haifa and Tel Aviv. The operation continues today with drones and more than 100 aircraft of various combat and suicide types. So they're looking to strike the aerial fleet, targeting military sites, particularly anti-missile air defense systems in Haifa and Tel Aviv. Effective missile operations against military targets and their industries continue at an escalating and calculated pace, not straying from the path. And Joe's got his, or you were going to speak, Didi, and then Joe's got his hand up.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I want to say this for my family. The West Bank, guys, is seriously on fire. El Balata refugee camp in Nablus, Tulkaram, Turmusayed, Janine, all of those villages have been seriously under siege. They have increased the degree of checkpoints. The tanks do not leave. They are going from house to house and just grabbing anybody that's of age, like any man or boy that's of age.
They're going to be using an array of different drones, by the way, within the 100 that they're launching, probably at different times. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I think something all of us can agree on is the fact that we want the hostages released and for them to come to a deal so they could be released, right? And I think that's on both sides. Both sides say that. But the funny thing now is Israel is holding American Israelis hostage. They're not allowed to leave. Flights are canceled. Borders are locked. And no one's saying a damn word. No one's saying return our Americans. Not a single person. Why is that?
Where the migatards at? Why aren't they?
Yeah, it shows that they just fucking hate Arabs or Muslims or whatever. It's not about returning citizens whatsoever. Because right now they should be screaming at the top of their lungs, return our citizens to Israel, who's keeping them locked in, right? And why is he probably doing this? He's probably doing this because he needs European Jews, American Jews. He needs them to die. He needs them to be casualties in order to get support for this war, right? Because as soon as you start hearing about 4 American Israelis have died, or 4 Americans have died, they won't even mention Israeli. They'll say 4 Americans have died in Israel, and then Americans will change their mind. And why did that happen? Because Netanyahu's holding them hostage. So where the fuck is the screaming voices? Where's the media now? Why is the media not saying release the Americans? Right? They spent a lot of time doing it when it was the other way around. Why are they not doing it now? Right? This is
Joel,
what
we already know there's no budget for that talking point, so nobody's gonna say it.
Yeah, I just wanted to say this.
They have no right. They use people. That's what they do.
I'm sorry, Joe. It's really important too when people hear hostages. I want everybody, there's a lot of people in this room. Some of you guys are just tuning in to this conflict, to this conversation, to this genocide. So I want everybody to understand there's a lot of Palestinian hostages as well. The majority of them have never even seen a day in court. There's about anywhere between 18 to 19,000. That includes children as young as 7 years old. You need to understand that the degree that they take Palestinians, don't give them court dates. On average, they don't even get charged for 6 months after being held in military captivity.
Didi, they release them after 6 months and then pick them back up so that they're not breaking their rules, right? So there's been people who have served years without being tried for anything or without being charged with anything. And so they can divert the rules. They'll release them for a few hours after 6 months is up and then pick them right back up. So the clock starts over again.
Exactly.
What's worse is like, when you see in like black kids being interrogated in America and they don't know the law. What's worse is it's like that, but they're speaking to you in a different language, so you really don't know what's going on, and you're like, as a Palestinian child, you're like, what the hell am I agreeing to?
That's
If
right.
I may
There's actually,
interject, the differences
okay,
that we
if it's
see
okay,
here,
Boykin,
let me
hold on.
interject one real
No,
quick.
no.
Let me
No,
say
one sec.
something real quick.
Ma'am?
The difference that you
Boykin, you know what it is? When there's breaking news, we need to let the breaking news be said, right? Because if... Oh, I didn't drop her. Oh, she's gone herself. Okay, cool. No problem. If you don't want to... It's best not to be here during the breaking news then, because we have to give the breaking news. That's what people are here for. Go ahead, Didi, give the breaking news, please.
The missiles seem to be of salvo. Then that's what was shot. The Iran fired a salvo at the northern Israeli settlements, but 2 settlements now are still remaining on fire, and those fires are not able to be contained as of yet. One they've been able to get under containment.
So sorry, I missed that because I was too busy trying to bring my boy up. What did you say? What happened? They're only able to.
They've only contained 1. Yeah, so 3 of the settlements were on fire. Only 1 has been contained. 2 continue to be roaring.
Okay. Can you send me the link for that, please?
By
Yes,
the way,
sir.
Sullivan, some ordinary Jews are coming at the IDF and blaming them for what's happened. It's just typical Jewish behavior. Ordinary Jews are shouting at
You
IDF
can't say there's going to
soldiers.
be a coup.
It's all because of you. No one asked you to attack Iran. Yeah,
Did you see the one? Did you see the one where that guy was crying earlier today?
Yeah, with the well, there's many of them crying. That's just one that was documented. There's other ones too. I mean, I don't think anyone likes living in tents in parking lots or hiding under a car, hiding in. Well, I suppose they're used to hiding in tunnels. That's part of the culture. But
So for me, look,
times,
I don't
right?
like any form of anyone getting hurt or violence, but you have to remember this perspective that you have a scenario. It would be different if the public were against this, and then you'd be like, oh, look, the public's innocent, the government's forcing them to do it. Like the US, you can see the vast majority of the US is against the war. The entire left is against the war. The vast majority of the right is against the war. It's only the Zionist right who basically is, and even then some of them are not, like Cernovich and Posobiec. So you only got a small contingent of people who are for the war. Whereas in Israel, the vast majority, the overwhelming majority, I believe it was 70 or 80%, I can't remember now, literally said that this genocide that's happening, that it's not enough, that they want more. Like, that Netanyahu is not doing enough. So when you understand that, sorry?
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing. So when you, and you mentioned this the other day. By the way, good morning, everybody. When you had these TikTokers and you had these I don't want to say the wrong word here, but the FAGSs, when they were making these videos taunting the Palestinians about water and about food, and they were attacking the aid trucks that were coming in, like it just kind of puts you in a scenario where you just don't really kind of give a shit if they're getting you know what, and they can't cry wolf now when it's happening to them, and so like they don't really deserve anyone's pity. They just need to be able to understand that this is what the Palestinians and the Lebanese and the Yemenis and the Iraqis went through, and just gotta accept it. And maybe next time don't fuck around and you won't find out.
Solomon, you know who's voting for this though? It's not even the Zionists. It's black men who are poor. That by the polls, that's exactly who's supporting this war, which is crazy to me. I don't understand where they're benefiting. But even just stupid.
And Joe, I agree with you because I read the data out to everybody. It was black people who were more for it compared to any other race. It was blacks than whites, and actually Hispanics were the most against it. But even then, when you say that, like, let's give the people the data. Even then, when you say black people are for it, it was only 19%. So the overwhelming Americans are just totally against it. But do continue, Joe.
I mean, that's
No,
just a
you're right.
reflection of the fact that the regime in power doesn't care about what the people want. They're going to operate anyway. Just a quick point on
Just more
how
footage on there's
Israeli
additional
media.
footage of the burning vehicle on Highway 79 as well. That tweets in the nest. More footage of that. Go ahead, Truth.
Real quick. So this is what Israeli media is reporting. Of course, they lie. They claim all were intercepted, but at least 2 settlements in northern Israel are now mysteriously without electricity. Well, how does that work? Plus the fires that have been seen. So the Jews continue to lie to their people and claim that they're intercepting everything. They're not. They've lost whatever dominance they think they had through their defense systems. But again, they're just going to continue lying and not wanting to concede. While we've just now seen that the tourists are all fleeing, the diplomats have already fled, and America's also trying to figure out how to evacuate all of the diplomats. That doesn't sound like winning to me. Sorry, go ahead, Joe.
Well, Trump's saying there's so much winning, so it must be. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is pretty much as high as when you get 82%, Sully, that's pretty much you might as well consider that 100%, right? You'll never have 82% are against the war. When you have you'll never get 100%.
Well, you're not going to get 100% because Laura Loomer exists. But guys, just tweet in the nest, and then I'll give the mic straight back to Joe. Sorry, the news is coming thick and fast. I'm getting a bit tired. Iran fired a salvo at northern Israel consisting of 10 ballistic missiles. 2 Israeli settlements in northern Israel are now mysteriously without electricity, and fires are not yet contained. Basically, what Truth was saying there. That tweet is in the nest. Joe, jump in with what you were saying.
Is Joe talking, or am I the only one that doesn't hear him?
No, I don't know what happened. He dropped. Remember, there's a lot of glitches on the space. Like people are being dropped like no tomorrow. Like Zios are attacking the space hard.
Can I ask a question, Sully, if you don't have anything?
Yeah, go for it, bro.
Yeah. Truth. What do you think about this freaking this whole narrative that's going around that apparently Iran only has like what 1,200 missiles left?
Let them think that. Look, even Putin acknowledged that nothing's happened to their missile factories. They're still producing more missiles as we speak. They produce them like matches, and they're never going to tell you how many they have. But yeah, let the enemy think they're running out of missiles. This will all be over soon. We're going to win. There's a path to victory. Let them think it. Like, why even bother correcting that kind of thinking at this point? They're so deluded. They're claiming they're intercepting everything, and yet there's a media blackout. Well, then why is there a media blackout? Should show the cities. They should all be like free and clear of any damage, right? You intercepted everything. It's like the level of hypocrisy and delusion, and then you've got people in spaces now crying out because this hospital got struck, and meanwhile it was aftershocks. I mean, there's so much evidence pointing to the fact that it wasn't struck. They're just going to keep lying and gaslighting people because that's just who these people are, and I'm glad they're doing it for the world to see. For those at least sitting on the fence to realize, I mean, the Jews are not going to change. They're always going to pledge allegiance to their tribes. Of course, that's not going to change. But at least to the outsiders looking in, these Shaboskoy, these philo-Semitic retards who just for whatever reason have this dedication always defending the Jews, see them for who they are. Pathological liars, gaslighters, and they always pledge allegiance to themselves. They hate the Goy, irrespective of where they are, and they want to wipe you out. If they're not poisoning you with their vaccines and poisoning the water, the food, the air, etc., they're going to be trying to drop bombs on you if they could be successful at it. Once you show some deterrence and they're failing, that's when they start crying out and playing the victim card, whereas they actually brought it on themselves. The Jews will always tell you what happened. They'll never tell you why. Every single time.
There's three things with the missiles that matter. There's the precursor chemicals and the actual the tubing and all of that, and that goes together with the manufacturing locations, right? Because they keep all those together for ease of access. I've only seen one being supposedly blown up, and they've got them spread all. Iran's a huge country. They've got them spread out all over the place. So manufacturing, I think, is fine. As for number of missiles, which is the second thing, they've got plenty. They've had so long, decades to build those stocks up. Definitely don't have just 1,000 or whatever it was that you were saying before, 1,200. They've got heaps more than that. And then the third thing is, and this is the most critical one actually, because they're the hardest ones to put away once you fired a missile before, the satellites will pick it up with infrared and then the F-35s are launched. It's the launchers, the actual launchers themselves. That's the most vulnerable part because they're the hardest to have many of and to manufacture. So they need to be very careful of those. Now, Israel reckons that they've taken out 2/3, according to the IDF, leaving Iran with just 100 left. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Plus, Iran used a lot of decoys at the beginning. So, you could see evidence of them getting blown up by F-35s and F-15s, and there's no secondary explosions. Like, how's that possible? The fuel didn't ignite, which means that it wasn't real. It was a decoy. You can see quite a few of those. So I don't think there's any problems at the moment.
Yeah, if you guys take a look at the nest, the ongoing fires in northern Israel, due to the Iranian strikes, they're still trying to extinguish them, and they're trying to use aircraft to extinguish the fires. That's how massive these fires are. By the way, guys, I'm gonna have to reset the space a little bit here. If you guys are just tuning in, make sure you like and repost the space. Number one. Number two, Sully's gonna or Sully or myself are gonna remove these tweets off the nest, so as for we don't have to glitch the space out. Go to Sully's page, retweet them from there. If you guys missed them from the nest, there's a lot of information on Sully's page that has come out in the recent couple hours. So go over there, like them, retweet them, do the whole thing. Make sure you guys have your notification on Sully's page as well. And yeah, sorry, who's speaking right now? Who's that?
I just wanted to add something really quickly. Going to that conversation, there were 8 this morning at 8 a.m. Eastern time. There were 8 C-17s flying to the Middle East, most likely to Israel directly with supplies. And I just wanted to say one really important thing. The United States can really only build about maybe 60 of these advanced interceptors per year, only 60, right? And there's a huge price tag. So the odds of them running out before Iran, very good.
Yeah, thanks for that, Didi. I gotta get a cup of coffee. I'm still half asleep. Jump in live.
Thank you. Yeah, I could use a coffee now too. I'm wondering if anybody in the space or Suleiman has heard about estimates of U.S. casualties, because I distinctly recall in the prelude to the Iraq War of even Donald Rumsfeld, who was the Secretary of Defense at the time, and other military planners and civilians who were giving estimates of U.S. troops that would die and be wounded. And some people were floating figures around 3,000, 15,000, and so forth. And of course, all these years later, it's been many, many more than that. So I'm just wondering, has anybody heard about what the estimates will be for Americans who are killed or injured? And I heard Tucker Carlson use one word that really stuck out to me when he interviewed Ted Cruz. He used the word cost. And that's the same word that Dr. Michael Scheuer, he was the chief of the Osama bin Laden unit. And he went before Congress and he said, maybe we do have to fight in these wars, even though he was very much against them. But he said, but if we do, you need to tell the American people what the costs are. And the costs are stumps on arms, amputated limbs, broken families, a destroyed economy. So telling people what the costs are going to be. But back to my first question, any ideas about any reports on estimates on what we could incur by a ground invasion? The Iraqis had something called the Fayadeen, I believe, and they were a ruthless, resistance against the ground forces. And who would think that Iran wouldn't, after having a front row seat to watching those wars, wouldn't be prepared for something like that as well, or much, much worse. So any reports on estimates? Anybody heard anything about it?
Yeah, it could be in the six figures. Scott Ritter thinks it could be in the six figures, 50,000 plus, easy. So it's no joke.
The one thing I'd like to say though, the terrain. I'm so sorry, Hussein. The terrain, guys, like in Iran versus Iraq, are two very different things. The terrain in Iran are it's insane. So those casualties in Iraq are probably not going to be comparable. Sorry, Hussein.
No, don't be sorry. That was good. And truth, correct me if I'm wrong, but Iran did say that if America intervenes, just prepare 50,000 coffins for him.
We got some more breaking news.
Was he stuttering?
Some more news. Sorry, from the Canadian Foreign Ministry. They said we are studying the evacuation of our citizens in Israel, the West Bank, and Iran through commercial options in neighborhood countries. Continuous wave of displacement is happening in Tel Aviv, which is what you guys were talking about. Yeah, so guys, do continue. Back to you, Sam.
Yeah, thank you, Sully. Truth, what were we saying before that?
No, we were talking about one of the, I think he's a cleric. He's also a part of the foreign ministry as well. Senior cleric. He's been around. He's like 58, 59. He said that Iran's prepared for an American attack, but if they're going to do it, they obviously don't want to engage America. They don't want war. But if they do have 50,000 coffins ready in reference to the number of American soldiers stationed in the Middle East, because they can strike them all. So they're all fair game. That's the route they want to go. Anyhow, yeah, Scott Ritter also mentioned it, that Iran will see, various battalions coming through, whether it's by way of naval or, through those cargo ships or however it is they're going to get them there if they decide to add a massive force. He thinks they need a force of like 800,000 to 900,000 to have a chance at any type of ground invasion. So it'll be massive. Well, that's only what I stated. There was less than 5%, 4% maybe. It's going to be a lot higher than that. And Iran's got all kinds of tricks planned. Remember, this is the IRGC was kicking around in both Iraq and Syria and Yemen. They know exactly how to win battles. Soleimani, they say, well, I don't know if it's true or not. Maybe it's myth. Who knows? They say he's undefeated in the battles. They couldn't beat him. He made ISIS, cave bend to their knees. And that's why they agreed to the Atomic Accords in 2000.
Just some more breaking news.
No, look, I don't believe anyone's undefeated. But the point is, he whooped their ass in Syria.
Just some more breaking news, guys. Russian Foreign Minister Maria Zakharova said, Russia called on the Israeli leadership to immediately cease fire on Iran's nuclear facilities. The strong and uncompromising reaction from the global majority to Israel's strikes on Iran's territory, including its nuclear energy infrastructure, reflects broad rejection of Israel's confrontational course and destructive actions. Let me just get that because I was going to get tweeted out. That's a good point. And the other one is the Foreign Minister Aragchi. He said, Israel should heed our evacuation orders. We did not attack the hospital. The message from the Minister of Foreign Affairs said, this morning, our powerful armed forces carefully destroyed an Israeli military command, control, and intelligence headquarters and another critical target. The blast wave caused superficial damage to a small section of a nearby Soroka military hospital, which was largely evacuated. The facility is used primarily to treat Israeli soldiers involved in the Gaza genocide 25 miles away, where Israel has destroyed or damaged 94% of Palestinian hospitals. It is the Israeli regime that started this bloodshed, not Iran, and it is the Israeli war criminals, not the Iranians, who are targeting hospitals and civilians. Since Israel's illegal war against the Iranian people began last week, hundreds of innocent Iranians have been killed for no reason. We call on Israelis to heed our evacuation orders before attacks and avoid proximity to military and security sites. Basically, don't become human shields. Our powerful armed forces will continue relentless crackdowns on the criminals who target our people until they seize and pay the price for their criminal aggression against our nation. That is a very strong, forceful comment by Aragchi.
I've got breaking news. Ben That ballbag Ben Gabir calls on the public to snitch on neighbors and report anyone watching Al Jazeera to the police. Now, who else used to do that in history?
The communists, the Jews.
Not just that, you've also had the Nazis.
Wait, Austria, was that
Not true. That's a myth.
What's the
That's
source
not
of that,
true at all.
Austria?
Pardon?
Right now, Iran's telling its citizens to snitch, supposedly, or surveil unusual activity because there's a lot of Mossad terror cells. So it's not like telling your citizens to cooperate is a bad thing when you've got a foreign agent operating in your country that's committing acts of terrorism.
I'll put
It's
it in
different in the case of
detail.
the communists. The communists were going after their own citizens and their own citizens. They were a foreign agent themselves, going after the native inhabitants of the land, being the Russians, trying to prevent them from congregating, assembling, and possibly forging some kind of insurrection. That's where they were looking to suppress at all times preemptively. So you need to see the difference. The National Socialists were elected to power, or after 3 elections, they took majority power, and they had unity within the country. They were also, getting rid of the foreign element. They expelled a bunch of them, and the ones who remained, they assimilated themselves, and they did very well. So don't conflate the two. National Socialism is nowhere near the same as it's not the same. They're diametrically opposed to each other. National Socialism emerged as a response to communism.
I just wanted to say the importance of this space. Like, I remember last night, Sully and the team here were exposing the fact that Iran didn't directly hit that hospital, and they were hitting the intelligence base over there. And now, obviously, Iran's confirming it because that was their intention. Regardless of the fact, I mean, this is like absolutely plain proof that they're using human shields. They have all their military bases around human infrastructure, and it's like when there's casualties, and because of the proximity, they cannot cry wolf, and they cannot cry and point fingers at others for quote unquote using human shields, because they literally have their Mossad headquarters in the heart of Tel Aviv, and that's their most dense city, if I'm not mistaken. But anyways,
going on that real quick, like I'm so tired of these organizations that are bought and paid for. The Director General of the World Health Organization, and this is a quote, the attack on the Sorka hospital in Israel resulted in dozens of injuries and the evacuation of 250 patients, in addition to damage to sections of the medical center. Where are all those like notes when all 30 of the Gazan hospitals got hit, and the Lebanon hospitals got hit, and the Iran hospitals got hit? Where were those? Where's that director then? It's so disgusting to watch.
Yeah, I agree, Didi. And they had nothing to say. They had nothing to say. In fact, they encouraged it. They said, "Whoa, well, there's Hamas terror cells in there." But then when truth and correct me if I'm wrong, that base that's inside the hospital, the Israeli hospital, is that not a target now because they have a base, a military component in that hospital? I mean, they talk out of the two sides of their mouths, and they're just not consistent, just hypocrites. Oren, jump in. Oren, I believe you are a Jewish man, right?
Yeah, I was born Jewish. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember you from other spaces. Okay, jump in, man.
Yeah, but I don't live in Israel. I left Israel in 20-something years ago for obvious reasons. Yeah, a few quick thoughts. First of all, I see Dara is back here, and the question of land of Palestinians in Palestine is very, very complex because, and I don't know if the space would be interested in hearing it now, but they've got very elaborate mechanisms to prevent Palestinians from getting their land back. Very elaborate mechanism. All kinds of a legal system and ownership system. If you're interested, we can exchange messages and stuff, or if the space is interested, we can discuss it. But it's extremely complex and sinister, well, crazy. But the bottom line is that the land of Israel does not belong to Israel, it belongs to the Jewish people. And they built a legal mechanism that allows this to happen. So this is very unique. Normally, the land of every country belongs to that country. But no, the land of Israel, what they call, belongs to the Jewish people. This is one thing. The second thing, just a thought. It is clear now how Iran can hit hard at Israel. And it also should be clear to anybody who is thinking that not doing so at the 2 times that it responded to Israeli aggression was a choice, not a necessity. And Israel, as always, misunderstood this for weakness, which probably was a mistake on the Iranian side, but never mind. They should be thinking now, why did Iran respond the way it responded in the previous two times that it did, in this measured, calculated, careful way? And think about it differently now. Another thought I have, Trump, I think one of his incentives is strange, because he sees, and I think people are whispering in his ears, that NATO, Western, American weapons are being destroyed in Ukraine for all the world to see, burning carcasses of Leopards and Abrams tanks all over the place. And they had one chance to show, oh, look, now we're going to show them that NATO weapons are the winners after all. What he said, oh, the American stuff is so beautiful, blah, blah, blah. And here he's getting his ass handed to him again in this front of this global war. So that's another interesting aspect of what is happening. And just the final thought, I really hope, and I think it is possible, that there's a steel silent trap waiting in Fordo for B-2 bombers, that it's not activated, the radars are silent, everything is silent, and they're waiting. And that'll be a catastrophe from their perspective to attack Fordo. I hope he's not tempted to do that. So yeah, this is all I wanted to contribute at this point.
All right, thanks for that, Oren. I want to go to excuse me. I want to go to Shaldeen. Shaldeen, are you there? Oh, flip! Did he just drop? All right, that's fine.
Real quick, just the update on that Soroka hospital. They're still not claiming any casualties from it. They're just, so just some injuries, but it's evacuations that they're claiming. 250 patients have been evacuated because of some damage caused by that aftershock. That's it. Not a big deal. It wasn't a major missile strike. Plus, they've also been given indications to vacate. Iran send them multiple notifications to evacuate all the cities. So, I mean, if they don't heed the evacuation orders during time of war, well, I guess they brought it on themselves, right? You know, you got to follow the orders.
Yeah, and the difference between like that and what's happening in Palestine is that they actually have somewhere to go. And the Palestinians have nowhere to go because they keep pushing them into corners and bombing those corners, and then they'll say go back to the south, and then they'll just bomb the south and then go back to the north. They're intentionally killing in Palestine. There's nowhere to go.
No, I mean, Gaza's been rendered inhabitable by design to try to make them want to leave. But even then, with the borders shut down, then they have to spend, what, 5-6K to get smuggled out, which they don't want to do anyway. So, I mean, that's just a brutal, that's a Holocaust. A real Holocaust that actually happened, not the made-up one from World War II.
It's funny.
Yeah, I just wanted to answer the question of the previous guy. He was a little while ago. He was asking what a land invasion, a boots on the ground scenario would look like, and I just thought I'd look at the map in Iraq, because you have to have a staging point, right? You come in through the Gulf, Strait of Hormuz. Then they set up in Kuwait for Iraq, in Saudi and Jordan, and they came in that way. It was about 200,000. It took them 9 months to build up the force, the land force, tanks, everything, logistics. With Iran, that's not possible. I'm just looking at this. It's just not possible. The only borders they have on the west is with Iraq and Turkey. They wouldn't allow them. In fact, Iraq's about to reclaim its airspace. The agreement ends in September. They're not going to allow land forces to invade Iran from Iraq. They have to fight Iraq War III. So that's not possible. From the north, they're all the stands, Russian-aligned countries like Turkmenistan and Azerbaijan, forget about it, which only leaves the east, and that's Afghanistan and Pakistan. So forget about it. They'd have to do an amphibious landing, like a bloody Normandy landing in World War II, and it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. So I think that scenario is out. It's just going to have to be an air campaign if they're going to do anything.
They could have access to those Pakistani bases day one. That's just not true. Turkey's NATO ally. They'll do as they're told. And there's
You
like
think so?
7. Don't underestimate Turkey's willingness to betray, the region, and of course cooperate with NATO or the U.S. if they're told to do so. Absolutely. I mean, Pakistan already did it as well, during the Afghanistan war and invasion. They allowed for multiple other bases to be used. So did Saudi Arabia. They have multiple options. Don't underestimate what they can do. I don't by any means. I will agree with you though that having a force of 900,000, it's not going to be sufficient. And they're going to get wiped because it's not the same terrain. It's very mountainous. There's brutally hot desert weather in the summer. If they were planning on it in the short term, they're not doing any land invasions anytime soon anyway. Their strategy is just going to be a shock and awe aerial campaign. If they think they can get their fighter jets in close enough to hit targets, soften it up that way and try to neutralize all the air defense systems and their ability to strike back. I mean, but they can't because a lot of it's buried deep down underground, so they're not going to strike the missile drone facilities. So they'll still have the ability to attack. And this is before Iran's even touched its military, the IRGC, etc. Yeah, they've done some decapitation. All of those commanders have been replaced. So it's just not the same scenario as Iraq, where it's a much smaller country, smaller army, so just everything's proportionally smaller. And they had this coalition of the willing with Iraq, the UK, Poland, and Australia actually sending troops, and a lot of cooperation and traders from within. And the thing in Iraq is they're also divided, whereas Iran right now is united, and they're in the process of sweeping out all the Mossad terror cells. Iraq, unfortunately, you had some sectarian conflict. You had the Shia armies rise up. And then, unfortunately, you had ISIS step in there as well. So what the U.S. also did in Iraq, it wasn't just their invasion with 125,000 or so troops. It might have been a little bit more than that, 150K, is they also relied on ISIS, which they created, right? And it was, part of it was the evolution from Al-Qaeda as well. They brought in these jihadis from, it was both Camp Bucco and Abu Ghraib that they tortured in and radicalized to go out and, kill other Muslims, essentially, bomb their mosques and kill them because of ideological difference. So they weren't just relying on their own troops. They need that proxy army if they're going to have any chance. So they'll need, Qatar, Saudi to step up and fund another massive army as well to complement whatever U.S. army is going to add as well, plus UK, France, etc. The thing is, though, NATO's kind of depleted this time around because they're just doing too many wars at the same time. They need to resolve one of them, at least Russia, Ukraine, or something, because they're still giving too much to Ukraine, and it's all just going to waste. It's just going up in smoke. So you can't escalate this particular conflict until you resolve another, because you just do have limited resources with manpower and also equipment that you can produce. And Russia alone outproduces all of NATO by a factor by a multiple of 7 to 1. So good luck with that. And Iran's got similar, obviously not as high, missile and drone producing capabilities. But hey, let them try.
Yeah, so we can pretty much rule that out. The only thing they've got is an aerial campaign, really.
Well,
Yeah,
they've knocked down 6 F-35s, so good luck with that too.
Oh, it's 6 now, true.
That magic number.
Yeah, for now until they make it 7, 8, we'll see.
We know that the Lockheed Martin stock prices have dropped significantly. So I did a post on this today. That probably does indicate additional. Truth, you can add that to your thread that you're doing. But like additional evidence that likely the F-35s were taken out, because that's the reason Lockheed Martin stocks have dropped. Because in terms of there being war, they should go up.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I was going to mention this last, Simon. Back in the 90s, I remember I watched a documentary about the Carlyle Group and how at the time the stock prices and all the military companies were really low, and they had a cabal of a lot of ex-presidents and prime ministers, like, oh my God, the guy that followed Thatcher. Anyway, what happened was this group bought loads of shares and bought up and invested into military companies because the shares had all dropped. And then lo and behold, you had Iraq War II kick off, and then the shares just skyrocketed. You think that it could be possibly they're tanking the share price, and then they have the investors buy them up at a cheaper price, and then when America does go in, the shares will skyrocket again. they've got history of doing this. I mean, you should look up the Carlyle Group. It's fascinating stuff, and that helped me open my eyes back then, thanks to great journalists who were telling the truth.
Appreciate that, Dara. Let me just see what else we've got in the news, because I kind of quickly just had to. Okay. Okay, I need to tweet this one. That's funny. But just before I do, the Palestinian Health Ministry, a Palestinian was killed and another wounded by settler gunfire in the town of Surif, north of Hebron in the West Bank. The Israeli attack on the Kundab heavy water facility resulted in no casualties. The British government's decision after the British government ministers faced call to publish legal advice regarding Israel's war against Iran. The British government's decision comes after the Attorney General warning that exceeding defensive support would be illegal. Yeah, that's it. Let me pass the mic back to you, Hussein, while I tweet this one out.
Yeah, no problem, Soli. Just saw Simon. He came up and then left. Must have glitched out. Oh, there he is. Okay, cool. Let me go to Voice of Freedom real quick, and then I'm going to jump back to Simon while he's connecting.
Thanks, Hussein. Okay, yeah, I'm hoping to be quite quick. I just wanted to respond to something, and I actually agree with what you say, learning, that the only option that they have at this point in time is aerial maneuvers. So, I mean, if you look at Diego Garcia, because Diego Garcia is about 5,000 kilometers from Iran. And I mean, we've seen there was about 19 to 20 B-20 bombers. I mean, you're looking at about $1 billion a pop. And we've now seen the Khurram Shah 4 having a range of about 2,500 kilometers. So we don't know what else Iran has in an arsenal. And the only option that the US would have if they should do a strike with those B-50, B-20 bombers, because remember that other than the B-20 bombers, the only other way to sort of penetrate any of the nuclear facilities is to do the MOPs, and they're going to have to do about 4 direct and sort of accurate strikes on these sites in order to penetrate the granite, first of all. So if Iran decides to take a shot at those B-20, the only options would be UAE, KSA, and Qatar that's going to try to protect them. I don't think at this point in time, KSA...
Just some more breaking news. Voice, I'll just give it back to you.
Sure.
Just give me 2 seconds. Let me read this, and then I'll give it straight back to you. Here you can see the Israelis are leaving the chosen land because of what's happening. So I did a tweet on it. I wrote, the chosen ones are leaving the promised land. When it's not your land, you'll flee, and that's what's happening there in real time. Simon, I sent you a message. If you could just check your WhatsApp, please. Appreciate it. Go ahead, Voice.
Yeah, sure. Let me just land my plane. So look, in the long run, the only option. I mean, first of all, we've seen what the Houthis have done to the KSA. And I think we tend to forget that they also sort of hovering around the Mediterranean. So the only option that they would have would be Cyprus. And, you know, Cyprus is one of those islands that not a lot of people are talking about. But Cyprus, I mean, if you look at the north of Cyprus, you have the Turks, and the south tends to be open to everybody. And Cyprus is about 2,000 kilometers from Iran. And with Iran striking Nevatim as well as Ben Gurion, well, their best launch pad to attack the Palestinians as well as to attack Iran would be from Cyprus. And remember that Cyprus also is also a NATO-owned land. So the point I'm trying to make is that ground incursion, it's a very slim chance they'll be able to succeed because there's too much boundaries. And like you mentioned, there's a staging phase as well, which is going to take a while. By that time, Israel will be destroyed completely. So they need to do something that is very quick and responsive. Thank you.
Yeah, they won't use Cyprus, I don't think. They'll continue to use Diego Garcia with the B-2. It's got an operating radius, including return journey, of about 10,000. They can stretch it to 11,000. That's with a full deck. So they'll use Diego Garcia, and that'll stay outside of Iran's missile range.
Yeah, guys, I am going to be rotating the mics, so please... If you guys are getting dropped, it's because I'm rotating. I'm just gonna give everybody a chance to speak. Sorry. Yeah. Let's. Hey, Shaldine, is your mic working now?
You know what's shocking is I'm just looking at the BBC. BBC is the most occupied paper you can have the fully Zio control. So you've seen in Palestine, hospital after hospital being obliterated in real time, day after day after day. They're doing so much drama about this hospital, even though nothing even happened. So there are patients evacuated and medics on standby as seen of missile hit hospital. First of all, no evidence the missile hit. We've already debunked that. The second thing is they're all soldiers in there. They don't mention that. And then there are BBC verify how we're authenticating footage after Israel hospital is hit. So again, once again, another piece of drama and propaganda. But yeah, I just wanted to mention that. Go ahead, Zone.
Yeah, and in the nest, you guys see Sully's post there. The quote unquote chosen ones are leaving the promised land. Where are they gonna go? Brooklyn? Back to the tunnels? Who knows? Let's go to you, Shaldin.
Hello, everyone. The Jew displaced Chaldean Christians this way, and they are doing it again. Do not let them. We want our land and money back from the Jew immediately. Rather super chat the $3 trillion spent in it.
Wait. Is that like a recorded video or something? What's going on over here?
Yeah, I don't get it. It's just like, why playing stuff?
Shaldin, is that a recorded video?
It says he's a comedian in his profile, so he's a groiper as well. Anyway, it's up to you if you want to hear it.
No,
why don't you just speak, man? Why don't you just man up and speak rather than play recordings?
Yeah, Shaldin, if you're not gonna speak, bro, I'm gonna rotate you out.
I think he thought this is one of his groiper spaces where he could derail it.
Wait, don't attack them, my boys, the groipers, bro. They're my boys. Don't attack them, bro.
So protective, Suleiman. Okay.
Bro, like Nick's my friend, bro. So I'll be loyal to my friends, innit? Even though we disagree on number of political issues. Sorry?
There's a white paper.
I'm loyal to you. Like I consider us cool. Like you don't understand how much hate I get for having you on the panel. You don't understand, bro.
Make the haters cry.
Bro, like I'm not exaggerating when I say this. No exaggeration. I probably get like 20 messages a day, minimum about you. And I'm like, nah, like, and this is not just now. This has been happening for 2 years, even when they all like basically did a massive block on you and they wouldn't allow you on spaces. And there was like an agreement and an alliance to keep you out. And I was like, bro, I gonna do that. So,
well, I mean, the Jews are very good at ostracizing people.
Well, it wasn't the Jews; it was actually the pro-Palestinian movement, actually. But
so the pro-Palestinian Zionists, got it. The ones who don't like to be called out.
All right. Let me just give you some more news, and then we'll jump back into this. A CNN citing an informed source, Witkoff is expected to attend a meeting with the American and British foreign ministers at the White House today. An American KC-135R refueling plane flies over Iraq to refuel Israeli aircraft as they pass through Iraqi airspace to launch raids on Iran. The attack on Soroka Hospital in Israel resulted in a dozen of injuries and the evacuation of 250 patients, in addition to damage to sections of the medical center. We also have Israeli today. Oh, this is golden. This is going to be tweeted out, bro. This is like, it's golden. I'll tweet out in a second. But anyway, Israeli Today newspaper says the only thing that will save us from the Iranian nuclear bomb is American weapons, specifically bunker buster bombs. So they're pleading with the US to join. The US the White House have Trump's going to be in the Situation Room now, I believe, isn't it? It was meant to be 11:30, if I recall. So he should be getting into the Situation Room anytime now. At 6:30, he will be given a press conference, I believe, from the Situation Room. And then at 8 o'clock, there is a press conference from the White House, if I remember right. So those things are going to be happening. That's all of those are Eastern time. So there's a lot going to be kicking off today. So yeah, watch out for that.
Just a quick point. So it looks like Governor DeSantis, Florida governor, he sent 4 aircrafts to evacuate 1,500 Americans stranded in Israel. Doesn't look like winning to me. This is the New York Times citing American military officials. Iran maintains naval assets and other capabilities to close the Strait of Hormuz. Doesn't mean they will, but they have that option on the table should they choose to use it. This is Channel 12 Hebrew News. 24 killed, more than 838 injured. It's a lot more than that. They're just lying. Approximately 5,000 people evacuated from their homes due to Iranian missiles since the beginning of the Operation Liberation of Palestine.
I got a question for Simon, and then I got a question for Doc, just while I put this tweet out as well at the same time. But Simon, the question to you is: I know you've answered this question, but I want to direct it a lot more rather than given the overarching what's going to happen. So, hypothetically speaking, if Iran was to shut the Strait of Hormuz, give the audience the impact it will have on the financial market immediately. And when I mean immediately, let's say within days, then within weeks, then within months. So people in their mind can kind of understand what the implications are. Because, someone says, oh, the market's going to crash, blah, blah, blah. People think, oh, well, it could take time. It may do this. By then things will be solved, blah, blah, blah. So if people have a kind of understanding of how that's going to happen or the kind of pathway for it to happen, that would be golden. But just before I do, there's a tweet in the nest. The Israeli newspaper today is saying the only thing that will save us from Iran's nuclear bomb is American weapons, especially bunker buster bombs. And the other tweet, I haven't put it in the nest, so just check it out on my page. And guys, go on my page, just like and retweet all the posts. There is something weird going on with the algorithm Zio attack, so make sure we go and not allow the Zios to win. Iran's mission to the UN said, Iran categorically rejects the Zionist false claim of targeting a hospital. Our self-defense measures are precise and fully consistent with international law, targeting only facilities directly involved in and supporting the regime's unlawful aggression. Contrary to Israeli fanatics, Iran is committed to international humanitarian law and does not target civilians or civilian infrastructure. And then on my page is the statement by Maria Zakharova as well and various other people. So go down the page, like them, and retweet all the posts. Like I said, we're having a huge impact on these spaces. It's because of you, the listeners, that we're doing. I believe there's almost been 4 or 5 million people who've listened to these spaces over the last week. Probably 5 million actually over the last week. We've also had, let me look at almost 400,000, 300 to 400,000 views on the page. Million views on the page over the last week. And then never mind everything we post, other people post it as well. You're looking at billions and billions of views. You guys are impacting the perspective, impacting the zeitgeist, impacting the perspective. So it's extremely important we continue to do that. Let's continue taking over Twitter. Let's continue dominating, that we control the narrative and that people know exactly what's happening. I mentioned to you what the BBC, the propaganda that they're spewing. These guys control the mainstream media. They control a lot of the alternative media. This is our platform to relay the news. We have control of it. We always said, what if we had the opportunity to control something and control the narrative and control the zeitgeist and people could hear our perspective? We have that now. So let's continue it. Let's continue the full-on takeover and push back against the Zios. Simon, do jump in with the question that I asked, if that's okay.
Okay, sure. So if it were to happen, this closing down the Strait of Hormuz, there'd be two things. You could either do it disruption, Houthi style, or you could do a straight up naval blockade. To do a naval blockade, I mean, it's a pretty hard operation to actually achieve, but I'm sure Iran has role played it. It's often threatened, but there is actually, US and UK naval there to protect the naval routes. It was part of the Bretton Woods system, as well as the financial system. It was also the agreement from US to allow for the free flow of trade. So if they tried to stop it, that would lead to direct strikes between US, UK, and Iran, and that would be a formal declaration of war in order to try and prevent it. Now, if they were to do it, there's a slight limitation because Iran would have to do a one-way blockade because they still need imports to go in. Iran would rely on a lot of imports in order to function. So they'd have to figure out how to do it under some kind of control by naval or whatever it would be. Now, let's say that they did do it. And if they did do it, immediately you'd have a really big spike in energy prices, both LNG and Brent crude. At the moment, Brent crude oil is about $77 per barrel. You'd expect it to go above 100, potentially $200 per barrel. The Trump administration's stated goal in this refinancing phase, because America has $10 trillion that they're rolling over at the moment, they're doing auctions every single week. and the cost of rolling over that debt would increase significantly. America would benefit from the corporations, would obviously benefit from the Exxon Mobils or what have you. They'd benefit from the higher price, but immediately the American people would, and all around the world, in fact, the areas, American people would start doing what they did during COVID, during the Russia-Ukraine side. They'd start trying to stockpile. They'd start, queuing outside petrol stations. We'd enter into an inflationary cycle, just like we did before. Now, even though it doesn't directly impact America because they don't have a dependency directly there, in the short term, it would all be market impacts. There would also be countries that depend, which would be Japan, South Korea, China. So they would also be impacted. Now, Japan at the moment is currently in, and China obviously is in a trade war with America from the tariff policies. At the moment, Japan is in a targeted campaign to sell its treasuries against the dollar. So the dollar is currently being weakened, and the Japanese yuan, has been increasing. That would create a leverage during the Japan and China trade negotiations that could spiral this in a very interesting way. China's been preparing for this for a long time. They've got record levels of gas and oil inventories. And so if they wanted to try and retaliate, they could release some of their inventories in order to try and, stabilize the market a bit more. But immediately Trump would have to do a negotiation with MBS and Russia. And so the Russia-Ukraine situation, you'd be giving leverage to all of the negotiations right now and all of the strategic enemies, as it were, with the exception of MBS and Saudi Arabia. You would definitely have a real big correction in the stock market. The stock market has not anticipated it in any way, shape, or form. So that would be a black swan event because there's no indication that the market is pricing that in. What would be the most concern for the point of the US is the cost of the 10-year and 30-year Treasury bond. Currently, they are out of control from the Federal Reserve. So while the Trump administration is putting a lot of energy into requesting the Fed to decrease the short-term interest rates so they can lower the cost of borrowing, is not impacting because the market has decoupled from Federal Reserve policy at the moment. That means that the market is not listening to the Fed. So even if the Fed wanted to reduce rates, it would probably increase the cost of lending to the US government on a 10-year basis and a 30-year basis. That means that all the auctions that America's trying to do to refinance its debt right now would have to be short-term, like 3-month treasury bills, which would then bring the problem again, and they're in a compounding debt cycle at a higher interest rate that could really spiral the US economy. This would start to create distress in the US banking system if they couldn't flood the market with oil. And so you'd give leverage to all the strategic exporters, OPEC plus, it would be good for the oil companies, but really, really bad for everyone else at the moment. So it really is an economic nuclear situation that could get in the way of tariff negotiations, in the way of inflation. Then you've got obviously midterm elections coming up. It would be an absolute disaster in terms of the perception of the next election cycle. Just all round, it would benefit both Russia, Saudi Arabia, Iran, but then they'd have to deal with other sides in terms of their imports and the escalation. So it's hugely escalatory. It would be a very escalating event that would significantly increase the likelihood of there being US involvement, Western involvement, and a much more aggressive cycle in terms of moving towards a World War III. So those were all the major impacts. It would screw up pretty much everything on the American side. It would have an impact on the Asian economies, but it would just put Iran in a position where you have to go to war with Iran in order to try and get the economy back under control. And then I fear that we'd be in a cycle that is irreparable anyway, because of the stock market corrections, the debt corrections. It could put America into a death spiral that would require a quantitative easing to save the banking system. You could end up with a few systemic risk events like the Silicon Valley Bank. And this has been a well-rehearsed structure, because we saw this both in the distress in the US banking system in 2023 and what happened when Russia and Ukraine kicked off in 2022. So it really is a major impact all round. It will impact us all, and it could really lead to all sorts of things that we've experienced during COVID, as well as some of the things that we experienced during the hyperinflationary cycle and the saving out and bailing out of the banking system.
Hey, Simon, you said that the rates would go up, harming.
Salman, there's a tweet from Trump from Truth Social that's interesting. Do you want me to read it out?
Go for it, Truth.
Yeah, go for it, please.
Sure. To me, it's a bunch of cope, but that's Trump for you. So he says, Iran and Israel should make a deal and will make a deal, just like I got India and Pakistan to make a deal, in that case by using trade with the US to bring reason, cohesion, and sanity into the talks with two excellent leaders who were able to quickly make a decision and stop. Also, during my first term, Serbia and Kosovo were going at it hot and heavy, as they have for many decades. That's not true. And this long-time conflict was ready to break out into war. I stopped it. Biden has hurt the longer-term prospects with some very stupid decisions, but I will fix it again. In other cases, Egypt and Ethiopia and their fight over a massive dam is having an effect on the magnificent Nile River. There's peace, at least for now, because of my intervention. It will stay that way. Likewise, we will have peace soon between Israel and Iran. Many calls and meetings now taking place. I do a lot and never get credit for anything. Oh, poor baby. But that's okay. The people understand. Make the Middle East great again. He actually said that.
That's an old tweet, isn't it? That's the old one, that one.
Is that one all? So, hey, he puts out so many. Sorry, I apologize. I lose track. I think it was still worth hearing a second time for what it's worth.
Yeah, it was, but I got excited. I actually thought there might be a chance for peace, because like everything we're hearing right now sounds like they're going to war, isn't it? Especially when you look at the timings of all the announcement for the press conferences.
For clarity,
I mean, he speaks out of both sides of his mouth anyway. One day it's peace, the next day it's evacuate Tehran. So this guy he's bipolar anyway, right? And only a fool would put their trust in Trump. And they're out there, the megatards.
Well, I mean, Trump is essentially a destabilization campaign. Tariffs on, tariffs off, Fed on, Fed off, war on, war off. I mean, the massive amount of market manipulation that has happened in between these trades. And yeah, it's purely, it's agents of chaos, and definitely, that's showing in the weakening of the dollar and the cost at which people are willing to lend to the government right now. And they've completely gone, the long-term rate to lend of the bonds has completely decoupled from Federal Reserve policy. So the Fed at this point doesn't have too much say in terms of intervention unless it were to do, something drastic like quantitative easing, which would be hugely unpopular, but Trump's headed that way anyway with this big, beautiful bill, because it is a stimulus to the military-industrial complex, and also adds elements of surveillance in there and tax cuts for the rich.
Just in terms of Trump's tweets, they're not about Iran, but there is a few tweets that have came out today. So the first one he said, we mentioned a couple of them before. Another one he mentioned is the Wall Street Journal has no idea. Oh no, we mentioned that. The Wall Street Journal has no idea what my thoughts are concerning Iran. He also said, too late, Jerome Powell is costing our country hundreds of billions of dollars. He is truly one of the dumbest and most destructive people in the government, and the Fed board is complicit. Europe has had 10 cuts. We have had none. We should be 2.5 points lower and save billions on all of the Biden short-term debt. We have low inflation, too late, an American disgrace. And then he signed an executive order extending the deadline for TikTok closing for another 90 days. And then he said, thank you for your attention on this matter. So the banning of TikTok has been extended for another 90 days. Doc,
It'd be hilarious if he did announce, like, yeah, we've solved the China-US trade deal. TikTok is not being sold, or TikTok, we got TikTok.
Yeah, that would be something he'd say anyway. Even if it wasn't.
I mean, just this ginormous trade deal that has geopolitical significance for decades to come. One of the most changing moments in history in terms of, the economic power between China and America. And if it's being resolved over a TikTok deal, then yeah, that's just it was never, the trade war was never about rebuilding the manufacturing base. It was all about destabilization and resetting the world order. And that's why I believe it preceded what we're experiencing right now.
Yeah, we'll see. Let me just read this out. Doc, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Morning.
Doc, we've got more indications that it seems like US is going to join the war. I hope not. I hope it's posturing. I hope this is an attempt for last-minute attempts to pressure Iran into negotiations. But Trump should be in the Situation Room anytime now in the next hour or so. He may already be there. There is Trump's also holding a briefing in the Situation Room at 6:30 p.m. and the White House will hold a briefing tonight at 8 p.m. and the British and American foreign ministers will meet at the White House tomorrow. Does that indicate that the U.S. is going to war? What's your thoughts on that from what you know?
Well, from my perspective, no, we're not going to war. I don't see these as signs that we are going to war. When Trump started this harsh rhetoric against Iran, calling for unconditional surrender, among other things, threats to the Khomeini. That's been 48 hours now and going on maybe a little bit longer than that. In the meantime, you have representatives from France and England visiting the White House. Both countries, I understand, have called on the U.S. not to intervene, not to join in the war. We see both Russia and China invested in Iran and somewhat waving the flag at the U.S. that, hey, we're going to protect our interests here. One was the shipment of parts that left from China, it was 24 hours ago, headed to Iran. And the other was the statements of Putin suggesting that he had Russian citizens working in that one targeted nuclear location of Iran that they want the bunker buster bombs for. And at least in this phase, or maybe my understanding came from somewhere else, the assertion was that Trump had given them the bunker buster bombs. Well, it doesn't seem to be the case if they keep demanding, at least through the media, that they have access to these weapons. Maybe technically, if you want to defend the narrative heretofore, that they might have possession of them, but not the ability to use them. So I guess that's possible. It really amounts to the same thing. Trump hasn't given them the use of the weapons. So I see this as a bit of foot dragging, at the same time where rhetoric on both sides is very, very high. It appears to me at this point to be a street fight between two guys dancing around each other, calling each other names, insults, vulgarities, and they're just dancing around. They have hit each other. But in terms of pulling out a gun, no, I don't see that as happening yet. I think the announcements that we'll see today will not be that we're attacking, that England and France do not support the assistance of the U.S. actively in attack on Iran, and that cooler heads are going to end up prevailing. I think that this is very similar, and I've compared it in the past. I'll end up with this. Very similar in the past in terms of the tenor and pace of negotiations with what Trump did with Kim at North Korea. We had these same sort of boisterous, belligerent, verbose threats from both sides, and Trump ended up making a deal, which was in the best interest of both countries and the best interest of China, certainly, who used North Korea as a proxy. to further their own foreign policy objectives. So I think we're going to see the same thing here. The international community is weighing in on the side of peace. As Simon mentioned, the financial devastation that would come from Iran's clear and acknowledged ability to close off the Straits of Hormuz to affect international monetary and natural resources supplies. It would be devastating, not just for the U.S., not just for Israel, but financially for the rest of the world. So I think that all these things point to that we're not going to join in, because if we do, it's World War III. China and Iran have been basically quietly said, even in public, hey, we have interests there and we're going to protect them. So where are they going to align if the U.S. and Israel actively attack? Don't want to be part of it.
Yeah, let's see. I hope you're right. Doc. Guys, I've got a tweet in the nest. I think it's pretty golden. It's America. They want you to die for Israel, and it's a little kind of animation video that kind of shows how the Israelis' psyche is and how they've got the Americans under their thumb to die for them. I think it's a pretty good, impactful video. So check that out.
Hey, Sully, can I add one thing? I'm sorry, it just occurred to me.
And retweet it.
You've asked me, and others have asked me, in my own opinion, what is the reaction of MAGA, quote unquote, to Trump's apparent desire to join in the war against Iran? And I've been asking that question and listening a lot. As you know, I'm a MAGA guy, I guess you want to call it that. You want to call me a MAGA retard, fine. You just sound like an idiot. And listening to those voices, those prominent voices, at least in spaces that are MAGA. And I'm talking about Diligent and Dustin and Jennifer, the American Mission people, and really a wide swath. And the really concerted opinion, I would say it's probably 90% of what I consider MAGA here on X, do not support Trump going to war. Believe that one of his founding principles of his campaign, both in 2016 and 2020 and in 2024, was peace. Pax Americana, be strong militarily so that your threats are taken seriously, and hopefully that ensures some peace. And it seemed to have worked in North Korea. And I think that's what Trump is doing now. But if Trump were to attack, I think he loses his base. I think his base is gone.
Yeah.
It's such a fundamental promise of Trump and his administration that I, for one, have posted and declared that I'll rebuke him. I will not support him if he joins in the attack. And that's the opinion of Jennifer. That's the opinion of Justin. That's the opinion of Patriot. I mean, and there are those on the other side of that they're typically aligned with the Christian evangelical crowd, and they see this through the lens of the Bible, like Ted Cruz does. That, Israel is God's chosen people in place and needs to be protected by Christians. I think that's just insane, and I think hardcore MAGA agrees that's insane. God has not called upon us to kill each other. God's called us to peace. And there is no religious justification for this war from any side. It's completely immoral.
Yeah, Doc, I mean, we spoke about this quite extensively on the space. We spoke about how MAGA is split into three. You have the Zionist pro-war people, which is probably a smaller amount, but they're mainly Zionists, mainly Jewish Zionists, to be honest, but like large contingent, people like Babylon B, people like Dave Rubin, people like Ben Shapiro, Bill Ackman. And then you have the MAGA who are Zionist, but anti-war. And largely, a lot of them have been part of Trump's, or supporting Trump for a decade, such as Cernovich and Jack Posobiec, who are actually against this. And I give them a huge amount of credit. And the first group, actually, if you look at it, a lot of them were never Trumpers who jumped onto the bandwagon after Ron DeSantis lost and after in 2016 they didn't want to vote for Trump. And then you've basically got obviously the anti-Zionist MAGA people as well, such as yourself and Myron and a few others who are also against what Trump's doing. So yeah, this is it. Like the vast majority of Americans, I mean, the polls show it, are against the war with Iran. I believe it's like down in the 19%. 19% of people support the war, according to YouGov polling. So yeah, I would say huge. It's not even Republican, Democrat. Almost all of America is against it for sure.
Yeah.
He'll be going against the will of the people. I agree with you there.
Yeah, the left has come out and jumped on this as really a way to restart their political futures. It's so decimated by the last administration and campaign. Who is it? I'm sorry. Anyway, go ahead and move on.
Yeah, I agree with you. Guys, I got a tweet in the nest. It's about America. They want you to die for Israel. I'm going to play this video. I think it's a really good video. I think it's really impactful. Check it out. But I think you might, I don't know.
Iran attacked me out of nowhere.
The video is golden, though. Check it out at the same time. The tweet's in the nest. I want you to retweet it and reshare it as well.
Iran attacked me out of nowhere. America needs to go to war for me. Some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I am willing to make.
I don't want my children to die for Israel.
Stop crying. Their lives were promised to my people 2,000 years ago.
I don't want my children to die for Israel.
Do not be selfish. Your children will go to war for my people. It's time to step up. Our greatest ally, Israel, needs us. Send your sons. After all, they fund my paycheck.
Iran attack.
Golden. Gets the point across. Everyone likes a little cartoon. So yeah, retweet, reshare that. Let everybody know about it. It's golden. It's always good to put things out in the most basic manner possible.
Sully, spare a thought for the hardest working people on the planet tonight. And that is the AIPAC handlers frothing at the mouth, trying to convince the congressman and the cabinet to convince Trump to go to war.
I mean, they don't need to even work hard. They've got those things in place already, right?
Seems like it's a big deal, big problem for them because they're desperate to get America into the war.
They are. Just want to respond to a couple of things. So look, the reason why Trump is delayed in agreeing to make the call to strike Iran is because he's not convinced it'll be a successful strike. So he absolutely wants war. He's not considering peace at all. Whether you want to call this posturing, bluffing, waiting for Iran to cave, that's just not going to happen. You know, even with yesterday, with what took place, the Jews tried to cry foul and said, "Oh, you struck our hospital. Oh my God, but where are the casualties at?" Even though, as we all know now, that was just a shockwave, an aftershock from a missile that launched at the IDF command headquarters. That was right next door, because the Jews like to use human shields, put their own civilian lives at risk, and that's exactly where they also put their failed air defense systems in civilian populations. See, the Jews don't even have respect for their own lives, much less the lives of Gentiles, it seems, and that's why they put them all at risk. I guess Israel is not exactly a safe place for the Jews, but then where is, I guess, given that they're hated everywhere they are? That's why they've been kicked out of 109 countries, 1,034 times. Now, this notion that Trump somehow achieved some kind of peace in North Korea, was there a war going on in North Korea while Trump was in power that I wasn't aware of? Yeah, there wasn't. And there's nothing achieved in North Korea. He sought to denuclearize them, but of course you have the gaslighters here from the MAGA-tard crowd here to just lie and claim somehow that Trump is a man of peace while he dropped bombs on Syria, while he enabled the Yemen genocide to carry on where 400,000 died, and it was the worst humanitarian disaster of the 21st century. That was on Trump's watch. And he also armed and enabled Ukraine to eventually do their strike despite Putin's repeated pleas to intervene and stop the genocide that was happening in the Donbass. That's not a man of peace. And of course, there was an ongoing genocide, just at a slower pace in Palestine. In addition to, of course, going about Abraham Accords like that's a peace deal for anybody. It's not. It's just neutralizing other countries that were not necessarily fully on board with Israel. Now they are. And Saudi Arabia is as well, even though they haven't formally declared it. So there was never any intention to say help the Palestinians or help them achieve a state. There's no such thing as a two-state solution that's ever going to happen. Nobody wants to live next door to Jews, much less a Jewish apartheid state. That's just an impossibility. Nobody wants a high concentration of rapists, pedophiles, organ harvesters, genociders, mass murdering thugs that call themselves Jews. It's just an impossibility. So these people need to be rounded up, surveilled at all times, and never be allowed to be put in positions of power or watched over constantly because they just can't be trusted. So all they do is lie, gaslight, deny, and they come here thinking that Trump is their messiah, their savior, who's going to achieve, the greater Israel project they so deeply covet, because that's ultimately what they want. They want the end of times prophecy. They want World War III. They want the Great Reset. They want to be able to fully take over and, achieve global Jewry so that it's untouchable, essentially. They're not there yet. Iran's in the way, and that's why they're carrying on with the war. They don't care if any type of nuclear agreement is achieved. I don't think it will be, because they're never going to accept any type of enrichment from Iran. They're always going to fear that Iran's a nuclear power. They can wipe them off the face of the earth, which they could, and they're using restraint right now because there's Palestinians there. So it's wishful thinking and cope to think Trump's somehow a savior, or that, look at that, he's holding back. Yeah, he's being rational. No, it's because they don't have an effective strategy to actually take out the Fordo nuclear plant, because it's too far deep within the earth and it just defies the laws of physics, no matter which retard in the Pentagon might convince you otherwise of. But hey, let them speak freely, let them say whatever they like. They'll continue to gaslight, lie, deny. God put demons on the earth for a reason, to try to stray you from the righteous path. Just see through it, see past the gaslighting and the lying, denying, but they'll keep coming up and lying, pretending like Trump is a man of peace when he's all about war, because war essentially is, the Jews' harvest. The Jews love it when Goyim go to war, and that's why they're trying to get Americans to go to war, just like that video alluded to. Time and time again, the Jews have caused hundreds of millions of deaths, and that's just not going to end, because they love their perpetual wars, because they're so lucrative. The more the Goys go to war, the richer the Jewish banks get. Wars are the Jews' harvest. Never forget. Thank you.
I'd like to add
The New York Times, citing U.S. military officials, report that the U.S. Navy is considering distributing its ships in the Gulf to reduce their vulnerability. In Iran's 70 Square, the ambulance vehicle destroyed by occupation aircraft was displayed, which led to the killing of 3 paramedics from the Iranian Red Crescent. So that's been displayed in order to galvanize unity and support against the threat, the external threat of Israel. Israeli military hospitals have been filled with wounded soldiers and officers from various ranks. The numbers of wounded reached a level that forced some military hospitals to prepare their lower floors and use them to accommodate injured military personnel. The occupation imposed strict media censorship on publishing any information related to the numbers and names of the dead and the wounded. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's it. That's the main news. Jump in, Candace.
Yeah, I just wanted to say a few things, about MAGA. A lot of them were more focused on domestic policy rather than foreign policy. They weren't really paying too much attention. And the West is very brainwashed that, Arabs are terrorists, and the church, is always pushing the whole Zionism thing. So there's a lot of brainwashing that goes on in the West. And as far as like a lot of Americans being over there, I don't think people are aware of that. I learned that from you guys, and also a documentary that I had seen where Americans were going there to take over land, and they're walking around with guns taking over the Palestinian land. As far as I'm concerned, those Americans can stay there and die. And this is another problem I'm having right now is I've never been against war. I mean, I've always been against war. I never liked any of the Middle East wars. I don't like our nation building. I don't like our foreign policy, none of it. This is the first time that I'm actually rooting for something. And I'm thinking, I know my gut tells me we're getting involved in this. And I respect your feelings on it, Doc, and I wish you were right, but my gut is telling me something very different. So I'm going to have my own country's troops or, whatever going over to do this. And I'm rooting for the other side. I'm rooting for Iran. So the weirdest place to ever be in as, a natural born citizen of America. I trusted when I believe that God saved Trump from that bullet. And I cannot even believe that people are claiming it was Iran. I feel like this is what's going to happen. He is not going to be able to handle the pressure. Either that, I just don't feel like he's going to finish this term. I don't know what's going to happen. They either take, because he's not doing it. Now, this is another thing, too. It wouldn't have mattered who's president. The foreign policy never changes. If Hillary Clinton or Kamala Harris, the same thing would have happened. If he doesn't follow through with it, they're going to take him out and blame it on Iran anyways. And so I'm really feeling sick to my stomach about all of it. That's all.
Thank you for that. Resistance, jump in.
Hi, Sully. Yeah, long time no speak here. Great spaces as usual. Absolutely brilliant. I mean, the best spaces on X easily by country mile. My point is, like, on the Friday actually, I woke up and I was shocked to find out that Israel attacked Iran, because I thought to myself, well, that means that they're going to drag USA in, and I don't believe for a second that they would do it without being sure that America's going to join. So I think I'm pretty sure that America will join, but I think that Trump doesn't want to. But you know, the deep state machine is just gonna be involved, and it's gonna override Trump, because, as Simon says, it's not Trump and Netanyahu that call the shots. It's a military-industrial complex banker war that makes the decisions. Those are the entities that make those decisions. So if it's profitable, you know, war is a racket. It's profitable for all these weapons companies and the bankers. Then yeah, it's going to happen, and USA is going to be involved. Now, yes, I agree with Simon that actually it could cause devastation in the markets if USA goes in, but actually in 2003, around about March 14th, 15th, when basically the Europeans and the Americans were convening the National Security Council, or UN Security Council, to go for war against Iraq. And then the March 17th, 2003, that's when Bush said to Saddam, you've got 48 hours with you and your family to leave Iraq. And then all of a sudden, you saw the markets opening, Simon. You saw the markets opening on WTI crude oil, and it just gapped down from 35 to 30 in literally that day, when the markets opened on the 17th, or 18th. You can have a look. It's easy on the charts. So I think, and then it drops down further for another subsequent, 3-4 weeks, and then it gradually goes up over the next 3-4 years, while they're in war. So I think I think that could happen here. But if they close the Strait of Hormuz, then what happens? I think there's going to be a momentary collapse in the crude oil prices. Then it's going to be a sharp spike in the crude oil prices, only because of the fact that you're not going to get any supply of crude oil, and there's going to be a lot of price gouging there, and obviously there is an element of supply and demand. I do think I'm with Truth in the sense that all these markets are rigged, but there is a lot of technical analysis to it, and there's a lot of geopolitics to that. So that was my main point. But I wanted to ask the panel, in the event that what would happen. So what happens at the end to Israel after this? Now, for me, I'm thinking if Iran is defeated, basically, then the government is probably likely going to be overthrown, and Iran's going to be balkanized, as people have been saying, and that is probably the plan. And that Prince Reza Pahlavi can have, can dream if he's going to be the ruler of the entire Iran, because I think the Azeris and the Kurds, and they're going to have a piece of Iran, just like Yugoslavia broke up. And that's if Iran is defeated. If there's a stalemate, or a ceasefire, then I think that Israel's in trouble, because there's going to be an exodus. Now, how much of an exodus? I probably personally think there's going to be about a 30% decline, of the population of the 8 million Israeli Jews there. That's going to leave. Now, if Israel is defeated, then obviously it's done for Israel. But I think it's probably somewhere in the middle, where it's not quite defeated, but it's definitely battered and bruised. And actually, as long as Iran exists, the Israelis will probably leave, and it'll be a gradual. There'll be a gradual decline in the population after the initial 30% decline, and then you start to see that actually they're going to try and stoke up war again and again and again, until something major happens, and we get another sort of war with Iran. So, but in the meantime, if there is a stalemate, Iran will probably be seen as, in my opinion, they will be seen as actually um, a superior military power in the region. And actually, if it's a shame that they were sanctioned, because if you got an Iranian military defense company there. And they were on the stock market, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of buyers. People will go 20x long on those stocks, because honestly, taking down F-35s, the so-called unshootable, undownable military jet on the planet, and then and the level of destruction they go through with ease through the Iron Dome. And have you seen the Bavar air defense missiles that Iran deploys? With the red heat signatures that you can see, and they go in packs of sixes and actually defend the Tehran from those Israeli strikes. I mean, just amazing technology, amazing military technology. But yeah, that's my sort of points there. So I just want to know Simon, what's your view? Truth, what's your view on what the outcome is, either way, whether Iran wins, Israel wins, or is a stalemate? That'll be good to know.
You want me to go first?
Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Simon.
So I've said my analysis, and I put it in the comments if people haven't heard it. I think the outcome is a predetermined outcome already, and so at the end of this, there are the strategic assets and the strategic locations are weakened. I believe that Israel is being prepped to be a vassalized and denuclearized location over a multi-week, month, year approach. I think Iran needs to go back to their people and show that they remain sovereign. I don't see the elimination of or the assassination of Khamenei. I believe that this is
Syed, please.
Sorry?
Syed, please address him. Syed.
Is that hot mic? I think someone's got a hot mic. Okay.
No, we address him. Iranians call him Syed Khamenei. Thank you.
Oh, right. Okay. Sorry if that's okay. Then yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, I think Iran will remain sovereign. It will remain true to its ideology. But I believe we have been witnessing over the months the slow, well, let's say Iran no longer back in the Axis. And I think that the action that happened in Syria was an agreed outcome. And I think it was based upon the power dynamics in the region, Russian interest, Iranian interest, GCC interests, military industrial complex or US interests, and some of the Chinese interests that have been happening in the region. So I think what you are witnessing is the acceptable outcome for both parties. But I think shortly after this, you see an overthrow and a fail of the Israeli cabinet. I think Netanyahu is negotiating his own outcome right now. And I think he's using strategic leverage, and he's been using the final stage of the genocide in order to try and negotiate as much power for his exit. But I think at the end of this, you see a ceasefire in Gaza, and I think it will be the final ceasefire. And I think negotiations will be moving towards, based upon much of the economic destruction. Israel will be, I believe, vassalized into the GCC. And I used to think that they would try and do a two-state solution. But I'm now starting to think that this operation is about moving towards a one-state solution. Most people disagree with me. I don't think US will be involved, but if they are involved, it will be a pre-agreed, determined to escalate to de-escalate, as it were. And that's got nothing to do with Trump. Trump will take credit for it, but it wasn't anything to do with Trump. It was to do with the power brokers in the region. And they've been negotiating the military-industrial complex to exit the region and instead move from attack, forever war contracts to defense contracts and more profits based upon rebuilding the region. And everyone can get on with the real battle that we're meant to be having right now, which is the AI arms race, which if America or China wins, will be one of the biggest determinations of the next, the most important thing right now. And I think the Middle East has got a lot to do with that. It's about nuclear energy, it's about data centers, it's about artificial intelligence, and it's about resetting the world order into a multipolar world order without America being ruled by the military and causing so much disruption in the region. So I see a good outcome at the end of this, and this is a mechanism for getting there.
Yeah, just before you guys continue this real quick, up in the nest, it's a pretty funny video Sully just posted. So it's pro-war Trump versus pro-peace Trump, and essentially what he's doing is he's talking himself. Basic. If you guys go into the video, just look at it. He's basically telling himself that we're quote unquote playing. You're quote unquote playing with World War III. Pretty funny video, guys. Check it out. Truth? Did you want to take the next one? The next one, or should I go to Doc?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Look, they want World War III. I'm never going to say anything's predetermined unless that's what God wants. We're only human beings. All we can do is speculate. For anyone to think it's predetermined and decided, this is just the height of foolery in my mind. But we'll see. We know what their objectives are. They've already stated it numerous times in different ways. We also know they love perpetual wars. I don't want to sound like a broken record. Wars are very lucrative, etc. And, this is another perpetual war that they've started. And it'll be ongoing until Israel's decimated. There's not going to be any, peaceful, negotiated settlements behind the scenes. I don't see it this time. At least not until Iran's satisfied that Israel doesn't have ability to strike anymore. So they have to establish, a superior deterrence, and that can only exist so long as Israel is completely disarmed. So it won't be through some decapitation strategy. All the industrial military targets need to be wiped out, essentially. They need to be fully disarmed, and I think Palestine just needs to be restored. So we agree that there's got to be a one state. So anyone who thought two states after 1995, anyone who still thinks two states viable, again, it's foolish. At least you acknowledge you've been wrong for 30 years or however long you've thought that, because there's no way Israel under Netanyahu has been elected 6 times would concede to 2 states or the powers to be, because they have a greater Israel project in mind you keep forgetting about. They keep presenting that map, you keep forgetting, and it involves stealing land from 7 other countries, so that involves more war and destruction ongoing. And again, war is very lucrative. They love funding it, they love arming these proxy armies, and they love watching the Goy die. It is a religious conflict because it's a greater Israel project that's a Jewish project. Let's not kid ourselves. And many of the Jews are behind it, whether they're there or behind the scenes funding it. I agree there's power brokers, and most of them are Jewish, and this is what they all agree to, in addition to what their Shabbos Goy are either, blackmail into, or what's required to be able to, breach the gatekeepers and sit at the table with the real power brokers. We know who they are. They're the ones who are Mile City, London, the autonomous area in Basel, Switzerland, the Vatican, the 3 eyes essentially, etc. So the bottom line is, it's not going to be some rosy picture outcome, whether it's weeks, months, years, no one knows. You can only speculate on how long it'll take. It's going to be ugly, and there's going to be mounting casualties, while those, the watch that'll never serve, beat the drums of war and push for you to send your kids to war, your nephews and nieces to war, while they'll sit back and count their profits, from the stolen resources, and then the control of flow of resources, from the illegal pipelines they built, from the puppet regimes they've installed. So they'll enjoy the fruits of their, I'm not going to call it hard labor, from their crimes, while everyone else, the 90% of people, for the most part, live paycheck to paycheck. That's the world they devised, where they've concentrated power in the hands of a few at the expense of the grand majority. And this discrepancy in wealth just continues to rise. And we saw that especially just during the COVID time, where you saw these multi-billionaires, now being worth hundreds of billions of dollars. That's just on paper. The richest people aren't on Forbes lists. They're the ones you don't see or hear, and they're not the ones doing interviews or on these types of platforms. They own all the platforms. They own all the major industries. It's not shell companies. There's somebody that actually owns BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard, and runs the 157 central banks at the 1 square mile city of London. They're the richest, but you don't really know who their names are because, well, they hide themselves well behind those anonymous shells. So it's not a rosy picture. If Iran's able to be successful and their allies step up as well, there's a chance that a better future. But if they lose, then it'll be stark. It'll be dark, and Iran will get balkanized and they'll steal the resources, which is what their goal was all along. So none of this is orchestrated. I believe it's real. And I don't think nobody can know for sure, but it certainly doesn't seem that way, given that we're now almost a week into this conflict, and it doesn't seem like there's any end in sight. Iran's certainly not going to concede. They're not going to accept zero enrichment, and Israel won't accept any level of enrichment. So, and then you can keep saying he's the bad sheep, like there's good Israelis out there that are going to take his place. No, it's just the same shit, different pile. There are no good Jews that should be in power because none of them can be trusted. Because at the end of the day, they can all be compromised. So the problem is with the ideology, and that's what needs to get checked. None of these people can be in positions of power. That's when the problem's solved. That's when you can have a shot at the rosy pictures, when there's no Jews in power ever again. Thank you.
So
real quick, guys, and Truth, remember, like, right? The one with the F-35. Every time I see it, I just die of laughter. The F-35 that they're hiding within homes over there. If you guys can go over there and just
some breaking news. Sorry?
Go ahead, Suleiman.
Yeah, just some breaking news. Hussein, I've sent you that one. If you could put that one in and replace it with this one. Trump is in the Situation Room right now. Donald Trump is in the Situation Room with his NSC for briefing on Iran. So as we said, that's happening right now. Apparently several options are on the table, including whether they're going to drop a bunker buster bomb on Iran's Fordo enrichment facility. But that discussion is happening right now. So Trump is in the Situation Room with his NSC. I think that tweet's in the nest, or it'll be coming in the nest any second now, of receiving a briefing on Iran. As we said, then he'll be addressing the nation at 6:30, and then he'll be having there'll be a White House briefing at 8 p.m. as well. All of that is happening today, but Trump is in the Situation Room right now. Let's hope that he's being convinced not to go to war with Iran. True, quick question on that. So they're talking about throwing a bunker buster bomb on the Fordo enrichment facility. My question is it possible that Iran could preemptively, or should have preemptively, have moved anything they had there, or is that not possible?
Well, yeah, of course. So Iran employs multiple decoy sites, besides on the surface, also underground as well. Remember, Iran doesn't just have like these isolated silos underground. They've got networks, and not just tunnels, but actual cities underground. So yeah, they can very easily move their infrastructure, and they've probably practiced moving it as well in a very short period of time if they detect something. But what I'll tell you is whatever sites have been disclosed to the IAEA, knowing full well they can't trust it anymore, those have been shut down or abandoned. And if they're still around, it's because they're no longer in use, decommissioned, but just not made public. So yeah, I mean, Iran relies on the strategy of decoy to mislead and to deceive. So this way the enemy can think they've struck their target, be satisfied with that, and then move on. And meanwhile, it's just business as usual for Iran.
Let's say it wasn't a decoy. Let's go with the idea that it was a legitimate facility. Is there a way of dismantling it and removing it without being detected?
Well, Sully, I can answer that.
Given that it's so far, he didn't ask you, but given that it's so far underground, how are they going to detect it? Like none of the satellites can detect it, none of the radars can detect it. I mean, what can they really see unless Iran volunteers the information or brings in an IAEA representative? How are they going to detect it? They simply can't. And look, there's still a notion that they can bring in a B-2 or B-52 bomber that's been modified to drop one of these, GBU bunker busters at 30,000 pounds or up to 75,000 pounds. It's going to do some surface level damage, maybe 50, 60 meters, nowhere near enough. Beyond some reverberations, it'll be absorbed from within the ground before it even gets to the facility to do any real damage. Even if they get the location right. Let's say it doesn't get moved, they don't have time, and their information's correct. So you try to bomb it repeatedly, good luck with that slow-moving B-2, B-52. The only aircraft that they have that can carry that kind of weight. So it's pure cope, because the smaller bombs are not going to do it. 6 of them have already been caught, and I believe Iran has the ability to strike the B-2 or B-52 as well. But that would be ultimately, the most embarrassing thing for Trump, because that's a failed mission on his watch. It'd be a huge L. And you know how fragile his ego is. He's going to deny it, of course, and say Iran's lying. They're going to try and cover it up. They're going to offer anything, bribes. They'll get on their knees with knee pads on and beg Iran not to disclose the fact they've struck it, just like they did last time when an F-35 got struck in Jordanian airspace. But I don't think Iran particularly cares, about optics or what other people think. They're just going to go about their business quietly, maintain their cool, calm, and composure, and carry on with the mission to incapacitate Israel so they no longer pose a threat. And hopefully, and this part isn't disclosed, they just, liberate Palestine and solve the Jewish problem, because that's what's ongoing here. That's what needs to be addressed. So it won't be an isolated strike, because it'll take more than one strike. They know that. So it'll be ongoing. That's why there's multiple B-2s, B-52s there. It's not just going to be a one and done, because that's pointless. They're not going to achieve anything. They'll try to claim they struck it anyway, because the media is going to lie. So let's say they do it, they strike. They're like, yes, it's incapacitated, and then no one's going to be there to confirm it. And the IAEA maybe will not be allowed in to confirm there's no proof of any radioactivity spill. We can't detect any damage, and then people just won't believe them, because they're Hamas or they're the IRGC. They've sold out. These are globalist institutions that the powers that be set up. So there's going to be a lot of more lies in the media, a lot of false claims, and the MAGA-tard followers are going to believe whatever they're told, because they're brainwashed anyway. They don't think for themselves. They're incapable of critical thinking, and they just believe what their hero states, because they worship him. So they've suspended all critical thinking. So there's no reasoning with people like that. It's it's those on the fence that I try to address and get them to realize that they've been duped. They've been duped for a long time. Trump's been owned since '89, when he was on the verge of personal bankruptcy, and that's when Wilbur Ross got sent down from the Rothschild Bank to bail him out. And they've owned him ever since. He represents them. So, yeah, it'll be a lot more than an isolated strike for when they do it. But he knows it's a failed strike. He's just trying to figure out how to, convince his audience that it's successful, because he just wants to win no matter what. He doesn't care how many civilians get killed. He doesn't care if he actually hits the strike. He just wants to say he completed a mission to save face at this point, because I think he's gone past the point of no return, because Iran's not going to agree to zero enrichment. Those are my thoughts.
I think you're right on, Truth Teller. Can you
one second, Candace? Resistance, same question to you.
Yeah, I mean, since Friday, as soon as they were confirmed, so Israel attacked them, then they would have immediately put a decommission process in place. So that would obviously involve, first of all, a decontamination implementation, which takes about a day, 2 days. Then you stop you cut the gas, the UF6 gas feeds. Then you close the centrifuges. Then you have these dismantle the cascade centrifuge towers you've got. So basically, you unscrew all these centrifuge cascade towers, and then you just pack them away. And then but before you pack them away, you have to decontaminate them. So aerate them, decontaminate them, so that way there's no sort of radiation. And then you pack them up in some form of lorry, which they're probably doing right now, because it's going to take the whole process takes about a couple of weeks, and then they just ship it secretly underground to their missile cities or whatever they have it, so they can pack everything up safely, and they'll store them, they'll recommission them at a later time when everything has settled. But the structure of the facility, the building, maybe, if they can get through to the Fordo facility, 90 meters underground, then that structure could be compromised. But the actual components inside, they'll be stored and tucked away safely somewhere else in another site. Or they could just they'll probably have another site, empty shell of a nuclear facility that they've got where they could do that for this eventuality. Because we know, as Truth said, they do have lots of underground cities, so they may have one that's available there. So it probably takes a couple of weeks, I'd say. I've been involved in decommissioning of different other other highly sensitive instrumentation in certain sectors, and this is sort of the process that they employ there. Especially if it's expedited, if they got maybe 100 specialists, which I know they've got 200 Russian specialists over there. The last month they've already had them. I imagine that's already taken place at an expedited fashion.
That's super interesting, and that means because we've been this has been going on for a week since the Israeli bombing. So really, if you think about it, they've had enough time. So unless they were incompetent, there should be nothing remaining in that facility. Unless hypothetically that was a legitimate facility, there should be nothing remaining there anyway now.
Nothing of any importance. Yeah.
Suleiman, Iranians knew that the IAEA were, used as an espionage front. Okay, we have underground tunnel cities to transport all of our materials and equipment. Iran is very, very well aware, and this is exactly, what they did. They transported a lot of their sensitive equipment and materials prior to the bombing. So Iran has been prepared for this. Thank you.
Yeah, good point. They may have already got an expedited decommissioning process in place for that eventuality. So as soon as Friday they attacked, that probably way that they started the stop clock. Ironically, maybe Trump is helping them, giving them time.
Not at all. We don't rely on Trump or anybody. Look, if I can just chime in here. Look, truth has been echoing this for many, many months. This is an existential crisis, okay? This is a threat. Iran is the backbone of the resistance in Palestine. If Iran is removed from the equation, there will no longer be a resistance. Everybody is aware of that. And this has a regional and global ramifications, because then you're going to see the integration of Israeli security apparatus all across the world. People understand that. And Iran, and as an Iranian speaking, I am dumbfounded to hearing people miscalculate and misunderstand Iran. Iran has been the most misunderstood country for 4+ decades. The world is seeing independence and sovereignty can lead to greatness, and Iran is showing that to the world. My people have constantly been bashed. For 4+ decades, the Western, audiences have been programmed by Israeli-controlled media corporations, all these apparatus to program Americans and Europeans to think Iran was a backward nation. It's not. We have one of the highest IQ civilizations in the world. Iran has their own indigenous military industries, as well as across many different scientific industries like nanotechnology, stem cell research. But people don't hear that. And what you're seeing today, 4+ decades of propaganda is unraveling. Iran is showing to the world, hey, despite the sanctions, despite the obstacles that we faced, we can overcome this. And we were showing that. Even President Putin said, hey, we even offered a defensive strategic partnership. Iran said, no, we want to control our sovereignty and independence. And I think a lot of countries around the world is seeing Iran as a source of inspiration, saying like, hey, we don't need to rely on other people. We need to rely on our own people so we can grow independent as well. Thank you.
Wait, I want to know, do you think that they'll ask for Russia's help when America really gets in and it starts really popping off?
Russia has been supporting Iran, but not through defensive infrastructure or apparatus. They've been supplying us just like we supplied. Just people forget, when Russia was literally alone, it was only Iran that supported Russia against NATO-backed Ukraine conflict. Iran's the one that gave the drones. Iran's the one that told, through their experience, how to move away from the sanctions, how to avoid, being your financial system being crippled. And Truth Teller can tell you even more about that. Iran has the experience, and that experience is changing and shifting the new paradigm of that we're seeing today. We're seeing a lot more independence. We're seeing, former colonial nations in Africa being kicked out, like France, like Niger, Burkina Faso, and many other countries. Sovereignty and independence is very, very important. And this is why, like, nationalism is important too. People didn't understand. They thought Israel thought that they can completely decimate Iran on the first day when they decapitated leadership. But that's not how Iran works. Every time I come onto these spaces and I have to hear people regurgitating information that they hear from Western sources, you guys have been wrong about my country for 4+ decades. You don't understand. Iran has been a civilization for 8,500 years. We go with our diplomacy, we go with our politics, we go with our philosophy with 8,500 years of culture, tradition, values.
Khaybar, Khaybar, brother, I don't think anybody on this space is peddling any Western propaganda.
No, brother, I hear.
Well,
like,
except Doc, right?
Yeah, if for all due respect, everybody thinks a two-state solution is the solution. No, it's not. It's one state, and they think Iran's going to abandon the resistance. Hussein, you as a Lebanese understand how many thousands of years of history do we have Iranians and Lebanese? These people will never understand us, and that's okay. Their arrogance is leading to their downfall, and this is what we're seeing. Hussein, you know what I'm talking about.
No, I know, but I just, and I don't think you meant it in that fashion. But nobody on this space is definitely pushing any Western propaganda. But I know what you mean exactly. Simon, jump in.
Yeah, I was just going to say, people keep saying, when is Russia going to come in, or is Russia going to come in? Russia, Iran, and China, when they joined BRICS, that was a formalization of their strategic partnership. The only reason that we're in this changing world order is because of BRICS, is because of these relationships that have been formed around de-dollarization. Now, people keep thinking, oh, isn't BRICS meant to launch a currency to compete with the dollar? Well, that may happen in the future, but that's not the point. People keep saying, the dollar's stronger than ever. What Iran and China and Russia did is they created a network over years for being able to engage in barter, do transnational deals, and they essentially, through the weapons manufacturing industry and oil and gas and China's economy, they created a partnership with very different ideologies based upon diplomacy and a shared goal to be able to transact and work together regardless of what sanctions are imposed upon them. And that is the true power of what has been achieved here. So they are interconnected and BRICS are aligned, and ideological differences aside, there have been agreements that have been forged that allow them to gain a much more compelling future for the world, where sanctions can't impact them, and they can resist weapons of financial weapons of mass destruction, IMF infiltration. Like, Iran has remained an independent central bank without engaging in the colonizing effect of a Western central bank. They've had their own weapons industry to remain sovereign. They've been able to resist that, and they've formed partnerships with Russia. Russia negotiations with Ukraine involve relationships that are being forged between China, Iran, and Russia, and other members of BRICS, and the global South. And so this is the execution of a very, a multipolar world. And to turn on each other, to not support each other, they don't need direct conflict. Iran's got what they need in order to take care of this. The rest of it is diplomacy, because in the end, you don't just blow each other up forever. Borders are rewritten, new solutions are determined, new partnerships are formed. Diplomacy involves people that hate each other having to figure out what the next phase of the solution is. And any negotiations that Russia, both China in trade deals, as well as Russia in its next phases, will involve Iran. And so they're all tied together. That's why this is such a strong thing. Iran is not on their own. Iran has a very, very powerful, and every negotiation that's happening in the background will involve solutions to wider geopolitical issues. They're all tied together. That's why it's a very powerful moment here. This is why Iran is definitely not falling right now in any narratives to make you think that you haven't thought through the wider geopolitical consequences. Iran can't fall. It won't fall.
Simon, quick question. Do you believe Iran is more powerful today than it was 10 years ago or in Trump's first term?
Yeah, absolutely, because
Thank you.
it survived every single sanction attempt. It survived every single financial weapon of mass destruction, and most importantly, Russia, China, and Iran have formed an essential partnership where they are joined together in the current dynamics of power, and so there is no systemic risk to Iran's existence. It's not going to happen. If you think this is the fall of Iran, you haven't figured out what this is really about.
Thank you. And I just want to clarify to everybody, this is not about the nuclear issue. You guys think it's about the nuclear issue. It's not. About Palestine. Us Iranians, we put the great people of Palestine on our heads. Same with the South Lebanese, the Yemeni, the Iraqis who literally fought hand to hand. We know this is all about Palestine. If Trump were to offer us, hey, forget Palestine, we'll make you into 1,000,000 times better than Dubai. We could be, but we don't because we have ideological convictions. Our values do not support child killers. So I want people to understand this is all about Palestine, and never forget all the problems the majority of the problems that are happening in the world, it's because of what's going on in Palestine. So please, I tell you guys, never forget the people of Palestine. Thank you.
Yeah, there's no situation.
Just want to jump in. Sorry, Simon, I'll give it right back to you. Just want to jump in, guys. There's a tweet in the nest. It shows footage of the moment that Iran fired the 14th wave of the missiles against Israel as a part of their True Promise 3. And I would really appreciate if you guys go like and reposted that tweet in the nest. Sorry, Simon, go ahead.
Yeah, as I said, this is the end and the taming of the Greater Israel Project, because military companies, I believe, are no longer backing it, and we are witnessing the movement towards the next phase. And there's no such thing as an illegal occupation and diplomacy at the end of this. So the illegal occupation is going to end at the end of this. We're entering into another phase, and the outcome of this conflict determines what's going to happen there. So, Iran's not going to suddenly sit back and allow for an illegal occupation to continue. This is the resolution of the area around the power dynamics of the region, and that's what we're witnessing right now.
Simon,
in the end,
Simon, I apologize. Can you tell us a little bit about what's going on with Lockheed Martin and Raytheon? And why does that have significance? Thank you.
Well, I mean, there's a couple of theories there. So firstly, the share price has corrected. I think Truth and Suleiman put out a theory that because apparently we're in the fog of war and information, but there's apparently 5 F-35 fighter jets that have been taken down. These will be the first 5 F-35 fighter jets that have ever been taken down in a conflict. And so that's not good for the share price of Lockheed Martin, General Dynamic, Raytheon, Boeing, and various other components of the military-industrial complex. It's important to understand the key differences between the Iranian economy and the American economy. The American economy has a privatized military-industrial complex. That means that they also control the deep state, and they sit layers above government. So Trump answers to them, Congress answers to them, Senate answers to them. They're able to control judiciary, and they set foreign policy through covert operations, and they work with Mossad and the MI6 and Five Eyes and various other regions in order to exert that. And so the US military-industrial complex is essentially a profit-making engine, whereas the Iranian model is that it is this is for the defense and for their own people and to hit strategic goals that are in the interest of their country. America can be thrown into a war, not because it's good for the American people, but because Lockheed Martin, General Dynamic, and Raytheon contribute so much to lobby that they have significant influence over Congress, and Congress can vote because they know that they need the money in order to remain a politician. And so the interest of America is not represented. It is the interest of global corporations, and whether those global corporations are diversified and invested all around the world. So by having a central bank, that means that you're essentially owned by banks, and by having a military industrial complex that has access to intelligence, it means that a global vision for the world can essentially come against America's self-interest. And that is what essentially the Iranian model is. It's about remaining sovereign by having its own central banking system that's not a debt-based Ponzi scheme, that not can be controlled by outside countries, having its own defense, and therefore being able to set its own ideology, and just engage in its diplomatic partnerships and diplomacy with those that it needs to partner with, like BRICS.
But isn't that all the more reason why these European nations and America cannot let go of this issue? I mean, I think what you're saying is that finally they've bitten off more than what they can chew. They took out Iraq, they took out Afghanistan, although they lost it again to the Taliban, but they still, took that country back to the Stone Age. But they took out Libya, Syria after 14 years of trying, which shows that they're tenacious and patient, and can play the long game. What makes you say that after witnessing all of that, that they're going to let this go?
Because Europe, UK, Israel, US are not sovereign. They're controlled by corporate interests. They're controlled by military-industrial complex, big tech, banks. They're controlled by institutions that don't have the best interest of the country. And so if it makes more profit and more sense to reset the chessboard and invest in the Middle Eastern industry, the Middle East, then they can change the chessboard. They can say, we'll give up some of the profits from forever wars in the Middle East, and instead we'll get the ECB to print 850 billion euros, and we'll steal 350 billion euros from sanctioned Russias in our banks, and we'll make up with $1 trillion of revenue by pushing Putin is Hitler narrative. We'll also push out a little bit of China's about to reunify with Taiwan, and they're about to take the chips, and therefore we can never have our drones, or we can have our F-35 fighter jets. I'm not going to have the artificial intelligence and semiconductors. So instead, we better negotiate a deal where Japan has to buy shit tons of money from Lockheed, contracts with Lockheed Martin, and Philippines needs to do it, and Taiwan needs to do it. Trump is a salesman for the corporations that control America, so they can steal money from Americans, print that money, and then put a fake GDP where the money goes into the corrupt contractors that pay for the politicians through lobby. The American economy is built upon that. It's crony capitalism. And so it's not what's right for the country, it's what's right for the corporations that control. That's why across the UK, across EU right now, everyone knows, Keir Starmer, you don't work for us, you don't represent us. In the UK, rubbish isn't even collected on a Friday. People are homeless. There's potholes in the streets. And all you're doing is saying, we need to get war ready. And people are leaving the army because they don't want to fight for a fake belief that they're defending democracy when they know it's for the profits of Lockheed Martin, General Dynamic, and Raytheon. So America can print some fake GDP because the UK and Europe is completely vassalized via the Bank of England, and the European Central Bank for those corporations. And now BlackRock is the portfolio manager that's determining where the war should be. And it turned out that they'd much rather invest in the Middle East because of the way that energy is needed to power data centers, robotics, artificial intelligence. And so the order is being reset Because remember, the forever war in Afghanistan, people talk about it. On the surface, it seems like, okay, so $2 trillion was spent to replace the Taliban with the Taliban. That's absolutely correct. But who made that $2 trillion of revenue? It's American GDP from American corporations that are on American stock market. And that share price increased because they got all those corporate contracts as a result of it. Winning the war was not the goal. The war was to continue forever and rinse more money, get Americans to have more inflation, steal more money from the American people so that they can push their stock price up and the executives can get rich and everyone can feel like America's the most successful economy in the world and print some fake GDP. That's how the system works, because these corporations only work to a quarterly target. Iran works towards a multi-decade target for their own people, and that's the difference.
Just some breaking news, guys, real quick. Just wanted to share this before you guys continue. So the Iranian security forces pursued a hostile cell, arrested one of its members, and seized weapons, grenades, and ammunitions in Kurdistan, while the remaining members of the cell fled to the border with Iraqi Kurdistan. And that's the source from Iranian media. I'm sorry to cut in there.
And I just wanted to follow up on what you were saying. Who created the Taliban? Who created ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Jabhat al-Nusra? They needed enemies because the corporations wanted to profit. This is all CIA and your European intelligence agencies. Now people are starting to see, the dots are aligning.
Yeah, I mean, it was to connect some of the deep state drug trafficking, human trafficking, weapons trafficking operations. And so in order to divide and conquer in the region, you need to set up boogie monsters and you need to radicalize. And so that's what Israel was in the first place. Israel was...
Simon, I'm going to give it right back to you. I'm sorry, I feel like I'm interrupting you only. Breaking, Keir Starmer's government is allowing the U.S. Air Force to move military aircraft through Britain as Donald Trump seems poised to attack Iran. I want you guys to go like that and retweet that in NS, please. Sorry, Simon.
Yeah, Israel was a creation of the Rothschild banksters that wanted to create, a essentially settler colonial model because they weren't able to gain control over the oil that they wanted control over in Russia during the Bolshevik Revolution. And so they turned their attention to the Middle East. And then they invented the terrorism industry through groups like Haganah and various other groups. And they used the settler colonial model in order to rape, steal, pillage. At the time, Muslims, Christians, and Jews all lived in peace in Palestine. And they were able, as part of the Ottoman Empire, but if Jewish people wanted to immigrate to Palestine at the time, they were able to immigrate. What they didn't sign up for is Jewish people being used as terrorist groups in order to rape, steal, pillage, and conquer. And then they expanded and expanded and expanded. And then they took the very same terrorist groups that they created and they infiltrated other groups and said that those are the ones that are the Muslim terrorists. And so they took narratives around evangelical Christianity, where even Tucker Carlson pointed out to Ted Cruz. That had nothing to do with Israel, the country that you're referring to in those biblical quotes. You're referring to a group of, people that had a specific mission from a command for God, whether you believe in the biblical, the Quranic, or the Torah definition of what the Israelites are. But if you actually think it was a jurisdiction that was created later with a group of Jewish people that were recruited to join the IDF in order to ethnically cleanse the Palestinian and commit genocide and crimes against humanity, if you think that that's what God commanded you to protect, then you better have a look at your 10 commandments, because your 10 commandments don't allow for anything that is happening in Palestine right now. Thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not lie and commit all these things that are happening right now. If you've got your religion that twisted, that's because you were psyoped by a very deliberate operation. And I'm sorry to tell you, they also took the Jewish people, recruited them to the IDF, and then they end up engaging in bloody ethnic cleansing and all sorts of operations. And later they came up with a really good story. If anyone resists, then we'll call them terrorists. And in those terrorists, we can then take certain groups of people that have been traumatized by wars and probably have no ideological alignment to Islam at all. And what we can do is we can train them, and we can use organizations like USAID, and we can send money from the American taxpayers, and we can send them to ISIS and Al-Qaeda and Taliban training camps. And those training camps can be used in order to create a narrative that those that are resisting are the terrorists, and those terrorists are the ones that we're actually funding, we're actually training, and we're actually using as they are for rent and for sale to the CIA, to MI6, to Mossad, and whoever wants to pay the highest bidder. And then what we can do is we can tell them, hey, I'll tell you what, when you kill them, say Allahu Akbar, and then put out a video. And then also we'll create some IDF soldiers and we'll put them in front of a camera and we'll get them to chop off a head. And then we'll do an operation like 9/11, where we suddenly, where we take down 3,000 American in towers, a CIA operation with Osama bin Laden, a CIA operative. And suddenly we can create this fake war on terror 2.0. With that, we can have war after war after war, profit after profit after profit. Guess what, Americans? You know that $37 trillion debt you're trying to refinance right now? $8 trillion of that was created through the fake war on terror narrative, the same terrorists that you were funding, the same reason that they created Israel in the first place, to scam you into going into destruction and entering into an economy right now where you're trying to figure out how to roll over $10 trillion of debt because you've got record drug addictions, record homelessness, record wealth inequality, record disruption. And you know what? What are they going to do with it in the end? They're going to take the same technology like Palantir, they're going to manufacture civil unrest, and they're going to use it to take away your constitutional rights, because the same tactics that you accepted happening in the Middle East are now being used against you in the UK, in the US, and in Europe as well. They're taking the same
Simon,
tactics.
just some more news. Sorry, Simon, I keep cutting you off, man. My bad. Just some more news up in the nest, guys. There is rocket debris inside Israeli shopping malls from, not from Iran, but from the interceptor missiles. So that's interesting. I mean, we did see a bunch of reports and a bunch of videos showing that the interceptor missiles were malfunctioning and essentially hitting themselves. Friendly fire. Who knew? Sorry, Simon.
Hassan, sorry. Those aren't the Iron Dome. Those are all the U.S. THAAD, the David Sling, and other couple air defenses. So, the Iron Dome is nothing compared to what Iran has. So majority is U.S. made air defense systems. Just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Yeah, but just also to add to that, I mean, why are they stationed, near shopping malls or rather in residential areas? That's more evidence of Israel using human shields. Sorry, carry on, guys.
No, I'll hand it over to someone else.
Simon, I just wanted to say that people attribute $8 trillion just because Trump said it. But if you look in 2001, the United States was, I think, 5.7 trillion in debt, or 6.7 trillion in debt. And they had a budget surplus, they weren't in deficit, of 160 billion. And then all of a sudden, in 2002, obviously after 9/11, they were in 160 billion deficit. And after that, it just spiraled out of control since 2003, the Iraq War. And after that, it was just, again, spiraling out of control into this debt spiral that the US is now in. So I would say, I would attribute probably 25 trillion of that in Israel's wars, basically. So of US debt in Israel's wars. So I think you don't understand how much of a liability, well, you do, but I think the average American doesn't understand how much of a liability Israel has been for the United States.
Well, you'd have to add like Vietnam, Korea, all of the endless covert wars. Like, ever since World War II, there's been over 100 covert wars and operations. Like there's the overt ones that we talk about. But it was meant to stop in 1971. But instead, America defaulted on its obligation to allow countries to swap their Federal Reserve notes for gold. And in fact, there was a ship, like France actually came up and put a ship up to the docks and asked the Federal Reserve to hand its gold over. And they said no. And President Nixon said, we are defaulting. And ever since then, you've entered into a debt-based Ponzi scheme. which is hitting the point where it's 125% debt to GDP, 25% of tax revenue is the interest on the debt. You've got $250 trillion of additional committed liabilities in Social Security and Medicare. But where did all that debt come from? It came from wars and bailouts for banks and financial institutions.
So just in again, guys, there's another tweet in the nest. UN aid chief Tom Fletcher says he began therapy after witnessing the horrors in Gaza. I mean, just imagine the children have to actually live it every day, and he's just in therapy for just seeing it. Guys, make sure you guys are liking these posts, and I'm not putting these up there for free. I need likes and reposts, guys, please. And if they're already gone out of the nest, go to Suleiman's page. First of all, I'm hoping you guys already follow him up in the listeners. Put your notifications on, and then scroll through his page, and all these posts are all there. Like, retweet them, comment them, quote tweet them, whatever you guys gotta do. Thank you. Sorry, jump back in, guys.
May I have a couple of points of view?
Yeah. Jump in, Ruth.
Thank you. First of all, I'm going to thank my brother, Simon. Simon, you were great. Like, that's probably it was probably the best short explanation of summary of what's happened. The couple of things. First of all, this so-called atomic agency, Rafael Grossi. I was watching Al Jazeera like half an hour ago, and he just confessed that what he published wasn't meant to be considered as an excuse for Israeli assault in to Iran, which is ridiculous as whatever. I'm trying to censor myself not to use bad words, but anyways, Israeli's spokesman in United Nations and also in the show Uncensored, so-called Uncensored by Piers Morgan, he used this document or whatever it was as some sort of excuse that, you see, even IAEA approved that Iran is getting close to a nuclear bomb.
I'm going to give it right back to you, bro. This news is coming in really, really fast. I'm sorry. There's another tweet, guys, in the nest. Breaking: Iran and the U.S. held direct talks amid intensifying conflict with Israel. The talks were between the foreign minister of Iran and the U.S. the U.S. envoy, Witkoff. The U.S. still insists on no uranium enrichment. Iran said Tehran's right to enrichment is non-negotiable, and this is from the Jerusalem Post. Take it. I mean, listen, we already know that Iran has already said that zero enrichment is absolutely off the table. There's no way that they're going to conduct any kind of talks without enrichment, and seems like Trump is not budging on that.
Yep, that's right. Thanks for the comment. If you see what Benjamin Netanyahu said 2003 in U.S. Senate, you see that the history is repeating itself. What happened in Iraq with saying that Iraq holds a mass destruction arsenal, and then they searched Iraqi soil, and then at the end of the day say, you know what? Sorry, apparently we couldn't find anything. The same pattern is happening in Iran because they claim Iran has like some 400, 500 kilograms of enriched uranium that, you know what, we have to bomb Iran just to find this. And I tell you what happens at the end. They say, you know what, we're wrong. We're wrong. But in between, we have killed too many civilians. We have destructed your infrastructure. And just by mistake, we kind of change your government to the best of our will. So Mohammad Javad Zarif tweeted a couple of hours ago, and he mentioned what this guy, Friedrich Merz, mentioned regarding that Israel is doing the dirty work on behalf of us. What does that supposed to mean? I'm like, it's kind of funny because Benjamin Netanyahu is always saying the civilized world is with Israel. But what do you mean by civilization? I'm not going to repeat what Treber said and the others, but as I said before, and I'm going to emphasize this one more time, Iran didn't have an establishment date, and we won't have an expiry date. You will take this to your graves that you're going to destroy Iran, or you're going to eliminate Iran, or you're going to uh, 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 change Iran's sovereignty or whatever. Because whatever the Islamic government is, I'm a big critic of Islamic government. The people who know me, I used to appear time by time in Iranian medias and criticize the Iranians' policies, specifically on the environmental and water management stuff. But anyways, this is a war. These are hard times. And I'm going to have an interview with CBS in like an hour from now. And I'm going to explain how civilians are being targeted by the Israeli airplanes, including my mom's house back home in Iran, which is nothing compared to what Iranians, martyrs, or Iranians' defense system are giving for the sovereignty of our country. But these are our times. And Suleiman, one more time, I'm going to thank you for having this space to be the voice of the people whose voices cannot be heard. Thank you so much. It means a lot for all of us as a human being, not as a Persian guy, or not as an Iranian, or not as a Muslim. As a human being, thank you so much, my brothers, my sisters. These sort of supports really enlighten us, and our heart is with Iran. But don't you worry, guys. We have right on our side, and I hope the God will save Iran as it has been saved before. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. I will see that you were up here for a minute, bro. I'm sorry I took long to get to you. You want to jump in?
Yeah, no worries. One sec, Rizbe, real quick. Is there anything else you can tell us about what's happening in Iran from your mom?
Like, she's in a safe place now. My mom got cancer, so she doesn't have access to her medications. But anyways, my family in there are helping her, so don't you worry about my mom. We need to be worried about you need to be worried about the bigger mom, like Iran. And this is the least we could pay. I mean, she also said, I'm not going to leave Tehran. I'm going to stay. And if we're going to die, we're going to die together. I hope, inshallah, that doesn't happen. But the only thing is, like, Tehran is under attack. Tehran is on fire.
Oh, let's not exaggerate it.
I know.
Much,
no.
But I have family in Tehran. They're having chai right now.
I know. It depends on which area. Like, we're talking about the 12 million population in Tehran. But,
exactly.
Yeah, but the point is, as you said, normal life is still living on. But IDF threatened, like IDF asked like Tehrani people to evacuate the city. They didn't, which was a smart choice. At the same time, I know that Iran's offending system is still working. I also heard some unconfirmed rumors that there is an Iranian council or group of people who travel to Oman to continue the negotiation with the Stephen Witkoff or whoever will be the American ambassador or whatever. But anyways, this is what I heard. I cannot confirm that. But I know that the army...
It's been denied.
It's been denied. Aragachi is still in Iran. So, so if I can ask you, Hassan John, if you can please verify that report.
Yeah, that would be good because you know what, the narrative is important now because
exactly.
Like I gain my information from the social network as you all guys do because the internet in Iran is down. This is something that I can confirm because I cannot have communication with my family back home. But I know that if we lose the narrative war, we will lose everything. So make sure you guys are giving us like the correct information. Thank you, Abda.
I mean, you're posting Jerusalem Post. That's a Israeli source. Oh my goodness, guys, come on.
Oh, no. It wasn't just that because they say they have cleared the sky for this Boeing, 3 of them. This is what I heard. As I said I cannot confirm that. But they also have another drone attack to Iran State TV, which we call it Sedasima, which means like the TV and like radio, national radio of Iran. I know that it has been a drone attack. It was confirmed by Iranian agencies, but as you guys can all see, like Iran is fighting back, and still I believe that, as we have proven before, the best way to stop this war will be diplomacy, and we will never ever leave the diplomacy. We still insisted on our might and right to exist. Nowadays, we need to discuss our existence, our very much existence. But anyways, thank you again, all of you. Simon, I really enjoyed what you discussed about, and the history needs to be told and to be unfold for the people who are gaslighted by the mainstream media. Thank you so much again, and God saves Iran. God saves everybody. Thank you.
Elizabeth, thank you so much. I just wanted to follow up on one thing. Look, there's going to be a propaganda war. You're going to see a high velocity of Hasbara propaganda to make it seem Iran is weak or losing, and Israel has the position of power. That's absolutely not. They are desperate. You see the photos and videos of what's going on throughout occupied Palestine. Iran is winning. And right now, what they're trying to do is target, assassinations. For example, we have a countryman named Mohammed Marandi. So he is getting a lot of steam, sharing the perspective of Iranians and people in West Asia. And Israelis are targeting him, trying to assassinate him. This is what they did to Gaza. They assassinated, targeted journalists because they want to control the narrative. They want to control the radio. This is very important that people are aware of their intentions. And, kudos to, freedom fighters like Truth, Soliman, Hussein, who literally, are willing to sacrifice themselves, for sharing the knowledge and insights, because we know what we're up against. And, these platforms gives us opportunity for people to share their perspective from across the world so that we can build bridges and we can get an understanding. So thank you.
Yeah, one thing I'd also say is that if you don't know, I'll give some very brief, but there's a much, much bigger history. But essentially, this whole thing with Iran and the demonizing it is a classic colonial battle over Iran trying to use its own resources for its own people by nationalizing its oil, when British Petroleum wanted to use it for the British people. And so the CIA and MI6 has been, regime changing, engaging in terrorism, doing covert and overt wars. It's just time after time after again. And then using the narrative in order to take the very same techniques that they were using and then apply it to any type of resistance against it. And then they use financial weapons of mass destruction. Now, the whole idea behind sanctions is not to combat terrorism. It's the fact that Iran was combating terrorism. Trump assassinated Qasem Soleimani because Qasem Soleimani killed more ISIS terrorists than anyone else. And so he comes in and then says he's killing the ISIS terrorists. ISIS terrorists are militia that works in Western interest so that they can weaponize and use resources in order that.
Simon, we have an ISIS head chopper, as the president of Syria. There you go.
But the whole thing is about, resources. And we've gotten, there's an old phrase that comes in with Israel is that every accusation is a confession. But I'm sorry, those tactics came from the British Empire and the American Empire of gaslighting and claiming everything of doing what you
Simon,
did.
well, if you want to know how Al-Qaeda and Taliban was shaped, you can. There's a movie called Charlie Wilson's War. You can watch that movie. It's a kind of documentary. It's not, but anyways, you can watch that movie and you know how ISIS, how Al-Qaeda, how Taliban was founded, was supported by USA. This is not something that I claim. You guys can just go deep and deep into the history, and you know that, like, the bigger the lie is, the easier to be believed. This is what I believe Joseph Goebbels said once. But this is exact meaning of propaganda. If you go through the ISIS, if you go through what happened in Libya, what happened in Syria, then you will see that the truth will be unfolded. Thank you.
Yeah, what is it that Gaddafi from Libya wanted to do? He wanted to create a pan-African gold-backed currency so that the African nations could have independence over their resources. What is it that Saddam Hussein wanted to do? Well, firstly, he was a CIA operative in the first place, and he was engaged in order to engage in a dirty petrochemical, Western-funded, sick, twisted war with Iran in order to serve Western interests. And then when he decides that he's going to actually expand his own oil resources and then price them in euros rather than dollars, he needed to be regime changed and he needed to be taken out as well. And that's why the false flag operations were created after that as well, like 9/11 as well. And so it's just all deceit. And what is it that Iran wants to do? It wants to have its own independent central bank. It did not colonize to a Western central bank, so it become debt slaves because it stood up for its Islamic principles around Islamic finance. And it refused to have its oil used for the benefit of British Petroleum rather than having it being used for its own people. Now, when you get sanctioned, the idea is to economically destroy a country. When you economically destroy a country, it leads to all sorts of black operations that are needed in order to circumvent the flows in order to function as an economy. So you end up having to work with Russia and China. And then sometimes in order to engage in those networks, you end up having, with no choice to get those flows through, having to engage in different types of activities. And what the whole goal is to have a revolution and an uprising because the people are so destroyed economically that they end up turning against their government. Now, obviously, if you go in a country, you go to America right now, you'll find people all around the world that probably want to kill Trump and hate Trump and think he's the worst thing that's ever happened. You'll have other people that absolutely love him, worship him, think he's the Messiah and he was protected by God in order to rebuild a third temple in Israel, and evangelical Christians need to protect him because he was saved to fulfill a mission. That's what a country is like. People hate their politicians, people love their politicians, but what you'll notice right now is there a deliberate Western attempt in order to galvanize the distress that Western sanctions created, that create poor people that want to fight up against their country, and then the country having to engage in all sorts of things because they can't engage in honest trade. And then you end up in all these crazy networks. And what do? They take that narrative and they weaponize it against it. And, you know, I'm not saying that these governments aren't engaged in all sorts of stuff and all sorts of corruption. All governments are. However, you know, this is Western accusations, because every accusation is a confession when you don't bow down to, you know, the financial weapons of mass destruction, and then you end up with weapons of mass destruction. And by the way, who's got the weapons of mass destruction? Who's got the illegal nukes? We all know who's got them. Israel's got them. And then they're blaming it because they want to enrich their energy. And even the Western intelligence, we're seeing the CIA or the Western intelligence by Tulsi Gabbard, the official policy of US is that Iran is not, you know, enriching uranium in order to have a nuclear weapon. Whether it is or whether it isn't. Why has Israel got it? Why are they using this IAEA narrative in order to do what they called a preemptive strike on Iran? We know why, because this war is illegitimate, it's completely illegal, it's about resources, and it's the fact that they don't like that there is a new world order and it is fighting against it, and maybe Americans just need to stay America and look after their own problems in their own country rather than raping, pillaging, and stealing through covert wars and destabilizing countries, because now there's a big boogie monster called BRICS that ain't standing up for it, and there's a new world order that's being set. Get used to it, because what you're witnessing right now is the transition to that world order. And you know what? The average American person in the street, they're saying, we don't want nothing to do with this. We want America first. Look at all the people that came back from the Iraqi war. They're homeless, addicted to drugs, with no home because the American government couldn't give a shit about them, while they leave their people to rot with mental illness because they were traumatized after the only reason that we found out what they were doing in Iraq is because Julian Assange had to create a website called WikiLeaks, and we got to see in there. And if you go to WikiLeaks right now and type in ISIS, you'll find the Hillary Clinton emails where they recruit Al Qaeda. You'll find all of the different
Al-Qaeda's
documents.
on our side.
You'll find all the different documents where it shows how ISIS was created. You'll also see crimes against humanity. You think what we've been witnessing in Gaza has only just happened? We just didn't see it before. This is the first time we're watching it in 4K. This has been done decade after decade. It actually backs up the dollar. The dollar is backed up by genocide and violence, and that's exactly what you're witnessing. And what did our Prime Minister in the UK do, Keir Starmer? He tried to frame Julian Assange for exposing this with rape. And that's who's in charge of our country. Our country, our prime ministers, our politicians, they might as well sit in the office of Lockheed Martin, General Dynamic, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, because that's who they work for. They don't work for you. And that's what we're witnessing right now.
It's always the blackmail. Real quick, I just want to welcome Public and Maze. Maze, Public, guys, welcome.
Thank you.
Shoot,
I have a little clip. I have a clip to kind of show what Simon's saying. It's a very short clip. This is where in 60 Minutes where this guy's being asked, well, why is it that you guys have a nuclear bomb and Iran can't? And it's hilarious, okay, how he responds. Just listen for 1 second.
Why should the world tolerate you having nuclear weapons and not, say, Iran?
First, again, we never admitted to have such weapons, but the very comparison is, I must say, it's very insulting, and I tell you why.
Did we lose Maze?
We suffered one Holocaust.
You
We
don't hear me?
listened to our neighbors.
Is it because of the Holocaust that you should be allowed to have nuclear weapons?
Hold on, you guys can't hear it?
No, we can.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
It sounds like Simon. So Simon
I must say, it's very insulting, and I tell you why. We suffered one Holocaust. We listened to our neighbors.
It's because of the Holocaust that you should be allowed to have nuclear weapons?
You know what? This interview was finished now. Your attitude is so hostile, and your questions are so arrogant. I don't want to.
Is it the case that
He's like, yo, this interview is over. Your attitude is hostile because he questioned, like, because if you went through a Holocaust, you can have a nuclear weapon and they can't. He's like, this conversation is over. It's like the gaslight of a lifetime. It's crazy. I just wanted to play that. But hi, guys. Thanks for having me. I'm sure that there's a lot to catch up on. But do repost this space right now. Hit the purple pill. Get this in your timeline. This is where we're covering everything Israel and Iran related, live updates, great panel. But yeah, make sure you're reposting the space and hitting the notifications for Sully. Just click on his profile and hit that little bell because the space is glitch. He doesn't have the blue check right now. And so, and anytime you won't get notified unless you actually go and you hit that. So with that being said, back over to you, Sully. And thanks for the welcome.
By that video's logic, we need to give Gaza a nuke because they're going through a Holocaust right now.
Exactly.
Golden point. Back to you, Miz. I've sent you a message if you check that out. Hussein, back to you, bro.
Yeah, real quick, guys. Thank you, Sully. I just wanted to touch on this. So we know that they're censoring the media. There's a media blackout in Israel. They don't want to show like the destruction that Iran's is putting on them, right? And I don't know if you guys know who this account is. Eli Yacobi, whatever his name is, some Zionist on Twitter. And so he makes a post where he's saying that these accounts need to start getting suspended. And obviously he's talking about our space here. Now what I find funny is that like they're trying to do a media blackout over in Israel on the ground, and then they want to continue the censorship over here on X so that they obviously know that this space, Sully space, is debunking all their lies in real time. We're showing the truth of what's really happening on the ground, and they want to try to censor it. But I thought that was pretty funny.
Yeah, Zions are trying to censor us. I was gonna post the video, but I'll be honest with you, I'm like half asleep. But everyone should post that video and there's comments about him saying, I don't feel safe. He's crying and he's saying, I don't feel safe. That video. Everyone should post that and like troll him. I don't like listen to me, Zayo. Like, why are they trying to get us banned just because we're, we debunked the hospital propaganda? We debunked like the 40 beheaded babies. All we do is just debunk. Smashed it. The whole team smashed it. We all exposed it in real time. This space is a legendary. Like the thing that, like, other than our space, and I said Jackson and a Middle East Monster, we were like the main people. All of it was debunked. Or because they wanted to use that as the new 40 beheaded babies, but it didn't work. So yeah, Ayal Yakubi, troll that guy in his comments. Put that video in if you can, guys. Anyway, go ahead, Hassan, jump in. I mean, take over, Hassan.
Yeah, thank you, Sully. Abusita, sorry for the late, bro. Jump in.
No worries, no worries. I've been listening to Simon speak, and I think he's on the money when it comes to explaining what's happening right now. And I think it pretty much culminated in the events that took place last night. We saw, so basically, my understanding from what Simon is saying is that there's two factions in Washington. There's the military-industrial war faction on one end, and you have the financial elites who benefit from stability and economic growth. They have one idea for the world order, and the other ones are the post-World War II military-industrial complex powers that have caused all these issues in the Middle East. And I think what happened yesterday is that the Zionist regime, who are the mouthpiece of the military-industrial complex, they realized that this financial containment idea was taking hold in Washington, and that Trump was more willing to come to a diplomatic solution. And I think it's spot on. They're absolutely trying to execute some type of escalation to de-escalate strategy. And the theory makes perfect sense on paper, right? Ramp up pressure to force a resolution. But this is what I think we're missing. If this faction is trying to implement their regional plan, it's like they're trying to do it on top of a minefield. And right now, at this exact moment that we're in, the margin of error is razor thin, right? So like one wrong step in the wrong direction, one miscalculation at this critical time, and the entire carefully orchestrated plan, it doesn't just fail, it blows up in ways we've never seen before, right? The strategy designed to bring stability could trigger something totally different. And I think it comes down to this, right? For 45 years, the entire legitimacy of the Islamic Republic has been built on a single idea, right? It's resistance to the great Satan, resistance to Israel, resistance to the United States. And it's shown through their defiance of the United States, this unilateral hegemony in the Middle East. And to capitulate now under a direct American military threat and surrender the most prized national program, it would be an act of ideological self-destruction. And I know Simon doesn't believe in ideology, and he thinks that that it's purely profit-driven, and it's through a game theory lens where you maximize profits. But I think they're in a corner, right? So the leadership in Tehran has two options: physical annihilation. They risk a devastating full-scale military assault from the United States that could destroy the entire country's infrastructure. Even if it leaves them still in power, the country will be destroyed. Or number two, political annihilation. You accept the American ultimatum, you shatter your own legacy, you prove that 45 years of revolution was a failure, and you trigger a collapse of the regime from inside. So I think, you can even incorporate game theory into this. You're faced with a choice. A regime built on the idea of martyrdom and resistance may far more likely choose the former, right? And the United States is caught in almost the exact same binary trap. The United States is caught between an unacceptable war. They can't sell this war. They don't want a long war. Trump's been saying this for years. He doesn't want any more forever wars. So they're trapped between an unacceptable war and an unacceptable outcome, a nuclear Iran. And now the Israelis have kind of pushed the Iranians' hand. They've demonstrated to them that, hey, look, Libya gave up their nukes, and look where Libya's at. North Korea didn't give up their nukes, and look, they're still standing to this day. It's signaled to the Iranians that, yes, you were right, that a nuclear deterrent is the only way to stop this. look at what's going on here. And I don't think it's a simple negotiation where one side can pressure the other into a deal. I think if Simon's theory is correct, I think what we may most likely see, obviously nobody can predict the future, right? But I think you will see a massive military buildup, one where the United States is literally less than a step away from completely demonstrating the entire power of the United States military on Iran. And at this point, the Iranians, this is where the Russians and Chinese will step up and they'll offer a diplomatic off-ramp, basically this new world order that Simon's talking about. And I think it may look a little bit different. It'll be acceptable enough for the Iranian regime to look at their people and say, hey, look, we didn't capitulate here. The Russian and Chinese gave us a security agreement, a multinational security agreement. The Israelis ended their assault on Iran. And through accepting this deal, we've economically liberated ourselves. We can trade however we like. We can continue the functions of the regime in the country. And it's not through capitulation. It's actually through this defiance of American unilateralism that's allowed Iran into this strong negotiating position. And yeah, I think last night that attack on the Arak heavy water reactor was a major red line for the Iranians. And my last point here, somebody mentioned in the space that it's interesting how the Israelis completely blocked all media coverage of strikes on Israel from Iran until last night. Right after the retaliation for the Arak heavy reactor, you see Tel Aviv all over CNN. Tel Aviv's live streamed all over Al Jazeera, BBC. Why now? And I think the war faction is in a desperate position. They started off by pretty much trying to convince the world that, oh, Israel's untouchable. This is going to be a quick and easy victory. Pressuring the United States is that now is the time. Let's just go in right now. There's zero risk or very low risk. And now they've switched tactics to the point where it's like, look, Tel Aviv's getting hit. We need you to step in now. We can't live. This is a unacceptable reality of Tel Aviv, the stock exchange getting hit like that. This is a Western, these people have Western minds, right? This is not a normal event for them. Even though they're only an hour north of the Gaza Strip, these people have the mentality of suburban North Americans. They're not built for this shit. So yeah, that's just my 2 cents there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Abu. I see truth tellers. Truth.
Sure, thanks. Look, you can keep bringing up that Iraq attack like there's anything substantive. There's no proof that it has been. It's just another decoy attack. And they already had scheduled attacks pre-planned anyway. They'd already told, all the illegal settlers, et cetera, to vacate pretty much all of Israel, right? Including Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, the illegal settlements, the Golan Heights, the West Bank, et cetera. They were going to attack no matter what. So they didn't go harder. They'd already said they were going to go harder anyway. It wasn't as a response. It was pre-planned. Then they attacked again today. What did Israel do? So far, nothing, as far as I know. I didn't interrupt you, right? And I've heard your statement. So, I mean, you can keep repeating these talking points and think that they're going to settle for wanting to trade with the global. They don't. They don't care to trade with the global community. They're a member of BRICS. We've got some great trade deals with BRICS that are, bearing fruit. They're quite promising. They have a $400 billion deal with China, right, to become a focal point of international trade already. You think like somehow trading with the West is somehow a privilege. Oh my God, I need to earn it. I need to be able to sell my goods in US dollars, which is continuously being devalued. So this way American corporations can come in and try to piece off and asset strip what I have. Iran doesn't want that. Maybe if it was the first few years, since 1979, you might consider that theory, but not after 46, 47 years since then. 8-year Iran-Iraq war, all the proxy wars, etc., in Iraq and Syria, in Yemen, etc. They're willing to fight for their autonomy because the way they plan for long term. They're not interested in being transactional. Yeah, let's score a big oil deal. Let's score a big natural gas deal. They don't care about that stuff. They already have that mapped out anyway. They're selling 2 million barrels of oil just to China. They can build on that growth and beyond with a secure route without having to worry. about outside interference, a Rothschild bank, which is what ultimately what they want to install, and a puppet regime that's not going to serve the interests of the people. Because the current government, they're past the point of no return. If the West wants to trade with Iran, yeah, they can do it on Iran's terms or the BRICS terms. So that way it's a fair deal. It's not going to be a zero-sum game. So, I mean, this notion that, America thinks, for instance, China can't survive unless they have trade with America, that's bogus too. China's a $39 trillion economy. That exports to China represents $600 billion. It's peanuts. They can replace it in less than 2 years. They can replace it by next year. They just have to increase commercial, domestic consumption, and also increase their net exports, which is only 20% of their GDP. So, the power dynamics changed. BRICS countries are more powerful than the G7. Their economies are bigger. They're nuclear powers. Collectively they have more nukes. They control, about 6 out of 10 are the biggest net oil exporters, in addition to all the resources they control. They call the shots for the time being. And, we're seeing that between Russia and versus all of NATO and Ukraine. We're seeing it now with Iran versus Israel. The power dynamic has shifted. People just don't want to accept it and think Iran needs to compromise. Compromise for what? The winner doesn't have to compromise. The winner gets to set exactly what I said about Russia and Ukraine. The winner gets to set the terms of surrender, not a fucking compromise. Like, learn the difference. When you're losing, it's one thing. Then, yeah, you might be geared towards a negotiation. But they're not losing. There's begging going on. Please don't hit them so hard. Those rabbis are fucking on their knees with knee pads on. Please, please, don't hit us so. We're sorry. There are people who are saying, we're sorry, Iran. The sorry falls flat. It's too little, too late. They've done too many genocides. They've killed too many people. They killed too many Iranians. Nobody trusts them. They don't honor any agreements anyway. You sign a ceasefire, it's not going to last. They need to be incapacitated, decimated, brought to their knees permanently, and wiped the fuck off. And that doesn't mean wiping off all the Jews. It just means they can't be in Palestine anymore, and they need to be decentralized, out of power, without a say, and global Jewry needs to be solved. That's the only solution here. So fuck your ideas of compromise and utopia.
So with the cursing
about.
truth, you see Khaleesi's here too.
Khaleesi's not here.
She is here.
The cat's away.
Look
The
to
cat's
your
away. The truth will play.
Look to your right. She's here. The queen has arrived. Anyway.
Okay.
But no, go ahead.
That's the last F-bomb. So look, this whole notion of, well, they need to reintegrate in the global, and this is the fictional utopia Simon subscribes to as well. They don't want that. They don't need that. They've got a better deal already. It's something the West tries to impose on others. The West, I mean, global Jewry, the Jewish banksters, that's what they want to impose. It's not for them. Nor is it for Russia, nor is it for China. Collectively, they have a much better deal together. And I believe other countries around the world, in Africa, in South America, et cetera, would rather deal with BRICS. And they are. It's a better deal. You don't have to play a zero-sum game. You can create a win-win scenario, a symbiotic relationship. Will help build your infrastructure. You give us a better deal on resources in the case of China. With Iran, they've got the resources. They're a focal point of trade. They've got this $400 billion deal in place. They can build on that. What do they need the West for? China's more resourceful. It's a better deal.
Sure. Just quickly here, I think we have a fundamental misunderstanding of what I just said. I'm not saying that this attack on the Iraq nuclear facilities is a way for Iran to be weak. It's a red line no country on earth would accept, even a
The red line was passed last Friday. That's what you don't understand. You just don't get it. You keep repeating it. The red line was
right, but I'm looking at a battle. I'm looking at a battle and not the full war. You're asking why Tel Aviv was hit so hard, and I'm trying to explain the sequence of events.
You don't know how hard Tel Aviv was hit because there's information.
I'm saying they're hit hard. We're literally agreeing.
They were going to hit anyway. I'm telling you, Iraq did not make a difference. They were going to strike them hard anyway. It's pre-planned.
I mean, what difference does it make? It gives them legitimacy to hit them in response to a nuclear facility, and we see it. We see them now. That attack on Tel Aviv
is giving false information. That's the difference. You're trying to create.
Nobody can definitively say. Nobody can definitively say what the military commanders in their bunkers are thinking.
Then why are you telling? Then why are you telling everybody what they're thinking?
I'm saying I'm speculating. It's analysis. It's analysis.
For the sake of everyone, 1 second. I'm so sorry. Just for the sake of everyone to hear each other's point, I just let him say what he's going to say. When he's finished with the sentence, he'll pass it to you, because both of the points that you guys are making are very important. But let him say what he's going to say, and then we can get to the bottom of it. And there's also some other hands up. And if you have any breaking news, guys, then just interject and say breaking. Otherwise, I'll come to you right after Dee. But go ahead, Truth, and then
I do have breaking. I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead, honey.
President Trump will make his decision. This is breaking from the White House. President Trump will make his decision whether to attack Iran within the next 2 weeks. We all know it's BS, but it's breaking from the White House, so I figured I'd tell you. And yes, I did send it to Silly. We all know it's BS, guys, but I had to say it.
Y'all, I'm seeing something too. I'm going to chime in after Truth and Abu go. Go ahead, Truth Teller. And then after you're done, sweetheart, please let him finish what he's saying, and then you can chime in again.
So anyway, even after the attack, Iran resumed with its strategy of unpredictability, carrying out its strategic strikes against military and industrial strikes to incapacitate Israel. That's their wartime objectives. They were going to do it, hit hard, hit harder. They even said before Iraq was struck, we're going to strike 20 times harder. We're going to strike in such a way they're going to be talking about it for centuries. So this whole notion of what you're creating out of thin air, that there's a cause and effect here. Oh, because they struck Iraq, now Iran is going to, strike harder or do something different. No, it was pre-planned. They're going to do it no matter what. That's the only point we disagree on. I mean, the rest, but there's more actually, because you still think that somehow there's going to be some negotiated settlement, and they're going to settle for, IAEA and NPT protocols when they know full well those are just espionage agencies. They're just might as well be extensions of the CIA and Mossad. So this way they can risk getting their nuclear scientists assassinated. That's absurd. You
have a point.
Genie's out of the bottle, man. You can't trust any of these institutions. They got to go about their own business, kick out all the globalist institutions. You ban them all, as they've done, as Russia's done, as China's done. No more WEF, no more Rothschild banks, no more Soros associations, none of these NGOs. They can't set foot. You don't want them in your country because they just serve the powers that be. They want to steal the resources and hamper your country and impede its growth and its full potential. They figured that out. So there's not going to be negotiations. Yeah, let's make a deal. They might talk. You always talk to your enemies. And you always talk, and they'll keep doing that. Even at the worst of times, JFK was talking to Khrushchev, right? When there was a potential nuclear war that was going to break out in the 60s. Enemies talk. That doesn't mean they have to do business together. They might even do some black market business together, because when there's sanctions, there's always going to be black markets, and there'll be corrupt contractors that'll seize on the opportunity to make some quick profits. So if that'll happen. No one's denying that. So, especially when it comes to arms sales. But yeah, beyond that, I really don't foresee anything positive coming out of it. And look, if they make the mistake and I'm wrong, and they forge these globalist deals, that's on them. That's a mistake that's going to cost them later, because they tried that in 2015 and they saw in 2017, you can't trust these globalist Judeo corrupt bankers, because they play a zero-sum game. They can't be trusted. They don't honor their agreements.
Guys, really quickly, I just wanted to take everyone's attention to the nest really quick. I just put a post up there. This is what Suleiman just posted. Make sure you share it. I'm about to play the clip, and this is an interesting mindset, but this is what they want you to think, okay? Here we go.
For Israel.
Joey, don't you dare!
But Mom, I don't want to go fight Iranians for Israel.
Joey, don't you dare be anti-Semitic!
I want to go home, sir! You some kind of anti-Semite, Joey! I don't even know why we were there. Let's focus on why that thought is anti-Semitic, Joey. Get a job, loser. Israel needs our taxes. But I'm not even dead. That's anti-Semitic, son.
Dang. Wow. Anyway, I just wanted to play that for you guys. I know it's crazy. Where did Abu go? Okay, Abu, did you want to respond to him really quickly? And again, if you guys have breaking news,
a quick phrase, Mace. Anybody that trusts the global homo Judeo banksters deserves what they get in response, which is they'll get screwed over. Don't trust the global homo Judeo technocrat banksters.
Yeah, I just want to respond really quickly, just briefly here. I think what our disagreement is what do we think winning looks like for Iran? And I think what Truth is saying is total freedom for the Iranian regime to, trade through its ports with whomever they like, with no restrictions on any nuclear points, and just a full reversal back to them functioning completely sovereign. But I think we're in a new reality here, and there's going to have to be some concessions made on both sides, and a negotiation isn't necessarily losing for Iran. I think it actually means winning. The Israeli regime's their military objectives was complete regime change. You're telling me if the regime negotiates a settlement where Israel's put in its place, the Israelis put a lid on them, and the Russians and Chinese bail them out, that's winning. Winning in geopolitics looks nuanced, and it doesn't always look like the movies,
Thanks, guys. I'm going out of my neighborhood. So
that's essentially the
ahead.
Astana agreements that Syria signed off on, which ultimately led to what? A regime change anyway. Like I said, they don't honor their agreements. They might do it. I don't have a crystal ball to know what's going to happen. I'm just saying that's a mistake, and they should maintain their autonomy and no longer trust these globalist institutions. If they're going to do business with them, it's got to be on their terms, so that the agreements are absolutely secured and they can't get burned ultimately. But to subject themselves to any type of restrictions, screw that. What are you going to do? Trust espionage agents? And Russia and China might play the role and say, yeah, we'll be there to mediate. They can mediate, but ultimately I believe it's on Iran to maintain its autonomy and trade, on fair terms with its partners. That's what makes sense. And that's ultimately what they've been fighting for 47 years. You think they're going to give that up? I don't think so.
Thanks, Truth. So hi, Khaleesi. How are you, love?
Hey, love. I'm good. Thank you. How are you?
I am doing well. I know that I missed a lot after we get through some of these hands. Hopefully we can all do a recap on what has been going on. Apparently I should never sleep, okay? Because so much happened. I don't even know, it's crazy. But yeah,
I'd love a recap, please, mate. Yeah, I've been off the space most of the day, so I've just heard Didi's update. No surprise there. He's just buying time.
Breaking up just a little bit.
Let me come back, but let's do a recap, please, mate, whenever you get a chance.
Okay, sounds good. I'm going to go to Didi first, and I also wanted to welcome Abu and Jay and Silver. But let's go to Didi and Abu, and then we'll see who has a recap. I'm hoping Truth has always done a great job, so I'll check in with him. But go ahead, Didi.
Okay, so I thought we were friends, guys. And this is to Mr. Simon Dixon especially. You're in big trouble, mister. I went into Mario space, and I just want you all to know that you've orphaned my kids and widowed my husband. And thank you, Soleiman and Khaleesi, for this space, or I would have deleted X from my phone and never come back. I just wanted to say that.
Hey, what have I done? I don't get it.
You're the reason I found that space, because I find you in there in the morning, and sometimes I listen. You know that they said that Israel has never committed a war crime? When I tell you I think I just cracked my phone.
Is it at that level of degeneracy?
Yes.
Israel has never
Swear to God.
committed a war crime.
Swear to God. They said that
That's
the ICC and the ICJ are completely defunct, and they've been bought out by Qatar. Yes, that happened.
They're anti-Semitic.
There you go.
Yeah, we live in parallel universes. We really do.
Thank you, Khaleesi. Thank you, Soleiman. Without you guys, this account would have been gone. Thank you.
Can you imagine when people listen to these spaces 20, 30 years from now, and they listen to how their parents were speaking during the Gaza Holocaust, and they heard their parents say, Israel's never committed a war crime. Do you know how bad the history books are going to be written? Because we documented this whole journey on X Spaces, and people are going to be able to come back to this and say, how did you defend those Israeli terrorists during the Holocaust? And you said they've never committed a war crime. Daddy, mommy, I'm not sure about this one.
Yeah, I needed to throw that in there. Thank you guys for letting me vent, because honestly, my blood pressure was very high.
World War II is also well documented. They just lie about it.
Yeah, I think the one of the spaces was called Americans. Yeah, one of the spaces it was called "The American People Don't Want Iran to Have a Nuclear Weapon." That was the title of the space. Not that the American people don't want to go to war, the US to go to war with Iran. It was that the American people don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. Hey, someone's got a hot mic. Khaleesi, you got a hot mic. Khaleesi, there's a dodgy mute button. Be careful.
Okay. I just wanted to say hi to Rasha. How are you, my love?
Salam, salam. How is everyone? Missed you guys like crazy, of course, but enjoying the space, whether I'm visible or not. I'm always listening, always listening. It's becoming too addicting. I have to say, I am so proud of Khaleesi and Suleiman for catching that. Especially Khaleesi, she caught it right on, spot on. With that whole picture of the hospital, her analysis was absolutely amazing. I'm not sure if everybody was able to go in and see those posts, because I'm sure we have new people in here. Please go in, like it posted on Khaleesi as well as Suleiman. It is definitely key because they were using it. And a lot of big, even pro-Palestinian accounts were posting it as well. But then when they came in here and realized that there is something fishy about it, they got it. Especially with the whole glove thing. It's amazing. It's amazing. And I have to say, mashallah, there's a lot of like rock stars in here, and Didi is one of them. I'm a huge fan of yours now, Didi. You're absolutely amazing. Like you're even how you come in. I mean, I can analyze you guys. This is
Where'd she go? Did she cut out? Or is it just me?
No, she cut out. God didn't want me to have any flowers. We're good. And I get embarrassed from compliments, but thank you.
Hey, just some quick breaking news.
Dropped. See? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so the price of sorry, 1 second.
Didi was the chosen one before then.
So the price of Brent crude for August just broke the $78 barrier for the first time since January 24th. So the markets are reacting to the events last night.
Yeah, $78 is not too much.
How much is too much, Simon?
If people thought there was going to be World War III, it would be $100 to $200.
Yeah. Guys, let me just tell Rasha. I don't know what happened, but I'm spamming her with invites. For her, when you hit request, it'll beam you up here. Okay, so
who are you trying to bring up?
To Abu. Rasha.
Okay.
She shot down.
I don't know, man. I'm just trying to minimize the estrogen. We got enough of it already here.
You can't know, bro.
Some of these guys are already going soft,
Oh my God. Truth. Listen, man. It's so, like, I'm sorry. I can't help but chuckle inside. Sometimes it's just so. Like,
that's good. At least you're here for humor and laughs, right?
Excellent
But when it comes to the serious talk, let the men take over.
Yeah, you're lucky Khaleesi's en route.
But
That's why he's lucky.
First of all, she was giving everybody flowers. This is Rasha's family, okay? We had.
I think X calls it the glazing glitch.
The glazing glitch. Well, let the glaze happen every once in a while. We glaze you all the time. You don't mind. You
I don't ask for it. It's like, okay. I don't need my ego stroked. I'm good. Just stay on business here.
Okay. Well, in the meantime, let's go to Abu really quickly, and then I'm going to come to you, and I'm going to glaze you some more because we're going to need some updates from you, Truth. I'm sure you've been keeping a good log, or, give us a nice little recap on what's happened today. But go ahead, Abu. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Maze. Yeah, I was going to give a recap, but I would actually prefer Truth to do it because he does it so well. So sorry for glazing you, Truth. Now, also, Maze, I did send you a DM. One of our listeners sent me such a fire question that he asked me to put to Simon, but I don't want to steal the fire from the listeners, so I wanted to ask if you could bring him up. His handle is at black_skies_1. And the question is just so good, and I think it will be challenging for Simon, but in a good way. So if we could,
Is he requesting? If he's requesting, I'll look for him. But
yeah,
I can't.
he
I'm
is.
driving right now. I can't.
He is requesting. Well, while you find him, I'm just going to remind everybody, and Truth will go into this because a big theme of today has been false flags. And Sully actually asked me to model out a scenario, a likely scenario.
What did you say his handle was one more time? I'm so sorry.
No worries. Black_skies_1. Black Skies 1.
Hey, can someone also do a summary of the hospital event? I missed the whole thing.
Yeah, sure. So that actually ties in to the false flag thing that I was going to cover. So the theme of the day has been false flags. The reason for that being that Israel has had this massive media blackout where they've tightly controlled whatever comes out. And what has come out has been very, very media cleaned up and tidy images trying to portray that Iran supposedly had a deliberate direct hit on a hospital, when fact of the matter is the Iranians went after military facilities that the Israelis, of course, built near their hospital. That is continuing, and you can see if you go out on X that a lot of pro-Israeli Zionist accounts and bot accounts are trying to drive this narrative. We're probably going to see it on the news. That sparked a conversation today with the theme being false flags, because we have gotten a lot of warnings, both from the Iranians, but also from somebody claiming to be from Anonymous, that the Israelis, the supposed greatest allies, are planning a false flag event on American soil. So Sully, earlier today, asked me, because of my background, to model out what something like that could potentially look like and what I think. Now, disclaimer, this is absolutely no ideation or fantasy or anything I want to happen. This is just a theoretical thing. Now, here's what I mapped out. First things first, the celebration of Shavuot, a Jewish holiday, is coming up in the beginning of July, between the 1st and the 3rd of July. The 4th of July is right after that, and the 4th of July is a Friday this year. Meaning, if you are a Jewish family or if you have a Jewish relative and you live in, for instance, New York, explosive components. And the reason for that is because they would want to portray images everywhere of dead civilians as well as convulsing civilians from being poisoned. And the reason
tactics. This is, sometimes they will mass report spaces.
for now, I think we had Truth's recap was up next.
I just want to say a couple of things and then just leave, just because they might happen again. Again, great space. Thank you so much, you guys. The other space is absolutely disgusting. I tried to go in there. 10 seconds is all I last. 10 seconds, and I seriously want to break that phone of mine, but I'm not going to. It's the cream of the crop of all trash. That's all I have to say. So anybody who goes in there and wants to vomit, go ahead. That's all I have to say. Love you guys. I'm going to go to Anonymous. Bye.
Bye, honey. Sorry, Daniel. Come back. I did not mean to push you down. I meant to bring somebody else up. Okay, hold on. I'm working it, y'all. Listen, Maze and her driving already is bad enough. Now, trying to bring people up is a whole different story, but I'm almost at my location, so it's all good. Anyway, come back up, Daniel. Okay, Truth, over to you for the recap, though.
Okay, I was out of commission for a minute. You guys went over what happened with the hospital strike?
No.
Truth, your recaps are always the best, so you go ahead.
Okay, well, it's been an eventful week. It's even the last 6-7 days, but I won't go through it all. But yeah, the hospital attack was definitely seems like a false flag. It was not the intended target. There was a command and control headquarters that the IDF runs right next to it that did get struck. But of course, Israel's hiding that part of the video, and they're just trying to show, a bunch of victims. But the amusing part is okay, if the hospital is struck and you're claiming there's casualties, well, where are they? I haven't showed a single one. So what do? They want to play on people's emotions, so they start taking some pictures of the young kids that have clean clothes on, looks like they just had showers, to claim somehow they've been traumatized by an attack they probably weren't even in on or at, because, well, they were told to leave that area anyway, in advance of those missiles coming. They have an alarm system for that purpose. So it's been amusing to me to see all the influencer posts and the call for war crimes from a country, like Israel. Their politicians have called for it. The influencers have called for it. It's as if they forget recent history. 36 hospitals that were struck, bombarded in Gaza. They killed hundreds of civilians. They let baby corpses rot. That's an addition of 38 hospitals. They also struck in Lebanon and so forth, 3 in Iran. They certainly are not averse to striking civilian infrastructure, including hospitals or schools. Of course, that radio network station they struck, while there's an interview going on. These people just don't care, but then they want to play the victim card, when the Soroka hospital gets struck, when it's actually militarized too. Apparently there's a base below it. So allow for the inspections then, let's see. Isn't that what they supposedly want to say whenever they strike a hospital? Well, we saw a missile launcher, an RPG, an agent, a Hamas soldier there that was, launching missiles from the hospitals or from that residential building, from that home, therefore we had to strike it. Every excuse in the world without ever allowing for independent inspections to investigate what's taking place and then determine the facts on the ground. So there's immediate blackout in Israel, so there's information asymmetry. It's difficult to actually account for what's, the extent of the damage. We know that at least 7 areas were struck hard because, there were first responders, ambulances that went in 7 different areas. That much they released. But the only details with videos that they've talked about, other than, say, Tel Aviv and Haifa being struck, is at that hospital, which they're trying to play up. And who knows, maybe they'll start crying victim card on Friday at the UN when the Security Council meets. I wouldn't put it past them. But yeah, multiple cities were struck, as I mentioned, don't know details. And then Iran struck again today, but again, multiple sites. I believe it was again, we just don't really know details or where. We just know where some of the missiles, which airspaces the missiles crossed through. And it definitely went through Nablus in the West Bank and Lebanon as well, because it was spotted there. In terms of where they landed, sounds like the strikes were severe, but again, without any kind of witness testimony, it's difficult to ascertain. So just reserve judgment until more information comes out. But Israel is really striking out hard. I put up a video of one individual they arrested just for making a TikTok video in support of Iran. He's an Israeli. They're putting Israelis in jail. They can even be shot at. Ben Gvir also enforced a policy to snitch on each other, to snitch on other Jews if they're caught watching Al Jazeera. So I guess Al Jazeera is anti-Semitic now, even though they're a Qatari-based station. The same Qatar that Mossad went to ask for more funding for Hamas. Go figure. I guess it's a love and hate relationship, Can't live with them, can't live without them.
And people want to say communism isn't Jewish, right?
Well, we both know it is. Communism is actually their modus operandi. People just haven't really put two and two together because it's not really marketed that way. But when you go and you do an illegal invasion of a country to then take over its resources and either run it yourself or install a shadow government there, that's essentially like communism, when you render the populace as debt slaves or just slaves to your system of government, to your system of rule and authority. So that's been the modus operandi. They like to call it, I don't know, a softer form of capitalism. It's not, right? It's imperialism that's just cloaked. Essentially, it's supposed to be something like positive. It's not, because it's a zero-sum game that just benefits the global technocrat elitists, mainly Judeo banksters, that end up reaping all the rewards, and it comes at the expense of the civilian populace, both there and also back home, for the ones committing the crimes. And I'm not saying it's equal. Obviously, the victims are the hardest hit, including those that end up suffering from chemical weapons usage, which happens almost everywhere. But then, the soldiers come back, and a lot of them end up suicidal, PTSD, and end up offing themselves too. So it sucks on both sides. Obviously, more so on the target invasion side, first and foremost. But yeah, this looks like it's ongoing. It's perpetual. There's talks now. They're kicking the can down the road in terms of what Trump's going to do on his attack. He may or may not strike Iran. For now, there's talk of a strategic strike on the Fordo nuclear site, which is buried deep down. They're talking about using, one of those 30,000-pound bunker busters. They're the GPU-B, the B, I forget what they're called. I always mess up the name, but it'll come to me in a sec. But anyway, a specific type of bunker buster is what they're trying to use to, again, strike maybe 30, 40, maybe up to 50 meters within the surface. It's not going to work. It's pointless.
They don't know, right? Truth. They don't know how far deep it can actually go, correct?
Well, they do know. They do know. It's a GBU 57A. It's a BMOP, so the Massive Ordnance Penetrator is what it's called. Yeah, well, I mean, even Grok has stats on how far it can go. I've read it before. It's maybe 20, 30 meters into the ground.
And never been used in battle, though, correct? Sorry to interrupt you.
They have used it in battle. They used it in Iraq. It was first modified. They modified the B-2 bombers actually for Iraq to be able to drop these MOPs down there. So is to be able to strike deeper and just do more damage. There was actually evidence of the craters that were caused when they were actually used. So they've been around for over 20 years. They've been tested during time of war as well. But to strike at a strategic site when they know it's coming with a slow B-2, 20-year-old plus B-2 bomber carrying that kind of weight, it's literally a sitting duck. It's going to get struck. I mean, you're not fooling anybody with advanced radar systems and the air defense systems they have and the spy satellites in the air. There's eyes everywhere. And they're watching it, and it's a decoy site anyway. That's what's funny to me is there's information asymmetry. They can't even definitively say that's the site that's going to end all be all for the nuclear program. Yet they're gaslighting people into believing that they have a shot of dismantling Iran's nuclear facilities. So I mean, even Putin's already claimed that the missile facilities, everything's still there. They have 200 nuclear scientists that are there on site right now, and they don't seem worried, whatever reason. And they just seem like they're going at their pace, ignoring all the noise, ignoring all the lies. Well, not necessarily ignoring, they respond to it. They responded, for instance, to the hospital attack, claiming it was not the target. Any damage done was as a result of the aftershocks from the missile that was struck. So let's at least be clear as to what the intent was. It was never to strike hospitals. Only the Jews strike hospitals. They've done it consistently. I've given multiple examples. But they're going to cry foul anyway and not play the victim card because that's what the losers do. They cry victim when they're losing.
Truth, didn't they hit an Iranian hospital? I swear didn't they hit Farad, what's it called? Al Farad or something? Well, it was an Iranian hospital, I believe.
Yeah, they've struck 3 Iranian hospitals, including a children's hospital. I can get the name, but I mean, the point is they strike hospitals. They've done it 3 times. And Iran has sustained all kinds of casualties, including women and children. So they don't cry foul. They're not, calling out for a war crime. But they already know the Jews are going to commit war crimes. That's how they roll. They literally have a doctrine called the Dayat Doctrine, which involves wiping out civilian infrastructure, which ultimately will entail, collateral, what they call it collateral damage. It's the mass murder of civilians. It entails genocide. You think Dayat Doctrine, think genocide, because that's what it entails, because you're ethnically cleansing people too. You're pushing them out of their land. That's ethnic cleansing. That's genocide. So this is their doctrine. This is what they follow. And if all else fails, they also have a Samson option at their disposal. They've even named them. There's even a list of cities with where they may strike in America if they leave them hanging, including New York, LA, Colorado, and DC. So, these people are psychopaths. They have zero regard for human life, and they need to be stopped and curbed. And any of the influencers and politicians that support this are treasonous and need to be held accountable as well. For now, they're not. They literally get away with murder. They're advocating for, well, appears to be something close to World War III. Again, I hope I'm wrong and it doesn't escalate. But that's ultimately what they do want. They want to achieve their Greater Israel project and ultimately a great reset at the same time, so it can roll over the debt and tokenize the remainder of the assets they haven't stolen already, such as, say, lakes, farms, fields, and everything they can get their grubby little paws on, similar to what they're doing in Ukraine. And America's full of assets. They've stolen a lot of those. Now they want to steal the assets in Iran so they can carry on with their debt-based, war profiteering system that's in place right now. Simon calls it proof of war, proof of violence. And they've been thriving off of it for centuries, especially since 1913 when they first installed the Federal Reserve Bank. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Iran's holding tight. I believe they have more war plans in place, more targets they want to hit. And I don't really see a negotiated settlement here. In terms of surrender, yes, Israel will beg, but for the optics of it, they'll make it look like something else. But I think Iran will maintain its sovereignty and its nuclear program, which is for peaceful purposes anyway. Hopefully they do have a bomb as a deterrent and they don't use it, or anyone uses a bomb, but Israel might. They've used a tactical nuke before, as they did in Yemen. They've also used one in Lebanon and Iraq before. People just forget. All right, well, that aside, I've talked a lot. That's just more than a little recap for the last 24 hours. I think there's more targets in mind. So far, Israel hasn't responded. Maybe they'll come back with something, but they're probably still busy counting their casualties, and their hospitals are flooded, and they're panicking in their war rooms, wondering what's next. The bunkers are busy with homos, fags, LGBTQ. It's still Pride Month there, too. What happens in the bunker stays in the bunker, need not say more. And yeah, we'll see what these homos want to do next. You got a lot of hands. Okay, I'll just call on one. Go ahead, Daniel.
Yeah, I'm here. Thanks for waiting. So yeah, it was interesting. You mentioned the 200 Russian scientists, and I believe Putin mentioned earlier today or yesterday that a deal was made with the Israeli government to be able to get them out. And then I also saw another report saying that they were basically, Putin was like warning not to do anything to the US or to Israel, to those locations where the scientists were, like before they could get them out, or at all almost. So I just was wondering what you had to say about that, Truth.
Was it to try and get some citizens out? I missed the first part of the question.
Yeah, the 200 nuclear scientists that Russia has.
They're not going anywhere. They're sticking. So what Putin mentioned is they have assurances they're not going to be touched. He had a talk with Trump about that. At least that's what. Unless something's changed today, that's what was stated yesterday. But Ron DeSantis actually sends 4 aircrafts to go and pick up like 1,500 Jews to bring them back to Florida, because I guess they're feeling unsafe and they didn't want to pay the 10 Gs to go to Cyprus. Cheap fucks don't like spending money, right? Like, send the jet. Okay, at the taxpayer expense. So cool if you're living in Florida, but there's no state tax anyway, so it's fine. But someone's paying. That aside, so yeah, there's the Jews getting smuggled out of to Cyprus. They're also getting smuggled into Jordan. They're really good at human trafficking anyway. HIA is a specialty, except I guess now this time they're dealing with Jews instead of Central Americans and others, or Muslims. So it's the Jews' turn. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Truth. Can we go to Jay next? May's lost audio, so go to Jay next. Jay, you there? Okay, we lost Jay. I think I saw Silver and then Amanda.
Yeah, thank you guys for letting me up. Thanks, Maze and Suleiman, for doing the space. I just wanted to give you guys an American perspective as a I won't say lifelong, but for at least the past 10 years, I've supported Trump, and I was really disappointed last night when he was in the Oval Office talking to the press, and he basically said, all of his supporters back him, and if you don't support him, you're not America first. And I just want to let you guys know that there are Americans out here that are conservative, that have been MAGA, that we don't necessarily see eye to eye. And I think you're about to witness like a great awakening in America where we're kind of done with it. We don't believe the lies anymore. And so I'm kind of fed up, and I don't think we should be in any foreign country. I think all the troops should return home, and we should just worry about America since it's crumbling. But one thing I wanted to bring up was I saw reports where the IRGC said the Israelis must immediately evacuate the Dimona nuclear facility. And when I read that headline, it just made me think that like if the Iranians do indeed attack that nuclear facility, since the Israelis are already kind of signaling Nagasaki and Hiroshima and all this stuff, do you guys think that that's like kind of a quote a red line for Israel and they'll respond with nukes?
I think they both volleyed those comments back and forth to each other. I'd leave that response to truth, but I just want to be cognizant. At the end of the day, like they both said things like that to each other. I just don't want it to be like, I'm really, really, really cognizant of how Iran is portrayed and how there's constantly a bad look on them to Western media. When you actually look at Iran, it's a beautiful country with beautiful people. So I just want to be cognizant of letting you know also that they both said that, but I'll leave that question about whether they'd actually throw nukes at each other to truth.
But there's only one side that's has a history of launching nukes. That's between Israel and Iran. They've used both depleted uranium and also tactical nukes in the past. They also have nukes, though they try to claim nuclear ambiguity. And yeah, they would obviously consider using it as a last resort through the Samson option, or maybe even as a second or third option. We'll see, because they're a bit unpredictable. They don't necessarily announce these things beforehand. They like their element of surprise, their shock and awe. So with Israel, it's definitely possible. They threaten to use it. There's a Samson option. Iran has it. Iran's always disclosed they don't have it. They don't seek to pursue it. Their nuclear energy program is for peaceful purposes. So it's unilateral. It's only one side that's genocidal and would ever seek to want to wipe out entire cities with nukes. Just to be clear on that, facts matter. One side's genocidal, one side started this, one side did the initial attack, and it's all the Jews. The Jews start all the wars, as Mel Gibson put it, and now you're seeing it in real time. And they can play the victim card all they like. They bit off more than they can chew for now over a weekend. And now they're crying foul, war crimes, etc. And in desperate times may call for desperate measures. So I wouldn't take that off the table. They're capable of anything. They built the nuke for that purpose, to use it when they absolutely need to. And if, say, the U.S. doesn't come to their aid, come to their assistance at this time, who knows? They might resort to it.
Yeah, and I'll say one more thing, and then I'll drop down. Again, I appreciate you guys having this space. It's nice to hear dissonant views that aren't popular in America. But I've said since the onset of this conflict that the entire peace negotiations is on Fugazi. It's not real. There'll never be a peace deal. This only stops when there's regime change, and that was the goal, from the onset. So again, as an American,
Silver, I got a question for you.
Sure.
Actually, because it's really interesting.
I don't know who's speaking. I can't see.
Oh, Abu Wednesday.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So thanks for coming up. Thanks for sharing what your recent background is as well. Now, a lot of us have watched Trump for quite a long time and consistently, just pointed out that he systematically lies, And the other day, yesterday, you saw him lie when he sat there and said, "Nope, my entire base is behind me, and if you're, now, if you're not behind me." Exactly. So I guess I have two questions then. The first question is, were you part of the group that considered Trump to play beat chest and always tell the truth.
No, I think those people are fucking retarded. But yeah,
okay, thank God. All right, thanks. I mean, that pretty much answers it for me, man.
Yeah.
Abu, but why do you seem to lump like anyone who voted for Trump in with like retards who unequivocally support anyone on this planet? I noticed this a lot. I noticed that there's like zero grace almost given and an automatic assumption that if you voted for Trump, you're a MAGA retard. And that's sort of offensive.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's an entire monolith.
Sorry, I know that there's a double me up here. Audio, so I had to bring myself up just briefly, but I'm almost home. Anyway, go ahead. You can respond to that, Abu. But I think there's a difference, Daniel, because I voted for Trump. I think a lot of people voted for Trump with the idea that he does not want war, and he proved on that last time. And so that's why we voted for him for many reasons, just to get away from Ghost Man. But it doesn't mean that you're a MAGA retard. The MAGA retards are the one that's saying, don't pay attention to everything that you know is not right because there's a plan that you just don't see and you don't understand, because it's in a different dimension. It's 5D. Damn, I just ran over something crazy. I don't know what that was. Anyway,
yeah, Maze, I got you. My point is that Silver specifically, what his statement was, it should have been obvious that he's not one of those people. So why would then Abu or anybody go to that?
Okay, let me
let's slip this in real quick.
Let me answer that question for you, Daniel. We're on a panel here with, I believe right now we have 4,200 listeners. So when we have somebody who tells us what their background is, it's a really good idea for us to ask them questions in order to understand them and build more bridges. Because there might be people in the crowd here listening who don't believe people like Silver even exist, because the only idea they have of somebody who voted for Trump might be that all Trumpists are a monolith. When both you
and they might have a lower than room temperature IQ, if that's the case.
Let me finish instead of jumping in, because you're just going to interrupt my train of thought, okay? And I don't jump. I try not to jump in when you speak either, and let's pay each other that respect. So that's why we're having a conversation with each other on this panel, but we're doing it to add value to the good people who are giving us their time. So for us to be able to facilitate that conversation in the best way possible, I think that's incumbent upon us when we have this great honor to speak to thousands of people at the same time. Silver, thanks so much for coming up. Maze, as always, I'm gonna hand over to you, okay?
Yeah, and if I can just add real quick, again, decade-long Trump supporter here that's kind of tired of all of this shit. I think it really just comes down on an individual basis on your critical thinking skills, and I never cared about any of this shit until October the 7th. And I started tracking my tax dollars, and I look at my society and my country falling apart. And I'm just like, what the fuck are we doing? I mean, not only Israel, but Ukraine too, which they might as well be the same people. But yeah, I think it just comes down to being able to form thoughts on your own, form ideas on your own. And that's why I think it's important to have dissident spaces like this. I do my own dissident spaces. My Palantir social credit score is -1 million right now.
Well, you just earned a follow from me. I'm telling you that right now.
So yeah, at the end of the day, right? I only care about America first. I just don't think we should have any involvement whatsoever anywhere in the globe other than America. That's it.
Is it okay if I?
Thank you so much.
I'm so sorry, Mace. Is it okay if I ask him for something?
Yeah, go ahead, honey.
Sorry, is it okay if I ask him something?
Girl,
love you.
Yes,
It's
go
just
ahead. Of course,
as a Palestinian American, like I can't tell you how much that makes me happy. Like I've been in the United States since the age of 1. So, but born there, 100% Palestinian from both sides, right? And I am 100% very pro-America, literally Republican since before Donald Trump, since the age of 18. So for me, I love hearing that rhetoric. I love hearing that 10/7 woke you up. What specifically on 10/7 woke you up, if you don't mind me asking? I'm sorry, guys, to ask.
Well, just like really following it very closely, the same way I did the Ukraine-Russia war, and realizing that the Israelis were for me. And then if you just like, I mean, it's the whole Jewish rabbit hole, really. You know, when you start diving down, the facts don't lie, and it kind of speaks for itself. But I would say, like, as a father, you know, having children and seeing images of infants and people that reminded me of my daughter, and seeing their heads exploded and ripped open. You know, as a Christian, I'm not advocating for this on either side, but those images were just really strong, and I don't care what anyone says. As a Christian, as someone that knows the Bible, that studies the Word, Jesus Christ does not advocate for that. You know, so to use this guise of the Schofield Bible that says, yeah, we have to take sides with the Israelis, and if they want to slaughter women and children, we have to support that no matter what. That's inherently false. You know, that's something that only a Satanist would do. So maybe, yeah, I hope that answers your question.
You want to know something really, really ironic? Is the fact that if you do a genetic test on any true Palestinian, like what we call a Palestinian Arab, it turns out that they're like they have like 90%. I don't know. It's a ridiculously high amount of Israelite and Canaanite blood. So even if you were to look at the Schofield Bible, and then let's say that you read literally, those who bless Israel I will bless, and those who curse Israel I will curse. The evangelical Christians of America have been fooled into cursing themselves by siding against the true Israelites, by siding with satanic forces. And if anybody could get that message across to the actual followers of the evangelical faith, somebody really should.
Well, and this is
Did
why I
you
think
guys
it's
see the
important.
message that Trump said for the evangelicals? Like I don't even. I think I pinned it because I quote posted. I'm like, hello. I mean, he's got a post talking about how great the Jews are over there and how no one's done more for them than he has, and the evangelicals in the United States are happy about it, but the Jews there are not. And I'm sitting there like, am I in the Twilight Zone? Oh shit, I gotta take this exit. Oh, sorry, damn. Anyway, so then I'm like, this is what we voted you in for? We wanted you to do something for America. We need you here. Like, it's so crazy to me that there's no even consciousness around what he's putting out there as posts, like what he cares about is their approval. Anyway, sorry, I posted it and
I just want to say that I am the core base. Like when Trump speaks to his base, you know, I was at a Trump rally in 2015 because I thought it meant something, and I thought it was like a way out of this system, and I was wrong. You know, fell for it again over and over. But the whole reason I wanted to get up here was to let you guys know that I am his base, and I'm not the only one. And this is like the line in the sand for us. And so I'm completely against both sides now, and I'm only advocating for American nationalists. That's it. I only care about America. I don't care about anyone else. Respectfully, I don't want to see anybody die, but we can't run our own fucking country.
Brother, that's what we want. That's what we want as Americans. If we just took care of ourselves, let me tell you, the rest of the world would figure itself out. It would figure itself out. Like, I don't want money going to Palestine. I don't want money going to Egypt. I don't want no. Money for America until every single veteran is off the streets, until every single mom has some kind of equitable distribute where she's got something to figure out for daycare or something like that. Well, the kids have schools. I don't know. I literally had a school district in my county this year that didn't have science books until January. Until January. I mean, we need to figure ourselves out. So 100%. Like, that doesn't make you a horrible person. That makes you a good American.
One more thing. I'm also, as of today, I'm strongly advocating for anyone in the US military that doesn't want to die for Israel to get dishonorably discharged. And the veterans hate that. I'm a patriot. I love America. I love my veterans. But I would soon rather you get dishonorably discharged than to go die in a foreign country for corrupt politicians. And the American people are not going to look down on you for getting a dishonorable discharge. You don't have to go over there.
You have a secondary path on that, Silver. Just to add it, because I'm sure you already know this, but for anybody in the crowd, besides a dishonorable discharge, you can also get out based on being a conscientious objector. And you can do that through specialized lawyers as well. So there might be services if you are in the military today and you definitely don't want to go do like horrible stuff somewhere, you can get help.
And
It's not like you go to jail if you get dishonorably
no, you do.
discharged.
My brother did. He did the same thing during 9/11. He thinks the same way I did. He was in the Marine Corps and he didn't want to go die for Israel. And he got sent to the brig. He had to do his time, but it was better than him coming back in a body bag. And all the American patriots can shit on that or whatever they want, but it's not our fucking war. And just for the record, if I'm not clear, if there was ever a war on American soil, I would be at the front lines without hesitation. I love my country,
Gotcha.
but this is not our war.
Just want to add in there, that's the exact reason why I think there will be some sort of massive false flag in the US, and it will be framed as though some actor controlled by Iran in the Middle East will be doing it. And I'm scared to, like, my prediction here, it's far out there. I realize that. But I just got scared because I just saw that the president's press secretary, she literally said Trump is going to give himself another 2 weeks to figure out what to do with Iran, meaning we're going to get closer to the 4th of July, which is the date I would expect something to happen.
All right, guys, we got a bunch of hands, and I'm sorry to have to kind of move it on a little bit, but I know that Jay's been up here for a long time and had his hand up, and I also wanted to welcome Dr. Michael Rechtenwald to the stage as well. Go ahead, Jay, jump in. Can y'all hear him? Because I can't.
No, I think he's been up two times now, and he's had mic issues. So he jumped down. He might come back up again. Just wanted to say, I think that Mohammed Dalal has been up for a while as well.
Yeah, I was going to go to him, but Jay was here before him. But yeah, we can go to Mohammed for him to ask a question. Was this question for Simon? Because Simon's not here now.
Yeah, but I think Mohammed probably has something else he can share with us as well.
Okay. Go ahead, Mohammed. And Jay, I see you requested. How are you? Welcome.
Welcome, everyone. Thank you for having me on the panel. Thank you to Suleiman and everyone who's hosting this and keeping this news of information flowing in. So thank you all for doing that. My context for the question I was going to pose to Simon was regarding what he was saying earlier. But since Simon is not here, I want to ask everyone who's American and from the West specifically, but also everyone else in the panel can weigh in on this. So my question is that we have been seeing how America has been involved in multiple regime changes, colonization, and using resources of other countries, right? And what I'm posing is that why would Iran now agree to negotiations when USA has been duplicitous in its stance? It has backed off from its agreements, and it does not hold true to its words. As Truth earlier said, that BRICS is now becoming more of a force for an incentive for countries to get into BRICS, as it offers infrastructure, better resource management, and it has better partners who are developing faster than what America is doing. In all of that context, how would you see that other countries would now bow down to America and agree to the hegemony that it has established for a very long time? Initially, it was the British, which then got transferred over to the Americans, right? and now we are having a nexus of NATO, UK, US, France, basically Europe and these powers, right? Does it make sense for people to now, after all of this, having them being complicit in war crimes and regime changes and usurping resources from the land and alienating people, why would they go for this nexus when BRICS is offering them all of the same things, better advancements in weaponry, infrastructure, and more, without all of alienation and more, without committing war crimes?
That's an excellent question. So do you want to have Truth, or who wants to answer that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, Mohammed, look, if there's anything that's been, this is one of the difficulties I have as well, a little bit with Simon's analysis about stuff getting negotiated. The United States has become, it has become evident to anybody who has even half an eye that semi-works, that the United States enters into agreements and treaties only to use them as tactics in order to impose their will sometime other than the time they're at. So another example of this is the Minsk Accords, where NATO and the US, and this is a Western thing, it's not just the US, they entered into the Minsk Accords, and then a bunch of those leaders admitted openly it was just to buy time. Now, I want to tie this into Palestine and Israel specifically, because I heard one of these satanic spokespeople for Israel trying to justify not entering into a ceasefire with Hamas and trying to blame the concept of the Islamic Hudna, the extended ceasefire. And he tried to frame it as though the Muslims enter into ceasefires and then they get to break them whenever they want. This is not true. I actually went and looked it up. It literally says you are not allowed to break this for opportunistic reasons. So, but it 100% describes exactly what the West, Israel, and the US does. So if you're a Russia, if you are China, if you are anybody, you will just look at the US and you would go, why the hell should I trust you? All of your legitimacy and credibility on the world stage is out the effing window at this point. And I think for that reason, this is a do or die moment, not just for Iran, for the world that knows what it's like to live under the American imperial boot. Truth, in case you want to jump in, I'd love to hear your thoughts too. Or anybody else for that matter.
Well, I think, to touch on that, the fact that everyone that was at the negotiation table for Iran got assassinated, why would anyone negotiate with the U.S.? I mean, you look at the tariff deals with China and the U.S., are those guys going to get assassinated too? Like, where does it stop? So yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. That the dollar, U.S. dollar supremacy will end. It will no longer be the world reserve currency. And if you're an American, the only way you can protect what little bit of savings you have is to buy gold or silver, physical gold, physical silver. That's it. The economy is going to collapse.
Well, there's a side of me that just can't believe that they don't have a mission to do this. Like, I think they're doing this to bring in and usher in something different, something new, because they already know they borrowed from the future far beyond anything that's ever able to be paid back. They already know that this system is going to fail. There's no way. You can't even really undo it. And when you try to undo it, you are essentially having to go through the toughest economic hard times for the American people, and no one's going to campaign on that. So it's like, if you really want to bring the debt down, guess what, y'all? So it's going to be harder on you, and we're going to have to, but they're continuing to increase the debt ceiling. They're continuing to pass these omnibus bills. And I think they're doing this to really maximize the amount of money they can extract out and pay for whatever they're paying for with the costs now. And we're going to be the ones that are paying for it hardcore when inflation hits. I mean, it's so crazy, but I just think that they have something already planned in terms of a future monetary system. I was reading the blueprint from the Bank of International Settlements, and I know